Revolutionary dreams. Utopian vision and experimental life in the Russian Revolution. Richard Stites. To Helena and her country. Contents, 3. Part I, 11.1 Social daydreaming before the revolution, 13 Utopian mentalities, 13.14 Administrative utopia, parade, facade, colony, 19 Populism, vision and counterculture, 24 Marxism, city and machine, 32 Revolution, utopias in the air and on the ground, 37 A New World, 37 The Dreamer in the Kremlin, 41 War Communism as Utopia, 46 Beyond the Green Wall 52. Part 2, 59 3 Revolutionary iconoclasm, 61. Vandalism, War on Luxury, 61. Iconoclasm, War on Signs, 64. Nihilism, War on Culture, 68. Machiavism, War on Intellectuals, 72. Anti-iconoclasm, 76 4 Festivals of the People, 79 Days of Revolution, 80 Early Signs of Bolshevism, 83 Moscow, Talking City, 88 Petrograd, Theater City, 93 Ritual and Carnival, 97 5 Godless Religion, 101 God Killers and God Builders, 101 Storming the Heavens, 105 Rituals of a Counterfaith, 109 Proletarian Morality, 115 The Missing Faith, 119. 6 The Republic of Equals, 124 Equality and Justice, 124 Russian Levelers, 126 Dress, Speech and Deference, 131 Utopian Miniature, The Conductorless Orchestra, 135 Privilege and Revolution, 140. 7 Man the Machine, 145 The Cult of Ford and Taylor, 146 Utopian Robotry, 149 The Struggle for Time, 155 The Art of Production, 159 Time, Space, Motion, Order, 161 Part 3, 165. 8 Utopia in Time, Futurology and Science Fiction, 167 Time Forward, 167 Utopia, Science, and Futurology, 168 Maps of Heaven and Hell, 171 Decoding Revolutionary Fantasy, 179 Back to the Future, Nostalgic Utopia, 184. 9 Utopia in Space, City and Building, 190 The Anti-Urban Impulse, 191 The Greening of Russia, The Disurbanists, 193 Supercity, The Urbanists, 197 Socialism in One Building, The House Commune, 200. 10 Utopia in Life, The Communal Movement, 205 Native Traditions, 205 Communes on the Land, 207 Communes in the Town, 213 The Laboratory of the Revolution, 219 Part 4, 223. 11 War on the Dreamers. 225 The End of Revolutionary Utopia, 225 Iconoclasm, Festival, God Building, 227 Anti-Egalitarianism, 231 Fantasectomy, Utopia, City, Commune, 235. 12 Conclusion, 242 Lunar Economics and Social Revolution, 242 Stalin and the Fantasy State, 246 The Fate of Revolutionary Utopia, 250 A Note on Sources and Abbreviations, 255. The present work of history is rooted in the intuitive belief that what large numbers of people want to know about a society of the past is actually what is important about that society. It is rich in illustrative material but simple in design. Its main argument is about the fate of utopianism and social experiment in the Russian revolutionary process, roughly from 1917 to 1930. That argument challenges the view that utopianism in the revolution was largely or only Marxist, and that this Marxism was, depending on one's view, either distorted in the final outcome by Lenin, Stalin, or both, or that it was fulfilled. Without expelling Marxism from the revolution, an impossible thing, I ground my interpretation on the larger field of the social, intellectual, and cultural history of Russia before, during, and after 1917. This broader focus has led me to the inevitable conclusion that the Russian Revolution took on its main spiritual, mental, and expressive forms from the collision and collusion of the major utopian traditions in Russian history, those of the people, those of the state, and those of the radical intelligentsia. Utopianism, social and cultural experimentation, and drastic self-conscious innovation, symbolic and concrete, occur in the midst of all major social revolutions of modern times. They occur because of analogy, infection, and euphoria. The spectacle of falling idols and fallen kings erases the myth of infallible authority on thrones, in books, in ways of life. The urge to symmetry in cultural instinct impels some people to remake everything, once the binding system has been repudiated and renounced. Revolution opens up new space and discloses endless vistas. It invites rebirth, cleansing, salvation. Revolution is revelation, an eschatological moment in human experience that announces the new order, the new world, the new life. The motifs of release, liberation, and evolving power that infuse the rhetoric and symbolism of the revolutionary moment are invitations to refashion and redesign. The Russian Revolution possessed all of these features, and its pathos was deepened by the confluence of two remarkable facets of its history: the traditions of utopian dreaming and alternative life experiments that marked its past, and the intersection of the moment of revolution, 1917, with the swelling of the 20th century technological revolution. Russia's was the first revolution to occur when both politics and technology were seen to be globally interlocked. The political side gave its international mechanism a special force, its technological side added tremendous Promethean power to its visions and aspirations, releasing a much greater surge of futuristic fantasy than any previous revolution in history. This book is about revolutionary dreams, utopianism in fancy, in programs and designs, and in behavior. As a study of revolutionary imagination and innovative action, it deals with the stormy period of history before and after the Great Russian Revolution of 1917. In it I have taken a fresh look at the familiar terrain of revolutionary historiography, high politics, the quest for power, party programs and ideology, and economic policies, all of which have been much written about by eminent scholars. And I have something to say about art and high culture. But my emphasis is on the feelings, words, thoughts, and actions that express, evoke, or symbolize what has been called the utopian propensity. It has long been a generally accepted, though seldom examined, commonplace that the Russian Revolution was a particularly utopian phenomenon. Writers often employ the word utopian to mean wholly unrealistic, harmful, or naive. This study is not an expose of the utopianism of the Bolshevik movement, though I will certainly have occasion to comment upon the utopian in Bolshevism, both in theory and in practice. My purpose is to uncover and retell in an interpretive framework the story of the rich, colorful, and deep currents of utopianism that swirled around the Russian Revolution. Few scholars have analyzed the role of utopianism in the revolution as a device for exciting the fantasy, dismantling an old order, forging a new world, or constructing a new man. Yet, utopianism in this sense is the key to the emotional force of the Russian Revolution, as it is to any successful revolution. In this study, I deal with the poetics of revolution, its adornments, its goals related to the life of people, its forms, ideas, languages, feelings, inventions, temper, action, pathos, experiments, visions, and hopes. In other words, it is about revolutionary culture, as that term is now widely used by historians about the building of a new civilization, the rich texture of social tradition and habit, and the interplay of material life and intellectual activity. By focusing on the utopian motif in the emerging revolutionary culture, including those currents in the revolution that were defeated, I hope to advance the study of this remarkable phenomenon and to help humanize the subject, which has often been the analysis of an enemy. Why was utopianism so prominent in the Russian Revolution? What accounts for the blazing color, the luxuriant growth of experiment in the realms of society and culture. Is it simply that Marxism itself is utopian, i.e. impossible of realizing, and that the Russian Revolution was simply one among many 20th century attempts to create a socialist society along Marxist principles of economic life? Even the most superficial glance at communist regimes wherein the Marxist programs have been imported and imposed from above, as in most of Eastern Europe for example, reveals at once that Marxism in and of itself, however defined, does not generate the kind of enthusiastic dreaming, the maximalism, and the euphoric expectation that occurred in Russia and elsewhere during its revolutions. The answer is to be found both in the indigenous utopian traditions as well as in the violent and explosive circumstances of its revolution. Utopian dreaming was a psychological mechanism experienced by many different kinds of people and induced by their perception of how to survive as a state, a nation, a people, a culture in a geopolitical and material physical milieu that rendered survival and success questionable. Both social reverie and social design were alternatives to a system that seemed unable to deliver the two things essential to human happiness, a victory over nature to ensure material abundance and a victory over egoism and exploitation to ensure social justice. There are many ways of classifying utopia, and scholars have constructed endless schemes of toponymy without ever exhausting the types or explaining much about the role of utopia in history. 2. We all know that there are utopias, eupsychias, and dystopias, that utopias come in pairs of hot and cold, hard and soft, time and space, near and far. The applications of these terms to my material will be perfectly clear to the reader, springing as they do from logic and common sense rather than from utopiology. More essential to historical understanding than these mechanical devices is the social mentality of utopian dreaming in traditional Russia and in the Revolution. One have summarized these mentalities as popular utopia, administrative utopia, and socialist utopia. It has long been a convention to characterize the major social outlooks in old 5. Russia as those of state, people, and intelligentsia. Each of these was enormously complicated and subject to modulation over time. For the statesmen of the administrative utopian persuasion, Russia seemed difficult to govern and defend, threatened from without, too big, too poor, too weak. A survival mechanism emerged from their training and their perception of Russia's paucity of educated rulers and lack of a self-governable population. They did not wish to impose repressive slavery upon the masses, but to create order and purvey justice. Isolated psychologically from the common people because of Peter the Great's cultural revolution that westernized an elite and retained a deeply rooted monarchical and patrimonial system, they developed a compulsion to organize, shape, and train, not educate, the rural population on the model of an army, to regiment life, cern matrices living space, militarize part of society, and surround it with graphic and living symbols of solidarity, prosperity, obedience, and order. Peasant utopianism was fed by fear of the state, anxiety about change that periodically led peasants to escape from the unreal Russia to a more real one by flight, rebellion, or sectarianism, to a quest for order, their own order. The changes wrought by reform and development in the decades from 1860 to 1917 were not sufficient to obliterate these psychic mechanisms of administrative or popular utopia, however much they may have eroded the harsh conditions that gave birth to them in past times. The eruption of dormant forces in the Great Revolution of 1917 proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that subterranean mentalities had migrated down the generations, causing ancient visions to flash again on the screen of consciousness, latent feelings to be driven to the surface, hidden energies to be released. After the Bolshevik Revolution, a saddened and angry moderate socialist, voicing fear and aversion, saw it as a combination of Tsarist military utopia, symbolized by Arakcheev, and violent peasant revolt, symbolized by Pugachiev. He was perhaps the first chronicler of this relationship between the events of 1917 to the deep forces and visions in Russian history. 3. For the intelligentsia of the radical socialist persuasion, social daydreaming was a vocation, almost the only permissible one to a man or woman of culture and conscience. They felt alienated both from the state that they despised and from the narod, peasants, poor people, toiling masses, whom they worshipped, and they endured the agonies of repentance and shame at the backwardness and the oppressiveness as they saw it of the entire Russian system. Armed with elaborate ideas and intellectual systems partly imported from the West, they built utopias and taught personal revolt and dedication to the reshaping of society along the lines of social justice and a viable economic system. The maximalist cast of their thought, which was extraordinarily informed by passion and feeling, led them to the only ideology that fit their utopia: socialism, a way of life that overturned autocracy and class oppression, taught equality and justice, and repudiated capitalism, the evil menace that lurked around the corner of the future. Each of these belief systems sought welfare and justice, but through different means. For administrative utopians, the dominant metaphor was parade marching and laboring under benevolent orderly authority. For peasant utopians it was Volya, untrammeled freedom combined with village order or religious rule. Among the radical intelligentsia, order and freedom intermixed in their visions, their behavior patterns, and the organizations they created to overthrow the state. The urban and industriocentric utopians that arose at the dawn of the 20th century, in particular the Bolsheviks, the Russian Marxists with radical designs and insurgent energies, shifted the intelligentsia's utopia sharply from the country to the city, from the peasantry to the proletariat, from the 6. Pastoral idyll of minimal, healthy consumption to the throbbing dynamo of development, national greatness, and power. Their rosy images of harmony and virtue in the coming dawn of liberation were set in a frame of control and centralized organization. The position of the intelligentsia in this history was complicated by the fact that on the eve of the revolution, it was undergoing extreme change and fragmentation, and was achieving new levels of articulation and self-analysis at the very moment that West European avant-garde culture began flowing into elitist circles at flood volume. Rapidly assimilated, reinterpreted by the Russian artistic intelligentsia, European modernism in many forms was introduced onto the stage of Russian revolutionary culture making and speculation. Thus, even before the outbreak of the revolution, an avant-garde utopia, called by some a revolution of the spirit, coexisted with, though seldom touched, the utopian visions of the radical intelligentsia. Although the culture of the Silver Age, roughly 1890 to 1917, was often at odds with social consciousness in the political sense, some of its later outgrowths, particularly futurism, generated extravagant visions of the total transformation of the world, if not the cosmos, through an aesthetic revolution. This strand of speculation, proclaimed in a very loud voice, melded in with the social and technical utopia of the revolutionary years, enriching it, enlivening its mode of expression, and often enough conflicting with it. My study is not a history of revolutionary high culture. Many qualified scholars have written on this. But it does examine certain key elements of culture in the broad sense to illustrate how people tried to live the revolution, to express revolutionary feelings through myth, ritual, symbol, cult, or community. Some of these intersect at points with the history of early Soviet architecture, sculpture, ritual design, theater, music, literature, and graphic art. When the revolution, accompanied as it was at almost every stage with violence and rapid change, both contrived and spontaneous, demolished old authorities and old alienating forces with the suddenness of a summer storm, the whole structure of utopianism underwent drastic change. Minds, feelings, emotions, gestures, and acts boiled up in a cauldron of revolutionary speculation and experimentation. The hatred and fear of power, authority, cities, central government, deference, luxury, and wealth, outsiders, science, technology, and machines, and conversely the exaltation of some of these things, erupted in a blaze of imaginative metaphor and physical violence. The slumbering animosity between state, people, and intelligentsia, among classes, regions, and nations, and between town and country, produced extravagant dreams and solutions to the hideous terrors arising out of war, revolution, famine, and collapse. The victorious branch of the radical intelligentsia, the Bolsheviks, was caught up in the drama of spontaneous mass behavior and appalled by its excesses, delighted at the breakup of familiar forms and symbols but frightened at the prospect of unending destruction, preaching freedom and demanding order, shattering the power edifices of the old order and designing new and bigger ones to house the perfect society, applauding Pugachiev and emulating Arakcheev. Revolutionary dreamers and fighters now became rulers armed with the Bolshevik dream of an urban industrial order of modernity and productivity combined with justice and armed against competing dreams of the people and of the old intelligentsia. The vistas opened up by the chaos of the Civil War allowed peasants and many other kinds of people to activate old dreams of withdrawal, flight, anti-urbanism, and rural communalism. The war between populism and Marxism that had accounted for a major strain in Russian intellectual history now became a more complicated and active war. 1. Between dreamers, between the agents and apostles of Bolshevism on the one hand and a whole range of peasants, workers, sailors, and intellectuals formed under the green and black banners of peasant withdrawal and anarchical freedom on the other. The intelligentsia, hopelessly splintered, joined the camp of Bolshevism in order to promote their own visions and timetables of utopia, fought the Bolsheviks by enlisting in the opposition, or as artists and cultural figures tried to impose an avant-garde interpretation of revolutionary restructuring on the Bolshevik regime. The result was an extraordinarily lively marketplace of ideas and feelings, projects, and experiments that adorned the social and cultural landscape of the next decade. The utopianizing of the 19th century now became a broad enterprise, continuing some of the themes of the pre-revolutionary period but intermixed with new perspectives and hyperbolaized by the atmosphere of reordering that was going on all around. The utopias, projects, and novels that emerged from this frenetic environment sometimes fit the general outline of the Marxist-communist future, sometimes opposed it, and at other times transcended it. Simultaneously, the rich variety of customs and revolutionary styles of life cultivated in the decades before 1917 were now harnessed into the service of experiments in the remaking of culture and everyday life, experiments conducted in the full gaze of revolutionary society and drawing from the regime attitudes ranging from approval and support through skeptical tolerance to hostility. It is the tentative and hesitant attitude of Bolshevik leaders in the period 1917 to the early 1930s towards utopianism and experiment that marks off so visibly and palpably its political culture from that of the period that follows. I have given special attention to revolutionary utopian behavior iconoclasm in all its variants, carnival and ritual, moral practices and quasi-religious experience, egalitarianism, machinism, and communalism, among others. The connection between written utopias and utopian energies unleashed is well established in the history of millenarianism, East and West. The best-known historians of utopian thought in the Western world have even devised a cunning name for it, applied utopistics for. In the Russian Revolution as in the English and the French before it, utopian behavior was the living texture and illustration of utopianism itself. The fresh breezes of revolutionary innovation, as well as its devastating winds, cannot be felt unless one steps from the pages of written utopias to examine the quasi-religious experiments of revolutionary innovators and the interiors of the workshops and laboratories of revolution. One must make the distinction between a mental model or blueprint, utopia, on the one hand and the practical enactment or experiment, utopian community, on the other. 5. But experiment in this sense is to be sought not only in the isolated subcultures of small groups, but in the vast tableau of revolutionary life itself from the onset of the revolution in 1917 up into the Stalinist period when it was drastically transformed into something else. In time of revolution, a utopia is a script for the coming drama of life, a scenario of novel human relations, and a guide to the use of space, time, and technologies. But one must not envision the utopianizing process of the revolution as one where actors scrutinize a text in order to find a guide to action, though this often happened, but rather as a very thick and rich interaction between what is sometimes called life and art, one imitating the other and each reshaping both. The writers, directors, actors, and audiences of the utopian world were part of an entire revolutionary performance inspired by vision and fantasy, driven by daily needs and aspirations, together creating a whole. 8. And distinctive epoch of revolutionary remaking. This book is the story of a laboratory of revolution, a theater of future life, and what Moshe Lewin calls society in the making. 6. The structure of the book reflects the general argument outlined above. The principal forms of utopian thinking and experimental impulse are established in the first chapter. Chapter 2 shows how the authoritarian elements in the dreams of the victorious intelligentsia, the Bolsheviks, and their surging vision of city, machine, and industrial organization clashed inevitably with their sponsorship of the libertarian behavior of the revolutionary masses and with large segments of the population who saw revolution as a gate thrown open for the escape to localism, freedom, and withdrawal. It was a brief and terrible season, 1917-21, of frenzied, unfocused collision between the two views, the urbanite and the pastoral, grandly articulated in the former case, more often expressed in the language of action in the latter. It was in a sense a national performance of that great metaphor of Russian 19th-century literature wherein the master talks, smiles, offers, and urges, and the peasant nods mutely and then proceeds to wreck his lofty plans. During the 1920s, utopia building proceeded in a more self-conscious and formal way. It took two forms: independent experiments in life and culture building, described in chapters 3 through 7, and the construction of ideal societies of the future and present, in chapters 8 through 10. The experiments and cultural innovations generated behavior patterns and values, the living components of the utopian pictures being constructed by writers, architects, city planners, economists, planners, and sociologists, which were combined into functioning utopian communities through the 1920s up into the early 1930s, when the experiments were dissolved and the utopian speculations prohibited. The utopian visions of the 1920s contain the assembling of dreams, the recapitulation of revolutionary experience as genuine expectations for the future. On a time scale, they fall into visions of the far future, the immediate future, and the present. Science fiction and futurology, dealing with the far future, synthesized speculations in the scientific possibilities of human and material change. Utopian city and building plans were specific blueprints of life in the coming decade rather than in the future millennium. Communalists, the utopians of the present life, went a step further and endeavored with some astonishing successes and some predictable failures to begin utopia in the here and now from the bottom up. Their movement was both the ultimate utopia and the ultimate experiment of the revolutionary era, applying to life a whole range of revolutionary dreams. The concluding chapters explain how revolutionary utopianism was replaced by Stalin's utopia in power, how the old dreams and their experimental variants in the 1920s were repudiated by those in power in favor of an ideology of bureaucratic state centralism and a theology of the Stalin personality cult. The pathos of the radical idealist rotting away in a revolutionary prison is one of the great themes in the literature of the Stalin purges. How the Bolshevik Revolution, premised as it was on the destruction of class enemies, capitalists, white guards, Romanov dynasts, high officials, was transformed into a ravenous and thirsty god who devoured its own children has been one of the most compelling intellectual puzzles of the 20th century. The war against revolutionary utopianism waged in the first decade of Stalin's power, 1928-38, provides a key to this puzzle of Russian history. In the very process of negating and attacking the main currents of utopianism of the 1920s, the Stalinists created a structure of force and power designed to transform a nation's economic base overnight, but used also to sweep 9. Away the dreams and dreamers that would remind the world of the original goals and ways of revolutionary fantasy. Stalinism was a novel phenomenon, undreamed of either by the dreamers of the 19th century or by those of the revolutionary era, a deified mystification of the revolution, a composite of dream and nightmare. The only book that has previously addressed itself in detail to the subject of the present work is the well-known Mind and Face of Bolshevism, 1926, by the versatile Hungarian philosopher and journalist René Fülöp-Miller. It is unique and indispensable for its first-hand reportage by a learned and sophisticated intellect. But it is seriously flawed as a true record of the utopian impulse because of its pervading irony, its unabashed animosity to revolutionary experimentalism, and most of all its lack of understanding. Fülöp-Miller, though surrounded on all sides by prophets and practitioners of utopian life, relied too readily upon the printed word and took the most extravagant abstractions as a picture of reality in Soviet Russia. This is particularly true of his critique of collectivism and the mass, which he uses in a sloppy and undifferentiated manner. Yet the book remains, and should remain, a classic of revolutionary reportage from the inside. In vividness of style and colorfulness of subject matter, it surpasses all books ever written about the 1920s. 7. The 19th century Russian radical community had always asked questions about the future. What would be the nature of the new society after the revolution? Would the present culture be preserved or destroyed? What would be the role of religious feeling? What kind of moral code would replace the old one? How equal would people be? How would people live and work together in harmony and productivity? Yet largely because of the artificial professional wall between students of the pre-revolutionary and the post-revolutionary periods, these old questions, nursed and debated for 3 generations, have rarely been treated in the standard accounts of Soviet history. One of my purposes is to connect 19th century Russian ideas with their fate in the revolution itself. In the words of Marshall Schatz, for all its limitations and shadows, the 20s, roughly from the end of the Civil War to the introduction of the first 5-year plan in 1928-29, can be considered the one time in Russian history when an attempt was made to put into effect some of the intelligentsia's aspirations. 8. I believe it is necessary to break down the barrier of 1917 in the study of Russia's past. I have written a book about the dream of human liberation and about the pathos of remaking society and mankind in the heat of revolution, because I believe it is a process of thought, feeling, and action that is both eternal and relevant to our times. The utopian vision, a surging altruism accompanied by towering confidence and free-flowing social fantasy, was the best thing that 19th century Russian intellectual and cultural history bequeathed to the 20th century, and not the disaster that some critics have called it. Revolutionary utopianism in its broadest sense not only summed up and took into the social laboratory of the 1920s this tradition. It also survived as vestigial idealism all the way through the bitter Stalinist years, even in the camps, even in the hearts of some of Stalin's victims. Most important of all, elements of it survive today, particularly at this moment of extraordinary change taking place in the Soviet Union. Russian revolutionary utopia contained an abundance of stargazing, sometimes in a literal sense of cosmic thinking and space fantasy, sometimes in the figurative sense of social daydreaming. Its history allows us to look from the dreamy cloudland of social utopia down into the day-to-day reality of life, which, in times of revolution, all too often meant turmoil, confusion, brutality, and civil war. No one should blame revolutionary leaders for not succumbing to all the rosy appeals of utopia as they faced the 10. grueling and exacting tasks of state building. But neither should one blame utopians for plotting the parameters of the coming age and engaging in futuristic discourse. Their dreams were a major ingredient in the poetics of the revolution, lending it the needed sense of justness and dignity, the human dimension without which reality might be unbearable for all instead of only for the victims. Utopianism hovered like a religious aura over a land that was cutting its ties with the old faiths, a glowing myth in a landscape of darkness and struggle. But this is only part of the story. Those who took utopia down from the light blue skies of Russian fantasy into living experimentalism enriched the revolutionary process. They invented and contrived, tried and erred, innovated and lived their innovations in what they believed to be the central spirit of the revolution. They attempted to bring the theory alive in a physical setting. The merging of practical need with experimental striving in the revolutionary years is striking in its incidence and density. The practitioners viewed these experiments not as the impossible dream, the well-known quixotic leaning of the Russian intelligentsia, but as the only antidote to the impossible reality. The irony of their effort and their fate has brought sarcastic smiles and disapproving shrugs from commentators ever since. Yet what they deserve is empathic laughter, sympathetic tears, and an occasional burst of applause for their courageous, outlandish, and at the same time hard-headed view of reality and their determination to affirm what is best in the human condition. The German philosopher Ernst Bloch, the most brilliant and touching commentator on utopia in our century, called this whole tendency the principle of hope, without which man cannot remain sane and survive in a world beset by the madness of our times. 9. Party 1. The pinnacle of utopia may rise right up through the clouds, but the solace of its feet rests squarely on solid ground. P. Ensikolin, /Z Istorii Ruskiego Idealisma, V. F. Odoevsky, 1913. Utopian Mentalities. Soviet historians tend to conflate the history of utopianism with the history of socialism. It is not my intention to obey this convention because they are not the same thing, though the overlapping is frequent and very important. The history of Russian socialist thought, programs, and movements has been written many times. But not all of socialism was utopian. Nor was all utopianism socialist. Some of it was conservative, reactionary, Slavophile, monarchist, and Christian. It is not easy or even prudent to separate out utopian longing from programs, tactics, and behavior to which it is often attached. Within the same document or statement, one can discern alternating episodes of concrete political instructions and rosy pictures of a better world to come. But there is also a sense in which social daydreaming, the term used by the Russian intelligentsia to describe the yearning for a new order, springs from a different level of the consciousness than that which produces the program or manifesto. The Soviet historian V. F. Zakharina, in her study of populist revolutionary propaganda literature of the 1870s, correctly observed that this literature fell into two main categories: pictures of a future ideal society and programs. It is clear from reading the programs that they deal in a different order of perception from utopias. They are demands, appeals, intentions, manuals of strategy and tactics, plans and platforms, usually concerned with the taking of power and the use of that power to reorder the state and reshape the economy, and they are often mute on the subject of how people will live, work, think, feel, and interrelate in a future community. Programs tend to be tabular, static, flat, dry, and singularly unemotional. If emotion is in evidence, it is usually in the form of hatred or indignation. Programs and plans are of necessity too brief and schematic to offer lyrical descriptions of a coming life. Too utopian social daydreaming is something else. It is visionary in the extreme. The dreamer may be a peasant, an emperor, or a revolutionary socialist. The mechanism is the same, and it may be distinguished from the authorship of programs in two fundamental ways. Sleeping dreams, reveries, daydreams, fantasies, and imagination all detach the dreamer from the immediate environment. But the mode varies. It can be formless reverie, fortuitous, unstructured, free associational, and passive. Or it may be what Chalander Allen called constructive imagination, which uses intellectual selic. 14. Control, and classification in order to create some new form for the expression of the ideas of the man-thing. 3. If this creation is focused on the self, it becomes artistic or scientific creativity. If on the outer world, then it can take the form of utopia or social fantasy. The paradox and the power of social daydreaming is that, though it springs from leisure and fantasy, it leaps to concrete details in its construction of another world. Utopian dreamers wish to describe how the new society looks, lives, and works. Another difference between the dream and the program is that the former is analogous to a game. Just as chess is an abstraction of battle, utopia is an abstraction of life or society, a game between virtues and vices. The utopian begins with an ideal person and then constructs an ecology, an environment, and institutions as a game board for the optimal development, winning at life, of this person. In the words of Michael Holquist, the utopia, through scenario and detail, dramatizes and humanizes while the manifesto dictates and instructs. For the Renaissance scholar Henry Berger goes further: playground, laboratory, theater, battlefield, and ideal society are linked together psychologically as times or places created or cleared in order to withdraw from the actual environment. 5. The element of play and even of aesthetic enjoyment is strong in certain kinds of utopia building, particularly by those already in power. This is not the leisured and lazy play of the land of Cochin where all is provided and work is abolished, but the play-like manipulation and regulation of other human beings. Utopianism in the last 2 centuries of the Russian Empire was extraordinarily rich and variegated, expressing itself in literature, political thought, religious fantasy and practice, revolutionary idealism, personal experimentation, mystical visions, legend and folk wisdom. 6. I shall focus on the themes and motifs of utopia that emerged from the 3 complex organisms of Russian society whose interaction forms the matrix of Russian history before the revolution: the people, the state, and the intelligentsia. By doing this I hope to show how the conflict of visions in the revolution was rooted in the diversity and power of social daydreaming in Russian history. There is no such thing as a utopian mentality per se. Mentalities, utopian or otherwise, spring from the social circumstances, culture, and behavior patterns of a given group in the population. There certainly was no single peasant mentality either, but several modes of thought can be identified as peasant, folk, or popular utopia. The peasant village was a world, a system of action, an arena of play, and a unit of moral obligation. Inside the unit, equity, fairness, and charity were supposed to prevail. Equality referred to a clear belief that natural resources, water, woodlands, game, meadows, ought to be free for the use of all. Written law and programmatic notions of equality were unknown. When millenarian dreams captured the peasants, they called for brotherhood, leveling, an end to ranks, common property, and sharing. Modern students of peasant moral economy have found these dreams to be universal, based as they are upon similarity in the peasant condition as a class and as an occupation, and clouded by perpetual subordination and a precarious life. The picture must be balanced by the undeniable competitive and individualist, even ambitious aspects of peasant life, the rational peasant as one scholar calls him, often coexisting with the traditional or communal one inside the same person. 7. In the time of Russian serfdom, c. 1600 to 1861, peasant relations among themselves. 15. And with outsiders were complex. 8. Male peasants perceived themselves as equals, calling each other brother or orthodox one. Towards their families they behaved like bosses. To outsiders, they were suspicious; to guests, polite, hospitable, and cautious; to lords, deferential, dignified, even warm, this pattern giving way to ferocious anger and violence in time of stress. Collective responsibility was partly imposed upon them by authorities and partly a mechanism of survival and gain, as in forcing entire villages into the looting process. In a large percentage of peasant villages, periodic redistribution of the arable strips of land was employed in order to maintain a rough correspondence between holdings and family size. Wandering peasants brought some of their customs with them, such as itinerant teams of workers who pooled their labor and their wages. The traditional peasant outlook was rooted in a religious culture, was devoid of Western rationalism, as opposed to simple logic and economic reason, was alien to geometric forms and elegant symmetries, and suspicious of growth per se and of central authorities except for the person of the Tsar. Until the emancipation of the serfs in 1861, peasants seem to have been indifferent or hostile to big cities as well. An outstanding student of the Russian peasant mentality has observed that Russian peasants were dreamers and also full of practical wisdom. 9. The long Russian winters and deep rural isolation helped to shape their dreams. Some of them were utopians, creating worlds of great color and richness, the shapes and hues perhaps derived from those of their ever-present religious ceremony. These dream worlds were full of pravda and valya, terms that were transformed by the Russian intelligentsia, first by the populists into land and liberty, and then by the Marxists into socialism and democracy. To a peasant, pravda did mean land and socialism in a way; it connoted straightness, justice, truth, and right. Truth had to be just; if not, it was a lie. This explains much of the skepticism of the peasant toward the truth-tellers from the capital-bearing laws. Peasant utopia was a land full of truth, that is, justice and fairness. In social terms, this meant land to the tiller, the sacredness of labor, and the virtue of fraternity. Its antipode was crookedness, falsity, and alien force. Utopia meant the supplanting of Krivda with Pravda. Volya meant freedom and democracy in a way, also. Not abstract liberty under law and laissez-faire, and not parliamentary rule. The freedom implied by Volya meant escape from the oppressive state, flight if needed, withdrawal from under the yoke of manor lord and policeman. The bulk of the Russian peasantry rarely voiced or displayed utopian dreams. When they did, myth prevailed over evidence, as in the legends of a just land and of a just Tsar. Maxim Gorky gave literary expression to the former in Luca's monologue From the Lower Depths, 1902. A peasant who believed in a just land asked an intellectual to show it to him on his maps and charts. He refused to believe the empirical truth that it was not to be found there. This was 4 years after the last known expedition in search of one of these legendary lands, Belovod, the kingdom of the White Waters, when 3 Cossacks of the Urals set sail from Odessa to Asia and Siberia and back again, declaring on their return that it did not exist. The first printed account of this legend appeared in 1807. In the 1830s and 1840s, large migrations were mounted to find it. It was said to be located across the water, perhaps in Japan, and to be inhabited by Russian old believers who had been persecuted in the 17th century for their schismatic religious beliefs. In Belovod, spiritual life reigned supreme, all went barefoot and shared the fruits of the land, which was devoid of oppressive rules, crime, and war. Originating among the sect known as the Wanderers, it was taken up by others. A dozen or so variants appeared in the 19th century, according to 16 From Dreaming to Awakening. The foremost student of the phenomenon, but none appeared after 1900. Similar Arcadias of popular and religious fantasy were the city of Ignat, the land of the river Daria, Nutland, and Kaite, the town beneath the lake. 10. The dream of a just Tsar was the belief in the imminent appearance of a deliverer, although some versions of the White Waters also told of a white Tsar who ruled there justly and who would someday liberate all of Russia in the same way. The Tsar deliverer, in this vision, would give Pravda and Volya to the people whom he loved. The image flourished in the 16th and 17th centuries and was even applied to Ivan the Terrible. False Tsars appeared again and again in the 17th and 18th centuries at the head of popular rebellions promising freedom and justice. In the 19th century, golden charters with forged signatures of the Tsar appeared, freeing the peasants and granting them all the land, including the lords. One such charter, issued in Kharkov province by peasant pretenders in 1861, gives some notion of the peasant attitudes to work, idleness, and privilege. The lords, like devils, were relegated to meager swampy land but were also welcome to sow and to reap by their own labor as did the toiling peasants. 12. It was an anticipation of the leveling process that was applied to the upper classes during the revolution. The peasant utopias did not envision a Khakan paradise where no one had to work, rather, all would work and enjoy the fruits thereof. 13. The lushest environment for popular utopia before the revolution was among the old believers and the sectarians. The former had broken violently with the Orthodox Church in the 17th century over seemingly trivial but psychologically and culturally important issues of ritual reform. Known as Raskolniki or schismatics, they were ruthlessly persecuted by the Patriarch Nikon and his successors and by the Muscovite authorities. The old believers clung tenaciously to their ancient practices and expressed their separation from the official world of Muscovy and Imperial Russia in flight, collective migration to the fringes of the state, mass suicide by fire, rebellion, and religious communities. The most famous of these communities, that of Vyg in the furthest reaches of northern Russia, lasted from the 1690s to the 1850s and has been called the theocratic utopia of 14. Its central ideology was sober, that sense of harmonious spiritual community so beloved by the Slavophiles in the 19th century. It was anti-Western, anti-militarist, and anti-expansionist. It provided communal ownership of property, collective labor, and mutual aid in a religious surrounding, far from the center of state power. With its arable lands held and tilled in common, a monastic communism that embraced a network of federated communities, it was a miniature socialist state based upon a collective economy, 15 with about 1,000 members at its peak. It was also hierarchical and regimented. Discipline, obedience, loyalty, and chastity were required, though the last did not always hold up. Males held all positions of authority, and the elected chief of the community lived in a cell larger than the others. At various moments in its history, although it engaged in regular economic life and commerce with the outside world and enjoyed the protection of the state, the VYG community outlawed money, passports, and even sidewalks. See Fig I. 16. The sectarians, Tukabors, Molokanes, Wanderers, and their offshoots arose in the wake of the Old Believers and displayed even greater radicalism and a deeper utopianism. Their experiments, shorter-lived and invariably repressed by the government, took the form of written documents such as the Tolling of the Bells, /794, and the New World and its Law, the 1820s, and communal religious sects such as Common Hope. 17. Mid-19th century, United Brotherhood, 1850s, Love of Brotherhood, 1850s, and the Right-Handed Brotherhood, 1840s. These and similar groups may have attracted thousands of followers in the 19th century, and they were joined by individual prophets and preachers who saw the outlines of a perfect community. 17. These experiments varied greatly over time and space, but most of them taught or practiced common land ownership in a prosperous economy where everyone worked, social equality, one group even outlawing the words mother and father as excessively authoritarian. 18. And social relations bound together by religion rather than by oaths, laws, or law enforcers. In God's capital, there are no gendarmes or police, proclaimed the leader of the Right-Handed Brotherhood, a sect that flourished in the Urals. 19. Some of them lived tightly, residing and dining in the same building, and in some of them also there prevailed a rigid discipline and the regulation of sexual activity. There were also instances of abolishing saints' names for infants, the labeling of all children of the community as ours by adults, and abolition of deference even between adults and children, all of which were taught and practiced by some people during the Russian Revolution. 20. In the mid-19th century, government officials, commenting on the fraternal love and universal brotherhood and equality taught by the Tukabors, called their aspirations a kind of Platonic utopia and even compared the Molokan sect of Ma Popov to the Saint Simonians. 21. Both observations were erroneous. Though the religious utopians were often enamored of discipline, their community did not in other ways resemble the philosopher kingdom of Plato, and though they preached a quasi-socialist religion of love as did the Saint Simonians, their ethos, social background, and world outlook diverged sharply from those of the French utopian socialists of the 1830s who preached equality of the sexes, the liberation of labor, and global economic development. The Russian sectarian quest was not for a universal heaven so much as it was for a local haven which would allow for a Tsar and his family, but no other ranks or titles, an element of rationalism in some cases, and a serene world possessed of pravda and valya. In spite of occasional elements of universal messianism and a rhetoric of paradise on earth, the sectarian utopians wanted to withdraw rather than build and develop, were pastoral rather than urban, and religious rather than secular and Promethean. The most dramatic expression of popular utopianism broke forth in peasant and Cossack rebellions, such as those great upheavals of the 17th and 18th centuries of Bolotnikov, Razin, Bulavin, and Pugachov. They possessed certain persistent unities, the tendency of oppression and fear in time of crisis to generate myths of evil boyars and redeeming tsars who would restore a golden past, explosions of destructive violence against people, things, and places, temporary coalitions of the lower orders, peasants, townsmen, Cossacks, and ethnic minorities, and social banditry. 22. Stenka Razin became enshrined in legend among the peasantry for his boldness and magic cunning. Pugachov, to a greater extent, was the darling of the anarchist intelligentsia. Both were surrounded by admiring cults during the Russian Revolution and their ways were emulated by popular rebels of the Civil War. Pugachov, whose revolt was the largest in Russian history before 1905, desired a world free of nobles where each can enjoy tranquility and a peaceful life which will continue evermore. 23. In the words of Mark Reef, his ideal was a static, Simple society where a just ruler guaranteed the welfare of all within the framework of a universal obligation to the sovereign. 24. Peasant monarchism was present in most other utopian visions and rebel. 18. Lions in pre-evolutionary Russia. 25. The ultimate goals of popular rebellion were touched by what the founder of intelligentsia socialism, Alexander Herzen, called the moonlight of fantasy, which he, typically, contrasted with the sunlight of reason. The utopianism of rebellion ushered in novel modes of behavior that would surface again and again in the coming revolutions of the 20th century. One was the presence of revolutionary heroes, idealized like Robin Hood for their punishment of the rich and distribution to the poor, and immortalized like Christ after their execution. The second was a certain concretizing of goals by means of symbols and images. Rise, rise, O red sun / and warm us poor people, a motif borrowed from religious imagery, was used in popular songs to summon Baxtenka and call up a new dawn. 26. In one minor revolt of 1861, a red flag was carried around the village on a cart. 27. Iconoclasm and vandalism frequently broke loose. Prisons and towns were reduced to ashes. In manor houses, peasants destroyed glass panes, windows, and mantel pieces, symbols of things new and foreign. 28. Symbolic retribution, an ancient form of punishment, was given an anti-modern and anti-intellectual twist when Pugachev had a German St. Petersburg astronomer lifted on pikes to get him closer to the heavens. 29. And peasants in the riots of the post-emancipation period talked of Valya as if it were a material thing wrapped in paper or hidden in a box. Thus utopian visions and popular dreams of community came to be associated during times of violence with a peculiar kind of behavior that is familiar from millenarian movements of medieval and early modern Europe and from the great European revolutions of the 17th and 18th centuries: egalitarianism, leveling, anti-urbanism, iconoclasm, symbol building, and the construction of new values. 30. In his treatment of the Bizdna revolt and massacre of 1861, Klibanov devotes some moving and vivid pages to the funeral panegyric paid to the martyrs by the democratic publicist and radical ethnologist, Afanasiy Shapov. 31. It was one of the first visible links between the aspirations of popular revolt and the radical sensibility of the intelligentsia in Russia, made the more vivid in being perhaps the first public revolutionary funeral in Russian history, giving birth to the well-known revolutionary funeral march, You Fell Victim. What happened to these myths, practices, visions, and sensibilities in the dynamic half-century between the emancipation of 1861 and the revolution of 1917? Many forces combined to erode them: the rising flow of peasants into the big cities and factory towns in search of employment, the consequent construction of a Russian proletariat, the demographic upsurge in the countryside which pushed people off the land, the growth of literacy, schooling, and the emergence of a huge body of popular reading materials that projected and reflected modern values of national belonging, social mobility, ambition, success, adventure, travel, and a fondness for science over superstition. 32. To this must be added the agrarian reforms of Prime Minister Peter Stolypin in the last years of the empire, which promoted and, in a limited sphere, effected the breakup of the old peasant mir and its mechanism of compensatory redistribution. It is all the more extraordinary that all the peasant ways and visions outlined above erupted and fought their way into politics in the middle of the revolutionary cyclone. The peculiarities of that revolution dredged to the surface all kinds of pre-modern and anti-modern fears and longings among the rural population, re-rurally/ing in a sense its outlook, and even repeasantizing some of the proletariat of the collapsing cities. Peasants of the 1870s failed to respond to the socialist utopias of the populist intelligentsia; those of the 1900s similarly failed to rise up to, or even understand, concrete. 19. Marxist visions of the future outlined to them by radical workers. Russian peasants were not socialists in any European or intellectual sense, nor were they conservative in the sense attributed to them by the ruling elite. They were peasants. Their dreams and aspirations, however cloudy the formulation, of land and freedom and order, their own order, resurfaced in 1905 with great force. In 1917 the peasants swept away an ancient social system and then stood puzzled and angry at the looming menace of a new order not of their making. The traditions of peasant utopia were based upon deep popular aspirations. 33 How they behaved during the Russian Revolution and what they wanted to create and sustain, before their civilization was destroyed by Stalin's collectivization, is a clear demonstration that the image of Pravda, Volya, and self-rule shone far brighter in the vastness of the Russian skies than the red star of Bolshevism, or any other political idea. Administrative utopia, parade, facade, colony. Administrative utopia is a peculiar kind of dreaming by those holding power. In it, the few arrange the lives of others not necessarily to bring them happiness but to organize them for production, factory, for combat, army, or for detention, prison. The resulting institutions are based upon hierarchy, discipline, regimentation, strict order, rational planning, a geometrical environment, the production line, the cantonment, the cell block, and a form of welfarism. Certain kinds of utopias, often called by the insulting term barracks communism, have been attacked for being modeled on those institutions. But the institutions themselves contain a large element of utopia, a desired order, an extreme rationalism, an outlet for the constructive imagination of organizers who wish to build environments and move or control people like men on a chessboard. The militarization of the body, as analyzed by Michel Foucault, was designed to abolish a peasant and create a soldier. The body was the object and the target of power, it was trained and shaped to obey like a machine. Another expression of the Enlightenment's love for rational control through discipline and order was symbolized by Jeremy Bentham's model prison, the panopticon, built to atomize, control, and surveil. It was not just a bizarre little utopia but a central metaphor for what Foucault calls the technology of subjection or the massive projection of military methods into production, penology, and other walks of life. 34 Administrative utopia in Russia was conceived as a rational light beamed into the perceived darkness of the barbarous village world. In all its expressions, beautiful autocracy and well-ordered police state, the militarization of estates, the paradomania of the Gatchina emperors, panegyric ritual, utopian town planning, and the fanciful hope of regimentalizing all of Russia, the aim and the mode were alien to the deepest dreams of peasant utopianism. That aim was to bestow order and welfare upon an unwilling population, to dress them, schedule them, dragoon them, use them, and sometimes even to refit them into human toys for the enlightened amusement of the toymakers. The mode was military order and discipline, Western reason, geometric shapes and lines to contain and channel people, all in the context of an elaborate and graphic hierarchy of rank, privilege, appearance, and personal style. In the 18th century, reason, embodied in the city and the regiment, was proceeding into the green garden of Russia, its wilderness and pasture, its forests and steppes, in much the same way that it was proceeding on the western reaches of the European continent. But in Russia the 20 currents of administrative utopia were marked by a sincerity and a harshness, a utopian arrogance that was rooted in ambivalence about national identity, and by the knowledge that in Russia the soil, the human material, and the popular spirit were much more psychologically resistant to the charms of Euclid, Martinet, and Plato than were their European counterparts, and at the same time less able to resist physically. The immediate model for all this in 18th century Russia was the Prussian state. The discipline of the army gives birth to all discipline, said Max Weber. 35 So believed the Prussian military autocrats of the 18th century. Their little state was called at various times an army with a country and an armed camp. The army was said to stand above the state and was also its soul. 36 It has also been called the gigantic penal institution. 37 Under a remarkable series of energetic electors and kings, particularly Frederick William I, 1713–40, the drill master, Prussia promoted the militarization of society. They built a powerful state in a collectivist Prussia. 38 In the words of a modern student, where Disziplinierung was applied to productivity as well as to war. 39 Government and military were intermixed in personnel and ethos, both subjected to minute rules of discipline, conformity, efficiency, punctuality, and rigid codes of behavior. The economy was partially militarized, soldiers being assigned to farming and factories run by the state. Even the environment was regimented when possible, streets were straightened in the towns, new roads were laid out in ruler straight lines, town buildings and traffic were planned and regulated from the center in line with the symmetry and harmony of a rationalist age. An attempt was made to cleanse society of messy elements, beggars, vagrants, gypsies, and to reduce the number of wasteful festivals. All this was done out of a deep impulse to turn Prussian society into, in the words of Hans Rosenberg, a huge human automaton. 40. The attempt to apply Prussian forms of the militarization of society to the vastness, emptiness, and weakness of the Russian land produced not only tension and conflict but also utopian visions. At the onset of the imperial period of Russian history, we find Peter the Great employing rationally constructivist policies to his empire: minute ordering of space, documents, procedures, impersonal and formal bureaucracy, scientific separation of administration from subjects through the physical arrangement of offices, the fixing of the population into full serfdom and the movement of that population for construction and war. 41 Peter the Great, 1682 to 1725, introduced Western-style military ritual at about the same time as he imported geometry. Prussian dressage formation, parade, drill came to adorn the squares of the capitals and later the new towns. 42 In the middle of the 18th century, it was taken back into the villages and estates by noble former officers released from service. The militarization of estates was a vivid example of administrative utopia at the local level. The world of Western rationalism and military symmetry which the gentry servitors lately abandoned was now recreated in miniature. Serfs were organized into military units with timetables, schedules, and planning, accompanied by the flourish of the trumpet and the beat of the drum. Servants were sometimes fitted out in uniform and paraded for the amusement of the landowner and his guests. The theatrical and play-like quality of military command and the graphic shaping of people into squares were here fully on display. For the officer who practiced this custom, it was less a sense of responsibility and awe which he felt than joy and satisfaction that he could now shape the destinies of men according to general, modern principles in the aesthetically pleasing way of rational orderliness and uniformity. 43. Paradomania, a quality ascribed to the Emperor Alexander I, was endemic among 21. Russian Tsars in the later 18th and early 19th century. The Gatchina school of rulers took its name from Tsar Paul's estate near St. Petersburg, where a Prussian-style cantonment was laid out with parade grounds, barracks, sentries all alive with a continuous round of dressage and changing of the guards. Gatchina was the perfect world where Paul, 1796 to 1801, rejected and superfluous in the long years before ascending the throne, could regiment the lives of peasants, release his locked-up energy in the tyranny of drill, and create a model welfare state complete with the best hospitals, schools, and buildings. 44 His son, Alexander I, 1801-25, possessed a passion for order, efficiency, and minute regulations as well as a passion for military trivia, especially the rituals of parade. And Alexander's brother Nicholas I, 1825-55, took this passion to the extreme. In the words of a recent biographer, he was addicted to ceremonial parades. The fixation of Nicholas on things military has often been interpreted as martial paranoia or playing at defense. But it was more than that. Nicholas merged the paternal and the military patterns of organizing society in Russia and introduced military principles into the state, with unit designations, commanders, uniforms, and codes. In fact, as an observant contemporary remarked, Nicholas really saw his task as disciplining the country. 45. The Marquis de Custine, for all his gross exaggeration and hysterical Russophobia, was able to perceive Russia in 1839 as an empire of military maneuvers where everything was regulated as in a barracks or camp. Russian life he saw as a masterpiece of military mechanics and the lowly Russian as a member of a machine, functioning according to a will which is not his own, living as much as the movement of a clock. 46. If military order was the substance of administrative utopia, spatial symmetry and panegyric facade was its form. The early modern town in Russia was a bastion of static order and control rather than a symbol and base of transformation. 47. The new capital, St. Petersburg, reflected imperial grandeur and monumentality, and the new towns were expected to do the same. 18th century Russian town planning reveals an extraordinarily detailed and uniform design for all new cities of the empire: radial, rectilinear, or fan-like layouts, grids of straight thoroughfares, to be twice as broad as the height of the tallest buildings, regularly placed squares and plazas, with a central square for military parades, a main avenue, and the administration building at the center, a unified architectural style, and rigidly segregated zones of residence, as well as graphically differentiated structures, according to social class, in size, height, material, and facade design. Under Alexander I, especially in the fear-ridden decade of 1810-20, the Scottish architect William Hastie and his Russian colleagues designed model facades to be used in town and home construction all over the empire. Grid layouts were even decreed for villages in the 18th and 19th centuries, though not universally enforced. 48. Custine called St. Petersburg a camp of stone and the general staff of an army, riot the capital of a nation. The Russia that he visited reminded him of Prussia under Frederick William I. The square and the chalk line, he observed, accord so well with the point of view of absolute sovereigns that right angles become one of the attributes of a despotic architecture. 49. From the time of Peter the Great through the 18th century at least, a tradition of panegyric utopia flourished in court ritual and ceremonies, creating an iconography of happiness, prosperity, security, order, virtue, harmony, and calm. 50. Such iconography was an essential element of administrative utopia. The new towns themselves were icons of the imperial order, some planners of St. Petersburg even proposed. 22. Model facades in the capital, allowing the owners to build anything they wanted to behind them. 51. The famous dream of Prince Gregory Potemkin to colonize newly conquered lands in the south and to adorn them ex nihilo with a network of new and magnificent towns was a perfect example of the rationalism inherent in administrative utopia. The notion of social and environmental transformation by administrative means captivated him, and he longed to modernize and rationalize the anarchic world around him by planning and mobilization in the literal sense of that word, to move people around. Kherson, Nikolov, Taganrog, Mariupol and other towns sprang up under his command on the broad southern steppe and on the coast of the Black Sea. Ekaterinoslav, the ultimate panegyric city, was designed as the Athens of the Ukraine, a monumental ode to his empress, Catherine the Great. And he achieved it by the use of serfs, drafted artisans, and all manner of enrolled labor. 52. Historians have cast some doubt upon the accepted legend of Potemkin villages, whole communities and structures raised overnight to delight the eyes of Catherine and her entourage as she sailed down the Dnieper River in 1787, but there is no doubt that the miniature utopia on the banks of the river was an outgrowth of the larger production design of Potemkin's utopian dream. His preparations and the voyage of the imperial suite combined all the elements of panegyric utopia, as Catherine's spectacular festivities on shipboard replicated the iconography of happiness. The ship itself floated serenely past artificially built villages, symmetrical towns, and to complete the vignette with a graphic summary of obedience, a military parade along the shore. 53. Panegyric utopia, the geometrization of space, rationalism, and the military ethos of order and obedience were fused in the early 19th century in the military colonies. The man who helped create them was Alexei Arakcheev, a prominent civil and military servant of Paul and Alexander I. Under Paul he served as commandant of the city of St. Petersburg. His passion for detail, order, and smartness led him to clean up the streets and squares of the capital, and his weakness for facades allowed him to store the refuse and filth in the courtyards and side streets. He modeled his estate at Gruzino after Paul's Gatchina, thus in the manner of a Prussian camp. Rows of identical pink two-family houses stood on each side of the straight paved streets. Showplaces were erected near the approaching roads, and the tiny military city was adorned with 12 monuments, and with towers, lookouts, turrets, flags, and an Athenian acropolis on a rise, see Fig. 2. Arakchev soldier peasants were put into uniform, subjected to a rigid day-long routine of drill and work details, given minute instructions on the upkeep of streets and buildings, and cared for by welfare services. Punishment books were maintained for all inhabitants. 54 On visiting Gruzino, Tsar Alexander I became enamored of the order which prevails everywhere, the cleanliness, the symmetry and elegance. He was converted by the outward appearance of Gruzino, just as his brother Nicholas was later converted to the colonies by their neatness. His vision of a network of Gruzinos across Russia grew into the huge project of military colonies, combining field work with army service under a military regimen. They began to appear before the 1812 campaign, reached their peak in the early 1820s with about 750,000 men, women, and children, and were gradually dissolved in the reign of Nicholas because of disorders, corruption, and general unpopularity. 55 A glimpse of life inside these colonies illustrates vividly their utopian character and their immense debt to a Prussian model that was ill-suited to the social infrastructure of Russia. Isolated and immune from the rest of Russia, they were an artificial state within. 23. A state where farming alternated with drilling and meaningless tasks. The population was formed into 5 separate classes of settlers ruled by military officers. All the houses and buildings were designed according to a master plan hatched in the War Ministry by imperial architects and were symmetrically arranged. Poverty in the familiar sense was eliminated by free housing, healthcare, and schools, although no one was permitted to own any real property. Loose elements were eliminated and the entire community was subjected to collective responsibility. It was as artificial and unrealistic as the communities dreamed of by Cabet, Fourier, and Owen, but imposed from above upon an unwilling and uncomprehending population of peasants whose own dream of the good society was precisely to be left alone. Furthermore, this planned, rational society of clocks and schedules, aside from violating the ethos of country folk, failed ultimately even in its stated purpose because of the rampant inefficiency, the resistance to regimentation that flashed into violent revolt, the corruption, and the bungling administration. 56. The dream of an administrative utopia, military in spirit and symmetrical in shape, was a central motif in the history of early imperial Russia. It achieved its fullest force under Alexander I. In the reign of Nicholas I, what was left of the dream was part of a broader scheme of autocracy. 57 In subsequent reigns, however rigid, the dream began to fade. Alexander II, 1855–81, blasted huge holes in the smooth facade of administrative utopia by emancipating the serfs and promoting the reforms of local government, especially that would preclude the drum and bugle society of Gatchina. Alexander III, the last of the consistently strong-minded autocrats, launched a counter-reform after the assassination of his father, but also set in motion a rapid program of industrialization which added industrial cities to the symmetrical garrison towns. And the last of the Romanovs, Nicholas II, while preserving the ceremonial pomp of St. Petersburg, personally nourished an earlier Christian Muscovite society as his model. 58 Administrative utopia. Like popular utopia, springs from specific social and psychological bases. During the period in question, rulers were particularly self-conscious about their almost unlimited personal power to transform and were unusually amenable to borrowing easily assumed models and categories of administrative rule. Their sense of power was in fact shaped by a formalistic fetish. They perceived their realm as exceptionally poor and weak and difficult to govern, composed overwhelmingly of illiterate serfs and state peasants. Their vague fear of Europe may have been joined by a sense of insecurity about their thrones in an age dotted with coups and putsches. The Russian tradition of drastic change from above ran deep and it fed the arrogance of administrative utopia. In so-called backward societies, where firmly established communities of political and economic interest are weak or non-existent. Utopian vision is an etherealized form of politics where there is no other political life. It is symptomatic of the appeal of this kind of politics that Tsar Alexander I chose the visual text of Arakchev's estate for his model of Russia over the sober and very verbal state reform project of Sperinsky. Administrative utopia declined in the late 19th century with the desimplification of Russian society and the rise of political and economic life. But the dream of a state power refashioning the land and the people was too alluring to die, and it appealed even to the most radical socialist dreamers who hated the Tsarist state and whose ultimate vision was a stateless society. The allure was magnified in the revolution by the reappearance of those things that had given it shape earlier: fear and insecurity, deep anxiety about how to create order and efficiency, the desire to provide the people with 24. Justice and food, and the lack of trust in the masses to create their own forms of rule and ways of life consonant with state survival. Mentalities, moods, visions, and dreams are not permanent states of mind or feeling. They may pass and then resurge with renewed strength not only from one generation to another, but within the same generation. Utopianism, popular and administrative, was activated by peculiar events or circumstances. Both forms expressed yearnings that declined in the late 19th century. Elements of popular utopia captured peasants again in 1905-6 and in the Revolution of 1917, but some of these elements also passed into the mental makeup of the socialist intelligentsia, which kept them alive in a continuous literary and conversational discourse, what we now call the Russian radical tradition. In the same manner, elements of administrative utopia captured the thinking of certain radicals even before they came into power, mingling with socialist ideology and adopted popular aspirations, and accounting for the utter complexity and richness of revolutionary behavior and thinking in the first decade of Soviet power. Populism, vision and counterculture. The Russian intelligentsia of the 19th century was almost by definition utopian in its cast of mind. European social utopianism of the Romantic Age escaped into a golden past or a rosy future. In Russia, these trends became absolutized by the social emptiness of Russia, which seemed to offer good soil for reworking. Russia, seen by many to be youthful, could still be shaped. The rigid social structure of Russia and the alienation felt by educated elites who loved not the state and knew not the people fed dreams of reintegration and community. For the Slavophiles, this meant peering backward into the mists of Slavic tradition. For the left intelligentsia, it meant looking outward to the land and forward to progress and socialism. Intelligentsia daydreams differed from those of peasants, sectarians, or the Gatchina emperors. They were beset neither by physical labor and worry about survival nor by the responsibilities of empire. But their lack of a meaningful function, their over-education, and their feeling of superfluousness led to loneliness and social daydreaming of a maximalist variety. It was precisely the psychology of maximalism and the emotional drive to escape the odious reality of their Russia that prompted so many among the intelligentsia to organize and respond to dreams of a perfect society, warm-hearted visions of a lovely land, denuded of the oppressive state, graced by justice and prosperity. The anti-capitalist mentality that gripped a large segment of the intelligentsia in the formative years nourished a dream of rural life, with technology, industry, and cities relegated at best to the margins of their dream worlds. Written utopias, novels and stories flourished in Russian letters for about a century, from A.D. Sumarokov's The Dream, A Happy Society, 1759, to V.A. Sologub's Tarantas, 1848. They were almost all conservative in the widest sense of that term, non-radical, panegyric exaltations of official Russia, Slavophile dreams, or apolitical moral diatribes, sometimes idyllic and sometimes laced with the harshness of administration utopia. Preponderantly anti-modern, anti-European, and anti-urban, the nationalist and paternalist genre contained doses of rationalism and technological fantasy. M. Shcherbatov's Journey to the Land of Ophir, 1784, and V. F. Odoevsky's The Year 4338, 1838, are the best known, but perhaps the most typical was Tarantas, the last of them. A Slavophile utopia, Sologub's dreamland is abundant, enlightened, harmony. 25. Us, and strong. This condition has been achieved not by westernization, but by a return to Slavic values of mutual, but unequal, obligations, hierarchy, orthodox brotherhood, family life, and national culture. The cities are now bright and clean, but adorned with ancient Russian motifs, gold domes, and bells. Peasants are still peasants, to be sure, but they live in small brick and iron cabins in symmetrically circular villages, so designed to save labor in reaching the fields. 59. With the Decembrists, a movement of liberal and radical officers who rose up against the Tsar in 1825 only to be crushed, we see a shift to more distinctly rational and Western outlines of the future. But the mix remained a blend of popular tradition, filtered by the elite, administrative urges, and imported thought. The Decembrists were a varied lot, though socially and culturally homogeneous. Like all emerging subgroups in Russian history, they created a personal style flourishes of defiance, abrupt speech, serious demeanor, heroic and undeferential manners, all interpreted by Yuri Lotman as a kind of living literary text or chain of gestures. Their visions tended to the unsentimental and businesslike. Colonel Paul Pestel, leader of the more radical Southern society, owed much to his military background. He aspired to reduce the cities, move the capital, and rename it, and unify certain nationalities in the empire. A critic in 1909 wrote that to Pestel, tribes, peoples, finally the entire mass of citizens were imagined as a deck of cards which he shuffled and laid out according to his own judgment. 60. The movement produced one written utopia, A Dream, 1819, by A. D. Ulybyshev, describing Petersburg and a new Russia in the year 2119. The Tsars are gone, as are their portraits and monuments, replaced by a state assembly meeting in the Mikhailovsky Castle and a collection of elders who alternate public service with officiation at public rituals. The double-headed eagle symbol of the autocracy has been decapitated and replaced by the Phoenix of Peace, fanatical religion, by a kind of cult of the Supreme Being, obviously inspired by Robespierre, churches, by monumental civic temples and museums, the army, by a popular militia. Ulybyshev best rides the dilemma of westernization by restoring Russian national costume, Russian pride, and Russian consciousness in his land of democracy, legality, charity, property, and even emancipated women. 61 of the many schools of European utopian socialist thought that filtered into Russia in the next generation, Fourierism surely made the most lasting impression. It is precisely the spectacular pathos and the grandeur of the vision in Fourier that so appealed to the Russian radical intelligentsia. The utopia of Fourier, communal life in phalansteries of about 1,600 people, see Fig. 3, communal meals, work, and play on a globe transformed, certainly linked up with latent notions of community in peasant Russia and with upper-class pangs of shame at the backwardness that was so visible at mid-century. But the release of passion and the emancipation of personality equally prominent in Fourier accounted for the emotional attachment to a doctrine outwardly so remote from Russian conditions. The Petrashevsky Circle, 1845-49, were among the first teachers and pupils of Fourierism in Russia and the first intellectuals to live in urban communes. The leader, Mikhail Butashevich Petrashevsky, combined a practical bent with outlandish visions. He is said to have built a phalanstery upon his own small estate, a pitiful collection of small buildings on swampy earth at the forest edge, with 40 serfs as his experimental subjects. He had them erect a common house with a communal kitchen and rooms for winter work. They burned it down. Nikolai Danilovsky, later prophet of Panslavism, envisioned a unified world of RO. 26. Tational labor, higher payment for useful work than for pleasant work, global competitions, and vast worldwide entertainments. V. D. Aksharumov combined the main elements of the vision in his impassioned speech at the commemoration of Fourier's birthday in 1849. Describing the horrors of the Russian capital disease, poverty, vice, crowds, dirty and repetitive labor, urban blight. He announced that we celebrate the future remission of humankind. His hope was to destroy the capital, the towns, to make new buildings out of their building material, to end this life of torment, poverty, squalor, and shame, to make way for one of wealth, luxury, and joy, and to cover the earth with palaces and fruits, adorned with flowers. 62 Nicholas Chernyshevsky's What is to be Done? Is the most important radical novel in 19th century literature. Its author, the son of a priest, a journalist, critic, and revolutionary publicist, was the chief martyr of the revolutionary tradition and a moral leader of the generation of the 1860s and beyond. What is to be done? 1863, was composed in prison before he was shipped off to an exile which lasted most of his life. It deals with the expressive realm of human life, the spiritual, associational, aesthetic, ethical, erotic, and recreational life of the here and now and of the future. It was utopian in two ways: an explicit vision of a future society and a handbook for new people who would build and perhaps inhabit it. These two sides of the novel were combined in Vera Pavlovna, the central character whose fourth dream was the utopian fantasy and whose character was the model of a utopian personality, the starting point for any remodeling of humanity. Chernyshevsky's social picture of the future is a community of people, without city, state, or central power, living a round of work, leisure, love, equality, and shared lives. 63 The immediate environment is a glass palace, enclosing a communal building, with a winter garden, private rooms, and rooms for communal dining and social intercourse. Field work is assisted by machines beneath a wondrous canopy that shields the communitarians from sun and rain. Joy, song, and the sweat of honest toil punctuate the round of life. In design it recalls at once its original inspirer, Charles Fourier, but it was also a utopian metaphor for all of Russian populism, which preached a moral community, vaguely stateless in political form, localized in activity, mutual in human relations, and religious in spirit, the natural socialist religion of the common people. In this lay its power to illuminate and to inspire generations of radicals. Chernyshevsky's northern commune near the center of Russia does not depend on futurist technology for its eternal happiness. The palace of glass and steel, so hated by Dostoevsky, the light metallic furniture, the farm machinery, and the canopy are clearly marginal adornments to the central vision, which is pastoral. No cities or factories are mentioned or projected. Nature is exalted in graphic terms, and the verdure, the fields, the meadows, the mountains, and the forests are a source of joy and human renewal. Except for domestic chores, performed by children and old folks, all work is done outdoors. Minimum technology, material prosperity, and sanitation, the glass motif representing both cleanliness and enlightenment, 64 were acceptable to a science-worshipping generation of radicals and nihilists. But the dynamic city as such held no charm. Collective labor and communal life were the concrete modes of organizing behavior. The cooperative artel of Vera Pavlovna, a device for mutual aid and profit-sharing in a semi-socialist environment, was modeled on the peasant artel and the student mutual aid groups of the time. The heroine organized the sewing artels into a residential commune where everything was pooled and where the learned uplifted the ignorant by read. 27. To them. The novel culminated in Vera's luminous communitarian dream where everything is arranged to perfection. The environment is secure, clean, and free of outer interference. The communards labor hard in the morning to prepare themselves for leisure. The memory of danger and hardship is expunged. Curtains provide privacy, carpets deaden the sounds of play. 100-piece orchestra and a huge chorus provide amusement and dance for playful balls and nightly entertainments. The cycle of work, merriment, love, and rest taken right out of Fourier are all accomplished in an aura of what the author calls polnaya volya, complete freedom, free freedom for all. Crucial to the formation of the radical personality, and partly conditioned by such personalities already at large, was Chernyshevsky's appeal for what writers now call prefigurative behavior, a social ethos and sensibility that would enable the human race to move from the corrupt world of today to the better world of tomorrow. 65. Then say to all, he wrote, this is what will come to pass in the future, a radiant and beautiful future. Have love for it, strive toward it, work on behalf of it, bring it ever nearer, bear what you can from it into your present life. The more you can carry from that future into your present life, the more your life will be radiant and good, the richer it will be in happiness and pleasure. Anatoly Lunacharsky, the first Bolshevik Commissar of Enlightenment, read this passage from the novel engraved on the walls of the Bolshoi Theater in Moscow in 1928, an agonizing moment in the chronicle of revolutionary morality. He voiced a plaintive wish that the words be a guidebook again for his generation. 66. Chernyshevsky, in urging via the powerful idiom of political fiction that Russian youth adopt a deliberate pattern of life including health, work, sensitivity, and a thirst for merriment as well as serious struggle for a better future, established the critical link between utopian dreams and utopian behavior. The religious tone and the moral emphasis, taken together with the golden picture of the future, explains the spontaneous warmth and reverence with which it was received. The substance of Chernyshevsky's guidebook on the road to utopia is to be found in its main characters and situations as well as in the dreamy fantasies of Vera Pavlovna. Iconoclasm was one element, a refusal to bow to idols of the establishment, social rank, masculine gender, family authority, organized religion, and, by implication, political and social despotism. In this, of course, Chernyshevsky was merely voicing the ethos of a whole generation, already exhibiting its disrespect for the old in what is commonly called nihilism. Chernyshevsky's undisguised moral code taught mutual respect, the emancipation of women, frankness and honesty, to the point of rudeness if need be, the study of useful subjects, systematic, not charitable, rescue of the poor by means of cooperatives, social reorganization, and equality in every corner of life. During the Bolshevik revolutionary epoch, hardly a phase of utopianism and experiment in society was entered without a nod to Chernyshevsky, to Vera Pavlovna, to her glittering dreams. The novel was cited and quoted again and again. Science fiction novels, city planners, and people living in communes invoked or emulated what is to be done. Marxism and the urban vision of the early 1900s replaced populism and the pastorale of the 1860s. But the shimmering specter of the northern commune and the lifestyles of Vera and her friends never lost their luster, their emotional impact, the appeal of their very Russian creator. 67. Populist utopia of the 19th century was a product not of peasants and religious. 28. Prophets, not of colonels and town planners but of members of the intelligentsia. Their motivations were complex, mixing personal ambition, religious sensibilities, guilt, shame, pride, willpower, arrogance, towering Promethean faith, and love as well as occasional self-hatred. The configurations of their utopian reveries, statements, novels, plans, and songs, as well as the pattern of their behavior in the realm of applied utopistics defy any effort to encompass them into some unified utopian schematum. 68. Social daydreaming was very much a part of the mental universe of the Russian intelligentsia. It sometimes arose from a childhood of privilege and superior education in a world of house serfs. This could produce a feeling of solidarity with the weak. Children, poor peasants, and servants were in various ways socially powerless. We read time after time, especially in the memoirs of radical women, of daytime reveries of action, liberation, and sacrifice for a better world. Social daydreaming was also fed by a sense of otherness, of not fitting emotionally into a world of ranks and offices, chanceries and regiments, balls and salons. The philosopher Vladimir Solovyov once said that the dream was a window to another world, a world of happiness and right. 69. In contrast to the popular and administrative dreams of a better world, those of the intelligentsia were reinforced and enriched by a constant and intense discourse, overladen with immense metaphysical implications, emotional investment, and a drive to action. In a social movement, the world is made flesh, and the idea is worked out on the ground of existence. In the 1860s and 1870s, the Dreamers created a subculture and ethos of innovation and experimental reworking of human relations, attempting to live the revolution in attitudes, gestures, manners, modes of dress, mutual relationships, ethical codes, and even residential styles. 70 populist men and women by the 1870s had developed a rough and informal code of values, varying from person to person, group to group, and year to year, but sufficiently visible to generalize about. It included an iconoclastic urge to wipe out old values and norms and to challenge the whole array of cultural habits associated with the ruling circles, the upper classes, and, sometimes, the urban middle class, a strong and principled moral standard of behavior which, while allowing for violence and deception against the enemy, was binding among the revolutionaries themselves, with complete self-sacrifice and loyalty to the underground as its chief elements, equality of gender and ethnic relations within the circles, a sense of hostility to cities and city life as basically corrupting, and communalism meaning renunciation of most worldly goods, sharing and living together in supposed emulation of the peasantry's own communal sensibilities. Populists split and split again in the 1870s mainly on issues of tactics. What of their outline of the future, their sense of a coming order, their relationship to peasant ideas? It is sometimes claimed that populists were remote from popular aspirations and that this is why they failed when they went out to the countryside in the early 1870s in the famous To the People movement. This is only partly true. Their tactics, timetable, style, and mode of propaganda often conflicted with the peasants' worldview. But their programs, the future ideal, were partly modeled on peasant myths and traditions. Some populists insisted on advancing the rebellious tradition as central to peasant dynamics. Radical ethnographers of the 1860 believed that the study of Stenka Razin and Emelian Pugachev revealed the revolutionary secret of the common folk. The father of Russian anarchism, Michael Bakunin, gained fame by declaring that the brigand in Russia is the true and only revolutionary. Other radicals of the 1860s frightened readers by invoking scenes of a coming total destruction of the present order by a bloody 29. Rural uprising. In the later 1870s, urban propagandists of the People's Will pictured Razin and Pugachev as good folks who plundered from the rich and gave to the poor. This motif surfaced again in 1905 and became a virtual cult in the Revolution of 1917. But the radical ethnographers went much deeper than this. By closely studying peasant traditions and the legends of dissident religious movements, they linked up to the main elements of popular utopia. Like the Slavophiles, they looked to Russia's past by examining the lower strata of society still untouched by Western custom. Unlike them, they discovered there not a multitude of childlike and deferential people, but rather the people, a dormant revolutionary world. 71. A Soviet scholar, using a wide array of sources, calculated the peasants' own program in 1861, the end of all private gentry landowning and the division of all its land and property equally to the peasants, an end to the gentry power and to feudal obligations, an end to state peasant obligations, taxes, and liability for army draft, a resulting system of individual peasant communes, mir or obshchina, independent of landlord and state. Around this core, populists wove their programs. The other great prophet of anarchism, Prince Peter Kropotkin, was among the first to look into the post-revolutionary future. In his Should We Concern Ourselves with the Ideal Society of the Future? 1873, he depicted the new Russia as a freely formed federation of self-governing peasant communities in full possession of all the land, commonly held and equally partitioned. All town property has been taken over by workers, including management of factories. The déclassé officers, officials, and former owners of land and buildings have been reduced to status of workers or peasants. Schools for useful trades have replaced higher learning, and all castes of intellectuals and specialists have been eliminated. Urban housing space has been thoroughly redistributed. Kropotkin, while outlining a probable system of barter and a stateless community of communities, declined to provide more specific details of daily life since the psychology of each future generation would, he believed, modify current views of equitable life and morality. Another major theorist of populism, Peter Lavrov, went a bit further in the state element in the Society of the Future, 1876, by predicting, a la Marx, that the institutionalization and processes of socialist production would gradually induce an altruistic and cooperative morality into the personality of the future. He also urged that the parasitic losers in the coming revolution be cared for humanely rather than being forced to work, a clear shift away from the retributive emphasis on universal labor in the peasant utopian dreams. 72 populist propaganda brochures of the 1870s designed for peasant consumption reiterated these main themes in the syncretic language of legend, morality tale, and fantasy. The resultant corpus of teaching was often vague and inconsistent, but its content was a merger of Russian intelligentsia socialism, some of it derived from Europe, and genuine peasant aspirations. Tactical fights dealt with ways to link up mentally and physically with the people and with ways to fight the threefold foe: landlord property, the menace of capitalism, and the autocracy which promoted the other two. The populist vision was overwhelmingly rural. It yielded no fantasies of urban life with one minor but curious exception, the circular city of Ls Zlatopolsky. In the long nights of Siberian exile in the 1880s, he sketched out for his prison mates a giant industrial center with a population of thousands where science, technology, and art of the future provided dwellers with unheard of comfort, a minimum workday, and labor transformed into pleasure. The city had eternally moving panels on its streets, phones, radioscopes, and airships. The phalanstery-like metropolis was designed with wide con. 30. Centric streets crossed by radials. The author, a former student of the St. Petersburg Technical Institute, had a passion for inventions, and was called the mechanic in underground circles. In exile, he also planned an aircraft that would take him and his fellow prisoners out of prison to the moon, or to any planet in the universe, a technical version of the Stenka-Razin legend which portrayed the rebel hero as a wizard who could draw a boat on the wall of his cell and sail away in it. Zlatopolsky's fantasies, although they made no impact on the utopianizing of the populist period, were piquant and pathetic examples of early technologism in populist revolutionary circles, an anticipation of things to come. 73. Marxism, City and Machine. The rapid surge of Russian industrialization in the 1890s amplified the forces technology, urbanization, and the proletariat that enlarged the scope of utopian thinking in the last years of the empire and shaped the utopianism of the revolution itself. The clogging of industrial neighborhoods with newly migrated peasants, overcrowded housing, the heavy demographic preponderance of males, the noise and smoke of the factories, and the sharp increase in prostitution all combined to produce among social critics a heightened perception of the urban problem. Organized crime, the wild disorder of our populated places, in the words of one critic, abandoned children, slums, the lag in municipal reform, all cried out for correction. 74. But urban sprawl, the rise of big buildings, public transport, and what was perceived as the freer air of urban life also nourished visions of a new and better urbanized Russia that would allow the application of technology to the comforts of life, and where the density of the crowds would promote and make possible a communal order beyond the hazy dreams of phalansteries, isolated peasant communes, and military colonies. The large-scale introduction of modern industrial technology to Russia, the expansion of technical education, and the growing availability of imported literature, including science fiction, gave rise to a new genre, technical science fiction by popular science journalists. The country was flooded by translated foreign science fiction, especially H.G. Wells and Jules Verne, the latter being perhaps the most widely read foreign author of the age among Russians. In Russian, V. N. Chikolev's Electric Tale, 1895, A Rodnika St. Petersburg-Moscow Self-Propelled Underground Railway, 1902, and V. Bakhmutov's Billionaire's Legacy, 1904, all appeared in the decade of rapid industrial growth, the WID period. Chikolev's book was the most interesting. An engineer by training and a popularizer of science by avocation, he wrote of a future world transformed by electricity, which performed miracles of production and also graced everyday life with recorded concerts through hidden microphones and speakers. The main message was that technology abolishes war. Marsfield in St. Petersburg, the major parade ground of the empire, was occupied in Chekhov-Lev's fantasy by a gigantic temple of technology, a monument to peaceful economic growth. 75. The onset of rapid industrialization quickened utopian longing. As in Germany and America, it sprang from hopes, questions, and fears as to what industrial civilization would bring to humanity. In Russia, it was sharpened by the persistence of a heavy-handed autocracy, the lingering tradition of dreaming among the intelligentsia, and the appearance of a new social character on the scene, the working class, half peasant and half proletarian, thronged into unhealthy living quarters, and often brutalized at the 31. Workplace. The working class produced no proletarian utopia as such, but they did evince behavior patterns of iconoclasm, comradeship, collectivism, egalitarianism, and morality, partly brought with them from the countryside and partly adapted from the revolutionary subcultures around them in the cities. Their vision of a just future was more complicated than that of the peasantry, for the village mentality of their origins was enriched by imported ideologies and by the very structure of factory life. They also had to contend with a new kind of relationship, that between themselves, the simple people, and their intellectual mentors who came from another world. Recent innovative research on the tastes of the common reader in this period persuasively argues that the great majority of lower-class readers were infatuated with Lubbock and folk tales, and with the adventure and detective stories that appeared in the penny press, particularly after the easing of censorship in 1906-14. The writers and the readers of this genre seem to share the same vision and values, the vision of mobility, success, and modernization, and the values of patriotism and individualism, with a strong taste for the exotic but not for traditional utopian dreams of pastoral idyls or socialist cities. 76. But it is also true that a growing stratum of conscious proletarians, skilled, literate, and self-consciously radical, began to respond to the visions of revolutionary reordering. The culture they received from propagandists of the intelligentsia, from books, and from autodidactic exercises, in Reginald Zelnick's words, for all its secularized vocabulary and self-description, offered its adherents a millenarian goal that was essentially religious, nothing less than the permanent liberation of the Russian people from the double yoke of autocracy and capitalism, and all this without losing their identity as industrial workers and their pride of skill. The conscious worker Seaman Konichikov was entranced by his reading of the Polish propaganda tract, What Should Every Worker Know and Remember? Factories, workshops, the land, the forests, the mines, everything would become the common property of the toilers. One of his comrades, dreaming aloud about the future, predicted that then everyone on earth shall be equal. There will be neither tsars, nor earthly rulers, nor judges, nor gendarmes, nor priests. 77. Conscious workers were exposed to popularly written radical propaganda stories, morality tales such as Voynika's The Gadfly, a heroic story of the Italian Risorgimento, Giovannioli's Spartacus, and the countless socialist fairy tales that were read to them, or which they themselves read, on the evils of capitalism, autocracy, and religion, and the beauties of a coming order of equality under socialism. These tales did not offer concrete details about how things would work in the coming age. This was done in a series of translated urban utopias circulated in large numbers, especially after 1905, and dealing with the technologized city as the locus of the future society. August Bebel's The Society of the Future, From Women and Socialism, 1879, Edward Bellamy's Looking Backward, 1889, Lily Braun's Female Labor, 1891, Karl Ballad's, writing under the name Atlanticus, A Glimpse into the Future State, 1898, and a number of futuristic pictures by the intellectual leader of German socialism, Karl Koski. 78. As Koski explained, in endorsing their publication on a mass scale in Germany, Marxists were not trying to lay out a static order of the future, since that could not be known. But, he argued, there was no harm in looking at the structure of the future social edifice, since its foundations, the coming revolution and the abolition of capitalism, were already known. Koski believed that in the Marxist movement the ultimate goal was important and that the workers had the right to know the outlines of that. 32. Goal. 79. All of these works focused on the shape of the city, collective living in large residential ensembles, communal dining, and all sorts of community services made possible by a combination of the cooperative organization of life and the massive use of electricity, gas, modern building materials, and rapid transit. An important byproduct of this mode of life was the drastic modification of the nuclear family, the end of individual housekeeping, and the consequent emancipation of women and their release into productive work. Lily Braun, a German Marxist feminist, proposed communal apartment houses of 50 to 60 families with central laundry, kitchen, dining room, and child care facilities, a graphic three-dimensional transformation of the turn-of-the-century bourgeois apartment building, housing dozens of atomized families, into a collective of working comrades. Russian Marxists interested in the future of the family and the fate of women Kollontai, Krupskaya, and Lenin were inspired by this vision of an urban future, as were some of the Soviet utopian city planners of the 1920s. 80. The most elaborate, and probably the most popular in Russia, of the imported utopias was Bellamy's Looking Backward, a picture of super-industrial society 100 years in the future, dotted by huge cities, squares, statues, and buildings of architectural grandeur, and with piped-out music for the entertainment of the masses. Society was hierarchical and militarized, with festivals of mustering and compulsory labor. There was no deference and no snobbery, waiters being equal to doctors in social rank. Everyone was to work for society and for the public benefit. It was a well-ordered state run like an army, cemented together by discipline and by the religion of solidarity. Bellamy's dream of authoritarian, military, egalitarian, bureaucratic socialism was, by his own admission, inspired by the Prussian values which he greatly admired, and by an anguished rejection of the anarchic competitiveness unfolding in American economic and social life in the late 19th century. 81. In Russia, Looking Backward was first published in 1891. By 1918 it had had 7 Russian translations and had sold 50,000 copies in Russian, Georgian, Lithuanian, and Hebrew. After the revolution, a Bolshevik journalist called it the first novel to give a lifelike depiction of scientific socialism. A Soviet scholar claims that Bellamy's work was virtually devoured by intelligentsia, workers, and students. An underground May Day speaker in 1891 recommended it as a picture of the future. M. Itigan Baranovsky, economist and historian of the Russian factory, thought it the most effective propaganda vehicle in 30 years. Workers in Nizhny Novgorod, on Sakhalin, in Ekaterinoslav, Ivanovo, and Petersburg read it. It was not only attacked by the Russian right, but even gave birth to a whole genre of Russian anti-Bellamy dystopias. 82. One can feel how the novel's critique of laissez-faire capitalism must have appealed to anyone with socialist sensibility and how its vividness must have fed workers' preference for tales to programs. Its authoritarian cast must also have appealed to layers of the population who were beset by uncertainty, social fear, and puzzlement about the future of capitalism unleashed in a Russian autocracy. The only Russian Marxist science fiction utopia published in these years was the 2-novel epic of a communist society on Mars by the Bolshevik Alexander Bogdanov, Red Star, 1908, and Engineer Many, 1913. 83. Bogdanov was a trained scientist, physician, economist, and philosopher who worked closely with Lenin in the leadership of the Bolshevik Party from its birth until the two men fell out over philosophical and political issues in 1908. Bogdanov's revolutionary Martian fantasy grew out of his personal experiences during the bloody events of 1905-07, Russia's first nationwide revolution. The setting was suggested to Bogdanov by the popularity of science fiction in 33. Russia, particularly space travel, and by his still emerging theories of techtology, a science of systems thinking, the organization of all human knowledge, and an early version of cybernetics. Seized with a desire to present a social sketch of the future to the Russian proletariat, and intrigued by recent publications in Russia concerning the now disproven canals on Mars, Bogdanov created a Martian Marxian society that was about 300 years in advance of Earth in technology, ideology, and human behavior, see Figs 4:29. On the Red Star, peasant, labor, and ethnic questions, which so plagued Russia in 1908, had been eliminated by the mechanizing of agriculture, the deruralization of the planet, the construction of ultramodern cities, the free choice of labor and consumption according to need in the classic canon of Marx's final vision of communism, and a monolingual population. Factories were operated by electric power and fully automated, and the moving equilibrium of supply, labor assignment, and production needs were finely calibrated by data retrieval machinery and protocomputers. Equality, collective work, comradeship, and the full emancipation of women were the binding social values of Martian life. Rules were based on science, not religion or philosophy. Rank and deference did not exist, nor did coercive and authoritarian norms. People wore unisex clothing and had genderless names and related to one another in a comradely and business-like fashion without the polite adornment of manners. Superior talent was its own reward. And there were no monuments to the heroes and heroines of the past to the people described in his second novel, Engineer Many, wherein the foundations of communism were laid on Mars, along with its canals, in the 17th century. The role of art was to celebrate the collective efforts of the masses, past and present. Bogdanov's ultimate form of fraternal solidarity on Mars was the comradely exchange of life, in which mutual blood transfusions were used to prolong life. Bogdanov's Red Star was the first and only full attempt before the revolution to present a graphic outline of a Marxist future for the planet Earth. A rank-and-file Bolshevik veteran of the 1905 revolution recalled that he and his comrades saw this novel as the first swallow of a renewed and victorious revolution. 84 Though Bogdanov was repudiated by Lenin after their break, his book was reprinted many times and enjoyed a huge circulation after the revolution of 1917. It also served as the foundation stone for Soviet science fiction in the 1920s. Together with Maxim Gorky, the semi-official bard of Bolshevism, and Anatoly Lunacharsky, its first commissar of enlightenment after 1917, Bogdanov formed a kind of Marxist counter-movement to Lenin's official Bolshevism in the years before World War I, operating mostly from exile like Lenin himself. Out of this circle came two important intellectual currents that played a major role in the utopianism of the early Soviet years: the proletarian culture movement and God-building. Urbanizing visions of the perfect life by no means accounted for all the utopian currents that pulsed through the population of Russia in the period of industrialization. The gleaming giant cities of the future generated revulsion in some quarters. Tolstoyanism, the anarchist movement, and anti-socialist dystopias with a dash of anti-modernism provided alternate visions of the coming transformation. The Tolstoyan movement attracted intellectuals who sought the traditional popular utopia of the past. It preached pacifism, withdrawal to the simplicity of rustic life and away from the moral and physical dirt of the cities, a loathing for the state and for public authority in general, an interior mystical religion outside of the bureaucratic state church, opposition to politics in any form and to terroristic violence on the part of state or revolutionary. It was 34. A rejection of passion and anger and even sexual drive, a colossal no to the advance of technology, progress, and modern life as it was understood in Western civilization. Tolstoy's response to the puzzling menace of capitalism, egoism, and productive anarchy was one of the strongest anti-modern currents in Russia at the turn of the 20th century. 85 Tolstoyanism was a quasi-religious form of anarchism. The anarchist movement showed greater drama and diversity. Statelessness, the mandatory common denominator, was often a shorthand term for the rejection of the world for some anarchists, but the movement itself was distinctly activist, political, revolutionary, and often violent. Its most systematic ideologue, Kropotkin, offered the vision of a future of fields, factories, and workshops, composed of federated communes, minus central state power, church, police, and other institutions of coercion, a self-regulated society. It was not only the state, but authority, inequality, and hierarchy that the anarchists fought with an undimmed passion, sometimes with pen and ink, sometimes with the revolver and the bomb. 86. The relationship of science fiction and social fantasy to real life, to politics, culture, and revolution has not attracted much attention from serious scholars. Yet the world of fantasy, like the world of myth and legend, reveals and evokes deep layers, archaic dreams, and longings that may better describe feelings and anxieties than some conventional acts of political adherence. A study of American utopian novels in the generation before World War I, over 100 appeared, shows how these reflected malaise in U.S. society in that generation of rapid change. Only about 30 or so science fiction works appeared in Russia at that time, about half of them utopias or dystopias, but their growing frequency and their sociological sharpness attest to a similar malaise in the Russian Empire. Russian science fiction on the eve of the revolution was a dialogue of fantasy and a duel of dreams. Bright and hopeful utopias of progress, with strong urban, technical, and socialist elements, generated counter-utopias of alternate scenarios and dystopias of warning and fear. Their authors were well-known names whose ambivalence and talent give their works a mark of literary distinction, political journalists and publicists of the right, and popular writers who are otherwise almost unknown. 87. Before the revolution of 1905, a genre of geopolitical novel appeared in Russia with visions of a catastrophic war and hopes for a pan-Slav victory. The most interesting was A.I. Krasnitsky's Behind the Raised Curtain, a fantastic tale of future things, the 20th century, 1900. The future things are submarines, a European Holocaust and war, a rebellion in the colonial world, a foiled attempt to create a Jewish state on the site of a ruined Austria in order to extend Jewish power throughout the world, and the emergence of a regenerated religious, patriotic, monarchic Russia, with its capital renamed Petrograd, ruled by a Russian god of truth, Pravda, good, and love, and heading a pan-Slavic political union. 88. Throughout this period, some conservatives were longing for what one historian has called a reactionary utopia. They identified cities with industry and with Jews, urban outsiders in an agrarian society, and they lamented the destructive influence of the city. 89. Some of this was clearly reflected in science fiction. N. Shalonsky's In the World of the Future, 1892, attacked Bellamy and socialism but not technology as such. Television, telethought, tunnels, anti-gravity machines, and all manner of super technology appear in the book, but cities have been eliminated and the people of this 30th century world have returned to the land, living in individual houses, widely scattered and separated from each other, each family being self-sufficient. Religious and bearded. 35. Elders are the wise men of Russia's capital, Moscow, and a temple of all Rus has been erected by 1 million people. L.B. Afanasiev's Journey to Mars, 1901, warned against modernization by describing Mars, where the rise of cities, roads, and factories has turned the simple, primitive, trusting, rural Martians into greedy, competitive, cannibalistic brutes and egoists into a neurotic society. S. F. Sharapov, a gentry landowner and reactionary publicist, wrote a Slavophile romance called 50 Years From Now, 1902, showing Russia in 1951 with Tsar, gentry, peasant mir, and church, but no bicycles or cars or any other kind of unnerving technology. 90. After the revolution of 1905 appeared the fear-laden dystopia, warning of the perils of urbanism or collectivism. The master of the genre was Valery Bryasov, who began his dark search of the future with Earth, 1904, set in the city of future times, an underground geometric labyrinth of rooms, passages, and machines, unexposed to natural light and air. Republic of the Southern Cross, written in 1904-5 at the very onset of the First Revolution, is a classic of the dystopian genre. The City Hall of Stellar, capital of the Republic, sits astride the South Pole and all streets with identical buildings radiate from it. In this metropolis of 50 million beneath a glass dome all needs are cared for by the state, though only skilled workers have full rights. But behind the welfare facade, the directors enforce a hideous regimentation, uniformity of life, and rigid police control. 91. A remarkably prophetic dystopia called An Evening in the Year 2217 appeared in 1906 under the authorship of Nikolai Fedorov, not the philosopher. Its heroine, Stites No 437-2221, all citizens wear their work numbers on their arms, resides in a socialist city of the 23rd century St. Petersburg, all stone, steel, and glass, bustling in a network of balloon buses and moving sidewalks. Members of society are paid according to need, and cold, hunger, and disease have been abolished. But each citizen is expected to recompense society by registering for sex-choosing sessions and to give themselves impersonally by appointment to those who choose them. Children are parentless, anonymous, and raised by the state. The heroine and her male friend are thoroughly alienated from this society. They long for individual love and family and yearn to give up the guaranteed happiness of the state in return for the risks of deprivation and unhappiness like the bygone peasants they have read about in the old books. Most of all, they want the right to choose. Fedorov's book was the closest thing produced in Russia before the revolution to an anticipation of Eugene Zamyatin's famous dystopia We, 1920. Its author is an otherwise unknown figure, perhaps pseudonymous. The story is not discussed in any of the studies of Russian science fiction. It might have been an answer to some of the foreign works well known in Russia at the time. Looking backward, The New Utopia, 1891, by the popular English writer, Jerome K. Jerome, or El Anno 3000, 1898, by the Italian anthropologist Paolo Mantegazza, all of them translated into Russian. But, as with We, the genealogy of the work is not as important as the impulse that created it, the growing fear that all the progressive processes associated with the words modern, urban, industrial, rational, harmonious, socially just, equal, and fair were coalescing into a nightmare of future conformity and repression. 92. Long, detailed, weak on narrative, naive, and philosophically simple, these works were accessible to a rather wide audience of educated readers, but obviously not to the masses of peasants and workers. What did this wealth of predictive detail, prophetic longing, and anticipatory fright in the utopias of hope and the utopias of fear 93 mean to their authors? Dire predictions and hopeful dreams can flourish and coexist in any 36 kind of society. But in the Russia of the twilight years, there was a clarity in the discourse and a mirror-like symmetry in the visions that made utopian and anti-utopian speculation more than simply popular entertainment or a minor eddy of a nation's literature. Both kinds of vision possessed a political content and a frantic desperation arising out of the rapid and disconcerting pace of urban life, economic growth, the menace of revolution, and cultural innovation of a sudden radical type. Utopians and anti-utopians were sending out signals across a great and dark divide. The familiar tones and colors of the intelligentsia tradition were there as well, lending vigor and national authenticity to the ideological duel. In a sense, one can read in the pages of these works an outline of the coming civil war in Russia that pitted reds, whites, and greens against each other in a revolution that was more visionary than any previous one in history. On the eve of revolution, the pillars of the old regime no longer harbored visions of elegant control. They dreamed of holding the empire together against forces of disruption and of transforming the economy and the defense establishment in utterly conventional ways. The peasants' dream of general distribution of the land, though modified by new political forms and opportunities, continued to haunt the countryside. Intelligentsia writers, prophets, and revolutionaries, faced with vistas of technology and rapid social change, indulged in fantasies of hope and fear, while the creative intelligentsia, heavily influenced by fin de siècle Europe, spun all kinds of apocalyptic webs of mystical anarchism, cultural renewal, revolutions of the spirit, and religious ecstasy. These reveries, partially paralleled in other societies of the time, did not cause the Russian Revolution and the collapse of the monarchy. That was caused by the travails of war, state mismanagement, dynastic myopia, and a host of social movements and currents whose complexities have been examined by generations of historians. But after the revolution, utopian visions resurfaced or intensified, generating experiments and social fantasies that flourished for a decade as the revolutionary dreams that colored and shaped that era. 2. Revolution, utopias in the air and on the ground. New faces. New dreams. New songs. New visions. New myths are we flinging on. We are kindling a new eternity. Vladimir Mayakovsky, 750 million. A New World. The fall the Romanov dynasty at the height of the war was occasioned by uncontrollable popular rioting in the streets of the capital. The abdication of Nicholas II, the last Tsar in Russian history, was followed by the formation of a provisional government dominated by liberal and moderate conservative figures, and of a popular council or Soviet that spoke for the working classes and the men in the ranks. Within 5 months the provisional government had shifted to the left, the moderate socialist leaders of the Soviet had joined it, and all had been left far behind by the growing radicalism and anti-war feelings of the masses. To the right, military elements plotted to end the life of the weakening government, dissolve the Soviets, and fight the war to victory. To the left, the Bolsheviks led by Lenin, though deeply divided, also eventually vowed to seize power on behalf of the masses who were visibly moving to the left. The continued inefficacy of the government under Alexander Kerensky, the attempted coup from the right, and the appealing slogans of Bolshevism led to the October Revolution, which was a combination of an urban coup in the capital, Petrograd, followed by scores of uprisings of various kinds and dimensions throughout the country, the establishment of a Soviet regime, and the beginnings of an immense social upheaval. A few weeks after the fall of the Tsar, the victims of the street fighting in the February Revolution were buried. A conservative Petrograd journalist solemnly wrote that with the bodies of the martyrs was being buried Russia's past, the long ages of struggle and disharmony. Being born was a new era and a new land. It was a remark typical of the rhetoric that invariably accompanies political change, not only revolution. But judging from myriad similar remarks, and from the behavior of the crowds in the first few weeks who smiled, looked joyful and congratulated each other as free citizens, the sense of euphoria was deep and widespread in the cities and towns of Russia. The popular masses comprehended what had happened. So did intellectuals. A group of Polish Marxists from Moscow, looking outward, proclaimed on April 2 that Europe 38 and the entire world will be refashioned on new principles by revolution. And the irrepressible bard of the Russian Revolution, Mayakovsky, wrote that today the millennium of before times is broken and that we will remake life anew right down to the last button of your vest. The concrete imagery in Mayakovsky's verse exactly reflected the difference between those who spoke of new principles of revolution and those who, like Mayakovsky, wanted precisely to make new buttons and new vests too. The poet Alexander Blok echoed this a year later when he spoke of the purpose of revolution, to remake everything. To organize things so that everything should be new, so that our false, filthy, boring, hideous life should become a just, pure, merry, and beautiful life. The iconoclasm, utopianism, and experimentalism ushered in by the revolution of 1917 were frightening to the provisional government. The removal of the Tsar, the linchpin of the Russian authoritarian tradition, made an aperture through which a torrent of ideas and dreams, accumulated like lava through the ages, poured forth and burst over the landscape of revolutionary Russia. The provisional government, lasting from March to October 1917, produced no utopias and created no symbols of the future. In ethos and style, it slid with lightning speed from eclectic and cosmopolitan in the first weeks to national, Russian, religious, and conservative a few months later as it buried its own martyrs of the July days in orthodox and military splendor. To its first premier, the gentle Prince G. Lvov spoke of the inexhaustible kindness of the Russian heart, and his successor, Alexander Kerensky, abolished the death penalty. But these leaders tried to make ready for a peaceful and moderate transition to democratic institutions, with a tinge of socialism and welfare, and the retention of a Russian spirit, all this in the midst of war. Paul Milyukov, the more conservative leader of the Liberal Party that dominated the provisional government in its early phase, explicitly rejected utopian schemes. He believed that only the war, that is the manifestation of discipline, patriotism, and conventional law and order on a national scale, could bring stability to a disintegrating Russia. The task of the provisional government was not to pull asunder and remake, but rather to hold together what appeared to be flying apart. Early 1917 was one of those moments of revolutionary explosion that liberates the press, the pen, and the tongue in an outpouring of millennial expectation. The euphoria of radical Petrograd workers, especially the young, the unskilled, and women, was expressed not in visionary statements but in actions and gestures, reversals, the occupation of offices, street movement, and arranging a new order in their places of work, all of this inducing, in the words of one historian, a transformation of consciousness in moral and effective terms. In the midst of this revolution, young Putilov factory workers were trying to imagine what a communist society would be like But the October Revolution, which ironically enough bridled the press and tied the tongue within a remarkably short time, created a psychological environment where, in the words of the manuals, the utopian appears no madder than other men. The psychic and cultural fetters that had chained the fantasy of provisional government leaders were now struck off. An epoch, the like of which has never been since the creation of the world, has opened. The pillars propping up old horizons of belief, hope, and beauty have collapsed. Cascades of novel ideas gush forth amid the storms of war and revolution, and trains of new words wind their way through the smoke, the blood, and the joy of the revolution. Revolution, utopias in the air and on the ground. 39. These words were spoken in 1919 by Alexei Gastev, prophet of the mechanized man and poet of the machine. The novelist Ilya Ehrenberg later recalled the period of 1917-21 as a great time for projects. For a heavenly life on earth. Another pro-Bolshevik writer, Fyodor Panfirov, recollected the Civil War as a moment of expectant euphoria. If not today, then in the very near future we will live in a communist society. Until then, the main thing is to defeat the bourgeoisie and extirpate the petty bourgeois routine from our lives: official marriage, weddings, baptisms, curtains, especially tulle curtains, carpets, irons, and so on. Destroy petty bourgeois life. In a word, clear away all the old from our path. The army of the young is on the march. Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of people like Panfirov, especially young people, believed, not dreamed, just as surely as they believed in the rising and setting of the sun. 5. The vision, the faith, and the dream of October, the myth of the great red dawn with its rising sun that grants heat and light and joy, was not the monopoly of Bolsheviks. Isaac Steinberg, a lifelong member of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, and the first Commissar of Justice in the new Soviet coalition regime of Bolsheviks and left socialist revolutionaries, explained that the October Revolution brought a serene sense of relief after 8 months of tension, uncertainty, and crisis, and this serenity in turn opened up broad perspectives on a new social horizon. 6. All aspects of existence, social, economic, political, spiritual, moral, familial, were open to purposeful fashioning by human hands. Ideas for social betterment and progress that had been gathering for generations in Russia and elsewhere seemed to wait on the threshold of the revolution, ready to pour forth and permeate the life of the Russian people. The issues were not only social and economic reforms and thoroughgoing political changes. With equal zeal the awakened people turned to the fields of justice and education, to art and literature. Everywhere the driving passion was to create something new, to effect a total difference with the old world and its civilization. It was one of those uncommon moments of self-perception and self-assertion. The storm passed nobody by, neither those who hailed it as a blessing nor those who spurned it as a curse. This impassioned fragment of recollection, colored though it might have been by the bittersweet nostalgia of a defeated dreamer, was one of the most eloquent and concise evocations of the euphoric mood of the victors and of their myriad potential supporters: socialist revolutionaries of the left, anarchists, maximalists, Tolstoyans, Fedorovists, and even religious sectarians. From the very onset of the revolution, utopia was fed by millenarianism, dreams suddenly transformed into concerted beliefs, and beliefs into actions. Russian dreamers had achieved the state of awakening, they now possessed the will and, so it seemed, the power to change the world. Optimism, disappointment, and despair alternated and mixed freely to feed the wishes and dreams that Freud has called illusions. Euphoria means the good light that would henceforth embrace, envelope, and illuminate the spirit of the world. It gave a feeling of relief, of collective joy, of being rewarded at long last for the patience and suffering of generations of humanity. It meant an opportunity to realize all the beautiful dreams of those who had fought, languished in prison, and died for the sake of freedom, justice, equality, decency, and prosperity for the 40 people of Russia and for the world. The compelling faith of the Russian intelligentsia in the power of the will to create the good now seemed justified to many revolutionaries. When the optimism generated by the revolution and by the Red victory in the Civil War was shattered by the failure of war communism and by the turn to a mixture of old and new economies in the 1920s, the utopian mechanism did not perish. It was refueled by the powerful belief that if the larger scheme of a new world had to be abandoned for the time being, then there was all the more reason for communists to begin laying its foundations in a culture and mode of life that would prefigure the new order, and by fashioning new people who would be fit to live under such an order. This was the social circumstance and the psychological mechanism that explain why, after the collapse of war communism, an even intenser culture of utopian behavior, experiment, and dreaming flourished in the midst of petty capitalists, bourgeois restaurants, and Philistine values, the despised world of the NEP. But beyond the realm of conscious alternation of optimism and disappointment lay the subconscious realm of guilt and despair. Utopian ideas of the revolutionary period were not solely or even mostly responsible for the disastrous condition of the country and for the relentless waves of misery unleashed at the time. It will not do, as Soviet historians are in the habit of doing, to lay everything at the feet of the imperialist war of 1914, the white forces in the Civil War, the Allied blockade and intervention in that war, but it must be recognized that the regime was faced with almost insoluble problems and a legacy of harsh conditions from the very beginning: food shortages, economic breakdown, near anarchy in the countryside, and a general brutalization of life. In spite of the frequent arrogance and blindness of Bolshevik leaders and their supporters, it was clear to all of them that their utopian feast was set in a time of famine. The gap between the revolutionary dreams and the conditions for realizing them was simply colossal. In a novel set at the end of the Civil War, Fyodor Gladkov depicted the dreamers as possessed with a vision of the future, a glittering romance which for them extinguishes the ruined present. It is likely that some of the most extravagant wish dreams were driven onward by feelings of doubt and guilt at the ocean of misery outside the walls of the dream chamber. Trotsky's doctrine of permanent revolution, drawn partly from Marx, is usually understood as a rather mechanical prediction based upon the historical fact of unequal development and the natural solidarity of the European working classes, the arrival of a liberating proletarian army from the West, laden down with goods, equipment, and specialists to help defeat the whites and build a new socialist order. This notion was formulated at the time of the Revolution of 1905 in the highly intellectual partnership between Trotsky and Alexander Gelfand-Parvus, two brilliant political journalists. But in its popular form, as probably understood, perceived, and felt by workers, it more resembled the millenarian cargo cults that flourished in the Pacific Islands at just about the same time. Gastav lamented in 1921 that the enormous mass of workers suffered from the expectation that an outside force from abroad would arrive and grant unto them the phrase used to describe the mythical Tsar deliverer who would grant, dast, land to the peasants. 7. In the long perspective of Russian history, the revolution was one of those times like the baptism of Rus in 988 and the reign of Peter the Great, wherein a decisive break with the past is consciously and visibly effected and announced. In referring to the 10th century conversion, the monk Hilarion of Kiev spoke of new land, new people. Revolution, utopias in the air and on the ground. 41. New skins into which new teachings were poured. In the 18th century, Stefan Prokopovich, apologist of Peter's reforms, announced that Russia was reborn in a new form after the victory at Poltava, which he saw as a victory of Peter's radical Europeanization of Russia. In a brilliant semiotic reading of Russian cultural history, Yuri Lotman and Boris Uspensky have stressed its dual or binary element, the absence in Eastern Orthodoxy of purgatory, the dualities of heaven or hell, right or left, black or white, orthodox or heretical, which have made the dynamics of Russian growth not developmental but transformational and negational, a process of turning the old inside out and the radical exchange of top and bottom, rendering the past in a minus sign, and painting it as a dark frame to highlight and dramatize the brightness of the new world. 8. This notion of dualism helps to explain the utter sincerity and graphic quality of the revolutionary visions, the profusion of utopian speculation and symbols, and the contrived myth of an evil past. The Bolshevik regime was a nation builder, one of the first governments in history to attempt the creation of a new society with new values involving all the population in an elaborate break with the past. The role of utopianism was to summon up archaic memories and ancient dreams, construct new projects, and put on display an exhibit about social and spiritual innovation. As in all revolutions, it faced the regulatory mechanism of authorities who had to deal with the retention of power, military victory, territorial survival, economic production, and the continuing organization of life. Utopianism accompanied every phase of Soviet history up to the early 1930s when Stalin came to power. In outlining the utopian elements in Bolshevism during the Revolution and War, Communism, 1917-21, I must remind the reader that a murderous civil war was raging all round the perimeters of Soviet Russia in this period. The contrasting picture of popular mentality and behavior in the same period demonstrates that the ancient duel between state and people was still very much alive, making the Russian Revolution a utopian war on all fronts, pitting many spirits, emotions, and mentalities one against the other. The dreamer in the Kremlin. At the epicenter of the utopian landscape was the sacred site of the Kremlin, and in the Kremlin sat Lenin, described in a by no means jocular way by H. G. Wells, who interviewed him there in 1920, as the dreamer in the Kremlin, see Fig. 6.9. Lenin has often been called in accusatory tones a utopian, a fanatic possessed by extravagant dreams, impossible to realize, a heartless experimenter determined to turn his patrimony into a vast laboratory, and emotionally immune to the human costs. He has also been called an anti-utopian, a grim and power-hungry despot who despised all fantasy and all utopias. One could build a convincing case on either side, but to do so would violate the complexity of Lenin's mind, personality, and vision. Like all great revolutionaries and like most great statesmen of any persuasion, he was both a visionary inspired by outlandish dreams and a man of practical action and ruthless realism. In an oft-quoted 1902 passage on Dmitry Pisarev, Lenin spoke of the need to dream. Pisarev, a well-known radical of the 1860s, impatient with the sloppy thinking habits of the intelligentsia, had written in 1864, 10:42. My dream may run ahead of the natural march of events, or use a fly off at a tangent in a direction in which no natural march of events will ever proceed. In the first case, my dream will not cause any harm, it may even support and augment the energy of the working men. The rift between dreams and reality causes no harm if only the person dreaming believes seriously in his dream, if he attentively observes life, compares his observations with his castles in the air, and if, generally speaking, he works conscientiously for the achievement of his fantasies. If there is some connection between dreams and life, then all is well. Lenin agreed. He favored dreaming that may run ahead of the natural march of events as a projection of an ideologically sound program that leads to action, but not the passive reveries of the old intelligentsia or the hazy visions of peasants reclining upon their stoves on a winter day. From Chernyshevsky's What Is to Be Done, Lenin's favorite book as a young man, he got not only the title of his own most famous work, the source of the above quotation from Pisarev, and the tough behavioral model of Rakhimitov, but also the vision of utopia of happiness, prosperity, technology. but he believed that the realization depended on the active work and physical struggle of new people, tough, hard, and determined like himself. Lenin was capable of romanticizing the masses. "Revolutions are the festival of the oppressed and the exploited," he wrote during the Revolution of 1905. "At no other time are the masses of the people in a position to come forward so actively as creators of a new social order as at a time of revolution. At such times the people are capable of performing miracles." 12. He was also in the habit of letting his fancy take flight, as when he shared his reaction to the time machine with its author. "Human ideas," he told Wells, "are based on the scale of the planet we live in. They are based on the assumption that the technical potentialities, as they develop, will never overstep the earthly limit. If we succeed in making contact with the other planets, all our philosophical, social, and moral ideas will have to be revised, and in this event these potentialities will become limitless and will put an end to violence as a necessary means to progress." But Lenin was no devotee of space fantasy, as were so many of the literary and artistic attendants of Bolshevism in the early years. The science fiction component in his personal library of 10,000 volumes was sparse. When Bukharin asked Lenin in 1918 for an outline or sketch of the socialist future, he replied, "What socialism will be like when it reaches its final form we do not know, we cannot predict it." L3. Right before the interview with Wells, at a particularly critical moment in the early history of the Soviet state, Lenin wrote that those who engage in the formidable task of overcoming capitalism must be prepared to try method after method until they find the one which answers their purpose best. 14. Wells found Lenin prepared for unlimited experiment until the right solutions were found. Lenin had some of the rigid, arithmetic, and self-confident dogmatism often associated with utopia builders, but also the flexibility and realism associated with the experimental method. Revolutionary innovation, like much else in human activity, requires both thought and action. Revolutions produce pure dreamers and pure actors, a whole spectrum between these two extremes, and individuals who possess the entire range of impulses. Lenin was among those individuals who act out certain missions by day and then sit down and write about them by night, or vice versa, glossing the written account with logic and pattern, the people who alternate physical, political, military, or administrative work with revolutionary. Revolution, utopias in the air and on the ground. 43. Planning and even dreaming. Lenin's outpouring of projects in the midst of the revolutionary swirl and Trotsky's tireless printing press aboard an armored train in a war zone are simply two examples of this familiar phenomenon. Extravagant visions can be fed as easily by the crush of events and the flash of red banners on the move as they can inside a fortress prison. Thus Lenin's apparent duality cannot be explained by the notion that he employed utopian speculation in order to gain, retain, or extend his power, nor even by the notion of a man gripped by sincere but naive dreams who then gives way to angry force. It was rather that Lenin combined deliberately what Stalin would later call Russian revolutionary sweep and American practicality and efficiency. Lenin's most elaborate excursion into future speculation, state, and revolution, actually belongs in time and context to the period of urban and anti-urban utopianism of the period 1890 to 1917. It was composed before either of the revolutions of 1917, begun in 1916, virtually completed in January 1917, and polished and revised only in the late summer of 1917, just before the Bolshevik takeover. Its utopian basis was to be found in Marx's vision of the communist future, universal social ownership and the end of private property, rotation of work and the end of the social division of labor, communalism in work and life and the end of egoism, victory over nature and the end of fatalism, liberation from authority and the end of state, law and punishment, a single humanity and the end of hostility between classes, races, sexes, and between town and country. This vision was adapted to Russian conditions and embellished with concrete details from the experience of the Paris Commune in 1871. 15. The time for its projection is sometime in the unspecified future, vague enough not to bind present-day activists, vivid enough to provide something concrete for the movement to contemplate. Lenin's document is almost devoid of utopian passion. Though it has been rightly called a utopia, it is also a program both in its aridity and its absence of the pictorial element. Though issued eventually in huge numbers and apparently widely read, at least in excerpts, by workers, it is not likely that it would attract the kind of spontaneous interest that other genres of utopia did. It was in fact a political and social prediction of what will be rather than fictional projection. Production, now in the hands of all the people, would require labor obligation for all, of both sexes, and the concomitant equality of rights, and it would generate a love for labor as well, since the productive apparatus was now to be everyone's household economy. The diminution of physical labor, made possible by technology, would add leisure and time for the spiritual development of all apparently in a communal context. Nature would be tamed, and there is no hint of the kind of tragic and continuous war against the elements that is found in Bogdanov's Martian Communist Society. Central to state and revolution is the theme of the revolution's victory over the state, which would disappear in the wake of the unleashed energies of the masses, meaning both the spontaneous skills of the people as a whole and the super energies of the new people. Equal and rotating administration would replace the whip of authoritarian bureaucrats and capitalist managers. Lenin, like Marx and Bogdanov, required the special skills of technical experts who would guide enterprises and operations just as a specialized conductor would have to lead an orchestra, though the relationship between superiors and subordinates in the industrial and government processes was left distressingly vague. State and revolution is written in two tenses, future imperfect and future perfect, so to speak. These are the classic divisions of Marx, called the early and the tenal stages. 44. Of communism or, more commonly, socialism and communism. Failure to discern this distinction, sometimes muddled in the text, has led to confused interpretations about Lenin's one-time lapse into utopianism. There is utopianism enough in the description of statelessness, classlessness, and all the other elements enumerated above in Marx's final vision. But this had been a staple of Marxism since 1875, when first codified in the Critique of the Gotha program. Lenin verbally defends this picture against accusations of utopianism by reminding readers that socialists do not promise or plan to introduce it as their fearful detractors claim. Unlike utopographers who describe the future world as static and ready-made, Lenin shows the process and the mechanism through which imperfect socialists may move towards perfect communism, not by rocket, spaceship, or time machine, but by long economic development under the auspices of socialist organizations. The future imperfect is the transition period from near future to far future. Until communist society comes into being, people are faced with palpable problems of survival, reconstruction, and development. On the question of authority and the specialization of labor during this period, Lenin was unambiguous. The state could not be abolished at once, everywhere, and completely. The economy could not be maintained, much less amplified, by self-administering workers. Lenin thus resisted workers' control and promoted discipline, organization, the use of specialists, division of labor, and inequality in privilege. Lenin denied that the vision of communism was utopian, but he criticized the utopians for ignoring the need for a transitional period, and a lengthy one at that. 16. Thus Lenin could have his utopia and eat it too by retaining the distinct image and picture in vague outline but rejecting a leap toward it. In practice this meant resorting to some very conventional and well-established forms of human organization in the early years of the revolution, taken not only from capitalism but also from Russian administrative traditions. For this he has been bitterly castigated by modern Marxists. In 1905 a critic depicted Lenin's view of the party as an immense factory headed by a director. To Lenin the factory was the highest form of capitalist cooperation, uniting and disciplining the proletariat, a discipline based on collective work united by the conditions of a technologically highly developed form of production. Lenin's technological mystique made him envision society as well as the party as a vast office or factory, an idea that is rooted in Saint-Simon and Marx. Neo-Marxists ground their critique of Leninism in its failure to develop a pre-revolutionary anti-commodity fetishist counterculture. Thus Lenin introduced a reversal of repressive bureaucracy, not its removal, just as he erected new hero statues on the site of old idols, see chapter 4. When such a counterculture did appear in the form of workers' control, anarchism, syndicalism, and various democratic intra party oppositionists, it was repudiated by the Bolshevik leadership. Lenin, in welcoming the structure of labor relations built up by capital, sacralized the productive process. 17 Lenin believed that there was no other choice in a society like Russia's. In 1919, he said as much. 18 The old utopian socialists imagined that socialism could be built with other kinds of people, that they could raise up at once good and decent and well-trained people, and that they could build socialism through them. We have always laughed at this and said that this is like playing with dolls, that it is like a diversion from socialism, a pastime of well-bred ladies and not politically serious. Revolution, utopias in the air and on the ground. 45. Exegesis of a person's work rarely yields a true picture on any issue, especially in the case of a dynamic and active revolutionary whose career spanned over 30 years of political work and writing. And yet the quality of Lenin's comments on the pre-Marxian utopian socialists and indigenous Russians such as the populists is remarkably consistent over the years. To Lenin, utopianism consists of unreal and impossible programs and visions. The European utopian socialists of the 1830s and 1840s, whom both he and Marx admired for their titanic thoughts and the pathos of their critique of capitalism, fall prey to his attack for their static formulas and for their posture of expectation. Utopian are all those who believe that justice will come without socialism, that socialism will come without a struggle, or that a socialist state can survive without coercion, harshness, cruelty, and the active recruitment of the leftover human materials of the old regime as specialists. This generally restrained critique occasionally flashes into anger at rosy pictures of the future as a substitute for work and struggle in the here and now. 19 Lenin shaped the official outlook of Bolshevism in the early years. An article on the future state of 1919 praised the good points of Moore, Babeuf, Fourier, Owen, Cabet, Babel, Herzka, and Morris, but warned that the ideal society was unattainable without hard work. 20 Lenin's impatience with utopian currents was selective, allowing himself pet projects such as electrification, monumental propaganda, and Taylorism, but producing disapproval of other dreamers. These included individuals such as Bogdanov for his proletarian culture movement, Mayakovsky for his futurism, Kollontai for her new morality, Lunacharsky for his God-building, and Bukharin for his early left communism, as well as currents such as specialist baiting, iconoclasm, egalitarianism, pedagogical fantasies, avant-garde art, militant atheism, and communal life. Part of this annoyance was rooted in Lenin's cultural and personal style, dress, speech habits, manners, taste in art, sexual life, and self-discipline. At a deeper level, it was Lenin's relentless insistence on the centrality of political power, order, and systematic building by means of unleashed energy of the masses through established modes of organization. The state simply had to exist in some real form, teaching and tutoring the coming generations to take it over and eventually dispense with it. In this regard, Lenin was one of the first, along with Sun Yat-sen, who was revising his own three principles of the people at about the same time, who saw the tutelary state as the only possible mode of survival and transition to social justice in a backward yet revolutionary society. 21. How then did utopianism function in the revolution? How was it used by the regime? What was its relation to radical policies? To Marxist ideology? The relationship between Marxism, the regime, and utopianism was conditioned by two circumstances. First, the endemic backwardness of the country and the crises created by war and revolution encouraged sweeping solutions, hopeful vistas, compensatory fantasies, variety in experiment. And second, the Russian radical tradition with its vast sweep, plus the newness of the regime, its lack of experience, and its success in taking power as the first regime of its kind in the world, opened up the doors of Marxism to further elaboration and experiment, and opened wider vistas beyond or outside Marxism, for utopian speculation and for actual experimentation. The utopian fantasies were mostly grounded in socialist visions, and therefore, when seen as the prediction of a more or less distant future, accepted as harmless at worst or inspiring and useful at best. The experimentalism often intersected with the perceived practical need for innovation by the Bolsheviks. 46. Machinism, militarization, egalitarianism, ritualism, communes, town planning, iconoclasm. When they went too far, they were curbed and redrawn into acceptable channels. But it was not always easy to define acceptable limits to attractive experiments and ideas, so the relationship remained fluid and complex through the 1920s. The sheer existence of the dreams, plans, projects, and experiments enumerated above, flourishing in the years of revolution, civil war, and N.E.P. before and after the death of Lenin sets this period off in a stunning way from the years of Stalinism. The Utopians were like so many experimental teams in Lenin's gigantic laboratory of revolution, using materials and expending time and exuberant energy on projects that were marginal to the party leader's own research design for building socialism by means of tutelary state power and organization from the top down. Lenin frowned on some of the experiments, barked at the experimenters, and sometimes even deprived them of their equipment and funds. But, unlike his successor Stalin, he did not destroy this vast laboratory, did not close it all down, did not arrest and exterminate its principal investigators. War communism as utopia. The term wojenny communism, usually translated as war communism, has generated considerable historiographical heat. The battle usually rages over what the Soviet leaders had in mind in launching it. Some argue that it was a conscious and deliberate attempt to jump directly into communism, others, that it was a series of ad hoc emergency measures, posthumously elevated to a historical period of the revolution. Most of the evidence, as well as common sense, points to the second as being closer to the truth. The writings of Lenin before the revolution and his actions in the first 8 months after it show no intention of leaping over Marxian stages into a state of communism. The relatively moderate nature of the Bolshevik economic order in these months foreshadows much of what was done under NEP after 1921 and thus indicates that war communism was at least originally an emergency. Once it got started in the summer of 1918, war communism took on an intellectual impetus of its own, feeding utopian impulses for the Great Leap and attracting a wide variety of economic glosses on Marx to justify it. The recent superb study by Silvana Mal transcends the somewhat meaningless either/or debate by shifting the weight of analysis from the texts of the main political leaders to the writings, speeches, policies, and actions of the secondary and tertiary administrators, economists, technicians, engineers, and planners, both Mensheviks and Bolsheviks, and those who had recent close contact with the German wartime economy, nicknamed Kriegskommunismus at the time. What emerges is a welter of interaction and discourse revealing a heady brew of visionary speculation and hard-headed, desperate measures designed to make the economy work and the Soviet regime survive. One of the many incongruities of war communism is that self-conscious borrowings from German experience resulted in lifting practical solutions and details from a work that was once considered visionary, Atlanticus's glimpse into the future state, and in deriving an enthusiastic vision from the eminently practical businessman-statesman, Walther Rathenau. Intrigued by the spectacle of the state enveloping all of the economy and society, some Soviet leaders looked upon war communism as a permanent system. 22. What was it? At various moments in its 3-year life, the system of war revolution, utopias in the air and on the ground. 47. Munism entailed the nearly complete nationalization of the economy, the reorganization of industries and other enterprises into state organs arranged according to production type, government control of supply and distribution of all products including food, a continuously changing array of devices to extract food from the countryside to feed the cities by elaborate forms of rationing, a problem that the regime inherited from the World War economy and the provisional government, militarization of labor and production, vast centralized bureaucracies bearing such exotic new names as Glabum and Centrotextile which attempted to regulate and control output according to the exigencies of war and shifting central plans. The result was the first sustained assault on capitalism on a nationwide scale in history, an almost fully communist economy right down to the abolition of money for a time and in some places the use of barter. But it was not the utopia of anyone's dreams. The byproduct of war communism, and of war inexperience and backwardness, was social disaster on a mammoth scale, the emptying of cities, the luxuriant growth of a black market, bagging, speculation, gross inequality, systematic terror, and disease and hunger of such a scope as to create ghost towns and to flood the landscape with whole armies of bewildered refugees who crisscrossed the country on trains in search of food and security. Yet it was precisely in the atmosphere engendered by battle, heroism, martyrdom, and national resurgence that ideas, plans, fantasies, and utopias arose. The almost total takeover of the economy by the state, the nationalization of most enterprises, the mass distribution of the land to the peasants, and looming conflict between town and country, the mobilization of labor, and the spectacle of a world turned upside down, what an American journalist called the greatest economic experiment and social adventure in the history of the world. 23 all gave impetus to ascending dreams of imminent transformation. As memoirists and contemporaries put it again and again in their contrastive metaphors, it was out of the turmoil of a dying civilization and the agonized death throes of an ancient culture that a new life was emerging. It was precisely the violence and the lethal menace of the Civil War, in which prisoners were almost always executed and often tortured, that gave such lustrous promise to the visions of a coming world. And it was the deep radicalism of the economic revolution, unprecedented in human history, that seemed to fling open the portals to unending possibilities for drastic change. 24 The most elaborate picture of the future to come out of the war communism period was the ABC of Communism, a lengthy gloss on the party program of 1919, written by Nikolai Bukharin and Yevgeny Preobrazhensky, two relatively younger economic specialists and members of left communist circles in the early period of revolution. The ABC sold 1 million copies in the few months after it appeared, and millions more through the 1920s to disappear from Soviet print from the late 1920s until this day. It was a popular condensation of classical Marxism, a Marxist précis of recent European social and economic history with an emphasis on the crises of capitalism, imperialism, and World War, and a codification of Bolshevik experience in revolution and the organization of the Soviet state. The pages dealing with the communist future predicted that full communism would take root fairly soon, bringing with it all the solutions embedded in the classical canon of Marx. In Russia within a few decades there will be quite a new world, with new people and new customs. 25. In these pages two motifs stand out with particular clarity: order and mechanics. The discourse on order seems bathed in deep Russian traditions of phobia toward anarchy, chaos, disorder, and panic. The root evil of capitalism in this context, looming even greater than its unfairness, is the unpredictability of competition, the irresponsible 48. Flow of market forces, the powerful and destructive egoism of owners and individual firms who can contrive shortages and famine, create unemployment, subvert whole nations, and unleash extravagant wars. The communist future would be one of global order and stasis, of harmony and control, of organization, one vast people's workshop where everything must be precisely calculated. To ensure and regulate such an order, a machine is required, accounting offices and statistical bureaus that count, process, compute, and decide what is needed by whom and who is needed where. The imagery is similar to the quasi-cybernetic and proto-computer society on communist Mars outlined by Bogdanov in Red Star. When the social order is like a well-oiled machine, all will work in accordance with the indications of these statistical bureaus. This was a main theme of Soviet utopian science fiction of the 1920s. By comparison, the language of fairness, equity, and justice, and the attacks on exploitation seem lifeless and formulaic in the pages of the ABC of Communism. Even if one takes into account the immediate atmosphere in which this document was written, one of appalling uncertainty and hardship, one cannot ignore the deeper layers of fear in the authors, and widely shared by Bolshevik leaders, of colossal and elemental upheaval and breakdown inherent in the forces of Russian history. 26 During these stormy years, the institutions most concerned about shaping the society and culture of the coming world took form. The Proletkult movement, launched in 1917, set out to design and construct a new culture of, for, and by the working class on the bones of the old culture. The Futurists and other schools of avant-garde art, born shortly before the Revolution, aspired to shatter the old forms, make new ones, and as revolutionary missionaries and culture bearers, take them out to the people. Both the Janatdal and the Komsomol came into being in the midst of the war as vehicles for organized women and young people, respectively, to reform and refashion sexual behavior and morality. New kinds of schools and cultural institutions sprang up overnight to shape the values and feelings of the emerging Soviet people. In the cities, intellectuals dreamed of massive projects for the future, clean and bright super-civilizations that would come to replace the darkness and misery of their world. In the countryside, communes were formed in order to introduce the ideologies of the town into the life of the village. City light and rural darkness came to be the Soviet metaphor for Marx's The Idiocy of Rural Life and the contradiction between town and country, and a major theme of early Soviet intellectual, cultural, and social history. To Soviet authorities, the city was identified with civilization, culture, progress, and dynamism, and light was its symbol. Although electric power had come to Russia as early as the 1870s, it remained almost non-existent in the countryside. Lenin, an enthusiast about technology in general, became almost fixated on the prospect of the rapid electrification of the Soviet Union. The revolutionary pathos and the Promethean arrogance of this dream were put on full display in 1920, when before an assembled audience in the Kremlin, Lenin demonstrated by means of a huge map of the country, studded with bulbs, how electrification would look. During the demonstration, all the electricity in the city of Moscow had to be cut off in order to provide sufficient power for this show. 27 This did not deter Lenin. He gave full backing to G.O.E.L.R.O. the State Commission for the Electrification of Russia, and to its leading figure, G.M. Khryzhanovsky, one of the many technical persons attracted to the Bolshevik movement in the early years. Their hope was to use electricity to integrate the vast village world into the culture of the cities, especially the capitals, to lay the groundwork for industrial pro-revolution, utopias in the air and on the ground. 49. Duction over the entire expanse of the land, and to kindle the light of knowledge by means of literacy campaigns and electric lamps, hitherto virtually unknown. It was a titanic scheme, especially given the time. As Khryzhanovsky himself put it in 1920, 28. How, in view of the enormity of the destruction and ruin we have lived through, can we possibly establish a plan for the widespread electrification of such an economically backward land as Russia has been and still is? Doesn't the scheme of electrification in a period of gigantic economic dislocation seem a fantasy, a utopia, a paper project? It did not to Khryzhanovsky and Lenin. Lenin called electrification the party's second program and coined the constantly quoted phrase "communism equals Soviet power plus the electrification of the entire country." In his enthusiasm, he suggested that an electric grid extending to neighboring countries could help replace national prejudice and hatred with fraternal internationalism. 29. The whole scheme became a kind of hobby for Lenin, perhaps a technological compensation for the rapid dissipation of his earlier dreams in the face of hard reality. Wells, a man who understood the power of technological fantasy, wrote that Lenin, who like a good orthodox Marxist, denounces all utopians, has succumbed at last to utopia, the utopia of the electricians. Lenin saw electric power stations, and railroads, as binding devices in building a nation. As early as May 1918, he outlined to Raymond Robbins vague schemes of the joint development of certain parts of eastern Siberia in cooperation with the United States, an idea reminiscent of Gasteff's Siberian Utopia, see Chapter 7. Lenin wanted copies of the electrification plan, a huge document, in every local library and power station, and wanted it read. For him, electricity was the bearer of hygiene, sanitation, and a bright, healthy environment in the workplace and a substitute for degrading domestic chores. Electrification will regenerate Russia, he said in a 1920 interview. Electrification on the soil of the Soviet system will produce a decisive victory of the principles of communism in our country, the principles of a cultural life without exploiters, capitalists, landowners, and merchants. Lenin seemed to endow electric current with magic power, as did many Russian peasants. His oft-quoted definition of communism really summarized much of his thinking. He saw it as a fusion of social justice, embodied in the policies of the Soviet government headed by the Communist Party, with technical prowess, wealth, progress, and sheer survival. Electricity stood for heat and shelter in a land of Arctic climates, light and knowledge in a land of darkness and bigotry, energy and economic growth in a land of poverty and sloth. 30 Lenin's vision was widely shared. Krzyzanowski, invoking Marx and Engels, spoke of how electricity would eliminate the contradictions between town and country and even linked it to the old visions of More, Campanella, Fourier and other utopians of a crystal clean and happy civilization, humming with productivity and beaming with brightness. Like their counterparts in the United States at the same time, agricultural planners rhapsodized about electric power. The electrification of agriculture will bring not only bodily but also spiritual nourishment. The electric light will serve as a mighty source of political and scientific education for the countryside, an idea taken up by the godless crusaders in the 1920s. In the Russian Revolution, as in ancient religions, light was a metaphor for everything good, just as darkness was for poverty, evil, and prejudice. A 1921 poster, Electrification and Counter-Revolution, depicted a worker holding a light bulb, the updated torch of enlightenment and liberty, to search out the 50 cringing figures of a bourgeois, a minister, a political foe, a white general, and a priest. "We must snatch away God's thunderbolts," wrote Mayakovsky in Mystery Bouffe. "Take we can use all those volts for electrification." The proletarian poet M.P. Gerasimov portrayed Soviet Russia as a vast power station humming with collectivist energy, the Kremlin, its huge dynamo bristling with antennae, performing magnetic songs, all for the electrification of the soul and the triumph over darkness. 31 There was something warm-blooded about the utopia of electrification. When coupled with the invocation of the utopian socialist utopias of the past, it seemed to promise a lightened life eased and enriched by exposure to art and learning. And this is precisely what the promise meant. But another kind of dream re-emerged during the Civil War. Administrative utopia. Its written expression was a manifesto and future design entitled Against Civilization, 1918, written by two figures in the world of avant-garde art and letters, Yevgeny Poletev and Nikolai Punin. It was an appeal for the Prussianization of Russian society. Though in form it seemed an isolated literary episode, in fact it resonated with two ideas that were much in the air during World War I and the Russian Civil War: the hopelessly flaccid and degenerate character of Western civilization, and the beauty and utility of harshness. Against Civilization declaimed at length about the egoism, sickly emotionalism, and romanticism of the English and the French, with their cult of love, their aversion to pain, and their fear of nature. Poletev and Punin, both Bolshevik supporters, lashed out at the French utopian socialists whom they saw as sentimental and Christianoid. Against these they opposed Germanic Kultur, discipline, bravery, military prowess, solidarity, battlefield camaraderie, and machine-like organization. In nature they saw a cruel and powerful friend, not a mistress or a foe. The Society of Kultur is a good machine in the full sense of the word, they wrote. And they wished to replace the psychosis of individual freedom by a system of voluntary slavery organized into creativity in the interest of the whole. Their hope was to see a fusion of German Kultur with what they saw to be the virtues of Bolshevism, machine-mindedness, proletarian solidarity, class violence, hierarchy, and revolutionary discipline and obedience. Against Civilization was a revival updated in the light of Darwin, Nietzsche, and Spengler of that tradition of Russian administrative utopia which found so much to admire in the Prussian model of a military society. 32 Trotsky's militarization of labor experiment in 1920, though often linked to this tradition by his opponents, who shouted Arakchevshchina at him, was different from it in a number of ways and distinctly divergent from the racist and eugenic fantasies of Polativ and Punin. But its central elements, the total organization and disciplining of society along military lines and the intermixing of civil and military economies, was a familiar form of applied utopianism and experimentation in human organization, however much Trotsky denied this. In his writings of the early 1920s, Trotsky, in the spirit of the times, sketched humane visions of the future life, but in doing so he was always careful to deny any utopian element in himself, no miracles, no overnight results, and to deplore in it in others, such as proletarian military doctrine and prolet cult. No bureaucratic fanciful experiments, he warned. The state cannot remake life without people combining by their own choice and will into a commonwealth. But in 1919 and 1920, Trotsky, in the words of his most admiring biographer, went into grotesque flights of military bureaucratic fancy over the field of economic and social policies. 33. Facing a ring of white armies and accompanying forces of allied interventionists. Revolution, utopias in the air and on the ground. 51. The Bolsheviks resorted to mass mobilization of the civilian population to supplement the mass recruitments of soldiers. Every able-bodied person was pressed into service: the housewife, the prisoner of war, the convict laborer, the priest, the member of the former ruling and possessing classes, to sew clothes, dig trenches, and build fortifications. About 6 million people were mobilized into the timber industry in the first half of 1920. The main agent of all this dragooning and movement of people was Trotsky. In it he was fully supported by Lenin, whose reverence for discipline deepened during this war. 34. But in his speeches and actions of late 1919 and early 1920, Trotsky went much further than the usual forging of a nation in arms. To fight chaos, he said, the government needed to view the population of the entire country as a reservoir of labor power, to be harnessed, trained, allocated, or tied down when necessary. He spoke of treating economic and social tasks as problems of military combat. The whole economy was to be redrawn to fit military tables of organization, and the population incorporated into regiments, brigades, and divisions under the command of army officers who were trained in industrial centers. A culture of precision and obedience had to be imposed, as well as a fusion of military and industrial psychology. Production orders were to be couched as battle orders. The command procure firewood would take on the form of take that village, and crude reconnaissance would give way to systematic collection of data. Above all, Trotsky stressed, the agrarian sector must be fully subordinated to the industrial centers. The city, the machine, and the army were thus linked together once again to bring order out of chaos. Every worker was now to become a soldier. 35. How did it work? Revolutionary labor armies were formed in all the major fronts and in the rear, composed largely of peasants and used for raw manual labor, digging, felling trees or carting lumber supplies. In some places, workers were tied down to their factories like the industrial serfs of Tsarist times. 20 mobilizations were launched in 1920 alone, covering 36 provinces. They fell chiefly upon the peasantry, who were dragooned to remote districts to cut wood under military guard. Peasant resentment was massive and broke into open rebellion. Trotsky admitted the terrible shortcomings of the system and yet fought to sustain it. It was abolished when the war wound down and NEP was established. 36. What about the charge of building a utopia worthy of Arakchev lodged against Trotsky by Menshevik and other critics? Was Trotsky's flight of military bureaucratic fancy a utopia? Even at his most lyrical, Trotsky did not revive or emulate the mentality of everyday militarization that characterized officers and landowners of the 18th century, the stress on aesthetically pleasing troop formations and the movement of people in the geometric gyration known as the parade. No drum and trumpet, no spit and polish, no insane scheduling of daily life. But the charge of Arakchevism was largely correct. Raphael Abramovich, one of those who made it, was certainly right in comparing Trotsky's methods to those which the Egyptian pharaohs used in building the pyramids. 37 Forced labor for a higher cause, a machine fashioned out of human bodies, and a hierarchy of decision-makers, trained overseers, and unfree toilers. This was a major feature of Arakchev's world at Gruzino and in the military colonies, as were the crossing over of civil and military economic activity and the attempt to induce a military culture into the population. Trotsky resembled Arakchev not because he studied the methods of the Tsarist general but because Trotsky perceived the problem in the way Arakchev did, both of them having a very low opinion of the spontaneous self-organizing capacity of the Russian people as a whole, and because, as he said, 52. Emphatically and repeatedly at the time, labor obligation, coercion, and militarization of labor were the natural and only forms of economic organization on the road to building socialism. 38. This feature of Trotsky led Lenin to render his famous testamentary comment about his excessive love for the administrative side of things. Abandoned in 1921, Trotsky's scheme of a militarized society did not die. It surfaced again under his successor as War Commissar, Mikhail Frunze, in his now much discussed design for the militarization of society, Voenizatsiya Obshestva, outlined in a 1925 article entitled Front and Rear in the War of the Future. Struck by the prospect of a war of immense destructive power, by the enormous cost of conducting it, by the staggering backwardness of Russia's infrastructure, and by the growing fear of death from the skies by means of long-distance bombing, Frunze concluded that the old difference between front and rear in time of war would disappear and that the entire nation would be living on a military front. The only way to prepare for this, he argued, was the complete militarization of society, discipline, ranks, reorganization of the government, a wartime footing for the economy, and a permanent military posture for the entire population, thus turning the Soviet Union into an armed camp in the most literal sense of the term. Frunze's plan was never realized in peacetime, though there are a number of contemporary Western analysts of Soviet affairs who believe that Soviet society is now moving in that direction. 39. As a plan of the future, Trotsky's lavish human experiment in the militarization of labor during the Civil War did not have much impact on the utopian imagination. On the other hand, his language concerning the conversion of peasants and workers into robotic servants of the state remained very much alive in the visions and programs of the machine worshippers and timeists of the 1920s, see Chapter 7, and of some of the industrial planners and political leaders of Stalin's revolution from above. Beyond the Green Wall. The central element in the utopian longings of Soviet leaders, cultural figures, and most pro-Bolshevik intellectuals was the exaltation of the urban order over the rural and the triumph of the machine over nature. A major image in avant-garde productions, proletarian poetry, and revolutionary science fiction was a world city or the world as a city, with urban minds beaming out reason and wisdom into the primeval darkness and city-built machines shaping the tangle of nature into symmetrical forms. After electricity, Mayakovsky put it bluntly, I lost interest in nature. Too backward. He longed for great cities, proudly soaring skyscrapers, forests of chimneys and networks of highways covering the earth. The exorbitant taste of Bolshevik leaders for technology, electricity, giant production units, machines, and the human machinery of a disciplined workforce and an army, their large-scale theories, and their dominant view of the city as the locus of power and reason as against the lethargic and somnolent countryside, all of this set the stage for what has sometimes been called a war between country and city, reflecting the long-standing dichotomies of consciousness and spontaneity, state and people, Leviathan and anarchy, and, in Boris Pilniak's phrase, machines and wolves. 40. Beyond the Green Wall, Zamayatin's metaphor for the natural wilderness of forest and countryside untouched by the urban and metallic hand of the United States, the old tensions between peasant and townsman were awakened by the wars and revolutions. Measures taken by the Tsarist regime, the Provisional Government, and the Bolsheviks. Revolution, utopias in the air and on the ground. 53. All provoked peasant hostility and suspicion, nourishing an attitude of what we have we hold. The great agrarian uprising that accompanied the revolutions of 1917 was not simply the seizure of landlords' land, it was also a massive withdrawal of the peasantry from the state, the expulsion of alien elements, urban intruders, intellectuals, outside laborers, and prisoners of war, from active village life, a chorus of rumor, and frequently violence and vandalism. Peasant anti-urbanism was augmented by the fact that pro-Bolshevik elements in the villages tended to migrate to the city or to serve in the army. In the Civil War, the peasants hated and feared the whites who, they believed, wanted to take back the land, but they also hated and feared the white hands, city folk who had nothing to offer for the grain they took. 41 Nestor Makhno, the Ukrainian anarchist leader of peasant background, summed up the anti-urban resentment when he spoke of the political poison of the cities. The actions of the peasants in the revolution seemed to support this. So did their words, as uttered to Gorky in his travels around Russia during the Civil War. On city life, industrial technology, electricity, and intellectuals, his interlocutors were unambiguous. The city was a complex organization of cunning people who live off the bread and toil of the countryside, make useless things for the peasants, and who in all ways adroitly try to cheat and deceive them. Great factory complexes were unnecessary and harmful, said a Ryazan peasant. From them you get only trouble and vice. Better to live on the soil with small mills, scattered so as not to let workers congregate, with each province for itself, full bellies and tranquility. Electricity, they thought, was dangerous, like most technology, since it might easily burn down a village. The villagers to whom Gorky talked harbored no gratitude for intellectuals and their revolutionary suffering and martyrdom. After all, the peasants had not asked the intelligentsia to make a revolution. And in any case, the peasant could not fathom why a person would work so hard and die simply for ideals. 42 Flight from the city during the hard years of revolution, though directly due to harsh conditions in the towns, was also sometimes an expression of revilement of the big towns where stalked hunger, syphilis, and death, in the words of a character in Pilniak. Between 1918 and 1921, Petrograd's population fell from 1,217,000 to 722,000. The insecurity and instability of city life, particularly where towns such as Kiev and Ekaterinslav changed hands again and again, each occupation attended by executions and depredations, and the lack of food drove thousands to seek out a rural abode as a place to hide and to eat, a haven of survival. Like rebels, deserters, and sectarians of past centuries, all kinds of people now bade farewell to the two capitals and to their new tsars, Lenin and Trotsky, to central authority, and to utopian intellectuals in the cities who dreamed of urbanizing, electrifying, militarizing, and mechanizing the ancient land of all the Russias. And since central authority, and often local authority, had ceased to function in vast areas, this was not so difficult to achieve. 43 A virtual orgy of separatism broke out, giving birth not only to the recessionist states of Finland, Poland, and the Baltic, but to temporary withdrawals in the Ukraine, Belorussia, Siberia, the Caucasus, and the Far East, much of it under white control, and to tiny republics, or communes. Sometimes these words were used as pure rhetoric, as with the Don Soviet Republic and the Rostov Commune, which lasted 7 days, distributed food equally to the population, put the local bourgeoisie into forced labor gangs, and built public works for the unemployed. The name was inspired by the Paris Commune of 1871. Sometimes they were high-sounding names, such as the Karelian Workers' Commune in the immense and thinly populated forests east of Finland. 54. Or the Union of the Communes of the Northern Region, the Petrograd Commune or Petrocommuna being one of these, with its own governing body separate from Moscow. And sometimes it was simply a celebration of local patriotism, as with the Kazan Workers' and Peasants' Republic formed immediately after the October Revolution, and the Tsaritsyn Republic, originally a pejorative to denote exceptional radicalism and disobedience to the provisional government. Kronstadt was at first one of these republics within the republic, but then broke away into its own separate identity as a revolutionary commune. The Baku Commune of 1917-18, a tiny workers' democratic socialist state, produced by its very existence a socialist form of thinking and feeling among the workers. 44 The centrifugal forces and the feelings of liberation engendered by the revolution produced many variants on this kind of behavior. In industry, annoyed Bolshevik officials called it factory chauvinism, in the army it was called atamanchkina and partizanchkina, the widespread tendency for whole units to operate like highly individual enterprises run by a charismatic commander who would disobey the center, hoard weapons and food, and refuse to coordinate his fighting with other units. They were miniature fighting republics, fighting their own wars and living off the land. 45 The agricultural commune was partially another response both to the unhinging of central power and to the menacing noises from the cities. They were organized and assisted by the regime and adorned with ideology, see Chapter 10. But some communes seem to have been born out of the hideous conditions in the towns. Withdrawal and the quest for security accounted for the motivations of many founders of communes, though some of them also sought a kingdom of the white waters and the dream of Vera Pavlovna as well. Some hostile Bolsheviks, such as Yuri Lerin, scorned the commune as a peaceful shelter, others called it a primitive throwback and a flight from politics. 46. Those in outright opposition to the Bolsheviks, but not necessarily affiliated with the whites, launched various black, anarchist, and green, peasant, revolutionary withdrawals. Raising the flag of an independent republic during times of insurrection was not new in Russia. The Free Cossack Republic, sometimes called a Don, was part of the rebel tradition in Russian history. In 1905, Krasnoyarsk was independent for a month. The Chita Republic controlled most of Transbaikalia and ran everything until suppressed. The First Far Eastern Republic, headed by a Polish engineer, lasted for 53 days, and almost adjacent to Moscow, the Markovo Republic held the authorities at bay for a year. 47 This phenomenon reached far greater dimensions in the Civil War period. Samara was ruled by socialist revolutionaries, anarchists, and maximalists in defiance of Soviet power in 1917-18. The so-called Krustalev Republic appeared in South Russia in 1918-19, headed by Trotsky's former rival in the St. Petersburg Soviet of 1905. Cossack republics flourished on Russia's great steppes and river basins, and a Menshevik republic appeared in the distant wastelands of Central Asia. The Siberian Soviet Republic of 1918 dissolved into a republic of republics. The mystic Uspensky wrote that in 1919, to travel from Mineralny Vody to Rostov and thence to Novorossiysk, you pass through 4 states, each with different laws, different prices, different sorts of police. 48. Organized anarchists were especially prominent in creating new communities on the ground. Some of them came back into the capitals during the revolution in order to transform the city into an egalitarian commune, patterned after an idealized image of the Paris Commune of 1871, expropriating houses, handing out food, requisitioning. Revolution, utopias in the air and on the ground. 55. Buildings and factories, and flying the black flag under the noses of the local Bolshevik authorities. A small group, known as the Immediate Socialists, requisitioned a house and made the following statement. Our aim is to reconstruct life completely according to purely socialist principles. Not having the opportunity to apply these principles on a large scale, we are putting them into practice on a small scale, starting the reorganization of society not from above but from below, by creating communities of production. Anarchist schemes for a new world included a universal language, cosmoism or universal humanity, geanthropism, the emancipation of women, pedeism, the liberation of children, and anarcho-biocosmism, a plan to launch a social revolution in interplanetary space but not upon Soviet territory. 49. These short-lived anarchist schemes and experiments, some serious and practical, some eccentric and bizarre, quickly dissolved or were snuffed out by a hostile government. Vigorous popular anti-Bolshevik movements, often called green in rural areas, erupted in the Civil War period. The Kronstadt Commune, called by Paul Avrish a lost revolutionary utopia, was established at the very outset of the revolutionary in 1917 on the island naval base in the Gulf of Finland. Virtually independent from 1917 to 1921 and strongly pro-Bolshevik in the early years, Kronstadt had a population of about 50,000, half of it military personnel, largely sailors of Ukrainian peasant background. Egalitarianism, compensatory justice, equity, and grassroots democracy took on active meaning in this little republic in the Baltic. Communes of 40 to 60 people were formed where intellectuals, workers, and sailors of all ages toiled side by side in urban garden plots and were rewarded according to labor or special need. Housing and building space was distributed according to family size. Sailors, who got special rations on the mainland, shared their portions equally with all the rest, including Bolshevik prisoners taken during the fighting of 1921. Kronstadt was one of the most vivid utopian socialist experiments to surface in the revolution. One striking element of its life was the extreme anti-authoritarianism of the sailors, whose naval experience had taught them to hate shipboard discipline. On their island, they resembled pirates or mutinous crews in control of their own vessel, and like pirates of a bygone day, they made equal sharing and solidarity an operative social ideology. Another element was the peasant-like character of Kronstadt, the democratic arena of Anchor Square where crucial decisions were noisily hammered out in the open air was akin to the traditions of the village mir, the Cossack assembly, Krug, and the ancient town Vesh. In 1921, having supported the Bolsheviks for 3 years, Kronstadt rose up and declared its independence from the Soviet state. It assailed the Bolsheviks for commissarocracy, Taylorism, and dictatorship and called itself the center of a third revolution for workers' control, democracy, and the independence of partisan units. When this occurred, the Bolsheviks called them mutineers and counter-revolutionaries and crushed their commune in a bloody act of repression. 50. The most spectacular, indeed cinematic, episode of the Russian Revolution was the Republic on Wheels, the insurgent army of the Ukrainian anarchist peasant leader, Nestor Makhno. His arena was the vast prairie of the southern Ukraine, the steppe land where towns were few and the population mostly peasant. It was the scene of intense fighting between Reds, Whites, Germans, Austrians, troops of the Rada, the Ukrainian nationalist phantom government, and various shades of green atamans or local chieftains. Makhno was one of these, though his flag was black, due to his conversion. 56. To anarchism while in prison as a youth. His program was simple regionalism, local self-government, and communal work and life for those of his own home region. No coercion, no state, no outside interference, and death to the agents of these things, red, white, or green. Like Emiliano Zapata in Morelos province in Mexico, Makhno emerged directly from the people and was perhaps the closest thing the Russian Revolution produced to a peasant leader with a utopian vision that seemed to fit the culture of his people. 51. Armed with anarchist texts and sometimes accompanied by a political writer, Makhno and his insurgents roamed the huge space between Ekaterinoslav, Alexandrovsk, and his home base at Gilyai Pole. The army itself was a protean body that could change shape instantly, peasants dissolving into field hands and easily reassembled in battle. The symbol of Makhno's great mobility was the Tachenka, a four-wheeled Ukrainian peasant cart, mounted with a machine gun. The presence of purely peasant commanders and the certainty of local popular support made Makhno's roving bands resemble guerrillas and partisans. A heavy drinker and a shrewd fighter, Makhno came to resemble the legendary rebels of the past as he rode in his cart, black flag unfurled at the head of a horse army. When he occupied Ekaterinoslav, Makhno opened all the prisons, proclaimed self-organization, turned the mills over to the citizens, established fair prices, and allowed the use of any kind of currency of which there was an abundant variety in a town that was taken a dozen times in the course of the revolutionary years. Makhno expressed his venomous hatred of the urban scene by acts of iconoclasm and vandalism, see Chapter 3. In his base at Gilyai Pole, a country town of 30,000, Makhno placed all factories in the hands of the workers and established communes on the land around his capital, consisting of 100 to 300 persons and based on Kropotkin's doctrines of anarcho-communism, full equality, work for all, sharing of goods, communal or individual dining according to choice. Though a few imported flourishes were added, such as naming the first of them the Rosa Luxemburg Commune, these communes were overwhelmingly peasant, incorporating only a minority of the region's peasantry but with the moral support, according to Makhno's claim, of the surrounding rural population. Makhno himself spent 2 days a week toiling in the fields and workshops. 52 Like the Kronstadt experiment, Makhno's communes and his army dissolved at the end of the Civil War as the Red Army moved in. Makhno himself went into exile and died in Paris in poverty in 1934. The last great peasant revolt against the Bolsheviks took place in Tambov province. It was green, that is, it opposed Reds and Whites, Central Power and City Slickers. Its official program was a rough variant of the Socialist Revolutionaries' ideology: an end to Bolshevik rule, the summoning of a constituent assembly, equality for all except members of the Romanov dynasty, land to the tillers, and workers' control in the towns. But a vague traditional mentality clearly predominated over a grafted-on ideology: partisan warfare, home armies and local commanders, a suspicion of all politics and programs, a strong religious element, field churches accompanied the rebellious troops, and a generalized longing for nothing more than peace and quiet, enough food for the stomach, and summing all this up, Valia, their major slogan. No communes, no planned anarchism, no schemes or dogmas, and no particular desire to link up with workers. The Bolsheviks called the Tambov rebels bandits, a term often used in history for troublesome rural insurgents. The Tambov Rising was crushed in bloody repression and its leaders executed. 5J. Revolution, utopias in the air and on the ground. 57. The same fate awaited the most curious and the tiniest of all insurgent peasant manifestations of the Civil War, the Tsardom of Or, known long afterwards as the Empire of the Swamps. In a remote village of Or, in the dense forests of the north between Vyatka, Kostroma, and Nizhny Novgorod, a small unit of Bolshevik soldiers arrived to bring a new dream to the pious old believers there. Setting up his main speaker, a machine gun and a red flag, an urban Bolshevik outlined a rosy future for the simple forest folk. In the rudest of tones he insulted religion, launched a search for hydras and contras, and described a new world without money where all could have what they needed. Lenin would be the Tsar of all the world, a huge commune where everyone would speak the same language. The villagers, utterly unmoved by this dream, rose up and chose their own Tsar, Peter Alexeyevich, whom they dubbed Tsar Peter I, invoking the great liberation of 1613 as they crowned him. According to the narrator of this episode, after the enthronement of the autocrat of Or, then everything was as of yore and even better, because there was a real Tsar to preside over ritual and dispense justice in the peasant manner. In due time, when the ice froze over, the Bolsheviks arrived again in force and crushed the Tsardom of Or, sending the ringleaders to the Solovetsky prison. On one side of the Or campaign, forest people on skis and armed with bear guns and flintlocks, with scouts who knew the terrain of almost impassable swamplands and thick forests, saw the foe as city folk and as the satanic horde of Lenin, and wished to remain outside a new world coming into being. On the other side, well-armed Bolsheviks stormed the village on sleds with red banners in order to desymbolize and desacralize a piece of territory that had no earthly political or military value. It was, in a way, a summary in miniature of the ancient duel between the two major visions, that of the state and that of the people. 54. Part 2. Living the Revolution. 3. I've got a feeling we're going to catch up with the Russians. That would be beautiful, Europe burning at both ends. Conversation in Barcelona, 1917. From Victor Serge, Birth of Our Power. The making of a revolutionary culture and way of life required clearing away old forms, iconoclasm, and fashioning new myths, rituals, and moral norms through revolutionary festival and atheist god-building, a surge to establish social justice through equality, and the compulsion to transform Russian work habits and revise Russian notions of time, space, motion, and order with the goal of introducing the revolution to the culture of the machine. Experiment in the Russian Revolution took on flesh in the decade or so after 1917, when various kinds of people, exhibiting varying levels of consciousness, began living the revolution by renouncing the old and trying out the new. All utopias are in a way texts of negation of the present order, a deep critique of society as a whole as well as of its constituent parts. Revolutionary iconoclasm was the old impulse, now fed and reinforced by the revolution, to expunge the hated past and make way for the future by means of destroying odious images, idols, icons, and structures, and by a sweeping negation of cultural and social values. It was one of the devices used by revolutionaries to prepare for the building of an ideal society. Proudhon's motto, "I destroy in order to create," had enjoyed a great vogue in 19th-century Russia, especially among the followers of Bakunin, who made it central to his vision of the first stage of any revolution. It has also had resonance in other societies marginal to Western Europe such as Spain, China, and Mexico, where tradition was deeply implanted and where symbols and ritual life were still very much alive and possessed of political overtones. In the Russian, as in other revolutions, the descending fist wielding a hammer against a piece of statuary and the angry manifestos of poets and anarchists reflected the same underlying desire to smash, demean, profane, mock, neutralize, and ultimately destroy a culture that was perceived as deeply offensive and immoral in order to construct a wholly new one. Vandalism, war on luxury. In the Great French Revolution of 1789, the literal and the metaphorical sides of iconoclasm had unfolded simultaneously, a tempest of burning and defiling of art, books, icons, and regalia, and an anti-art movement in the capital that pronounced art cor. 62. Rossive of republican simplicity and virtue. Thus both the ostentation, prejudice, and tyranny of the old regime monuments and the perceived frivolity, opulence, and uselessness of its culture came under a heavy assault that was fueled by a volatile mixture of hatred, envy, resentment, incomprehension, ignorance, indignation, and moral outrage. 2. In Russia, the physical vandal and the intellectual iconoclast dwelled for a long time in separate worlds. The big peasant rebellions of the 17th and 18th centuries and the less volcanic disturbances of the 19th were always accompanied by acts of vandalism, graphic episodes in the periodic war of the peasant to achieve land, to free himself from alien authority, and to negate imported, and to him useless, artifacts of a foreign way of life: Prussian uniforms, window panes, ball gowns, harpsichords, phalansteries, French books. In the middle of the 19th century, at the dawn of what is called nihilism, certain members of the Russian intelligentsia began to give structure to this dissonant popular chorus by denouncing all of art and high culture, created as it was by a privileged elite at the expense of the faceless millions who labored in servitude and who derived absolutely nothing from it. The nihilists, in consigning things like lyrical poetry to the trash heap, were not only echoing a new materialist sensibility of Western Europe, born of emerging technology and of the collapse of the romantic revolutionary dream, they were also, and to a greater degree, paralleling in an only slightly more sophisticated idiom, the mentality of the peasant, the only major difference being an ambivalence on the part of the intelligentsia that the peasants probably did not feel. The parallel but independent currents of thought and feeling flowed together in the revolution of 1905 and then, in a soaring crescendo of verbal and physical violence, in the Great Revolution of 1917-21. Vandalism in the Russian countryside was never a single-minded or a mono-emotional act. It was practical, symbolic, playful, and spontaneous, often in combination. Practical vandalism could mean burning or gutting the manor house of the lord so that he would never return, destroying records of tenure or debt, wrecking railroad stations and telegraph lines to inhibit the incursion of pacification forces, or demolishing the tavern or school in order to evict an alien force from the village world. Symbolic vandalism could also mean ruination of the manor house, even if empty, as a standing insult, a monument to inequality and foreignness, a concrete reminder of balls, midnight suppers, overwork, and humiliation. Playful vandalism could mean knocking out windows, decapitating statuettes, or pulverizing musical instruments. The shattering of doors and windows is related to insurgent feelings about space and openness, especially among crowds. The smashing of windows and glass panes reflected the xenophobia in 18th-century peasant revolts, a feeling that was far from dead in 1917. But one can hardly discount the pristine pleasure that can be gotten by some people from the sheer act of annihilation or arson. Peasants sometimes reveled as a manor house went up in flames. 3. Vandalism can also be spontaneous, random, even accidental, a result of the proximity of an angry mob to a suitable object of wanton hate, as in the destruction of a Russian village near the scene of a strike in the 1890s, but wholly unrelated to that strike, or the razing of structures that are in the way of a frenzied mob. All of the above motivations and targets of destructive will or fury can and do intermix constantly, one giving way to another in a flash of emotion, and often one giving birth to another. This is hardly surprising, since a mob is always made up of separate individuals, each of whom possesses his or her own set of destructive instincts. 4. 63. Rural vandalism tends to be directed as social symbols representing a way of life repugnantly and bewilderingly different from that of peasants. When it was conscious, it included acts of rejection, negation, and withdrawal, rejection of outsiders, negation of their values, and withdrawal into a natural peasant world. Vandalism was not utopia building in the ordinary sense of planning and creating something new or even deliberately resurrecting the old. But as an accompaniment to the withdrawal movements described in the previous chapter, peasant rampage was a statement, a living document of the longing for a world different from that which was dying and that which was being born. When urban iconoclasts completed their work of demolition, they began at once erecting new monuments and images. When peasants purged their space of alien ornaments, they erected nothing to replace them. 5. Well before 1917, the disorders on the land had a furious prelude in Poltava and Kursk provinces in 1902 and reached a majestic peak in 1905-06. In Kursk, Chernigov, and Orel, peasants destroyed the dwelling places of those landlords they hated, leaving those of poorer elements untouched. In one locale, they burned what they called the raven's nest so that the owner would no more return. Everywhere records were burned. In some places, the pacification forces of the government burned down the village huts of the ringleaders before the assembled peasants. Peasants also tried to burn down railroad stations, telegraphic lines, schools, teachers' homes, and taverns. In the houses they slashed pictures and chopped up furniture and anything regarded as a sign of comfort and luxury. They vandalized orangeries, orchards, and flower gardens with particular fury. Among lower-class audiences in St. Petersburg's People's House, the felling of the orchard in Chekhov's cherry orchard was said invariably to arouse enthusiastic reactions, a sure sign of the lingering resentment among transplanted rural folk of the ostentatious flourishes of their masters and neighbors. 6. The pattern was by no means universal. Most peasants throughout Russia did nothing. Outside agitators from the city sometimes had to threaten to burn out the peasants themselves if they declined to take action against the estate. And sometimes, violence seemed unrelated to any revolutionary mood. In 1914, peasant recruits, marching cross-country to their units, got out of control, plundered estates, and burned stations, shops, and homes. 7. Cultural vandalism resurfaced in the Great Agrarian Uprising of 1917 and 1918 and during the Civil War. In a study of the revolution in Saratov province, Donald Raleigh found that essential equipment was seized and divided, while fancy furniture, books, artworks, and parks and orchards were vandalized. John Keep's study of the rural revolution tells how, in Tambov province, peasants cursed and played the accordion while igniting the mansion of the Lord. In Ryazan province, peasants merely emptied a manor house, but when a sailor arrived, he told them to chop it up and burn it down. Keep found that the great majority of manors were left to rot or turned into schools that were hardly used during the Civil War. Keep and Raleigh use almost identical language in interpreting the events they describe. The former speaks of an archaic joy in destroying symbols of their former subjection, the latter of the destruction of the symbolic reminders of their poverty. 8. In surveying the devastation of art wrought by the revolution, a commission for artistic preservation, headed by the noted art historian Igor Grabar and working closely with the Bolshevik government, reported a wave of destruction and arson in the summer of 1918 in which masses of art treasures perished or were stolen. The revolution and the Civil War, said the report, had brought manor houses reduced to dust, slashed paintings, demolished statues, gutted palaces, and cathedrals destroyed by shells. Some 64. Of this of course was the offshoot of combat, but most of it was vandalism, the willful destruction or defacement of ornamental objects. The beauty of these objects, lamented the commission, was not appreciated by the peasants who saw in pictures, sculptures, antique furniture, and musical instruments not works of spiritual value but only characteristic features of landlord life, a life alien to them. The most here trending example of this, from the perspective of those who revered the glories of Russian high culture, was the sacking of Mikhailovsk, Alexander Pushkin's summer estate near Pskov. 9. There was still another side to the destructive behavior of rural people in the revolution, anti-urbanism. In late December 1918, in the midst of the Civil War, Makhno's peasant army entered the city of Ekaterinslav. In addition to emptying the prisons, dousing them with kerosene, and keeping them in flames all through the night, they destroyed archives, records, and libraries. But the most spectacular act of destruction took place in the streets adjacent to the railroad station. The shops and bazaars were put to the flame, and Makhno himself mounted a 3-inch cannon in the middle of the street and fired point blank into the tallest and most beautiful buildings. This was an expression of city hatred on the part of a peasant army investing an immoral city. Makhno hated big cities. Ekaterinslav had 50,000 people, was a busy port on the Dnieper, and was in fact one of the original creations of Potemkin's great urban panegyric to Catherine the Great. Makhno was in the tradition of the rebels of an earlier day who had often sacked as well as looted when they occupied towns. 10. Peasant vandalism was not a monolithic phenomenon. One could claim that peasants were bound together less by class than by their collective sense of their world. But within this world there erupted a whole range of ravaging acts, some symbolic and some not at all, against many kinds of alien presences. On May Day 1917, in the first flush of freedom, peasants of Tambov province destroyed the family crypt of General Luhanovsky, the man who had pacified them in 1906. They outraged and burned his corpse. But during the Civil War, peasants, many from the same province, burned down the headquarters of the Bolsheviks and committed acts of symbolic retribution on food collectors by stuffing their slit-open bellies with grain. And in 1919, in the fortress of communism, commune nominally a beacon of Bolshevism in the countryside, a peasant covered his face at the first sight of a fearsome tractor. It was later burned by neighbors. Vandalism was an instrument of language in a relatively mute universe. Its lexicon of gestures was used to say many things and denote many feelings. Among them, hatred of the artifacts of affluence and idleness played a prominent role. The peasants' war against these helped to reinforce the currents of wholesale iconoclasm in the towns. Indeed, it was exalted by urban intellectuals as the truest and deepest expression of the popular revolution. 11. Iconoclasm, war on signs. In the cities, the vandalistic war on luxury was intermixed with a war on signs. Cities in Imperial Russia were replete with images. They were museums of Tsarist, Orthodox, and national culture. Their horizontal space, transected by geometrically aligned streets, was itself a symbol of abstract order, and their vertical space was composed of structures that graphically represented inequality, power, and for some, alienation. The juxtapositions and contrasts were dense, blurred only by the tempo of urban life. Symbols. 65. Signs, and names were everywhere. Urban iconoclasts hardly needed to take a step in order to begin their work. But the process was complicated. The conscious political symbol smashers had to operate amidst the crowds of more spontaneous vandals and against the wishes of the preservers, and the rhythm of iconoclasm modulated with the course of political events and social action. The objects of the iconoclastic assault were icons, pictorial and plastic images, indexes, names, symbols, indirect representations of abstract values, and buildings that were both symbols and practical targets. 12. During the February Revolution, publicly displayed portraits of the Tsar and other offensive figures were defaced or taken down, as they had been during some of the riots in 1905. But deromanovization was by no means complete. In Ekaterinslav, officials quietly removed the Tsar's portraits 2 weeks after the fall of the monarchy and hid them in the attics of their buildings. In 1917, an angry soldier member of a deputation said to Kerensky, "Very odd that you, an SR and a revolutionary minister, give receptions in a hall where the Tsar looks down from every side. About time to take them down." The citizens of Kanskanasysk, far out amid the frozen wastes of eastern Siberia, agreed to a proposal of local exiled revolutionaries to replace the statue of Alexander II with a monument to freedom fighters. On March 18, a statue of Stolypin in Kiev was removed before a great throng of people, and in the capital, rioters demolished all the statues of monarchs inside the circuit court building before setting it on fire. But the provisional government, though it discussed the issue, took no general action on the removal of the monuments to tsars, generals, and grand dukes in the two capitals or elsewhere, and the massive ensembles and equestrian monuments continued to tower in lordly manner over the streets, squares, and gardens of the major cities. 13. The Bolshevik leaders also felt ambivalent about the destruction of monuments, but their ambivalence led to a policy and to action. Perhaps sensing that their revolution would unleash a greater storm of iconoclasm and pillage than had the February Revolution, after a few days in power they demanded the protection of all valuable works of art and prohibited vandalism and looting. A little more than 5 months later they replaced this negative injunction with Lenin's decree on monuments, to be discussed in the next chapter. Among other things, it required the removal or dismantling of repugnant vestiges of the Tsarist past that had no intrinsic historical or aesthetic value. This vague formulation opened the way for the preservers to intervene and save some important monumental works, and it opened a fierce debate between them and the destroyers. It also caused friction between the impatient leaders, Lenin foremost among them, and those responsible for dismantling the massive ensembles. These had a minimum of engineering skill and technology at their disposal, and the process of denuding the capitals of the Romanovs and their feudal retainers resembled much more a prosaic public works operation, complete with unemployed citizens doing the manual labor, than any kind of iconoclastic ritual. The first major statue in Moscow to go was that of the conqueror General M.D. Skobelev, taken down in time for May Day, 1918. The first replica of a Tsar to feel the force of Lenin's decree was that of Alexander II, which was uncomfortably close to his offices in the Kremlin. Lenin ordered him removed and, with a trace of irony, replaced by Leo Tolstoy. This never materialized. The huge statue of Alexander III was methodically dismembered and hauled away, an act that was cinematically immortalized by Eisenstein in the film October. The process was repeated on 2 statues of Catherine the Great, and those of various Grand Dukes, most of them dating from the late 966th and early 20th centuries. In Petrograd, a commission of art experts and officials appointed by the government decided to eliminate all Romanov statues except for the bronze horseman, the magnificent equestrian of Peter I in Senate Square. A debate erupted over this and a compromise was reached. The horseman was preserved, as were the great figures of Nicholas in St. Isaac's Square and Catherine II on present-day Lomonosov Square. But even the offensive Alexander III atop a huge pedestal near the Moscow station stayed on for years, though adorned with a sign saying Scarecrow, and was later remanded to the yard of the Russian Museum. Those not taken down at once were often covered during public celebrations, as that of Louis XV had been during a French Revolutionary festival, and indeed as Russian icons were covered during the act of intercourse. 14. If icons were visual reminders of a dark past, names were both visual and audio reminders. As in previous revolutions, places, things, and people were renamed in order to avoid odious associations or to honor new heroes and commemorate dead ones. One could almost construct a thin outline of Soviet political history by inspecting the renaming of certain places, Stites and Stalingrad, Volgograd being only the most famous such case. Petrograd, still bearing in Slavonic form the name of its founder, was renamed in 1924 after the death of Lenin. Lenin towns appeared all over Russia and were interspersed with places such as Sverdlovsk, Zinovievsk, Trotsk, Stalingrad, Dnepropetrovsk, Luxembourg, Uritsky, and Pervomaysk, Mayday. Catherine the Great had ordered the leveling of Pugachev's birthplace on the Don, the removal of its villagers across the river, and the renaming of the settlement Potemkinskaya, in addition to renaming a river and a Cossack community associated with the revolt. Now the dozen towns honoring her fell victim to the same impulse. Bolsheviks were not alone in this habit. During the Civil War, Gilyai-Pol was known locally as Makhnograd. 15 inside towns, a similar practice prevailed. In Petrograd, Leningrad, for example, the Nevsky Prospect became for a while the Prospect of the 25th of October, a cumbersome name that never caught on, though during the 1920s it was sardonically called Nevsky Prospect in droll reference to the commercial elements associated with the new economic policy. Names like Bakunin and Marat streets appeared, and names like Senate and Resurrection gave way to Decembrist and insurrection. Millionaya Street, adjacent to the Winter Palace and the locus of royalty, now took on the name of the terrorist who had tried in 1880 to blow up the palace and the royal family. Two short streets north of the Nevsky, near the site of Alexander II's assassination, were rechristened Shlyabov and Peravskaya in commemoration of their common deed and their mutual love. In Kiev, Vorovsky Street replaced the ancient Khreshchatyk, and to some, even devoted communists, it just didn't sound right. Renaming became so common that citizens could hardly learn the new names, and the practice was the frequent butt of jokes in satirical literature. In 1921, a group of poets led by Esenin and Marengov went around the central streets of Moscow, pulling down nameplates and putting up their own names. Yet Moscow and the Kremlin were never renamed. The Winter Palace was too closely associated with royal power to allow it to be endowed with the name of a virtuous revolutionary, and Smolny was too redolent of the euphoric October days to change it. The Nevsky and the Khreshchatyk eventually retrieved their original names. 16th Tsarist emblems, imperial regalia, arms, and flags, though more abstract than portraits or statues, were nonetheless recognized for their meaning and were more easily removed and exchanged in the symbolic war of 1917. When the February Revolution 67 reached the front, soldiers displayed great anger at the presence of imperial emblems and began wearing red ribbons on their sleeves, weapons, and vehicles. Officers were sometimes arrested for retaining royal signs, for breaches of the new symbolic etiquette, and for calling the red banners rags and babushkas underwear. In the capital a veritable hunt was mounted for imperial emblems. Crowns and eagles were torn from gates and fences and even blown out with explosives. Signs were removed from storefronts and tossed onto the ice of the Neva River. Eagles at the Alexander Theatre were defaced. At the Mariinsky Theatre all Romanov coats of arms were removed, and as an added touch ushers wore dirty jackets, and the imperial box was filled with recent political prisoners. Piles of imperial arms and regalia from the court provender shops were made into giant bonfires. In Moscow, fire trucks with ladders and crews went round with iron hooks to pry off the offensive eagles. The Bolsheviks merely continued more systematically this assault on the Romanov symbols. Yet as late as August 1918, Soviet authorities had to order the removal of imperial arms, portraits, and crowns from official buildings. 17 buildings were a special problem in the iconoclastic war. A very large number of them in Imperial Russia were palaces or official edifices. They therefore bore names and contained icons and symbols considered odious by the revolutionaries. They were also the homes, workplaces, and stations of the enemy. On the other hand, they were much harder to destroy than coats of arms or portraits. They were also of enormous practical value in the struggle for space that accompanied the upheaval, and to some they had aesthetic worth as well. Practically the only buildings that felt the fury of symbolic destruction in the February Revolution were the jails, and by no means all of them. Schlüsselburg Fortress was considered by some the Russian Bastille. The populist Morozov, who had languished there for over 20 years, wanted it preserved as a reminder. But the occupying gangs of 1917 destroyed it. After the burning of the hated Litovsky Fortress in St. Petersburg, a postcard was published depicting the conflagration as a revolutionary festive act, see Figs 9, 10. The invading mobs were usually assisted by the inmates who were then set free. But the crosses, also in the capital, was left unharmed although its books and records were burned. Jails were burned in Chita, Ekaterinoslav, and Tsaritsyn. The socialist revolutionary terrorist, Maria Spiridonova, who had ordered the burning of the Chita prison, returned to Petrograd in a triumphal procession. After the October Revolution, she requested the blowing up of the Peter Paul Fortress. Her hatred of what a Decembrist had called the hideous monument of absolutism was immense. It was the central symbol of martyrdom and oppression. But her request was denied, and that edifice stands today as the architectural centerpiece of the majestic former capital. 18 Most of the destruction and burning of buildings in the February Revolution was of a functional nature, to smoke out police and displace rooftop snipers. But practical incursions sometimes flowed into vandalism. Even during the war, in food pogroms, mobs broke into shops to take bread but then smashed glass and furniture as well. Trespassing into forbidden space was itself an energizing act of defiance. Masses who entered police stations and arsenals to get guns could then use them to smash things. Unauthorized seizures and lawless forced entries generated their own kind of anger, which then produced unplanned acts. Plain looting and burglary erupted all during 1917, and the provisional government seemed helpless to prevent it. One historian suggests that the citizens of Petrograd were more concerned with security, law and order, and property than they were with the change of regime in October. The buildings taken by 68 political groups were used rather than destroyed. The Tauride, Mariinsky, and Winter Palaces all housed the provisional government. The Bolsheviks seized the mansion of the Tsar's former mistress, Kasheshinskaya, the anarchists, the Durnovo Dacha. When the Bolsheviks came into power, they took vigorous measures to end random destruction and to curb looting, and with considerable success. 19 In political art and in the popular imagination, the myth of the flame, the bomb, and the dance is very powerful in modern times. It is based on an image of major revolutions acted out like carnivals of mass destruction. Present-day cover art on books about revolution is one illustration of this. 1789, the Paris Commune, the Mexican Revolution, Barcelona in 1936 have all been pictured as scenes of flames and flame-like crowds enveloping old structures and civilizations. An ancient symbol, the flame evokes elemental force, power, and menace, cleansing and searing fire, the punishment of evil, Promethean man, and many other things. Fire and fire imagery have always been important in Russian history. The red cock, a popular name for arson in the countryside, appealed to the imagination of city dwellers. Bakunin evoked it all the time as a mechanism of pan-destructionism. Mystical sects talked of burning down all of Russia. The reality of iconoclasm and vandalism was more limited, more sober, less cinematic. But the myth here is as important as the reality. Minor acts of demolition were transformed into mass surges of monumental annihilation by the mythologists of the Russian Revolution. Physical iconoclasm was more than paying obeisance to the obvious, a change of signs. The very act, and the impulse which drove hating hands to smash and tear, were glorified and associated with other gestures of annihilation that accompanied the revolution. 20. Nihilism, war on culture. Expunging the symbolic evidence of the old order did not satisfy the revolutionary nihilists who wanted to clear the ground for a new cultural order. Naming streets and hauling down statues was only the beginning. The entire corpus of pre-revolutionary culture had to be emphatically and enthusiastically repudiated. The roots of cultural nihilism go deep into the traditions of the 19th century intelligentsia, especially the nihilism of the 1860s, an outlook that Berdiev once defined as a secular version of religious asceticism that held art, thought, and religion in utter revulsion. What can be smashed should be, Dmitry Pisarev had written in the 1860s. What stands up under the blows is acceptable, and what flies into 1,000 pieces is trash. The earlier nihilists preferred science over faith, artifacts over art, a pair of boots is worth all of Pushkin, materialism over idealism, and realism over romanticism. 21. The historical setting was a repressive regime, a continued separation of the intelligentsia from the peasantry, and a generational revolt against radicals of the 1840s. Unable to command the destruction of culture, the nihilists acted out their desires by innovative dress, simple or coarse manners, and social rebellion. Many of them turned to outright political radicalism of such intensity that there was little energy left for debating the future of culture. But now and then the issues heated up. A group of radical Russian students in Zurich once spent an entire night in a shouting match over the fruits of culture after the revolution. "We'll keep them," said some, "we'll destroy them," said the others. 22. The nihilism of the revolutionary movement of mid-19th century Russia was not only destructive, narrationally rebellious, ascetic, and scientistic, it 69. Was also utopian in its faith in material progress, its belief in the ease with which culture could be destroyed or refashioned, and its panacea of spreading scientific ideas to the masses of Russia. The cultural nihilists of the revolution inherited much from this lingering tradition. The milieu for nihilism in 1917 was very different from that of the 1860s and 1870s. Michael Bakunin, the anarchist prophet of pan-destructionism, had appealed furiously throughout his later career for a revolution of unrestrained annihilating fury and the destruction of everything: the temples, the shelters, the forms, and the gods of the old order, so that not one stone would remain. 23. Now this seemed to be happening all over revolutionary Russia. As monuments and idols were being toppled physically, intellectual movements and theories of unparalleled negativism and reductionism rose up and demanded a serious hearing in a revolution that seemed to hold out the promise of immediate and complete remaking of the psyche. Machinism, robotism, primitive reticence, anti-verbalism, nudism, social militarism, revolutionary sublimation, and suicidalism, all of them pre-war in origin, reappeared in intense form at various stages of the revolution, often representing a profound fear of human expression, thought, articulation, art, individual assertion, affective relations, unmeasurable feelings, transcendent longings, play, joy, anguish, elation, religious ecstasy, and spontaneous gestures. Sign consciousness, write Yuri Lotman and Boris Uspensky, comes to embody certain social relations, and the struggle against various kinds of social evil in cultural history often takes the form of negating individual sign systems, including even such an all-embracing one as natural language, or of negating the very principle of using signs. In the arts, there were movements to negate everything, to replace color and form by a void, sound by silence, fashion by nudity, language by vowel signs, poetry by the blank page. This was part of a pre-war European current but took intensified forms in Russia directly as a result of the revolution. Did the spectacle of unprecedented violence generate fear of unchained human emotions? In 1920, the Nothingists, Nichivoki, unveiled their manifesto of revolutionary hoboism, whose main command was to write, read, speak, and print nothing. In the realm of thought, nihilist spokesmen of the revolution turned their guns on philosophy, which was seen to be the quintessential expression of the bourgeoisie as religion was of the gentry. The most extreme of these currents, Enchmenism, negated mind, spirit, and psyche altogether. These were to wither away in the future world commune of languageless people run by a revolutionary scientific Soviet. Two currents of nihilism wished not to destroy expressive culture, but to introduce their own, futurism and the prolet cult. 24. During the Civil War, the archetypical iconoclast of early Soviet literature, Vladimir Mayakovsky, was asked to play the role of Bazarov in a film version of Turgenev's Fathers and Sons. Unfortunately, the film was never produced, and we are left to wonder how the great poet might have interpreted the sweeping negation of those angry men and women of the 1860s in the light of his own revolutionary battle against old culture. 19th century cultural nihilism and that of the revolution were not simply two episodes in the general history of cultural revolution in modern times. The link between them was concrete and specifically Russian. It was the permanent tendency of a certain portion of the intelligentsia to look askance at anything old or well established, particularly if it was couched in a romantic idiom or seemed either to celebrate a privileged way of life or to lament its little tragedies. In the 19th century, this way of life was scorned as gentry indolence or Oblomovism. In the 20th, it was called meshchanstvo. 70. The Russian artistic left, now enjoying extraordinary revival in the West, were among the most self-conscious and provocative of all the cultural iconoclasts in the revolution. Sergei Tretyakov captured their mood retrospectively in 1927. All for combat. Force is best. A bullet in the brain. Of Basil the Blessed. Smash all the icons. And the signs they have made. Explode the Iverskaya. With the hand grenade. The rhetoric of the futurists was especially provocative and contained more than a modicum of playful hooliganism. Mayakovsky loved to shout down bourgeois speakers and, in his verse, to point Comrade Mauser at the orators of the world, to put Raphael and Rastrelli against the wall. He and his colleagues rejoiced in mocking the culture of the past. Their archetypical iconoclastic act was painting the trees near the Kremlin in glowing colors for a holiday celebration. As in all avant-garde movements, the element of generational revolt was strong, and in their reverence for technology and machinery, they put themselves in the tradition of 19th-century science worship. 25. The futurists aspired to snatch art from the clutches of bourgeois civilization and move it onto the streets and to the people by means of carnival and show. Museum junk, and the preservers of this junk were the special targets of Mayakovsky. In the oft-cited poem of December 1918, "It's Too Early to Rejoice," he declared that it's time for bullets to pepper museums. According to Ilya Ehrenberg, Mayakovsky wanted to abolish those storerooms and warehouses of human genius, such as palaces, galleries, salons, libraries, and theaters. The Italian futurist, and later fascist, Marinetti had said the same thing in 1909, "We want to demolish museums, libraries, and for good measure fight morality, feminism, and all the opportunist and utilitarian cowardice." In his discussion of futurism, the Swedish theater critic and dramatist, Lars Kleberg, stresses the movement's struggle to free art from the dual clutches of the market and the museum. The new art belonged on agitation trains, on posters, in the squares and streets among the masses. What then was the sense of preserving the art of the past in museums, edifices that automatically exalted their own contents? When members of the avant-garde found themselves in policy bodies in the new Commissariat of Enlightenment, they attempted to transform their aggressive views into programs. 26. The proletarian culture movement tried this also on a much larger scale. Its origins lay in the cultural institutions of the European socialist and workers' movement before the war, and particularly in the theoretical and educational work of a group of original and energetic Russian Marxists in exile, most of them at odds with Lenin in the period of their greatest activity, 1908-14. Chief among them were Alexander Bogdanov, whose novel Engineer Many contains a brief but vivid sketch of his notion of culture, Maxim Gorky, who edited anthologies of proletarian poets, Alexei Gastev, who was one of the most noted of these poets, and Anatoly Lunacharsky, future commissar. Prolet cult was virtually a child of pre-war Russian utopianism, its origin closely connected with the science fiction and techtology of Bogdanov, the god-building of Gorky and Lunacharsky, and the machine worship of Gastev, SEC Chapter 7. At its founding, in September 1917, Prolet cult resolved to develop a new proletarian culture destined to become 71. Universalized. Prolet cult became a genuine mass movement during the Civil War, reaching a peak estimated at 500,000 participants in 1919, with 34 journals and about 300 organizations. 27 present-day Soviet historians give prolet cult some credit for its cultural achievements among the workers, but echo Lenin's hostility to certain leaders, especially Bogdanov, for taking a nihilist position. Bogdanov was not a cultural nihilist, as his main writings clearly reveal. But nihilist and iconoclastic strains were strong among some of the leaders. At its first conference, a prolet cultist awash with expectant euphoria argued that all culture of the past might be called bourgeois, that within it except for natural science and technical skills there was nothing worthy of life, and that the proletariat would begin the work of destroying the old culture and creating the new immediately after the Revolution 28. Even the most militant leaders often qualified their destructive designs. Lebedev Polyansky, one of these, accepted the work of past culture, not as an obedient pupil, but critically. The theater critic, Sanin, wanted a theater by, for, and of the workers, though he allowed the selective retention of older plays, if properly revised and purified. And the Petrograd chapter of Prolet Cult, one of the most active, saw no harm in using a sumptuous former hall of the nobility as their headquarters, even though they rejected what they called bourgeois writers such as Pushkin. But the disclaimers seemed half-hearted, and those parts of their discourse where emotion was manifest seemed more authentic. In December 1917, for example, a prolet cult speaker explained that bourgeois culture, i.e., all previous culture, though sometimes valuable in form, was nevertheless for the most part vulgar and provocative in content and criminal in origin. Generational struggle and self-affirmation were apparent when Pavel Besiko, a founding member, announced that proletarian writers did not need the past, particularly their older brothers such as Ulskov, Chekhov, and Korolenko. In Tambov in 1919, local prolet cultists planned to burn all the books in the libraries in the belief that the shelves would be filled on the first of the new year with nothing but proletarian works. All in all, argued Emgrashin, in the coming order, science and art were class phenomena and weapons in the class struggle. Prolet cult's job was to destroy the arsenal of the enemy. 29 Prolet cult did not stand united with futurism and other avant-garde currents, however. On the contrary, there was war between them. A study of anti-intellectualism among workers in the 1917 world of journalism revealed that workers were often antagonistic to pure intellectuals and artists who were removed from life. A particular target were the futurists who placed the ego above all else. Intellectuals were accused of trying to fasten onto the proletariat by infiltrating and trying to control prolet cult and thus poisoning the class purity of the movement. Prolet cult wanted to build culture for itself and for the masses in general. It could not fail to be pained or rise in anger at words such as those of Punin that realists and the ungifted are synonymous, or of Ossip Bright that if one can easily understand a work of art, it will be boring. One of the biggest issues dividing prolet cult was professionalism, whether workers could cut their moorings from the factory, become artists and still retain their working class identity. Prolet cult fought futurism on almost every issue, on style, content, vocabulary, method. Futurism was after all another new wave in art, a brilliant one, but one of a cycle of avant-gardes and bohemias that arise almost every generation or two. Though they fought tradition, they were in fact part of a tradition. Prolet cult was a genuinely novel experiment designed to arm and teach an entire class in quick time to construct. 72. Wholly new culture in a still very much illiterate society, and to do so with minimum guidance from the past. 30. Yet, as recent research has shown, the masses in the prolet cult movement at almost every level continued to do obeisance before the cultural idols of the past. Plays of tradition were intermixed with the machinery. Evenings of Gastev, collective concerts, without a conductor, performed Beethoven and not Schoenberg. Bogdanov's constant pleas that proletarians must master the culture of the past and not simply taste a sampling of it from time to time certainly did not catch on, but the sampling did, and the more visible and audible of the cultural nihilists at the center were partly defeated on the ground by the tastes of the workers themselves. This is not to say that prolet cult did not innovate, On the contrary, it produced some of the most exciting cultural experiments of that age, and provided an enthusiastic audience, particularly for those who made the machine, technology, and the workplace a prominent motif in their art. 31. The prolet cult movement, even when it smuggled in productions of former culture, declared war against what it called so often the old world. The teenage proletarian poet, V.D. Alexandrovsky summed up this feeling in a 1918 poem. 32. Blow up. Smash to pieces. The old world. In the heat of battle of the universal struggle by the glow of flames show no mercy, strangle the bony body of destiny. Merging the language of iconoclasm and cultural nihilism with the general destructiveness of the revolution, Alexandrovsky and dozens like him were voicing a deep longing to clear away the past altogether and start all over again with a new civilization. Machiavism, war on intellectuals. One of the poignant sides of the struggle against the old idols was anti-intellectualism, a familiar feature of modern history that has played a very big role in politics in many places. In any society where there is or seems to be sharply differentiated growth in education from one class to another, and where knowledge seems to be self-perpetuated in a limited segment of the population and is identified with power, anti-intellectualism is bound to appear. The poignancy emerges when the non-possessors of specialized learning are told that the new world is now theirs but that they must still defer to holders of knowledge. This is what happened in the Russian Revolution, and the result was confusion, disappointment, bewilderment, and resentful actions directed against intellectuals old and new. The roots of anti-intellectualism run very deep in Russian history. It was an organic part of the village world's indigenous distrust of thinkers, talkers, and city folk in general, and of newfangled ideas, gentry utopias, ultra-energetic school teachers, and even agronomy and modern medicine. Evidence of it is everywhere in Russian literature, from Tolstoy's Morning of a Landowner, 1859, to the novels of the 1920s. Peasants were bewildered by the efforts of fine folk to save them and by their willingness to. 73. Labor, like the sun without pay on behalf of an ideal. 33. There were many exceptions to this outlook, of course, even in the countryside, and when peasants migrated to the city to become workers, some of these traditional feelings and impulses eroded. But even the more advanced among the emerging proletariat have told of their uneasiness in the presence of real intellectuals, their resentment of verbal facility and endless theorizing. The workers who wanted to replace the intelligent, a non-worker with a formal education and usually of superior class background, with their own worker intelligence, could not help but feel the tension of upward mobility and loss of identity with former comrades. Even intra-class tension in the proletariat was sometimes couched in this idiom, as in 1917 when unskilled black workers cursed lathe operators and machinists as bourgeois precisely because of their superior skills. If the popular tales that workers read in the cheap pre-revolutionary press reflected their outlook on this matter, there is evidence that workers wanted solidarity and equality and were ambivalent about mobility and stratification, and that they resented the too ambitious and the high-toned. 34. The intelligentsia itself was often beset by hatred of the intellectual, curious, and cerebral side of themselves, sometimes matched by a love of the peasants who allegedly retained natural feelings. Richard Wortman has brilliantly analyzed the disillusionment among populists, their exaltation of the people, the abasement of self, the desire to immerse that self in the common folk, and the tendency to see feeling and primitive impulse as superior to thought. This was a familiar occurrence all through the Western world in the late industrial period, a longing for real people and down-home folks after the spiritual exhaustion of city and mental life. But in Russia it went further. During the period of populism, many of those who went to the people did so in order to repudiate their own former life as students or intellectuals. Sergei Nechayev, terrorist and failed intellectual, said that the revolution knows only one science, the science of destruction, and that he who learns of the revolutionary cause in books will always be a revolutionary do-nothing. 35. Self-doubt, self-pity, and self-hatred continued to blossom in the early 20th century with the growing complexities of life and the grievous disappointments with revolution. When the Great Revolution came in 1917, the malaise was still very strong. Gorky predicted that the intelligentsia, the creator of spiritual nourishment, would be swallowed up by the peasantry, as would the proletariat, who would simply take from them what they needed for themselves. At the very beginning of the revolution, in April 1917, the poet Bloch said, "If I were they, I'd hang the whole lot of us." Sitting on a park bench in the summer garden of Petrograd 2 years later, he told Gorky of his growing hostility to the brain. "If only," he said, "we could stop thinking completely for 10 years." The Russian Revolution had brought about a fusion of the separate currents of popular, governmental, and the intelligentsia's own anti-intellectualism. 36 The most concrete expression of anti-intellectualism before the revolution was Makievism, the teaching of Jan Wacław Makijewski, an adopted Russian of Polish birth who had developed a strong suspicion of political intellectuals in his native land. Drawing partly from Marx, and anticipating such celebrated sociologies of knowledge as those of Roberto Michels and Karl Mannheim, Makijewski in The Mental Worker, 1899, analyzed Marxian social democracy and pronounced it the self-interested ideology of the radical intelligentsia. Socialist intellectuals, he said, wished to abolish capitalism and nationalize the means of reproduction, but since knowledge was also a hidden instrument of production, these leaders would then possess a monopoly of power, give themselves privileges, and lord it over the workers who would become slaves in a 74. Socialist state. Educated society or the army of mental workers were not the friends of the proletariat, they were exactly like the bourgeoisie proper, in style of dress and life, with white hands engaged in mental labor, and living in comfort. The proletariat must seize the property of the ruling, educated society, the property of the learned world, in order to wrest the heritage of mankind from the hands of the ruling minority. Makijewski's program for the workers was to expropriate property and the means of production, abolish family and personal property and inheritance as well as any means of passing on privilege or knowledge within an elite, to socialize knowledge, and to equalize all wages by leveling. 37 The extreme egalitarianism, the angry iconoclasm, and the menace of violence that informed Makijewski's work was probably more appealing to his working-class followers than was the theory itself. The only course for the hungry masses, he wrote, would be to rise up at the first opportunity and destroy and annihilate to the last iota the accursed accumulations of wealth which you have helped to create through the ages and which the masters have always seized entirely for themselves. The intelligentsia and the socialist leaders, he warned, will not perish under the Tsarist bullets but under the knife of a ragged tramp. The people in rags will beat, burn, and cut up the well-dressed teachers of the socialist ideal. One of his followers in 1906 summed it up very simply. All evil can be traced to ideology and to ideals. Another, Yevgeny Lozinsky, subjected the entire Russian revolutionary tradition to Machiavist analysis, mocking the thinking proletariat of the 1860s, calling the To the People movement a cynical plot and a class struggle against the people, and dismissing the martyrdom of Lyubov and Perovskaya as hypocrisy and egoism. All history in fact, claimed Lozinsky, was one endless, uninterrupted chain of violence and fraud. 38. The learned and sensitive critic, Ivanov Razumnik, who would feel the force of a late variant of Makievism in a Stalinist prison, dismissed Makievism as a warmed-over version of the nihilism of the 1860s and the Tolstoyanism of his own time. All were based, he said, on the erroneous belief in the mutual incompatibility between culture and social justice, between the beautiful and the good. This in fact formed a link in Makievism between iconoclasm, nihilism, anti-intellectualism and leveling, all bringing down rather than raising up. Bakunin had said in 1869 that the one who knows more will naturally dominate the one who knows less. The question is, should one decrease the fund of knowledge and the holders of knowledge by persecuting culture and intelligentsia, or should one try to produce more culture and more intellectuals? It was a question that carried over into the revolution. Ivanov Razumnik claimed that all of Machiavist literature could be put in one's pocket and all Machievists on one couch. but he also admitted that the teaching of Makachsky would appeal to black or unskilled workers and to bums, hobos, and hooligans. According to a hostile Bolshevik scholar, it appealed only to unemployed artisans before the revolution of 1905, and then peaked during the years of despair and reaction, especially among unskilled workers. 39 Makhivism predicted much about the Russian Revolution. The Bolshevik leaders, mostly members of the journalistic intelligentsia, were ambivalent about intellectuals. On the one hand, they admired the social hatred and spite that the urban masses could sometimes level against the old intelligentsia, and they had their own grievances as well. But they themselves tended to fit the description of Makachsky's new-coming elite of bureaucrats, scientists, privileged technocrats, and sacerdotal ideologues who lorded it over the workers in the name of a new opiate known as socialism. It is impossible to say how strong anti-intellectualism was, where it came from, and 75. What its real shape was. It was already building up under the provisional government and had become a storm by December 1917. Makhivist influence was cited by some intellectuals who could feel that storm brewing. Gorky observed that side by side with the leveling directed against people of wealth and property which could be taken and shared grew a resentment of the learned and the skilled per se. A leading academic complained in a 1918 letter to Lunacharsky about the mob's anti-intellectualism, that deeply false conception of qualified labor as privileged, undemocratic. Many people in the revolution tended to lump together old elites, professionals, educated persons, members of the bourgeoisie, gentry, bosses, tsarist officers, technicians, literati, old Bolshevik journalists, artists, and simply well-dressed people. The writer Konstantin Postovsky recalled the mood in 1919, everyone treated people in glasses suspiciously in those violent times. They thought them cunning enemies and hated them bitterly. It is no surprise that Bolshevik officials were sometimes shot down by their own people because they looked bourgeois. Rural teachers came in for widespread abuse during the Civil War from all sides. 40 Makhivism, although it never organized itself around a circle or party, appeared in many arenas. One of these was prolet cult. Besico, a major spokesman, was a worker himself and made no secret of his long-time adherence to the ideas of Makachsky. Strong echoes of it could be heard everywhere in the prolet cult debates over who had the right to make proletarian culture. Among the proletarian poets, satirical gems such as Old Intelligent, 1918, Conversation with a Scholar, 1920, and Song about a Russian Intelligent, 1918, bristled with anti-intellectual drollery. A brutally frank prolet cultist wrote in 1918 that the intelligentsia is a bourgeois concept and must vanish along with the bourgeois class. It was precisely a kind of Makhivism that linked together the major Bolshevik opposition currents, and linked them all to the anarchists. Their targets were privileged specialists. The anarchist Alexander Ge demanded the mass repression of the intelligentsia, conceding that specialists could be allowed to serve the state, but only under guard. Alexander Shlyapnikov, then a left communist, accused the party of pampering specialists, people who were after all from another social world. All through the Civil War and into the 1920s, a Makhivist undercurrent continued to run and Spetsnaz specialist baiting remained to harass the specialists, sometimes to the point of suicide. Makhivism in its conscious, theoretical forms and in independent acts of specialist baiting continued to express a deep feeling that brains had once again outwitted revolutionary virtue. 41 Makhivism was always strongest among the anarchists, the guardians of undiluted revolutionary ideals and passions. They may have been on the fringe of politics in terms of specific programs, but they seem to have represented at least a segment of popular mentality in the realm of intellectual hatred. Their proclamations and manifestos which virtually shout from the page combine the swirling currents of vandalism, iconoclasm, and militant atheism in a war against what one of them called that loathsome culture which divides men into ignorant and learned. Darkness in their metaphor was false and mystified learning and light, the glow of flame and the flash of the bomb. Destroy the churches, those nests of gentry lies, destroy the universities, that nest of bourgeois lies. Drive away the priests, drive away the scientists. Destroy the false gentry and bourgeois heavens. Smash their parents, gods, and idols. The anarcho-futurists of Kharkov, a veritable revolutionary cauldron of ideas and experiments, were among those utopians whose main vision of the future was a clarifying and purifying destruction, the creation of a charred landscape of ruined churches and museums. 76. And of paintings and books reduced to ashes. For these people, and many like them, the revolution was to be a long black light of devastation. Their black banner signified nothingness, the void, annihilation in which all old culture, which had become a hated icon, must be wiped out. 42. Anti-iconoclasm. All these currents were closely linked. At various points in time and place, they possessed peasants and workers, soldiers and sailors, journalists and poets who longed to assault the old. In the revolution, whole classes and institutions were enveloped and vanished into the debris. The remaining purveyors of old values, the men and women who lived mainly on ideas, were beset by the menace of an anti-intellectual storm. Why did this storm, which built up great power in the early revolutionary years, not blow away all traces of the old culture and its makers? What happened to revolutionary iconoclasm? Iconoclasm seems so very Russian, so very revolutionary. But so is anti-iconoclasm, the impulse to conserve. One of the major features of Soviet culture and the Soviet way of life, and one of the secrets of its survival, is its ability to retain certain key elements of the deep Russian past, modified and harnessed to the use of the regime. The urgent grasp at tradition is not an invention of Stalinism in the 1930s. It appeared in the very first days of the revolution and had its roots in pre-revolutionary times. As early as 1910, a Society for the Protection and Preservation of Monuments of Art and Antiquities had been founded, whose members emerged in the revolution as the preservers. The artist and set designer Alexander Benois was prominent among these. In the early months of the provisional government, he argued for the renaming of Petrograd back to St. Petersburg, and contradicted those who wished to destroy idols of autocracy by saying that one would have to destroy the entire corpus of Russian art and culture if such a harmful category were to be invoked. The job of the revolution was systematic preservation of palaces as museums for the people. This impulse was organized under the Gorky Commission, an informal body of the intelligentsia which took up the question of the fate of art in the revolution. Its brief life was marred by constant reorganizations and fights between, on the one hand, Gorky, Benois, and Nikolai Rerik, who wanted to protect monuments, and on the other, the leftists Mayakovsky, Meyerhold, and Punin, who believed that overprotection of the old would inhibit innovative art. The provisional government itself possessed no overall cultural policy. 43. On the very day the Bolsheviks took power, they appointed commissars to protect museums and art collections during the fighting. An appeal in Izvestia a few days later informed citizens that they had inherited enormous cultural riches, buildings of rare beauty, museums full of rare and marvelous objects, things that enlighten and inspire, and libraries containing vast intellectual treasures. All of this now really belongs to the people. In November the masses were invited to tour the Winter Palace, the den of tyrants. When they looted, this and other buildings were put under guard and their contents carefully catalogued, stored, or removed to safe places. Benois took vigorous measures to inspect and preserve. Preservation commissions were established in other towns, all of this institutionalized eventually under the Commissariat of Enlightenment. In January 1918, it chased local occupiers out of the home of the composer Tchaikovsky at Klin. In February, it sandbagged the monuments in expectation of a renewed German assault on Petrograd. Garrison troops and even the sick and wounded 77. Were denied the use of premises designated as cultural treasures by the government. The Bolshevik authorities even presented a monastery to a group of Tolstoyans for a commune in order to protect it from the ravages of the local population. Money was levied for repair, and the sale of art treasures abroad was prohibited by a decree in September 1918. Private collections were not immune to the collecting energies of the Bolshevik commissions, and a mass of treasure now flowed from homes and families, through requisition, into the museums and storehouses. 44 The schism that had wrecked the Gorky Commission now re-emerged in the government's section for museums and preservation of monuments, headed by the indefatigable art historian, Igor Grabar. The preservers included himself and Benoist and were supported by the cooperative network whose leaders, Alexander Chayanov and others, stressed the need to keep intact the cultural infrastructure built up in the countryside under the old regime. The destroyers or nihilists were Sterenberg, Tallon, Korolev, the sculptor, and other avant-garde figures. Grabar recalls that he had to fight a two-front war against the vandalism in the countryside in the summer of 1918 and the continuous harassments of the avant-gardists. As in the French Revolution, traveling teams were sent into the country to assess the damage and collect and preserve what was left. 45 In the government, the main force behind preservation was Lunakarsky, with the blessing of Lenin. Lunakarsky is said to have wept and offered to resign when he heard of damage done to St. Basil's during the November 1917 fighting in Moscow. Lenin is also said to have laughed at him. But this episode in personality differences signifies no essential dispute between the two men on the issue of preserving the glories of the past culture. A decree of November 1917 called for the pulling down of odious and worthless monuments to past rulers but for the preservation of those having artistic or historic worth. Lunakarsky suggested to Lenin in 1918 that the best of the past be retained, cleansed of harmful components if needed, that the old and new cultures be allowed to grow together, and that psychopaths and charlatans such as those who want to burn feudal bourgeois instruments and sheet music be rebuffed. Lenin agreed, only adding that the old culture ought not be allowed to overshadow and stunt the growth of new, revolutionary culture. In practice, however, Lenin was really more nervous about the new culture as expressed in prolet cult and futurism than he was about the old. He was a man of traditional tastes and thought it essential to grasp all the culture which capitalism has left and build socialism from it. He opposed the indiscriminate smashing of the artifacts of the past just as he opposed intellectual baiting. Had he lived longer, he would probably have opposed the epidemic of renaming which threatened to turn hundreds of cities into Lenin towns and every other theater into October 46. By the end of the Civil War, a network of museums in the Soviet Union was fully operating. Though émigré scholars have rightly criticized the museum work of the revolution, there is no doubt that the new regime contributed much to the preservation of old culture in Russia and voiced a preservational and conservative attitude toward culture and art. Though there was much looting, much carting of precious art objects abroad, a paucity of museums, and maladministration, the fact remains that the private treasures of the imperial past were open to the public. Between 1918 and 1920, the museum section registered over 550 old mansions, about 1,000 private collections of art and treasure, and almost 200 separate pieces of art. It is difficult to take the moral measure of this termination of the private worlds of splendor that had graced the man. 78. Zions of the rich and the cultivated when seen against the dazzling of peasants and workers by those splendors assembled in a museum. The people got the art and the private market was replaced by the museum. But the Bolshevik leaders got the big palaces as their workplaces, and the keepers of cultural order got extra wages and rations for their work, a relationship between beauty and inequality that the Machiavists had feared. 47 Thus, as in revolutionary France, the museum solved the dilemma posed by the desire to deromanovize Russia graphically and to save the aesthetic treasures of that dynasty and its supporters. By placing crowns, thrones, and imperial regalia in a people's museum, the regime depoliticized them, neutralized their former symbolic power, and offered them as a gift to the masses who by means of guides and rituals were to view them as emblems both of a national genius and of an exploitative order of luxury and oppressive power. Bolshevism was the anti-iconoclasm of order, disarming, demythologizing, and antiquarianism. In their selectivity, the Bolsheviks resembled the anti-iconoclasts of the French Revolution. The revolutions of barbarous people, said the deputy Berry in 1791, destroy all monuments, and the very trace of the art seemed to be effaced. The revolutions of an enlightened people conserve the fine arts, and embellish them, while the fruitful concern of the legislator causes the arts to be reborn as an ornament of the empire. This was perfectly illustrated by the famous poster of N. Kuprianov, Citizens, Preserve Works of Art, 1920, see Fig 12. The picture, commissioned by Grabar and approved by Lenin, displays the Tauride Palace, the clothed horses on the Fontanka Bridge, a classical urn, an open book, traditional scrolls, a 17th-century Russian chest, and a framed oil painting precisely the useless junk hated by futurists and the needless luxuries hated by village vandals. The poster was mass-produced and sent all across the expanse of Russia. 48 The war against culture and culture bearers was won by the preservers during the revolution. In the context of revolutionary vision and utopia, the scope and the fate of iconoclasm is striking. When peasants went beyond rational economic destruction in the countryside and indulged in allegedly irrational vandalism, they were clearing the space and purging the scene for a creation and recreation of their own kind of life, a vast symbolic cleansing operation to accompany the raucous expulsion orders they had issued. Urban iconoclasm was far more variegated and complicated in motivation, intellectual inspiration, and sociological basis. But it was also a utopia of negation, of tabula rasa, of leveling and denuding as the prelude to the construction of a new world. The congruence of this vision of negation on the part of workers and creative artists allowed the two cultures to collude and connect on occasion, a connection soon shattered over the question of the content of the new. On this issue the state decidedly opposed the sweeping away of past culture as a prerequisite to building the new society. While willing to efface Romanov symbols, it nurtured a striking eclecticism that began to emerge in the 1920s and was fully established in the 1930s. On the metaphorical side, iconoclasm continued to feed militant cultural movements of many kinds down into the early 1930s when after a final sweep the negational broom was plucked away by the state for its own exclusive use. 49. 4. There are things about which one can think but about which it is impossible to speak except in symbols and hints. Shestov, Dostoevsky, and Nietzsche, 1903, Klein, Religion, 76. A detachment of troops, their weapons flashing coldly and jangling harshly, cut through the brightly colored crowd. Dark, blood-stained memories flooded over everyone, threatening to drown the beauty of the moment. This time, however, the gray snake-like column was harmless. Bogdanov, Engineer Many, 1913. Revolutionary festival, ritual, and symbolism, the inseparable companions of every self-conscious revolution, provided in gesture, movement, performance, and art the new cultural apparel of the innovative order that was being born. This experiment in myth-making and adornment generated conflicting visions from the very outset. One was a carnivalesque image of freedom and dance, a boundless perspective of newly opened space on which to fashion a world. It was marked by spontaneous celebration, light-hearted buffoonery in the midst of violent political struggle, constantly self-creating forms of art and entertainment, and the movement of those forms onto the streets and into the villages. Against this rose a vision of order, solemn monumentality, and myth-making, conditioned by a fear, the anti-iconoclastic fear that the masses, if left to their own ludic and Dionysian impulses, would unleash chaos. There were no simple sides in this confrontation. All kinds of people, artists and workers, officials and soldiers, prolet cultists and futurists felt both of these visions successively and often simultaneously. But the conflict caused tense interaction. In the language of Bakhtin, it was the war between the lower and upper regions of the body, the spirit and the mind, Volya and order, the mocking laugh and the solemn visage. The Russian Revolution drew on a rich tradition of ritual culture, of forms, traditions, and motifs rooted in the past. Of greatest antiquity were the survivals of pagan festivals, song and dance, lewd carnivals, bear ceremonies, ritual burnings of stylized devils and the like. Also of great antiquity were the Orthodox Church festivals and processions which combined hierarchical order, music, stationary worship, a luxurious array of vestments and ornament, and the popular traditions of feasting and frolic connected with holy days. The military review, established in the 18th century, differed strikingly from these. It was power, rationally and geometrically deployed. Its collectivism was impersonal and palpably hierarchical and deferential, its splendor was panegyric art. Its practical purpose was, theoretically, kinetic and psychological prepa. 80. Ration, the root of the word parade, for combat, its symbolic purpose was to display strength, organization, and efficiency in a realm where these things were in short supply. The ceremonial parade, embellished with horse, rolling cannon, fancy caparisons, bright uniforms, flags and gonfalons, and glistening bayonets all moving to a lively martial air, was designed to produce euphoria, loyalty, readiness, and a sense of menace to the enemies of the state. Finally, there was the court culture of the Romanov dynasty, extraordinarily rich in symbols, regalia, and pageantry, and elaborate visual ornament to the sacred and charismatic persona of the Emperor Tsar. All of these celebratory forms were open and legal, if not official. The political frame that surrounded the birth of revolutionary ritual was entirely different, it was illegal. Workers and radicals possessed neither the means nor the freedom to deploy their ranks regularly or display an elaborate set of symbols. Their ritual took shape in two environments: secret meetings and illegal or semi-legal demonstrations. In the former, beginning in the late 1890s, the focus was May Day, the socialist international holiday recently imported from Europe, and the routine utterly simple, radical songs, a show of red and speeches. Demonstrations of protests such as strike marches or funeral processions for fallen comrades began to appear with great frequency around 1905. Since the atmosphere was tense and the space constricted, the marchers were militant trespassers into alien zones, sometimes menaced by police. Their feelings of outrage, anger, indignation, or funerary sadness had to be compressed into taut slogans borne aloft on red banners, often shaped like church gonfalons, molded into shouts, or translated into songs. The principal songs of revolution in that period were either prison laments, funeral dirges, especially the enormously popular "You Fell Victim," critiques of the autocracy, or visions of a dawning world of freedom. The demonstration thus resembled a parade in form, in its graphic message of solidarity, and in the tangible impression of its own power, to use the words of Hendrik de Man. But in its emotional shape and show of pathos, it also resembled the religious procession. 2. Days of Revolution. What more natural occasion for an emotional people to celebrate than the quick and relatively bloodless overthrow of a despotic government? For 3 generations, thousands of people had longed for, fought for, and died for the abolition of the autocracy. Suddenly, in March 1917, after a week of rebellion and street fighting in the 2 capitals, with minor skirmishes elsewhere, Tsar Nicholas had abdicated, removing himself and the heir apparent from the historic line of Russian princes that stretched back for a millennium. On the following day, his brother Michael followed suit and refused the crown. Russians were stunned at this news, some were overjoyed, some were appalled, but no one was indifferent. In the urban festivities that occurred in the weeks after the fall of the monarchy, 2 themes emerge: deliverance and thankfulness. Deliverance was expressed in the carnivalesque and festive side of the celebrations, joyous days of tsarlessness, and a euphoric feeling of Valia exhibited in the liberation of prisoners, acts of burning and iconoclasm, the huge spontaneous crowds, the minimality and speed of the planning, and the atmosphere of fun, play, tolerance, goodwill, and transcendent solidarity of a free people. The other mood was thanksgiving to those who had worked to bring this about, the iconic prisoners, now paraded and exalted, and the martyrs. 81. Of the revolution who had fallen in the street fighting. Its tone was solemn, dignified, majestic, and its main expression was the civic religious public burial ceremonies. Like the French Revolutionary Journeys, the days of the Russian Revolution, so called in some locales, in the towns were massive turnouts of popular celebration, hastily organized by the local Soviet, municipal, or provisional government authorities, sometimes together. 3. Tsarlessness was shared by all classes of the population, standing or marching together in an eclectic confluence of Russia's ritual traditions, the military parade, the church procession, the workers' demonstration, often inextricably mixed and unnoticed. Ecclesiastic hymns alternated with the workers' Marseillaise, while red banners mingled with Orthodox gonfalons and crosses. This accorded with the broadness and generosity of the rhetoric in celebratory speeches and with the social mix of the crowds and organizers, particularly with the novel and thrilling spectacle of revolutionary workers' formations marching side by side with military units. Neither the intrusion of official solemnity nor the class tensions that might have underlain these events seemed to dampen fun and laughter. Pageantry, gaiety, and good humor were on display. Ethnic and local costumes enlivened the scene as at village festivals, full-throat multitudes broke into song again and again. Spontaneous acts interrupted the rhythms of parade and procession. In Odessa, former political prisoners were pulled out of the crowd, exalted, and drawn on carts and carriages for public homage. At the courthouse in Ekaterinoslav, crowds cried out, "Down with the eagle! Tomorrow it won't be there to claw the tormented flesh of a long-suffering people." In Kharkov, speakers urged outlawing the word baron, lord. The color red was apparent everywhere. When flags were in short supply, people brought dresses or waved red dressing gowns from their windows. It was an unrestrained public exhibition of cheer and good feelings, an all-Russian solidarity of joy, see Fig. 13. 4. Common euphoria and collective emotion were also in evidence in the solemn funeral services arranged in the early days for those killed in the fighting. One of the remarkable features of the February Revolution was its relatively small number of victims, a clear indication that the monarchy was widely hated and that many people welcomed its overthrow. The success, the dignity, the overall unanimity, and the solemnity of the local funerals led the new government in the capital to mount on March 23 its first major public celebration of the revolution as a funeral, the burial of the martyrs. The ceremonial interment of the 184 people killed during the February Revolution in Petrograd was the perfect vehicle for a physical and iconic exaltation of free Russia. The organizers from the Petrograd Soviet and the Provisional Government chose the Field of Mars as the burial site and arranged it as a massive demonstration of columns marching in from the working-class districts through the center of town, as they had done during the February days, about 1 million people moving constantly for 12 hours in great order and solemnity. The craze for order and security was matched by the elegant precision of the marchers. Though traditional forms of religious burial techniques were employed, no member of the clergy was permitted to officiate or participate, a drastic break with all past practices of public ceremonial. Columns of workers and soldiers marching together bore the coffins to the graves to the strains of the purely revolutionary hymn "You Fell Victim." Solidarity in freedom was in full display in the mixed participants of all classes, the unconflicting slogans, and the themes of release and gratitude to the martyrs. Conservative commentators were happy with the 82 mood of renewal and the absence of deep class conflict. But strongly revolutionary signs were everywhere: the workers' songs, the draping of the city in red, and the geography of workers occupying the opulent center of town. It was the first secular outdoor ceremony in Russian history, the first major non-oppositional and all-class ceremony in the lifetime of the Provisional Government, and the only one also without a central charismatic figure as focus. 5. The tableau of domestic peace and social harmony provided by the March celebrations and obsequies crumbled within a few weeks. Society divided bitterly over the linked issues of war and social change. The Provisional Government, the moderate Soviet leaders, and the forces of order continued the war against Germany and delayed the reforms. The Bolsheviks and other oppositional parties and social elements, peasants, soldiers, workers demanded a deepening of the revolution and immediate peace at the front. The red flags that had adorned the revolutionary days of goodwill in March became the symbols of opposition once again as demonstrators took to the streets. The Provisional Government possessed no symbolic culture of its own to set against the seas of red that swirled around the streets of the capital. The tricolor flag of Peter the Great was pronounced politically neutral and retained. God Save the Tsar was outlawed. The government adopted the Workers' Marseillaise, whose melody was a solid French bourgeois republican hymn. But it was hated by conservatives because of its association with radical workers. No monuments were erected. City fathers in Ekaterinslav voted to rename a square after Michael Rodchenko, a prominent political figure in the early days of the revolution, and put his bust in it. The government itself had an offer from American businessmen to help finance a monument to the Russian revolutionary movement to be visible from one end of Russia to another. Nothing came of these or similar schemes. 6. Most astonishing, in retrospect, was the provisional government's approach to remaking the national seal and emblem. These were essential for conducting business in Chancery and Mint, but the Romanov eagle had obviously become too repugnant for continued use. A juridical council of the government made the dubious judgment that the Romanov eagle, in and of itself, did not connote monarchy. It commissioned the well-known artist Ivan Bilibin to design a new emblem for seal, money, and stamps with the double-headed eagle now astride the Tauride Palace, home of the government, but with wings folded down, domesticated, devoid of monarchical ornaments, see Fig. 14. But the two-headed eagle, with its tearing claws and beak, had become virtually a metaphor for Tsarist reaction, barbarous cruelty, and aggressive imperialism by the time of the revolution. Thus armed with a Petrine flag, a still very Byzantine eagle, and a hymn that evoked both solidarity with the Entente and the excitement of street demonstrations, the provisional government, when it wished to show a symbolic face, could only show one that was either traditional or highly ambivalent. 7. This was vividly illustrated in the provisional government's last major attempt to mount a public outdoor ceremony, the July 15 funeral of the 7 Cossacks killed in the July days. The depth of political change since the March 23 mass political burial was enormous. Division over the war was sharper than ever. Masses in town, country, and garrison were visibly more radicalized, and Lenin had returned to Russia to help mobilize the Bolshevik Party in militant actions. One of these was the July Days, an armed demonstration that flowed into a failed attempt to replace the provisional government by Soviet power. Among the casualties were 7 Cossacks who had defended the government. The government, after suppressing the uprising, decided to make the 83 interment of these Cossacks a political statement. They were buried with full military regalia. The service was embellished by all the resources of the Orthodox Church in Petrograd, St. Isaac's Cathedral for the Requiem Mass, choirs from the major churches, high prelates of the capital, and the full repertoire of icons, crosses, censers, and vestments, a striking contrast to the secular funeral of March 23. The military patriotic motif was undiluted: no workers' formations, no workers' Marseillaise, no revolutionary or anti-war banners. The all-day ceremony terminated at the sacred Alexander Nevsky Cemetery, where the symbols, speeches, and wreaths continued to celebrate the spirit of traditional Orthodox, patriotic Russia. 8. In the rhetoric of the ceremonies, speakers called for loyalty to the revolution. But in the symbolic context of the moment, it sounded like a hollow reification of an abstract concept. In fact, the ceremony was displaying a powerful impulse of counter-revolutionary revulsion and an upsurge of the spirit of order, discipline, stability, state power, and front-line patriotism. We know from the memoirs of members, former members, and supporters of the provisional government that this was precisely their private mood, a mood that was given muted utterance at the Moscow State Conference later that summer. But in the funeral of the Cossacks, we have it on full and open display. It is the sharpest and clearest document that we possess on the actual aspirations of the provisional government leaders in midsummer of 1917. Since it possessed no modern symbols to express its themes and goals, that government automatically drew on the symbols and rituals that were rich in the imagery of patriotism and social order, the army and the church. As the Bolsheviks were to do a year or so later, the provisional government had moved from celebrating revolution to celebrating itself and its deepest values. 9. Early signs of Bolshevism. There were no days of revolution after the Bolshevik seizure of power in October 1917, nothing resembling the festivities that broke out in March of that year after the fall of the monarchy. There was, to put it another way, no joyful celebration of Karen skylessness. The reason was only partly seasonal. The main problem was the political frame. The first side of this frame was lack of popular understanding of what the seizure meant and how deep the change would be from the other revolutionary regime. The second was the continuation of political war in the capital, including demonstrations of anti-Bolsheviks. The third was the prolonged rioting in Moscow and other cities before Soviet power was visibly established across the heartland of old Russia, thus adding uncertainty about the longevity of the new government. And the fourth was the emergency nature of this government, which was determined to maintain and restore order, defend itself, and make peace. The absence from history of October days is upon reflection a striking historical fact. Among other things, it explains why the mythologized storming of the Winter Palace has always remained a truncated narrative lacking the orgiastic release that drama would require, and also why the Bolsheviks subsumed and collapsed the drama of the February Revolution into their own. Although the Bolsheviks were instantaneously and concretely aware of the cultural power of symbols in the new revolutionary order, it took them about a year to put together a new symbolic and ritual system. The main ingredients were the first festival on May 1, 1918, and the adoption of a new anthem, arms, flag, and red calendar. 84. In regard to festivals of revolution, the Bolsheviks were bound by an ambivalence, faintly apparent at first. They wished to keep alive the élan and the mystique of October as a liberating event of profound historical importance, their foundation tale in fact, and at the same time wanted to deflect revolutionary energies to state building, war fighting, and the maintenance of order. Anatoly Lunacharsky, the new People's Commissar of Culture, best rode this dualism. Although his retrospective theory did not emerge until 1920, Lunacharsky from the outset hoped to keep the flame of revolution alive through symbols and festivals that would celebrate his vision of collective immortality and a new socialist region. Lunacharsky lacked the status and power of a Jacques-Louis David, the pageant master of the French Revolution, who had possessed political weight, an artistic reputation of his own, and a ready-made culture to draw from, classical Greece and Rome. Lunacharsky, though responsible for the festival style, was poised between Lenin's conventional taste in art and his preferences for solemn and orderly styles on the one hand, and by the avant-garde festival artists on the other, who favored the shock effect, irreverence, and laughter of traditional carnival over stiff and heavy ritual. May Day, 1918 in Petrograd gave the Bolsheviks their first chance to celebrate the seizure of power. It differed from the March days of 1917 in that it came 6 months after the event and was carefully organized. On the other hand, May 1918 was still a time of relatively good feelings in the revolution. Although there was working class and oppositional unrest in the capital, the civil war was just beginning, and the large-scale violence, the universalization of social and political hatred, the assassinations of Bolshevik leaders, the Red Terror, and the extreme rigors of war communism all lay ahead. May Day was also the onset of spring following the first bleak winter with its mass egress from the city and material deprivation. The explosion of color and movement on May 1 was bound to seem, then and in retrospect, more spontaneous and joyous than those that came later. And it seems clear from contemporary descriptions that some of the spontaneous goodwill of the March Revolution had survived the crushing events of year I of the Revolution. And since it preceded the standardization of signs and monuments, the May Day festivities allowed a freer milieu of decor and visual improvisation. 10. The May Day parade or demonstration in Petrograd was the main element in the celebrations. Unlike that of March 23, 1917, and unlike those to come in Moscow, there was no central target or objective. It began at Smolny, the Bolshevik headquarters in the October Revolution, marched to the Palace Square, and thence to Marsfield, sparkling and varied. Speakers roved the city in open cars, regaling the public with words, chief among them Volodarsky, soon to be assassinated. The decor was extremely original, having been given over to the talented artists who remained in Petrograd after the movement of the capital to Moscow. K.S. Petrovodkin executed a famous panel to labor in beautiful pastels, while ultra-leftists did wall frescoes in screeching colors, praised by Lunacharsky for their visibility, but later criticized as too provocative by Soviet historians of art and ritual. The military, though prominent, had their horses and weapons adorned with red ribbons and green sprigs combining revolutionary and pagan motifs. Most affecting were the celebrations after the march, garlanded ships on the Neva River playing music to the masses on shore, bonfires, searchlights, torchlight parades, fireworks, and dancing on the banks of the rivers and canals. Noise, frolic, and good cheer seemed to have dominated the daytime hours of this holiday. The solemn, quasi-religious part of May Day was the natural pendant to relicking. 85. Celebration, and no more in conflict with it than was Easter service or wedding mass to the feasting that went with it. The Bolshevik solemnities took the form of indoor concerts of mixed genres. The most moving of them was a performance of the Mozart Requiem for the Martyrs of the October Revolution, held in the Capella of the Winter Palace, an exceptionally ornate and elegant setting, framing the entire event with the utmost dignity and beauty. Lunacharsky struck a religious note. "I made some general remarks," he reported, "about the Requiem, about Mozart, and about the way we now look at death, at the judgment on the human personality and its victory in the historical triumph of the idea of humanity." During the performance of the Requiem, a small boy fell to his knees and remained kneeling for half an hour, thinking he was in church. The audience was mute and bowed and filed out reverently at the end. It was one of the first opportunities for Lunacharsky to display publicly his old aspiration to combine religion and revolution, see Chapter 5. One of the reasons for Petrograd's striking success was the fact that most of the major artists and Lunacharsky himself stayed on in the old capital, the latter for over a year. Artists were unleashed to deploy their talents in fantastic graphic decor, imparting to squares, bridges, and broad avenues a religious and carnival quality. Petrograd became a cartoon, a pleasure island, a castle in Spain, and a land of cockon under their hands. It was adorned with flags, pennons, ample yardage of bunting in fabulous colors, and an almost primitive blaze of imagery controlled by sophisticated design. Carnival emerged in a mock burial of the autocracy, not of the provisional government. Circus performers, traditional Russian booth shows, Balagan, fairyland theater sets in the streets, and laughing and shouting decor. The vision of a free and happy world pervaded the holiday, retrieving that euphoria of a year ago and transcending it with more extravagant and deliberate acts of collective rejoicing, despite the official sponsoring and the intrusion of political and military themes. Later a camp of insignia would choke off the flamboyant art, Lenin's frowns would darken the carnival fun, and political statues would cast their shadows over the circus routines. This transformation did not occur all at once, but it occurred all the same. Lunacharsky, who witnessed the dampening of revolutionary carnival, was bittersweet in 1926 when he nostalgically recalled this day as the happiest national holiday he had ever experienced. The Bolshevik leaders possessed a strong consciousness of the power of symbols. It is too facile simply to argue that as cynical powermongers they perceived at once the uses of propaganda and manipulation. They were underground revolutionaries in a land of peasants, thus painfully aware of the problems of communication between leaders and masses and determined to make a fresh start in the matter of symbols, seal, flag, and anthem. Their first symbol, approved April 19, 1918, was the breast badge of the Red Army, a crossed hammer and plow inside a red star, designer unknown. The interior motif celebrated the alliance of workers and peasants who had allegedly made the revolution and were now defending it together. The star had no prehistory in the Russian radical tradition. It might have been inspired by Bogdanov's Red Star. A contemporary flysheet, couched in fairy tale language, interpreted the star as the light of truth, Pravda, the people's truth and justice, purloined by the black and evil Krivda, creature of darkness and enemy of the people. The Red Army man, it explained, was the hero in the battle to win back Pravda for the people. The resonance of Red Star thus shifted from a rational utopia to a religious mythic tale of good and evil. This star, devoid of its inner motifs, migrated to the new flag in 1918, to the Kremlin walls, to hundreds of posters and books covers, and to its now central place as the 86. emblem of the Soviet military and of communist movements rising into ascendance. The red star modulated its vocality over the years, designating in various contexts light, power, redness, and a locus of perfection. 12. The search for a new seal began at once. In the meantime, the authorities were forced to use the repugnant tamed eagle in order to curb counterfeiting. Lenin and Lunacharsky opened a contest to artists and designers. It produced a dazzling variety of entries and a wide assortment of curiosities, castles and cornucopias from armorial traditions, crossed axes, zigzags, triangles, and even exclamation points, motifs from traditional graphics, from Art Nouveau, and from all kinds of ultramodernism. One designer proposed the old eagle, plucked, stripped of regalia, adorned with red stars, wearing a red army cap on his head, clutching a stick and stone in his claws. 13. The jury of artists and officials of Lunacharsky's commissariat were not interested in comic, abstract, or provocative motifs for the national emblem and seal. The most acceptable entry, designed by an unknown Petrograd artist in early March, contained a crossed hammer and sickle, a wreath of grain, a rising sun, and a sword rising from below. The first known use of crossed hammer and sickle in the revolution was reported in Saratov sometime in 1917. Another contest entry by Chekhonin had a peasant woman holding a sickle against a rustic background beside a male worker with a hammer against a factory background. Independent of these, the Moscow artist Kamzalkin used hammer and sickle crossed in a May Day poster. In Russian traditional armorial art one can find crossed sickles, crossed industrial hammers, and sometimes both as familiar signs of countryside and city respectively. The hammer, often with an anvil, was also widely used in the imagery of 19th-century European labor and socialist movements. The hammer and sickle was a natural combination to celebrate the Bolshevik belief in the October Revolution as the product of the unified energies and aspirations of workers and peasants. A side effect of Chekhonin's much-copied poster idea which set male hammer city against female sickle country was subliminally to link women with nurturing and passivity of the rural order and to link men with building, action, and power. 14. The sword in the winning entry signified no more than the Russian soldier who constituted the third element of the popular trinity of revolution. But Lenin, in an astonishingly persistent and adamant manner, objected to its aggressive appearance at a moment when he wished to project the infant Soviet Republic as a peacemaking and peace-loving state. This was right after the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. "This is not our emblem," he said, "and war is not our policy." A controversy broke out that lasted 2 months, though its precise issues are not known, with some members of the jury actually suggesting a party conference to decide the matter. Lenin's opinion prevailed. The sword was removed and the sculptor N.A. Andreev embellished the original sketch, not extant, in Lenin's presence, thickening the sheaf of wheat and adding some Grecian designs. The resulting seal was a multivocal ensemble of symbols, the newly arranged but central motif of hammer and sickle suggesting a social alliance of toilers, an international component the slogan "Proletarians of all countries, unite," and a reassuring frame of rising sun, the promise of a new day, a wheat sheaf for prosperity, and a classical scroll. Variants appeared in the early months. One of them, the cover of the first constitution of the RSFSR in July 1918, contained the antique fasces, in the form of the Third French Republic's medieval Francisques, crossed behind the emblem, a device that was to be used by the emerging fascist movement in Italy, and was then 87. Dropped by the Soviets, see Fig. 15. In August 1918, all other seals and emblems were forbidden, and this became the national emblem. 15. On the Soviet flag, there was apparently no debate. Flags, pennants, and banners of the old regime, including the national tricolor of red, white, and blue and the Romanov family banner, were outlawed. The first Soviet flag issued to foreign legations in 1917 by the new state was a simple red field with the letters RSFSR on the canton. In the summer of 1918 a new flag was prepared, the red banner, adorned at the canton with the hammer and sickle from the Soviet emblem surmounted by the red star of the army. Thus the red flag, which had long ago fluttered from a peasant cart in Kandivka as a sign of defiance, which had streamed through the cities in 1905 and 1917, and which had a broad following in the European labor movement all through the 19th century, for the first time became the central symbol of a state. The redness of the star and the flag not only linked the Russian Revolution to the century-old traditions of the European labor movement, but also lent itself to etymological linking in Russian of krasny, red, with krasivaya, beautiful, and to the new charismatic center of Soviet power Red Square. 16. The Internationale on the other hand had to struggle to become the Soviet anthem. Its popular rival, the Workers' Marseillaise, was polyresonant in 1917, it dominated street demonstrations of workers and soldiers, it was hated by the right, but the provisional government heard it partly as an invocation of the French Republic, its ally. Lenin, because of this ambiguity, preferred the Internationale, a specifically socialist song. But this song was not yet widely known in Russian labor circles. Only the band from Kronstadt had played it at the burial of the martyrs in 1917. When Lenin arrived in Petrograd in April, he was greeted at both major stops by the Workers' Marseillaise. When this was played at the Finland station, he asked for the Internationale, and all through 1917 the Bolshevik press urged workers to learn it. When they came to power, the Bolsheviks made it their state hymn. In the summer of 1918, while the Spasskaya Tower in the Kremlin was being repaired from the damage in the October fighting, a mechanic reset the bells to replace God Save the Tsar with the new hymn and the liturgical song Kol Slavin with You Fell Victim, both to be played twice a day and very loud, a musical element of the talking city that Lenin was now planning. These two songs, one of triumph, one of sorrow, became standards in the revolutionary repertoire. The former proved to be eminently singible, having been musically Russianized in 1907 by replacing the French 2/2 march tempo with the majestic 4/4 mostozo to give it solemnity. 17. Alphabet and calendar reform were accelerated rather than invented by the Bolsheviks. The former had been accomplished by the previous regime, and its simplifying of the Cyrillic alphabet made the mottos which accompanied all festivals somewhat more legible. The new calendar was decreed in January 4, 1918, making the upcoming February 1 coincide with the Western date. Practicality was the first cause, it was suggested by the foreign minister. But it had anti-religious overtones as well, and was advertised as bringing Russia into line with most civilized peoples. It made the Orthodox Church seem to be always 2 weeks behind the rest of the world. The decree removed church holidays with dynastic associations from the register, allowed some to remain, and designated Sundays and Soviet festivals as rest days. 18. The rapid assembling of a symbolic face and the attention that rulers of the state devoted to this matter, especially compared to their immediate predecessors, reveal a 88. Key feature of Bolshevism, its insistence on unambiguous images, its quest for novelty, and its willingness to undergird the novelty with the familiar but unconflicting motifs of old traditions. Part of this was perhaps symbolic overcompensation, graphic, sonic, and gestural counterparts to the insistent rhetoric of the revolutionary intelligentsia designed to persuade the world, and themselves, that they were indeed in power and would stay there. But it was also another stage in the history of the intelligentsia's longing for cultural unity among all Russians by way of culture fashioned at the top and made available to the masses for their moral edification, which was now couched in terms of political education. In the pre-war years, German social democratic leaders had been distressed by the practice of workers singing socialist songs set to tunes of dubious or bourgeois origin, wherein the musical tones sent out contrary signals. 19. This attitude, illustrated in Lenin's feelings about the Workers' Marseillaise, presaged the role of the revolutionary state in officiating over the experimental world that was now opening up. Moscow, talking city. The anniversary celebration in November 1918 of the October Revolution contrasted sharply with May Day in Petrograd. The political frame was of course far more grim. But certain changes in Bolshevik ritual style, independent of the crisis, began to assert themselves visibly: greater planning and control, a sacred center as the target for all movement, a charismatic living symbol, Lenin, and a reinforcing iconography of monuments to the heroes of the past. Together, these elements helped to create the myth of revolutionary prehistory and a religious aura that was both less conscious in its articulation than the immortality cult of Lunacharsky and at the same time heavier and more durable. At its center was Lenin's monumental plan of propaganda. This artistic political scheme is crucial to understanding the further growth of Soviet ritual and much else besides. It has been called utopian both in the trivial sense of the word, impractical, and because of its original inspiration, Tommaso Campanella's City of the Sun. But its true relation to the utopian traditions of Russia may be seen in its underlying vision and the uses to which it was put then and later. Campanella seems an unlikely spark to Lenin's architectural imagination. Prometheus in a Naples dungeon, as the manuals have called him, he was a fanatical 17th-century Catholic, heretical, religio-political rebel of great complexity, whose ultimate vision was a papal world state. But his 1602 Utopia, City of the Sun, was an ideal city-state which turned religion into science and the urban landscape into a museum and outdoor school, both of these ideas appealing mightily to the schoolmaster in Lenin. Campanella's model city had 7 concentric walls, adorned on both sides with the rules and laws of the major sciences, alternating with statues of dead heroes in the realm of knowledge, religion, and war. Gorky had brought this book to the attention of Lenin and Lunacharsky before the revolution during the Capri years. 2 Russian translations appeared in 1918. Lenin was determined to build on Campanella. He told Lunacharsky that he wanted cities decorated with plaques and blocks of stone, inscribed with passages containing the essential principles of Marxism, as well as busts, statues, or bas-reliefs of great figures in the history of socialism, revolution, and culture. These would replace the hateful statues that were to be taken down, but there were to be many more of them. 89. Lenin wanted in a still illiterate society cities that talked, engraved solemnities on the walls and unveiling speeches for the new statues placed at strategic places, constant reminders for the pupils of his gigantic new revolutionary school. 21 Between 1918 and 1921 about 50 to 60 such monuments were erected, mostly in Moscow, as well as dozens of inscriptions. The list of figures to be honored, after much discussion, included about 20 each of Russian and European radical thinkers and activists and a smaller number of Russian and European artistic and cultural figures. The latter group was eclectic and arbitrary, clearly the fruit of bargaining. The revolutionary figures, however, were subjected to political judgment. The following list will give an immediate sense of the themes and the balance in this, the first public lesson in the prehistory of the Russian Revolution given by the Bolsheviks. 22. This display of history by monument was a reasonable rendition of the accepted intelligentsia tradition of the Russian revolutionary movement, Radishchev, the Decembrists, the thinkers of the 1840s and the 1860s, and the populists, including even an assassin from a rival party, Sergei Kolyaev. Missing from the populists were the still living Morozov, Kropotkin, Figner, Zasulich, Breshkovskaya, Natanson, Arad Tchaikovsky, all neutral or anti-Bolshevik. Plekhanov, a former populist, was the only Russian Marxist, and also a bitter enemy of the October Revolution. Bauman was the star martyr of the labor movement. He was joined by Volodarsky and Uritsky, murdered in 1918. A fairly high number of regicides, would-be regicides, and assassins were honored by monuments: Ryleyev, Pestel, Karakosov, Kalchurin, Chlyabov, Peravskaya, and Kolyaev, all hanged by the autocracy, a signal perhaps that the recent execution of the Tsar and his family was an act embedded in the revolutionary tradition. The inclusion of the traditional rebels Bolotnikov and Razin joined the Cossack peasant rebellions of early modern times to the intelligentsia radical revolt of the 19th century in a schema of continuous popular revolution. This scenario was enriched by including an almost equal number of European rebels and socialists. The founding fathers of Marxism were given a special place, but included were rebels of antiquity and of 1789, the utopian forerunners of Marx and Engels, and a selection of internationalist Marxists such as Jors, Luxemburg, and Liebknecht, the latter two after their martyrdom in 1919. 90. The experiment was not an artistic success. Some revolutionaries looked askance at the whole idea. Bogdanov in Red Star had disallowed monuments to people dead or alive in his communist utopia on Mars. Avant-gardists such as Vladimir Tallon and Punin thought heroic statuary undignified and unsuitable to a revolutionary state. The practical difficulties were prodigious. Materials, talent, and labor were in short supply, and this caused the delays that so enraged Lenin. The project yielded only temporary busts and figures, poorly executed in plaster or cement. Some were never even unveiled, others crumbled under the elements or were withdrawn as substandard. At least 2 Robespierre and Volodarsky were dynamited by unknown persons. By 1920-21 the unveiling ceased and the experiment was abandoned, incidentally causing Soviet sculpture to decline through the 20s until revived in quite another style under Stalin. 23 Lenin was not much perturbed by the rapid erosion of the statues. He knew they were temporary. But he badly wanted them up and fast, perhaps by May Day. When this failed, he became very angry and shrill in his complaints to Lunacharsky and the sculptor N.D. Vinogradov, one of 65 working on the project. His angriest moment came at a time of crushing political crisis, the Socialist Revolutionary Rebellion in Moscow and the rising of the Czech legions in Siberia, a major episode in the onset of civil war. How is one to explain this passion for made-to-order monuments of stone? It was, I believe, Lenin's overpowering desire to legitimize the revolution historically and to communicate rapidly with the urban masses. The teacher in him was straining for expression, and the tone of his political pedagogy was emphatically solemn and pious. He wanted busts and statues that were appropriate and accessible to the people, and was thus angered by the cute, the humorous, and the aesthetically trendy productions of some cubists and abstractionists, particularly the later figure of Bakunin in a cubo-futurist style by Boris Korolev. But neither did he want the sinuous and heroized monumentality that was found on posters and that would mark the Stalinist style in the 1930s. He wanted to show lifelike figures of men and women of his own intelligentsia tradition who had talked and acted and written. Lenin may have known that many people who, having envisaged him physically as a muscular giant of revolution, were then puzzled by his bourgeois stature and then enthralled at last by the power of his thought and speech. 24 Lenin's monumental propaganda scheme should be read only partly as graphic heroization and the birth of cultic idols. His central compulsion it was exactly that, was to get out the word. The monuments, he said, should be professors' podiums of the street from which fresh words and rousing thoughts and notions must soar straight to the people. His campaign Land City was to possess the artifacts of a museum, the teachers of a school, and the reverent milieu of a church. Children were to be taken round the city and told of the exploits and the life meaning of the statue's subjects, relating these stories to the present revolution. Lunacharsky thought that every Sunday should be devoted to an unveiling and an evening celebration of the subject's life. In 1919, he composed the text to the monument for the martyrs of the February Revolution on the field of Mars, another conflation of February and October. The stone slabs and plaques with text seemed as important to Lenin as the personal monuments. He selected some texts himself and the authorities held a contest to generate more. Lenin's relative indifference to outer form was strikingly illustrated when he was asked what to do with the Romanov tricentennial obelisk outside the Kremlin, erected in 1913. His response was to keep the obelisk, erase the Tsarist inscription, and replace it with the names Moore, Campanella, Winstanley, Fourier, and Chernyshevsky. 25. 91. The November 7 celebrations of 1918 in the new capital illustrate the intrusion of the Lenin style of ritual into the earlier, more spontaneous expressions. The planners, professional revolutionaries turned bureaucrats, were asked by the Moscow committee of the party to stress the inner, intellectual side, meaning political, over the external in the coming festivities. The Tsarist regime had almost always projected its image and mystique graphically in contrast to the intelligentsia who dealt in words and ideas. The Bolsheviks were not ready to adopt an exclusively subrational mode of communication. Speech filled the air at almost every point in the 3 days of celebration. Set texts and explanatory lessons surrounded the unveiling of the revolutionary statues and monuments in a way that would have been unthinkable, and perhaps useless, in Tsarist days. But the art of carnival was not rejected, only toned down. Garlands, placards, and red bunting abounded, the red being even more effective against the cold whitened city of early winter in Moscow than it had been in May, when it had to compete with colorful flowers and dress. Hunter's Row in the center of town was decked out by avant-garde artists to look like a wonderland red city, colorful and festive in the extreme and a delight to the eye of witnesses. But the early extravagances of the artistic left were lost in the forest of mass-produced discs emblazoned with the new hammer and sickle. A typical Leninist touch was the order by the planning committee to preserve all the decorative artifacts after the ceremonies as the basic collection of a new museum of the October Revolution. 26. The official ceremonies on Red Square and the march past the Kremlin were the main spectacles of the anniversary day, and Lenin was the visible focus of it all. When he walked, always heading a column of government colleagues, the deference to him was palpable. His first act was the unveiling of a statue to Marx and Engels in Revolution Square beside the Bolshoi Theater. His brief speech established, for those who did not yet know it, these two Germans as the ideological and spiritual forefathers of the Russian Revolution. Awaiting his return at the Senate Tower of the Kremlin were assembled delegates of various kinds, military units, foreign communists, a band, a huge chorus from prolet cult studios, and in one account great excitement and exultation in the crowd. The second act was the solemn unveiling of a big memorial plaque by Sergei Konenkov, symbolic of liberty and commemorating the fallen martyrs of the revolution. The revolutionary funeral hymn "You Fell Victim," by now rich in associative memories, was played. Then, amid triumphant cheers, Lenin mounted the tribune to honor those who fell in the struggle for peace and the brotherhood of all people. His speech was filled with national pride, international solidarity, emotion, hope, and messianism. 27. As the march past began, the poet Sergei Esenin declaimed solemn verses. Sleep, dear brothers, sleep. Past you march the people's hosts, toward a universal dawn. The march itself, rolling on for hours before the eyes of Lenin, was a parade, a procession, and a demonstration. On display were the corporate elements of revolutionary society in guild costumes with models of their work tools and products, committees of the poor, unions, futurist floats that dazzled the eye. 28. Prolet cult shows, an allegorical tableau from Red Prisna district, the martyred neighborhood of the 1905 revolution, showing a chained peasant worker about to be liberated, units of school children, cavalry, cannons, folk music ensembles, and ethnic minorities in full costume. 92. Filed past the Kremlin and then returned to assembly points for the unveiling of statues in all the main squares. The ancillary festivities were extremely elaborate. 21 theaters were taken over for the various performances between November 6 and 8, and blocks of tickets were assigned to officials, workers, and children of the poor. Musicians were virtually drafted to perform all over town in concert halls, prolet cult clubs, theaters, and union headquarters, even in the premises of the political police. Among the items performed were the Brutus monologue, again invoking the theme of a just regicide, and the verses of Emil Verhaeren, a favorite of Lunacharsky, and of Gastev, a hero of the prolet cult. Lenin made token appearances and short speeches at many of these events. The main performance of the 3-day festival was Beethoven's Fidelia, renamed Liberation, characteristic of the traditionalism that dominated the operatic stage all through the Civil War. 29. That night, at 11 designated points around Moscow, straw figures of the Entente leaders Wilson, Clemenceau, and Lloyd George, and those of Russian class foes, kulaks, landowners, barons, and generals, were made to burn for 40 minutes, after which fireworks were set off and the new Soviet emblems were raised aloft. 30. These ceremonies and celebrations accomplished what Petrograd was never able to do, Make Moscow the sacred center of the Russian Revolution and identify Lenin clearly as its central charismatic figure. Recently the victim of an attempted assassination, Lenin had recovered to find himself the object of adulation and rejoicing over his survival. The November 7th celebration was an important landmark in the emergence of the cult of Lenin. The Kremlin was the point of convergence of all the processions, the point, in Christian ritual, where man, earth, universe, and God meet, and it resembles the central point of the city from which, in some utopias, radiated all streets, roads, energy, and power. Russian power seemed to have returned at last to its home in the heartland whence it had been artificially removed for 2 centuries by Peter the Great. Lenin, though a partly westernized intelligent who had lived abroad many years and was surrounded by Lets, Georgians, Jews, and Poles, as well as Russians, nevertheless seemed to project a Russian persona. What Trotsky later called the national in Lenin and what others have seen as the peasant in Lenin harmonized well with the Kremlin towers, the mood of national regeneration, and the Russianness of the moment. The very cultural geography of the city and the traditional holdovers in the syncretic ritual form seemed to reinforce the national dimensions of the celebrations, and thus to give legitimation to the regime that occupied the territory of the Kremlin and arranged the festivities. 31. The utopia of release and reversal which Carnival plays at was overlaid by Lenin's utopia of order, historical reverence, and political pedagogy. Krupski acclaimed later that this was the happiest day of Lenin's life, an interesting contrast to Lunacharsky's nostalgia over the previous May Day. Lenin in 1918 was probably unaware of the emerging resonance of Moscow as the Russian center of the revolution, the ecclesiastical and spiritual associations of the Kremlin area, and the growing perception of himself as the personification of the new order. Thus November 7th was a complex blend of carnival, monument, rhetoric, and sacrality which together offered a picture of continuity and change, of mystery and majesty. The irony was that Lunacharsky in Petrograd, who consciously invoked religious idioms and motifs, could not do for that eminently secular-looking city what Lenin and the festival planners did for Moscow without even trying. 2. 93. Petrograd, Theater City. The Petrograd festival resembled that of Moscow, but Petrograd had its own local style and its leaders wished to stress that style for reasons of prestige. The political boss of the old capital, Grigory Zinoviev, acted the satrap in his new realm variously known as the Northern Commune or Petro-Commune Petrograd and a huge hinterland. He wanted his city to be redesignated the capital of Soviet Russia after the crisis of the German threat had passed. His house organ, Red Petrograd, constantly promoted the special virtues of the city, its maritime flavor, its historical stones, its role as cradle of 3 revolutions, its leading proletarian forces. Zinoviev, with the help of Lunacharsky and the artists, displayed the full panoply of Petrograd's physical beauty and its ceremonial powers in the early years. Moscow remained the sacred center of Soviet power, but the leaders of Petrograd aspired at least to make it the revolution's festive center. The distinctive features of its festival style were experimental urban decor, street theater and carnival, and mass spectacle. 33. The decor for November 7th in Petrograd was brilliant, having been executed by major artists such as Mstislav Dubuzhinsky, Nathan Altman, K.S. Petrovodkin, and Boris Kustadiev. Dubuzhinsky retained the classical beauties of Zakharin's Admiralty, augmenting its thematic with maritime pennants, flaglets, and anchors, and hiding the ugly structures that had been erected in the 1880s along the Neva River. Altman, on the other hand, sought to destroy utterly the monumentality of autocratic architecture in Palace Square by obscuring the vast facade of the Winter Palace, the Victory Column, and the chariot atop the headquarters arch behind modernist designs. The result was festive richness but also a diminution of Petrograd's appearance as a center of unambiguous power. The eclecticism and cosmopolitanism of the decor stood in vivid contrast to the national mystique that dominated the Kremlin in Moscow. The same held true of the march. It wended its way from Smolny to the Winter Palace and then to Mars Field as if undecided about where the actual center of the city was, a question frequently asked by modern visitors. This city had for a long time lacked the unambiguous image of Russia's national capital for a variety of reasons. The contrast in the two November ceremonies was another event in the long history of the cultural duel between the two cities since 1714. Even after the avant-garde ornament was toned down, and the marchers chose the Winter Palace as the permanent convergence point, this ambiguity did not disappear. 34 Lenin's iconic Festival of Statues was not as popular or as effective in Petrograd as in Moscow even in 1918, in spite of Lunacharsky's endorsement of it and of the rhetoric that went with it. Petrograd had been a great center of Bolshevik orators in 1917-18. Trotsky, Zinoviev, Volodarsky, Kollontai, Lunacharsky, but in the Civil War, the city seemed more inclined to show than to tell. The blossoming of street theater was a sign of this. It was a revival of traditional folk festival with mobile units presenting carnival shows and acts all over the city. A specialist on adult education suggested the street was a natural school and theater for revolutionary people. His pedagogy was not campaignaland but carnivalesque like that of the futurists. He wanted to make the streets into a joyful and comradely arena for processions, outdoor movies and museums, concerts and choral performances in order to satisfy the demands of the masses and to evoke their collective creativity. Street theater became big in the 94 holidays of 1919 with flying troops on platforms pulled by streetcars and trucks, carnival acts and circus shows at designated stops with clowns, skits, and songs lasting about 15 to 30 minutes. But these shows were overshadowed in 1920 by the mass spectacles of revolutionary myth. 35 The urban mass spectacle, a single huge performance outdoors with thousands of spectators, grew out of grassroots experimentation in Red Army and prolet cult theater workshops in 1919. On March 12, in the Iron Hall of the People's House in Petrograd, a Red Army theater group put on a version of The Fall of the Autocracy, one of the first large-scale historical pageants of the revolution. On red and white platforms at either end of the hall, actor-soldiers representing the autocracy and the revolution, spoke lines taken from the press, held stylized meetings, sang, and simulated combat, the soldiers playing themselves as heroes and the villains as buffoons. So striking was the effect that it was repeated 250 times in barracks, camps, and squares in and around Petrograd in the next 7 months, surely one of the most successful and spontaneous of all revolutionary theatrical events. The first outdoor spectacle in this genre was the Theater and Drama Workshop presentation on May Day 1919 of the Third International, a staging of slogans about revolution, the end of tyrants, the burial of martyrs, and a world of peace. 36 In the course of events, theater professionals, already active in civic festivals since the February Revolution, began to take command of this emerging genre. The most famous of these was the Bolshevik actress Maria Andreeva, former artist at the Moscow Art Theater, wife of Gorky, and friend of Lunacharsky. Another actor, Alexander Gribov, moved easily from a pre-war theater career, through staging the Provisional Government's Liberty Bond celebrations in 1917, to prolet cult theater, into the grand stagings of Petrograd. None of these people were flaming iconoclasts. Adrian Piotrowski, S.E. Radlov, and N.N. Evrenov, for example, were trained classicists from scholarly families. Dmitry Tiomkin, later a Hollywood composer, was trained as a classical musician, recently the pupil of Scriabin. Yet they all lent their talents, skills, and fantasy to the task of organizing the masses in performances of a Wagnerian dimension, total works of art embracing many arts, huge numbers of spectators and performers, and ample outdoor space. Spectacle and show of this sort had precedence in Russia, especially during the last reign of the old regime. The organizers drew on this and also on foreign notions of civic theater, including those of Wagner and Romain Rolland. All of this was reshaped by the euphoric atmosphere of a revolutionary city in the midst of war, by the means given to the organizers by the new rulers, including the casting of thousands in the giant productions. The ultimate effect was one of state and intelligentsia leading the masses, including, and especially the vast audiences, in a kinesthetic exercise of revolution, a massive performance of revolutionary values and myths that were to infuse the new society in the making. 37 On May Day, 1920 was mounted the first of 4 mass spectacles that would enliven the city in that year, The Mystery of Liberated Labor. It was planned and directed by professional artists and theater people. The locale was the spit of land in front of the former stock exchange, a huge semicircular plaza overlooking the Great Fork of the Neva River. On a dais in front of the exchange were seen carousing emperors, mandarins, planters, and capitalists in an orgy of greed and dancing to cheap gypsy music and the Ken stock examples of musical decadence. A huge gate of gold guarded a kingdom of brotherhood and equality, the forbidden land of traditional myths and fairy tales. Outside toiled the wretched of the earth, shackled and whipped and groaning to Festivals of IHE People 95. The strains of Chopin's Funeral March. Waves of rebels Spartacus, Stenkarazin, the Sansculottes assaulted the gates of freedom but were crushed. Then in the east appeared a red star heralding the liberation of mankind. The gates were stormed, the tyrants and idlers scattered, and the kingdom of socialism revealed in the form of a rising sun, a red star, a tree of liberty around which the victors reveled, red banners, and a figure of liberated labor in front of which the soldiers exchanged their weapons for the implements of peace. In the finale, searchlights from ships on the river shone onto the stage, shots boomed from the nearby fortress, sirens wailed, and 4 large bands played the Internationale. The audience seemed to merge with the performers as they crowded the stage and sang the anthem of revolution. 4,000 actors, soldiers, and workers appeared in the cast, and 35,000 spectators watched it. 38 Liberated Labor was the first large-scale display of revolutionary myth to a mass audience. Its high level of abstraction set it off from the rather concrete Red Army productions. Both the masses and the rulers in the play are drawn from all peoples and all epochs. The historical process predominates, and the promised land of utopia is an array of stylized symbols. Unlike in the monumental propaganda of Lenin, the Russian revolutionary tradition is almost absent. No scenes of Decembrists, no heroic populists going to their deaths, no mock execution of the Petrashevsky Circle, all of which offer rich material for pageantry and retrospective pathos. On the other hand, the mimetic language of the show was direct and simple. Rich and poor are contrasted visually and audially, with the former displaying utter heartlessness to the latter amid gross flourishes of decadence. The forbidden space captured at the end by the masses added the vital element of mystery and myth. 39 Spartacus, Raisin, and the Sansculottes were suitable symbols of revolt for workers, peasants, and intelligentsia respectively. And the entire production breathed emotionalism, the mysterious setting, the aura of suspense, the kinetic melodrama, the merciless caricatures of evil men and women, the music and lights, the density of the mass audience were all deployed to generate visceral reaction and to project a historical myth in a union of arts, technology, urban space, and festive occasion. The second and third Petrograd mass spectacles were held in the summer of 1920. At that moment, the Soviet Republic had passed the biggest crises in the Civil War, but there were still foreign troops on its soil and it was at war with Poland. The 2 spectacles reflected this by a shift from eternal myths into a theatricalization of immediate political problems. The first, the blockade of Russia, was held on June 20 on the summer resort island of Kameny Ostrov north of the Petrograd quarter, a huge parkland intersected by rivers. It had been renamed the Island of Rest. This island was staged as a blockaded Russia, assaulted by the Entente, invaded by the Poles, and rescued by the Red Army. There was no text but an abundance of buffoonery, mime, landscape sets, circus elements, and the usual array of fireworks, light, and sound. 2 themes deserve comment. One was treating the enemy as a hollow clown. The British Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon was a classic buffoon who emitted loud but empty threats and then fell into the water and drowned, like the effigies in traditional Russian festivals, as his armored car of paper flew into pieces. Curzon a few years later would frighten Soviet officials in the Afghan crisis and then become a minor symbol in Soviet Russia as the man with the ultimatum who had to be answered and defied. The Polish Pan with an outsized saber was acted by an acrobatic clown, following the Russian operatic tradition which portrayed Polish lords as foolish, pompous, and slightly effete. The other theme was a clever combination of Petersburg as a window to the 96 West and the still vivid Bolshevik dream of worldwide revolution. In the climax of the action, gaily decorated boats bearing foreign flags and people sailed from the far shores to join Russia in her moment of deliverance. 40 A similar show was presented to Petrograders and visiting delegates to the Second Congress of the Communist International, founded a year earlier, on the plaza near the stock exchange replicated as beleaguered Soviet Russia. It was called Toward the Worldwide Commune, see Fig 16, and directed by Andreeva and two seasoned festival designers Radlov and Piotrowski. Lenin was present at this performance that lasted from 1 to 4 a.m. in the few hours of faint light that passes for night during northern summers. The usual pyramid of social exploitation appeared, this time the privileged dancing to Strauss waltzes. The most vivid scene in the cycle of revolt and repression was the 1871 execution of the Paris Communards, a classic, almost mythic, act of counter-revolutionary brutality and the spiriting away of the Red Banner for future revolutions. The leaders of the Socialist or Second International were depicted as bookish intellectuals who had no interest in real revolution, a timely barb aimed at Karl Kosky and company. In the finale, the October Revolution in Russia occurs, and the Communist International is ushered into the accompaniment of fireworks and thousands of red stars illuminated above the audience who sang the Internationale. Again the young republic is saved from marauding reactionaries by military units deployed around the Neva and on the bridges, thus combining a military maneuver with a theatrical spectacle. 41 The last great mass spectacle of the Civil War period was the storming of the Winter Palace performed on Palace Square, with 6,000 performers, actors, theater students, soldiers, and workers on November 7, 1920. It began with the playing of Henry Litolf's Robespierre Overture. To the left of the audience was a platform containing dummies of Kerensky and his ministers, with foolishly bobbing heads nodding to the discordant sounds of the French Marseillaise and defended by the Women's Battalion. To the right, across a long catwalk, was the platform of the Red Guards who shouted threats and sang revolutionary songs. From its midst rose the gradually louder cadences of the Internationale engaged in a musical duel with the faltering Marseillaise, a device probably borrowed from Tchaikovsky's triumphal overture on the year 1812. As the rival hymn is drowned out, the palace is stormed, the audience joining the attack and melting into the performance. 42 The Petrograd Theatre City was a spectacular moment in revolutionary history, analogous in some ways to Paris in the 1790s. But the human limitations in hearing, sight, and organization eventually asserted themselves. The numbers of performers and spectators jumped with each successive show, with as many as 6,000 of the first and 45,000 of the second. 43 The military provided not only the original idea and much of the cast for these productions but also the organizational model. Actors were divided into platoons whose leaders were rehearsed by directors according to a detailed score or battle plan and deployed by the use of military signals and field telephones. The result was an ingenious form or urban choreography, but also a distinct division of audience and performers, a massive teacher-pupil format, and a consequent suspension of movement and self-directed activity by the citizens, thus deleting much of the festive from the festival. When the Civil War ended in 1921, mobilized artists and Red Army troops were no longer available in large numbers and the genre came to an end. 44 What did the spectators think of all this? The sources are contradictory. According to a contemporary, the masses were electrified by the finale of Liberated Labor. A Swedish worker who witnessed it said, "Here a person can better understand social 97 ism in his heart in an hour than he can at home in his head after reading a whole library." From fragments such as this, Soviet commentators argue that an orgiastic moment of emotional infection overcame the audiences. Fulo F. Miller, hardly a sympathetic critic, believed that Russians were enthralled by revolutionary theater and spectacles. Yet Emma Goldman thought the storming of the Winter Palace flat and badly done and interpreted the silence of the vast throngs at liberation of labor as popular disappointment with the revolution. Victor Serge, another anarchist working for the Bolsheviks, was soured by the thought that his comrades languished in prison while the revolution was celebrating freedom and brotherhood. Yet, against these sincere observations must be thrown the fact of the extraordinary and ever-growing turnouts for the mass spectacles. 45 The revolutionary myth presented by these spectacles projected the heroism, sacrifice, courage and nobility of those who made and prepared the revolution. At the end of a vale of tears lay the forbidden space of utopia conquered at last by the heroes. The magnification of good and evil, aside from its dramatic power, was also the moral justification for the turbulence and violence of the struggle to set the stage for the absolution of the victors without a trace of nuance or ambiguity. Embedded in this myth was the first text in the genealogy of the Russian Revolution, subsequently elaborated in the historiography of the 1920s. It was a startling picture which obliterated the old regime's virtues, heroes, and values and substituted a stark two-line family tree, a Russian line of peasant rebellion, intellectual radicalism, populism, the first storm of 1905, war, and the revolutionary year 1917, all seeming to point inexorably toward October, and a European line of slave revolts, the French Revolution, the Paris Commune, and 3 generations of the socialist family, the grandparents, the utopian socialists, the parents, Marx and Engels, and the children, the Bolsheviks. This mythic history announced Russian solidarity with the world proletariat and invited it to join its history to that of a victorious revolution. The festival shows did not present a snapshot of the future but rather the path to it. As historical fiction, it took its readers into utopia and showed them how they got there. Together, the revolutionary myth unveiled in the monumental shows of 1918 and theatricalized in the Petrograd spectacles of 1919-20 constituted a fanciful text that wove cultural, psychological, and historical episodes and dramas far removed in time and space from October 1917 into a mythic textbook. Utopian ritual and festival offered a mosaic glimpse into the promised land at the very moment of deliverance, with the promise that everyone would enter. Like most drama, it declined to show clinical details of the heavens but rather provided the element of sheer suspense for an audience that was energized and euphoric about the nature of the new world about to be made, but in no doubt that this was now possible and indeed imminent. Revolutionary spectacle, emulating religious history and revelation, offered a train of martyrs and a row of messiahs all marching toward the epiphany of October. 46. Ritual and carnival. Lenin wrote that revolution was a festival of the oppressed and the exploited. This quotation has often been invoked in modern times when describing carnivalesque dances and the spontaneous joy of liberation in the streets of recently revolutionized capitals. Revolution and festival are both moments of rebirth, freedom, the surge to a new life. 98. Boundlessness, euphoria, reversal, and the breakthrough into forbidden passages leading to utopia. In the 1960s, Herbert Marcuse's identification of carnival and revolution and the erasing of the line between barricade and dance floor, erotic play, and heroism was very popular among the radicals of the Western world. But Marx himself did not equate revolution with the carnival. Though aware of the street euphoria all over Europe in the spring of 1848, he associated revolution not with laughter but rather with tragedy, especially for the proletariat. For Lenin, revolution was an awakening of the masses after long slumber into consciousness and action in an arena where people learn and learn fast. The festival element in revolution is the release of political revolutionary energy that allows marvels of social creativity. For Lenin, refashioning a drastic new order in a land like Russia was serious business and hard work, not euphoric release, wild abandon, and anarchy. Not even for a day. The elements of humor in Bolshevism were dampened by its need to moralize, congratulate itself, teach, speechify, punish, and organize. One could laugh out the old, but one could not laugh in the new. This is true of all religions, all culture-building movements, and thus of all modern revolutions. 47. Lunacharsky's vision of festival was more capacious and more concrete. He believed that it, and not the movies as Lenin once claimed, was the most important art form of the revolution. His view of it was essentially religious. He quoted this passage from Robespierre with approval. "Gather people together and you will improve them, because when grouped together, people will aspire to like one another but can only like what they respect. Give this gathering a great moral and political theme, and love for all things worthy will grow together with pleasure in every heart, because people will meet each other with pleasure." As a God-builder, Lunacharsky believed that the balance of freedom and order could be achieved through a religious sense of community, periodically exhibited in public festival. His notion of popular self-awareness differed from Lenin's idea of consciousness. The masses should disport themselves in public with procession, music, and song. Festival for Lunacharsky was showing the people its own soul. This meant a definite role for revolutionary cabaret, the intimate side of the feast, with clowns and carnival, but without the explosive freedoms of Dionysius and Bacchus. Lunacharsky shared Lenin's view of the limits of spontaneity. The popular mass lacked its own peculiar instinctive obedience to a higher order and rhythm. It was impossible to expect more from it than joyous clamor and the colorful surging of festively dressed people. The conscious element equivalent to Lenin's vanguard party were the professionals and artists who provided organization and guidance from outside. From this aspect of the Bolshevik vision sprang the seeds of increasing control. 48. The process of stiffening was erratic, full of cycles and revivals, complicated by cross-currents in form as well as content. But a pattern is clearly perceptible of diminishing spontaneity and experiment in the 1920s. The major components of festival decor, demonstration, or march, and related ceremonies and spectacles had been very fluid and dynamic in the aftermath of the February Revolution. But almost at once, they were taken in hand by authorities: provisional government, Soviet, later Bolshevik. Heavy-duty, and often heavy-handed, ritual committees managed both the order and the meaning of the celebrations. Written scenarios, as in the French Revolution, were extremely elaborate. In the 1920s, time motion or Taylorist studies were applied to 99 parades, and the calendar was strictly regularized. One can read, for example, a tediously detailed and mathematically charted and mapped analysis of the routes, time, and speed of columns for the 8th anniversary of the October Revolution in Leningrad. Mechanical media began to supplement the speakers at festival time with radio, film, and loudspeakers. 49. In plain terms, the utopian and mythic themes were reduced to the political campaign of the moment. Artistic decor was the first to feel the stiffening. Futurists, cubists, ultra-leftists of all sorts, and prolet cultists had a relatively free hand in the first year or so of revolution. They aspired not to trim the urban topography but to remake it, at least for the day of festival. Thus the painting of trees, the artificial camouflages, the cubist projections of every sort, the funny statues, and the mixed symbols. During the revolution, Dubuzhinsky produced a two-headed eagle with a hammer and sickle in its claws. In Saratov, an artist adorned a revolutionary funeral tribune with Matisse-like red nude females on a black crepe background. Such things were toned down by the authorities and eventually banned altogether. Decor came to mean an abundance of red cloth, slogans on banners, the perennial red star, sometimes showered from aircraft, and the emblems of revolution. Solid-looking bronze plaques with slogans began to replace the earlier linen signs. To a contemporary visitor, they seemed to be saying, "We are here and here we will remain forever." The outdoor modern art show had become parade day. In the 1920s, decor declined even further when workers replaced the artists as festival decorators and, after 1924, busts of Lenin began to proliferate in the cities. The last leftist prolet cults participated in the festivals in 1927. 50. The marches and demonstrations also felt the heaviness of instrumentalism in the 1920s. Beginning in 1921, the military began leading off the major parades, thus signaling a certain heroic and moral hegemony of the armed forces over civilian society. Although the monument project fell into disuse, iconic representations of leaders began to sprout from the marchers with greater frequency, especially after 1924 with the onrush of the Lenin cult. On May Day 1924 these elements were combined in a vivid display of old-fashioned patriotism as tanks, troops, and guns filed past Lenin's tomb with a squadron of planes overhead. All branches of the service were on hand, including the political police. These were followed by workers and other organizations, with bands and drummers, each unit bearing aloft banners inscribed with quotations from Lenin, a mobile version of Lenin's Talking City. 51. A major device in the festivals in the 1920s is what the Soviet art critic and festival historian Mazov calls political carnival. He believes that revolutionary ridicule is the same as carnival laughter. Indeed, at the time, Soviet researchers were examining the power of what they called the revolutionary laugh as a weapon that debases a previously awesome object. The tradition of ritualized mockery of political foes past or present remains very much alive to this day. The old enemies Kerensky, the white generals, rival party leaders of 1917 are still stock buffoons in circus, folk ensemble concerts, puppet theater, and other media. The foreign enemies are constantly updated from the Entente statesmen, the fascists and the social democrats of the 1920s to the vicious Uncle Sams of today. The form of demolition changed from the traditional pagan burnings and drownings of the revolutionary period to the mechanized disposal of the 1920s when a mill was used for grinding up capitalists, giant scissors for cutting up speculators, a pan for frying a white guard, and a hammer for smashing the bourgeoisie. One of the most famous posters of the time shows Lenin with a broom, a carnival motif, sweeping away the filth from the globe king, priest, banker, c. 100. Fig. 11. In the mid-1920s, festive ridicule was extended to include shirkers, hooligans, drunks, and substandard workers. Parades began to feature workers holding up graphs and production figures as visual promises to do better in the next quarter. The regime always decided on the targets of this shame and ridicule. But it was unthinkable to mount a carnivalesque demonstration of laughter at the leaders themselves. Since only designated enemies were fair game, Soviet revolutionary laughter was actually a panegyric ritual. 52. True carnival demands freedom of the laugh. One can imagine what would have happened to demonstrators at any point in Soviet history who held aloft a demeaning effigy of Lenin. It might be funny to watch poor Lord Curzon explode, but it has no interior political bite. Mikhail Bakhtin's study of carnival shows that it is edged with risk and danger of social turmoil. It criticizes and mocks and it chooses its own target, for true carnival is of the people. It is in fact a festival of the people and not merely the political illumination of the oppressed in the class struggle. Carnival can flow into rebellion. Bacchus, Venus, Saturn feasting, sex, and ironic reversal are its gods. The world of laughter, writes Bakhtin, is a completely different, non-official, extra-ecclesiastical, and extra-political aspect of the world, of man, and of human relations. It is a second world and a second life outside officialdom. The official celebration of an eternal truth, draped in regalia and arranged in ordered ranks, is solemn and thus alien to laughter. 53. The muting of the carnival laugh in public ritual from 1917 to the end of the 1920s was gradual and never complete. It reflected the persistent pluralism of the social and cultural life of the 1920s, narrowing but still vibrant and tentative, uneasy but experimental. The no-nonsense and quasi-ascetic qualities in Bolshevism, of which the anti-futurist frown on Lenin's brow is the physiognomical emblem, deepened, but it did not expunge the laughter until Stalin's rise to supremacy. Under him, fun would be separated physically and psychologically from the political culture altogether for himself and for his people. 5. Godless religion. Lamarck and Darwin have killed God, finally and for all time, so that he may never reappear after such blows. These great murderers deserve the gratitude of all mankind. Vladimir Tenev, Communist States of the Future, 1879. The war against God in the Russian Revolution was a long and complicated one. In the end, the Bolsheviks won and they lost. Like Jacob, they wrestled with Jehovah through the long night and broke their thigh bone. As a culture-changing movement, throbbing with iconoclastic and utopian impulses, Bolshevism looked upon God as the most mighty of the authority symbols to be torn down and upon belief in God as a malady generated by the disease-ridden miasma of the old order, shaped by feudalism, autocracy, and capitalism. The Bolsheviks upon assuming power in 1917 were therefore faced with the problem of debaptism, of converting religion believers into non-believers. But unlike their ancient predecessors of the 10th century, they came to the task almost unarmed, that is without religion. The question that beset many revolutionaries from the outset was whether or not a movement that possessed a fixed dogma but no elaborated ethic or ritual could command allegiance. God killers and God builders. This dilemma predated the revolution, going back at least to the populists of the early 1870s who had to face the question of religious belief as they prepared to go out and preach to Christian peasants. Their responses varied: to denounce God altogether, to use religious imagery in socialist propaganda, to construct a socialist religion, or to abandon revolution and embrace religion. The first of these is the best known because of the anarchist Bakunin, who proclaimed that it is now the freethinkers' turn to pillage heaven by their audacious impiety and scientific analysis. To Bakunin the church was a pendant to the tavern, the one designed to drug the mind, the other to intoxicate the body. Mockery and science seemed to be for the blasphemous energies of the early God-killers. Ivan Przhov, a radical of the 1860s, so hated religion that he would conduct his drinking bouts in a parody of Orthodox ritual, and Nikolai Morozov wrote scientific exposés of sacred texts while in prison. To such revolutionaries, God meant the degradation and enslavement of man. While not repudiating atheism, a number of populists saw utility in couching revolutionary ideas in a religious idiom in order to reach the peasantry, turning religious scriptural arguments against authority, property, and inequality, or combining the gospel. 102. With notions of socialism. Wilhelm Wierwilewski in 1873 proclaimed a religion of equality but without God and without saints. A.V. Dolgoshin displayed a cross emblazoned with the words liberty, equality, fraternity. Another populist, I.F. Fizenko, went among the sectarians depicting a heavenly future of human brotherhood. They took him for a prophet and lifted him aloft in their arms. Women were often drawn into the revolution by a quasi-religious faith, and the exalted atmosphere of struggle and liberation produced its own kind of moral code, initiation rites and vocabulary, secular in aim, religious in spirit. A tiny group of radical Russian Saint Simonians actually went into ecstasy during their conclaves in emulation of the French Utopian Section 2 in the aura of sacrifice and religiosity surrounding revolutionary circles. Some found satisfaction in religion itself, and they deserted the cause which ultimately required violence and social hatred. A. Komarova went among the poor preaching that Christ was a great socialist whose teachings had been distorted and reading out passages from Vera Pavlovna's dream in Chernyshevsky's What is to be Done. Later she crossed over to Christian religious zealotry. A more complex phenomenon was the religion of Godmanhood, Bogosloveshchestvo, that rejected both revolution and Christian religion in favor of a man-centered faith and a repudiation of violence, politics, and science as modes of salvation. Inner peace, harmony, and brotherly love were the core of Godmanhood, the possible nucleus of a religion of socialism, but of a distinctly non-active kind. Its leaders migrated to America to join a religious commune. It was the first parting of the ways between the religious utopianism and the socialist utopianism of the intelligentsia. 3. The God issue was given the fullest possible publicity in the period between 1905 and 1917, years of extraordinary freedom of expression. The political and social climate in Russia made religion, together with sexual morality, crime, suicide, and decadence in art, a topic of intense discussion among the intelligentsia. Two of the many fruits of this interest were God-seeking and God-building. God-seekers were committed Christians searching for ways to find God within the context of an enlightened intelligentsia. God-building, directly inspired by the God-seeking movement, was an effort to make socialism compatible with religion by constructing a new God system. For its real innovator was Lunacharsky, a man of broad learning in European thought, who had ties with the God-seekers and who was temperamentally a soft Bolshevik. God-building received its direct inspiration from European thinkers, in this case the philosopher Ernst Mach, the writers Maurice Maeterlinck and Emil Verhaeren, and the socialist Joseph Dietzgen. 5. Lunacharsky's major statement of belief was Religion and Socialism, 1908-11, which argued that the essence of religion was its human spiritual bond and that this could be achieved without God, in the usual sense, mysticism, the other world, metaphysics, or superstition. Marxism and modern science alone were not sufficient to produce solidary ecstasy, the psychic cement of common love and struggle. Lunacharsky envisioned a future world of dreams and myths, of sounds and rituals that would elevate humanity to the status of divinity and bring collective immortality. Light, hope, poetry, beauty, dignity and enthusiasm were to adorn the struggle of the proletariat, first against its human foes in the class war and then against nature in the building of a socialist order. Religion is enthusiastic, and without enthusiasm, people can create nothing great. These rhapsodies enraged Lenin but set the stage for Lunacharsky's interest in a new proletarian culture and deepened his friendly association with Gorky and Bogdanov. Though Lunacharsky would later downplay religious imagery, it remained central to his thinking as Commissar of Enlightenment. 6. Godless Religion 103. The writer Maxim Gorky joined the quest in Children of the Sun, 1905, an exceptionally lyrical pen to human solidarity and immortality with its motifs of enlightenment, Prometheanism, and community. But we, he wrote, we people are the children of the sun, the bright source of life, we are born of the sun and will vanquish the murky fear of death. To distance himself from Christian notions of life and salvation, Gorky sometimes verged on pagan sun worship very popular at the time elsewhere in Europe. In Confession, 1907, where the terms God-seeking and God-building were coined, the people have become God, creators of miracles, possessors of true religious consciousness, and immortal. Gorky envisioned a beautiful future of work for the love of work and of man as master of all things. His approach to God-building was more rational than that of the warm-blooded and ecstatic Lunacharsky, but they found common ground in the God-building experiment, which consisted mostly of writing books and teaching workers at the party school on the Isle of Capri in association with Bogdanov. 7. God-building was one of the issues that divided Lenin from his erstwhile colleagues on Capri. He considered religion in any form as stupefaction and stultification, like individual housekeeping and other wasteful forms of human activity. God-building, in his view, was dangerously close to traditional religion and mysticism, a useless and even harmful version of daydreaming that could lead to inertia and immobility. He attacked God-building publicly and privately. In a 1913 letter, Lenin rejected the notion that God was a set of ideas that aroused and organized social feelings. God was always at the center of a world that subjected, impoverished, and oppressed, however well-intentioned and refined was one's definition of it. Though God-building attracted the attention of some Bolsheviks, the construction of the proletarian deity was temporarily abandoned when the circle dissolved. Lenin had triumphed, little suspecting that his own persona after death would provide the missing face of the workers' god. 8. God-building was a debate of the intelligentsia, not of rank-and-file revolutionaries, party agents, and factory workers. And yet, some of these were doing some God-building of their own through a different mode of expression. The appearance of industry, factories, and Marxist literature in Russia on a large scale did not automatically shed the light of atheism upon the masses and burn away the dark film of belief. Socialist agitators Menshevik, Bolshevik, socialist revolutionary, and anarchist turned their attention to religion. Some brought their persuasive energies to bear on unmasking, mocking, and demystifying the gods by means of anti-religious and anti-clerical propaganda, exposure of relics, scoffing, and public demonstrations of the non-existence of an almighty God. "There is no God," shouted a factory worker. "It is all our stupidity. Bring me 1,000 icons and gods of yours and I will smash them and nothing will happen." But in at least one case, a blasphemer in the countryside was put to death by the peasants he was trying to convert. 9 others attempted to engrave the imagery of religion upon their propaganda. The socialist revolutionaries produced some particularly vivid examples. A May Day broadsheet of 1901 depicted socialism as a religion, a faith in the bright future of mankind and a sacred cause worthy of personal sacrifice for a transcendent ideal, the fraternal harmony of the great human family in communion with nature. May Day was the holy day of festival, prazdnik, of this new religion. The May Day message of the socialist revolutionaries in 1905, entitled A New Sermon on the Mount, rejected Christ's exaltation of the meek and conferred its beatitude instead upon the dissatisfied, the strugglers, and the valiant. Socialist revolutionaries incorporated the theme 104 of Christ as the first socialist preacher of equality and brotherhood. In the Jewish Pale, anarchists composed a Passover Haggadah prayer book for workers that gave the traditional Seder questions a Marxist twist: wherefore are we different from Shmuel the factory owner, Meir the banker, Zorach the money lender, and Reb Todras the rabbi? A radical protest song printed abroad couched its social dream in Christian vocabulary. And when our tale is ended, glory be. Our song, O brothers, will be another one, glory be. Joyous and free will be that song, glory be. Reverent to the Spirit of light and truth, glory be. To Mother Truth our protectress, glory be. To freedom of the will, liberty of the people, glory be. From yet another source, a peasant old believer wrote an agitational parable entitled Christ leading the poor out of hell and leaving the rich down there. 10. Bolsheviks and Mensheviks also enlisted such imagery for the purpose of defaithing the masses. The most striking of many examples was the 10 Commandments of a Social Democrat, published illegally in 2,000 copies by N. Vassiliev in 1906 and reprinted after the Revolution of 1917. Emelian Yaroslavsky, the central figure in the history of Soviet atheism, published illegally in 1907 his first work on the subject, The Catechism of a Soldier, an attack upon the army's use of the clergy and the name of Christ to promote repression and counter-revolution. Its 15,000 copies were widely distributed. Another Marxist production was a Social Democratic flysheet of 1911 containing a litany that contrasted slavery, hunger, insecurity, prostitution, and subjugation to equality, and the festival of life where humanity would be the Tsar of a liberated and wondrous earth. 12. What kind of syncretic behavior do we find among the common people? Studies of working-class funerals indicate the fusion of pious forms with revolutionary content in the factory towns, together with a new concern for the welfare of the departed comrade's family. When radical workers returned to the villages in time of revolution, strange things happened. In Poltava province in 1905, inhabitants of a village, having forsaken God and the Tsar in the opinion of the reporter, greeted city agitators with red flags and church bells. At Easter in 1905 in Kalyuga province, peasants returning from Moscow openly agitated at the church service about labor conditions. In Moscow province in the same year, local peasants bearing icons joined a church procession and sang the workers' Marseillaise. In Simbirsk province, peasants forced a priest to say a memorial mass for Stenka Razin, the 17th-century rebel. In other places, people invaded the church with red flags and demanded funeral services for fallen comrades. 13. We also know something about the deconversion process of 46 workers, mostly from the capital, metal workers, hereditary proletarians, and oriented to Bolshevism. For them the abandonment of Christianity was gradual and not a sudden illumination. Life experience overshadowed intellectual study. Disbelief in God usually followed disillusionment with the clergy, unavailing prayers, and traumas such as Bloody Sunday, after which some workers asked, "Where, then, is God?" But in abandoning church, workers and peasants seemed to want something else to replace it, as they would openly assert in the 1920s. Social democrats in Europe began to conclude that workers were genuinely religious and in love with ideals, and that Marxism was too dry, too pseudoscientific to inspire those ideals. 14 In all of this questing after faith there is much fluidity, confusion, and experiment. Godless religion 105. Taschen. The intellectual God-builders spoke in literary and philosophical terms, making learned allusions. Those in revolutionary propaganda work juxtaposed socialism and religious categories. And the workers and peasants displayed a mingling of signs and gestures. But behind these expected contrasts in discourse, we see common themes: desertion of the old faith, the search for something new, a vision of the future, pious cadences, exaltation of sacrifice and the virtues of comradeship, and visible forms of celebration. But we can also discern in almost every text literary or symbolic a tension between love and hate, peace and war, community and violence, a surge towards brotherhood and the remaking of sensibilities with old materials of emotional love on the one hand, an angry assault on false gods, on the selfish and greedy sinners of capitalism and autocracy on the other. It was in simplest terms the contrast between God-killing and God-building one of the major moral questions facing the Bolsheviks when they came to power in 1917. 15. Storming the heavens. "We didn't mention God," recalled a soldier about the year 1917. "There was no time to concern ourselves with heavenly matters when such an enormous mass of urgent terrestrial problems rose up to confront us." On the other hand, Baltic sailors threw icons overboard and put their priest ashore, and in June a Russian soldier in Helsinki delivered an apostrophic indictment of God. 16 Where art thou, then, righteous Lord, that thou seest not how rivers of blood have flowed for 33 months? Why hast thou been blinded and seest not the tears of woe and hearest not the moans of thy tormented people? Why dost thou not visit thy punishment upon those guilty of unleashing this fratricidal war, Wilhelm and Nicholas, Poincare and the Sultan, the bureaucrats, hypocrites, priests, who in thy name and bearing crosses have forsaken thy commandment, thou shalt not kill? Popular anti-clericalism and even atheism certainly flourished during the Revolution and Civil War, but it was episodic. Initially the Bolshevik regime settled for a separation of church and state. But this, with its entailed loss of property and educational scope, plus the visible hostility of the Bolsheviks and their perceived foreignness, was sufficient to ignite a war between Bolshevism and Russian Orthodoxy. The Russian Civil War, like the Mexican one, was also a religious war, with Jesus Christ regiments marching out from among the whites and with consecrated red banners being sent from Bolshevik cities to units. 17 Organized anti-religious movements got underway only after the onset of NEP 18. The official view of anti-religious work was encased in a Central Committee resolution of 1921, to replace religious understanding of the world with a rigorous communist scientific system. 19. This exceedingly vague and dry formula failed to satisfy either those who wished simply to destroy faith in God at once or those who wished to create a new kind of Bolshevik religion. The League of the Militant Godless, Soyuzvoinstvuichik Bezboznikov, 1925-42, was founded by Minia I/Railovic Gubelman, 1878-1943, whose Bolshevik nom de guerre was Emelian Yaroslavsky, generally known also as a favorite and promoter of Stalin in his tendentious popular histories and biographies. Born in Chita of exiled revolutionaries, he spent his youth in the Bolshevik underground and began his atheist mission in 1907. He presided over the commission that decreed the separation of church, 106, and state. In 1922 he formed at the Communist University an atheist study circle. He wrote his major works on religion, birth, life, and death of the gods, 1923, and the Bible of believers and unbelievers, 1922-25, and founded in 1922 the Godless, Bezboznik, a weekly. Around this formed a circle of Friends of the Godless which held a congress in April 1925 and founded the League in June. 20 The League of Godless proclaimed that religion was harmful to workers, that science was sufficient to explain all phenomena, and that religiosity was a sign of disloyalty. It set up a central council and launched a number of new journals. An associated group, the Young Godless, was formed out of the newly born young pioneers. The League was financed through dues. It remained limp through the 1920s, local areas and organizations defying its bylaws and ignoring its adjurations, particularly in the Ukraine where godless work was minimal until the 5-year plan. Overlapping jurisdiction and organizational rivalry crippled its efforts everywhere. It was composed of party members, komsomols, and non-party people, mostly young workers, males, school children, Civil War veterans, and an assortment of besprzorniki, homeless orphans, and other recruited elements. Membership was estimated at about 123,000 in 1928, after which it leaped dramatically, though the nature of membership in such organizations during the early revolutionary years is no indication of activity or commitment. Komsomols held a prominent place in the League, but only about 10% of them actually joined it, having lost interest by the mid-1920s according to a contemporary Soviet commentator. Yaroslavsky's policy was one of non-coercion and non-persecution of religion. Churches were to be closed only by exception and according to the will of the local people. The main instrument of conversion to atheism was to be agitation. 21 through the 1920s, Yaroslavsky fought against two deviations, liquidationism and priest-eating, popodztvo. Liquidators believed that special anti-religious work was unnecessary outside the regular channels of school and study circles. Invoking Lenin, who occasionally warned against excesses, they demanded that the League be liquidated. The party upheld Yaroslavsky, but in practice there was much inertia in the struggle against God. The priest-eaters had a prominent organ in The Godless of the Bench, edited by M. Kostolovskaya, a Moscow party leader, S. Polidorov, a journalist, and Dmitry Moore, the famous poster artist. They opposed the scientific, anthropological, and historical persuasion of the League and preferred simply the immediate obliteration of religion and an anti-religious proletarian dictatorship of the atheist city over the countryside. Illustrations by the talented Moore showed such things as peasants feeding off the innards of an eviscerated Christ or a plump peasant woman combining vermin priest, chalice, angel, cross, icon out of her infested hair. Some of these pictures were known to have sent peasants into a frenzy of rage. Kostolovskaya opposed the notion of a moral atheist code as unnecessary asceticism. 22 In the years 1922 to 24, over 300 anti-religious titles were published, including Yaroslavsky's Bible, tracts opposing anti-Semitism, excerpts from the Marxist masters, and translations of European classics of religious defamation, as well as popular novels such as Sinclair Lewis's Elmer Gantry. Most of it was negative assault on the church or scientific arguments against the deity. Typical of a pamphlet aimed at the countryside was Anton Loganov's The Godless, the Best Friend of the Peasant, 1925. "We do not want to take religion away from you," explained Loganov, "we just want you to give it up." "And what do you replace it with?" he has the peasant ask, quite realistically. His answer: evil does not have to be replaced, but simply rooted out. That is our program. 23. God/S Religion 107. Since the population was low in literacy, preaching the godless word directly seemed to hold out great promise for the enthusiasts of enlightening atheism. In 1923 big debates were held in every district of Petrograd. In Vladimir, 2,000 listeners heard a 6-hour debate between an atheist and a priest on the theme, "Is there a God?" Another in Pereyaslav lasted 2 days and was attended by 3,000. In both, according to Soviet sources, the priests were defeated and they deserted the cloth. The proletarians of Moscow, in spite of their hostility to religion, jammed the auditoriums to hear speakers like the Archbishop Vidensky. But the Bolsheviks did not always win these debates. Hindus met a priest who had debated against the godless, asking his opponent why man, if so powerful, had not invented sunshine, rain, or stars. The answer: nature created them. Question: who made nature? Nature, like a watch or a revolution, had to have a maker. Answer: nature made itself. Result: public laughter and the victory of the priest. In 1924 Russia teemed with talk of religion, debates being for a while the chief outdoor diversion, according to Hindus, a native speaker who visited Russia many times. Atheist preachers hit the circuit like American parsons on the Bible Belt. Like them, many were sons of rural folk, in their case armed with scientific miracles and blasphemy. A singularly unimaginative atheist sailor tried to keep the faithful out of church by buttonholing them at the door and reading to them about isosceles triangles. 24 The country was covered with a network of seminars, study groups, evening and correspondence courses, reference points and home guides such as Teach Yourself to Be Godless. Godlessness was a mark of culture among adherents to the regime, and all higher educational institutions included atheist courses. There was even an all-union anti-religious university of the air. Since the majority of school teachers were still religious and since the teaching of atheism in school was not required in the 1920s, although the teaching of religion was forbidden of course, the burden of anti-religious propaganda fell very heavily upon the League and its supporters. And since the bulk of its themes were couched in rational, historical, and scientific terms, one must wonder at the effectiveness of the anti-religious propaganda network so acclaimed by its organizers and so defamed by its enemies. But one can hardly doubt the zeal and enthusiasm that went into this quasi-missionary crusade against the faith. 25 Bolshevik atheist art was not very successful. It possessed no great anti-clerical painters as did the Mexican Revolution. Most anti-religious posters descended to the level of coarseness, such as the one depicting the Virgin Mary with a bulging belly longing for a Soviet abortion. One cannot deny the great emotional effectiveness and even beauty of Russian revolutionary art in general, but it usually turned sour when aimed at the church. The major exception was Alexander Apsit, who could strike at God and at the same time evoke heroic and mythic grandeur in his works, as in the poster showing a mythological youth on a winged horse above the revolutionary masses who kneel in a posture of reverence as they raise their arms to the red star in heaven, in To Our Deceived Brothers of 1918 where a proletarian knight slays the hydra of counter-revolution in the manner of St. George, or in the proletariat storming the Moloch of capital. But Apsit, though an anti-religious painter, was not popular with the militant atheists precisely because of his God-building motifs. 26 Godless theater also foundered. In Moscow a theater called Atheist lasted half a year and ran only 2 plays, Tarquinius the High Priest and Torquemada the Inquisitor. Godless plays were also put on at meetings and concerts. The Jewish section of the party in Kiev mounted a theatrical trial of the Jewish religion in the very courtroom where the ritual murder trial of Mendel Bilas had been held before the revolution. 108. Mayakovsky's mystery boof of 1918 showed Promethean proletarians vanquishing Jehovah. Atheist films followed the same pattern. Atheist theater as such did not catch on as a special genre. But in the theater of everyday life, red flags flew over church steeples, merci was used by some for thank you to replace the God-laden spasibo, God save, clergy were designated as zritsi, pagan or civic priests, atheist slogans covered the towns, and churches were vandalized or ceremonially closed. The melting down of church bells seemed to herald the growing silence of the Orthodox faith. 27 Bolshevik exposure of miracles and the unmasking of religious fraud brought 2 cultures into direct confrontation. Cases of renewed icons, old icons that seemed to glow again in the radiance of an apparition, appeared during the stressful years of civil war and famine and were taken by peasant believers as signs of hope and salvation. When the Bolsheviks uncovered a renewed icon industry in Ekaterinslav where gold foil was used to make the renewed effect, the icon makers were shot. Entombed saints were exhumed amid cheers from organized street crowds who guffawed at the uncorrupted remains of the saints, rags and bones. Incorruptible cadavers were shown to be nothing more than wax effigies, at just the moment when the body of Lenin was being embalmed. Believers were shown how weeping icons were hooked up with rubber squeezers that produced tears in return for an offering. Eventually demystification work was transferred to permanent museums of religion and atheism. A Soviet historian describes the strong impression made on the assembled masses who witnessed the disinterment of saints. But Gorky, an observer, claimed that the atheists often used non-Russians and former members of other religions out of spite in the desecrations, and that many peasants simply disbelieved what they saw and were told. Some viewers praised the revelation of monastic frauds and then insisted that those of scientists and physicians should also be exposed. 28. The gap between the Bolshevik belief in the power of science and the peasant distrust of it was not as extraordinary as was the former's failure to appreciate it. "We are going to change all that superstitious farming," said a sovkhoz manager in the years before collectivization and the imposition of authority on the villages. "We are going to free him from the dominance of the priest and the church and superstitions and get him to read Marx and Ilyich and books on science, machinery, electricity, instead of the Bible and the prayer books." School children demonstrated to their parents that lack of light caused calf blindness and that insecticide, not prayer, could kill cabbage worms. Godless acres were laid out beside God's acres, the former treated with chemical fertilizer, the latter with holy water, and a competition was held. Contests occurred between atheist babies who were raised on scientific principles and christened babies. Godless weather forecasting was shown to be superior to peasant instinct. And everywhere cleanliness, sanitation, and health were linked to godlessness. 29. Promethean man and his machines were natural emblems in the conversion process. In a rapturous eulogy of man, the jurist Mikhail Reisner promised that with its steel beasts, machines, mankind would build a magnificent garden all over the earth after declaring war on the gods. Modern vehicles had a particular appeal. The atheist tractor appeared in the 1920s, described in a pamphlet called Prayers on a Tractor and used in posters showing the tractor fighting the cross. The railroad was another potent symbol. Before the revolution, the anti-modernist Leontiev's parable of a long black train blocking a religious procession had been a metaphor for modern evil. After the revolution, agit trains sped into the vastness of Russia with their good news of a godless universe. One of them was actually called the Godless Express. For a touch. Godless Religion 109. Of menace, agit planes remodeled German Junkers bought from the Reichswehr on Sundays and holy days would fly to some village and buzz the church steeple, disrupting the service with their fearful roar. In Siberia in the 1920s, peasants were taken for an airplane ride to show them there were no angels or gods in the heavens. 30. The most drastic anti-religious activity, aside from the arrest and shooting of priests, was blasphemy and mockery. As in the years before the revolution, but now quite freely, blaspheming Bolsheviks would plant themselves in the middle of a village street, hurl obscene and provocative epithets into the sky, and then stand there, smug and unharmed by the thunderbolts of the Almighty. The short-lived experiment with anti-religious carnival opened in 1922, when Skvortsov-Spanov suggested a Komsomol anti-Christmas with fir trees, red stars, snowmen, and a defaming of the gods. On Orthodox Christmas Day, January 6, 1923, in Moscow, processions formed up at noon and paraded until dark. The marchers included students, Komsomols, members of women's organizations, and working-class youth, with horsemen holding anti-religious banners. These were followed by trucks bearing clowns who mocked God, a figure of God embracing a nude woman, and rabbis and priests in ridiculous poses chanting parodies of church liturgy set to indecent lyrics. As night fell, effigies of all the gods were burnt on a bonfire while the students danced around it and Komsomol Christmas carols based on the Orthodox Troarian were sung. In Odessa, a parade ended with the burning of Moses and Jehovah on the main square while the adjacent church was packed to overflowing by Christian worshippers at Christmas Mass. In Tsaritsyn the parade included performances of the play The Liberation of Truth in front of a church and ended with effigy burning at the grave of the revolutionary martyrs. Scenes like this occurred in 417 cities all over Russia. 31. Public reaction boomeranged. Believers and non-believers alike were deeply offended by the cruel public frivolity of the Komsomols in many places. Skvortsov-Spanov later claimed that his original idea had been a historical anthropological tableau illustrating the essential similarity of all gods and that the youthful ebullience of the organizers had turned it into carnival instead. Yaroslavsky also recognized that mockery, offensiveness, and insult were useless in trying to build up a new ritual and a new religion. It was partly because of the failure of the anti-religious carnival that a movement was launched to elaborate a new ritual culture to replace the ancient rituals of the gods that were being assaulted. Rituals of a counterfaith. The argument for new socialist rituals began to emerge in the Civil War and became more focused after the debacle of Komsomol Christmas. Among the spokesmen for new ritual were Mikhail Kalinin, peasant president of the Republic, P.M. Kurgentsev, a prolet cult theater specialist, Trotsky, Yaroslavsky, and the novelist and physician V.V. Veresev. Kalinin quoted peasants who were asking him for surrogate rituals. Trotsky observed workers already creating their own forms. Kurgentsev spoke of theatricalizing life. Yaroslavsky stressed the need to move beyond the mocking carnival. Veresev, the most thoughtful of them all, tied ritual to the rich and healthy world of emotions. They saw that since religion was being discouraged and taken away from the people, something had to be given back to them. 32 After a good deal of debate, the party in October 1923 recommended Communist. 110. Public festivals and private rituals. As to the first, Yaroslavsky promoted revolutionary counter-celebrations, sober and joyous, processions with revolutionary songs and music, lectures and reports, and reasonable games all timed for the cycles of the seasons to compete with church holidays. These festivals were to eschew all mockery and insult but were to offer fun as well as enlightenment, perhaps embellished by a voluntary act of labor in order to woo youth away from the prayers and drunkenness of the old holy days. After the misconceived Komsomol Christmas, a Komsomol Easter had been organized in 1923, not a one-day act of carnival, but a kind of unholy week of anti-religious consciousness with speeches replacing the mockery, reports, charades, skits, such as the political trial of the Bible and the Komsomol Petrushka, songs, poems, tales, stories, and legends. In Leningrad in 1924, pioneers sang materialist songs, displayed slogans such as "the smoke of the factory is better than the smoke of incense," and performed an atheist play to an audience of 1,000 people. Eventually a whole new counter-festival calendar presented parallel days opposing Electric Day to Elijah Day, Forest Day to Trinity Sunday, Harvest Day to the Feast of the Intercession, and the Day of Industry to the Feast of Transfiguration. 33 In the local community the focus for new ritual was the club, envisioned by some as a surrogate church or civic temple. An apologist for the Palace of Workers described it as a cultural building of a new healthy life of the proletariat. 34. The problem was to make the workers' club into something solemn, joyous, and celebrative of the new order without descending to banality. A barrier to the fulfillment of this ideal was the dichotomy between the designers and the users of the club. The exterior forms and the interior space were in many ways congenial to the utopian speculations that accompanied the revolution, in spite of their great variety. Architectural experimentation, fueled by self-consciously radical impulses, coincided with the turn toward indoor ritual and a search for the forms of community. The first clubs were simply the premises of confiscated mansions or public edifices. But almost at once appeared grandiose plans for huge central palaces of labor, followed by local clubs in neighborhoods and enterprises. They varied little in interior design: library, dining room, auditorium for the solemn occasions, music room, theater, and recreational facilities. Variations of the name Workers' Club, Rabotchi Club, abounded: Workers' Palace, House of Lenin, Proletarian House, House of Workers, Palace of Culture, and of Rest, and so on. The earliest projects bordered on fantasy, with grandiose structures resembling medieval cathedrals, the Hôtel de Ville in Paris, railway stations, and chateaux. In the mid-1920s, especially with the work of the brilliant architect Konstantin Melnikova, they became more functional and more like the places where their users worked. These buildings provided on paper a broad range of collective activities, public services, and a grandiose setting, often with imaginative use of partitions for rearranging space. 35 A sense of what went on inside the clubs may be gained from the report of a ritual advisor and specialist, on the basis of long observations of a workers' club in the 1920s. The closest thing to a ritual service of a quasi-religious kind was the frequent meeting to honor special people or events. According to his observations, the decor was uniformly artless: red table cover, a bust or portrait of a leader, slogans on the walls, and a dais, and on particularly festive occasions, the bric-a-brac of a bygone age: paper lanterns or a fir tree. Music was provided by a brass ensemble which offered flourishes to punctuate the proceedings and endless render. Godless religion 111. Ings of the Internationale, bands that had a funeral march in their repertoire were considered armed to the teeth. 36. The meeting itself was always poorly timed, too long, and stilted, consisting of repetitive speeches, the awarding of prizes, and marches of the honored up to the dais. The whole routine was boring, dreary, and tiresome. The eternal awkwardness of ushers who carried banners up to the front reveals in a flash how the easy grace of the outdoor festival with its stately reverence and its familiar catalogue of movements and gestures became cramped inside the artificial premises of the new workers' church. 37. For family rituals, the Bolsheviks made an effort to drape the three main events of human life: birth, marriage, death in revolutionary clothing. Oktobering, Oktoberbrand, the dedication of newborns, was the most celebrated of these, see Fig. 19. It began haltingly and sporadically in the Civil War but only spread in the early 1920s. Trotsky, learning of a mock ceremony of inspection of a newborn child of workers by their comrades in a factory, followed by a feast, saw it as a spontaneous expression of a new workers' ritual culture. No survey of the number of Oktoberings was ever published, but it seems to have taken hold in factory towns in the early 1920s. One of the first recorded in detail, November 22, 1923, took place in Kharkov, where a baby daughter was Oktobered and presented with a gift, a portrait of the infant Lenin. The parents delivered a verbal promise to raise the child in the spirit of communism, the Internationale was sung, and choruses performed folk songs. 38. At a Moscow club, a detachment of pioneers with flag and drum chanted "We are the young guard of workers and peasants," and escorted the mother to the dais. "The child belongs to me," she declaimed, "only physically. For spiritual upbringing I present it to society." The pioneers then folded the baby in a red banner and vowed to enroll her in their unit. Since Soviet law of 1917 permitted all citizens to change their names at age 18, some adults began to follow suit. A group of women workers, hoping to promote Oktobering, had themselves renamed at a club ceremony as the vanguard of the new life amid some muffled guffaws from the menfold. After a few months, they reclaimed their old names, except for one, of Tataia, who had taken the name Revolution, Revolutsiya, and was ever after known as Anti-Revo, Tataia Riva. 39. The new names given to Oktobered babies offer a startling set of symbols of the values that were officially revered in the early years. The French Revolution had invoked the shades of classical figures: Brutus, Hannibal, Gracchus, and European social democrats had tried to popularize socialist names: Lassallo, Marxina, and Primo Maggio in Italy, Bibelina in Germany. The few dozen Russian revolutionary names that I have uncovered from the period divide in the following way: revolutionary heroes and heroines: Spartak, Marx, Angelina, Liebknecht, Luxemburg, Rosa, Raisin, Marat, Robespierre, Danton, Babel, Vladilin, Ninel, Ilyich, Ilina, all variants of Lenin, Bukharina, Stalina, Budina, Melier, Marx, Engels, Lenin. October Revolution. Revolutionary concepts: Pravda, Revmir, Revolution and Peace, Barricada, Jadin, Guillotine, Bastille, Tribuna, Revolutsiya, Krasny, Red, Comuna, Paris Commune, Proletariat, Buntar, Rebel, Fevral, Mai, Octiobrina, Serpina, from sickle, malot, hammer, smikha, alliance of workers and peasants, valya, will or freedom. 112. Svoboda, freedom, dynamit, atheist, avantgarde, iskra, spark, marsliza, Marseillaise. Industrial, scientific, and technical imagery textile, industria, tractorina, dynamo, Donbass, Smina, shift, radium, genii, genius, idea, electrificatia. Culture, myth, nature, place names Traviata, Aida, lay, forest, Luke, light, Okine, Orel, eagle, Solnse, sun, Zvezda, star, Rasvet, dawn, Atlantida, Minevra, Sick, Montblanc, Mont Blanc, Kazbek, Singapore. There were the usual cases of error, resulting from misunderstanding of words. In 1919, peasants in a commune named their daughter Marquise, Marquise, thinking it irreligious and somehow vaguely foreign. Other names chosen included commentary, embryo, and vinaigrette. 40. This particular form of utopianizing seems to have been an expression of the wish to create a new reality by means of imagery, to better the world by populating it with humans called spark, joy, will, electric, rebel, and barricade, and to fashion living monuments to the past. It was a quest for another world by means of imaging what is perhaps the most intimate possession of any human being. As Boris Uspensky points out, a name is a social sign, and thus name changes reflect a new social state. 41. In their variety, color, and rich associative capacities, the revolutionary names of the 1920s represented a sensibility exactly opposite to those who aspired to a collective identity and a reduction of people to human parts of a future society. It was also a national and generational revolt against the Greco-Russian Orthodox culture of the past with its ancient and limited repertoire of Tatyanas, Andrais, Sophias, Peters, and Nicholases, though some tried to do this by choosing pre-Christian Slavic names such as Mstislav or Sviatopolk that had fallen into disuse in modern times. Getting married at a red wedding instead of the dry official registration office or in the church had a dual significance. Its form showed a desire for solemnity, decor, and ritual that were wholly absent at the offices. Its content treated the wife and the husband as legally, politically, and symbolically equal. During the French Revolution, the policeman Joseph Fouché had wanted temples of love built to stage all weddings. Such edifices did not bloom in the Russian Revolution, and the registry office remained a cramped, crowded bureau where couples got married in 20 minutes. Some people obviously wanted more, as did the prophets of the new ritualism. Red weddings appeared at about the same time as the Octobering ceremonies. Critics like Verasiev thought them banal. He described one, of December 1924, in a club of leather workers, a red-covered table, a portrait of Lenin, the vows to nuptial fidelity and to communism, reports and speeches, a wedding gift for the new couple, works by Lenin and Zinoviev, and the mandatory Internationale. Red weddings in the village added the traditional custom of chastushka, witty folk sayings, and khorovod, round dance and song. Among the peasants, attempts were made to inject industrial imagery to the feast by employing the new Ford tractor, adorned with red flags, as a wedding carriage. But the custom did not take hold in the countryside. Peasants wanted something longer, more solemn and elaborate, followed by a day or two of carousing. In 1925, according to one estimate, 75% of peasant weddings were still held in church. And even in the industrial towns, there is no sign that the red wedding became a universal or even mass phenomenon. 42. Godless religion. 113. The revolutionary funeral. It is significant that no neologism was applied to it. Was the most problematic of the invented rituals and the most resistant to innovation. At the root of the problem was its origin as a martyr's funeral. Drawing on 19th century precedents, the genre had emerged in 1905 with the funeral of Bauman and found artistic stylization in the painting Red Funeral by Isaac Brodsky, 1906. This was expanded in the first great Bolshevik interment, that of M.S. Uritsky, held in September 1918. With its guard of honor, the lying-in state in luxurious surroundings, the huge cortege with ornate red catafalque, the carriage escort and lone caparisoned horse, rows of bedecked armored cars, and overflying aircraft, it surpassed the obsequies of the burial of the martyrs in 1917, all for only one man. The city boss, Zinoviev, displayed the full power of Petrograd's ceremonial magnificence and mobilized an entire city for the most elaborate funeral scene there since the interment of Alexander III in 1894, and even more dazzling in that the public was in full presence for the entire day, with dispersed units touching almost every neighborhood in the huge city. It became a model for hero funerals in the Civil War and prefigured most of the elements in the Lenin funeral of 1924, an event of stupendous importance, see below. For the next 2 years, revolutionary burials became a regular feature of the street life of Russia. 43 But not all people who die are revolutionary martyrs or heroes. The Orthodox Church Panikhida, a work of extraordinary textual richness and beauty, continued to attract masses of people, and not only in the countryside. At Kronstadt in the early days of the revolution, fallen sailors were given an Orthodox requiem on Anchor Square, followed by a general singing of the workers' Marseillaise. As tension between church and state mounted, people began searching for alternate and politically acceptable ways to bury their dead. A peasant in 1919 asked Kalinin what kind of service the regime had in mind and if it was really necessary for him to bury his son, who was no revolutionary to the strains of "You Fell Victim." New ways began to appear ad hoc, uneasy blends of old pious forms and political speeches. Verisiv described them in the mid-19208 as arid, a sterile chamber for the wake, mourners with nothing to do, and the customary speeches about the departed, all of it leaving a void instead of an affirmation of life for the survivors. He proposed a wholly new ceremony with original music instead of the eternal Chopin or the revolutionary funeral marches, mournful sounds to evoke tears of genuine emotion followed by triumphant cadences to celebrate continuing life, a choreographed tableau of white-robed young women, recalling the maiden mourners of Orthodox funeral rites, and the mourners' participation in a great catharsis, in other words, unabashed public display of emotions in the company of loved ones. But even Verisiv conceded that a symphony of scarlet and black banner and a forest of marvelous palms was suitable for a great national leader such as Lenin. 44 Some hope to achieve the democratization of death by the use of crematoria. The first European crematorium had been built in Milan in 1876, and many major cities of Europe had them, but none had been allowed in Tsarist Russia because of the power of the Orthodox Church. As early as 1919, architects began designing ceremonial crematoria, bearing such names as To the Heavens and Phoenix, and taking the shape of civic basilicas, towers, castles, and churches. In some of these, the lying-in state halls came in different sizes, indicating a hierarchy of importance of the departed. Yet the crematorium seemed to promise a mode of neat standardization. Trotsky urged speedy cremations and simple ceremony with red flags, the funeral march, processions, eulogy, and a rifle salute. The architect Melnikov devised a crematorium columbarium for ordinary people where the family ritual would be revolutionized in a stroke. Transon. 114. Dent beliefs broken down, and the cause of sound health advanced, see Fig 20. The first Soviet crematorium was built in 1926 and opened the following year in a Moscow cemetery church with a farewell hall of 150 seats. By the end of 1928 over 4,000 bodies had been cremated there, most of them by administrative process, that is, cadavers assigned to it by various institutions, presumably hospitals and morgues. Among the first volunteers who requested cremation in their testament were I. Skvortsov-Spanov, a major publicist of atheism, and Alexander Bogdanov. 45 The fiery machines of the crematoria were the perfect emblem for the Bolshevik way of death, clean, rational, and economical. But this particular fire did not spark the emotions of the majority of Russians, who continued to look to the life-giving earth for their place of final rest. The sculptor Konenkov dreamed of new kind of cemetery for the future. 46. The very concept of a cemetery will change. They will be parks of good memories. In them, the grateful descendants will recall those who did not spare themselves in the name of the common good. Young life will see the round magnificent works of sculpture and under the canopies of beauteous trees. These parks will become places of leisure and the pride of every Soviet city. Except for the seething youth, such places have in fact sprouted up in Soviet Russia, the Mars Field in Leningrad, the revolutionary necropolis on Red Square, the various military revolutionary sections of the Novodevichy in Moscow and the Alexander Nevsky Lavra and Fokovskoe in Leningrad, and the huge memorial grounds containing those fallen in World War II. They are places of immeasurable sadness as well as of national pride and love of homeland, but in this they hardly differ from the overgrown Orthodox churchyards that continue to cover the Russian land. The communist ritual movement of the 1920s did not become a mass phenomenon. Peasant dislike or indifference to it is easily understood. Rural people of the older generation missed the little glasses of vodka and appetizers, the cry of its bitter, the priest, and the dancing at weddings, the plates of food for the dead, the mysteries, beauties, joys, and ebullience of country-style ritual. But there was hostility among communists as well. Some distrusted acts of piety and beauty no matter how Bolshevized. Vitaly Gemhuzny, a filmmaker and writer for the avant-garde Novy Lev, expressed his malaise in a critique of ritual building in 1927. The spreading or propagation of some sort of new, invented ritual, he wrote, is an absurd utopia. Yaroslavsky told of a comrade who, in order to avoid a red funeral which he considered immoral and barbarous, had endowed his body to a soap factory. 47. Deophobia and the repugnance for Bolshevik devoivory. The coexistence of old, Christian, and new, communist, religions was part of a general aversion for God-building that many communists, including Lenin, felt deeply. But neither this nor the prodigious indifference of the masses prevented those communists, mostly urban workers and intellectuals, from continuing to invent and adapt rituals. Ritual building was not simply an exotic experiment of the 1920s. It possessed historical roots in proletarian traditions, a psychological value for some kinds of people, and a certain perceived utility for the regime, as well as proven by its revival on a vast scale a few years after the death of Stalin. But with the coming of the Stalin Revolution, it was doomed along with all the other experiments. 48. Godless religion. 115. Proletarian morality. The word orthodoxy, in Russian, pravoslavy, means the correct way to worship or exalt God. It does not mean the right way to behave. The Russian Orthodox Church had never been particularly enthusiastic about the dissemination of moral codes. Rite ritual was its strong suit. The Church had split asunder over it in the 17th century. Radical critics of religion had often pointed this out, and some Bolsheviks, whether or not they were God-builders, raised the problem of building their own code of morality. Those who spoke in general terms about the meaning of communist morality said almost nothing that could be fitted into a new religion or related to ritual. Such leaders as Lenin, Kalinin, Bukharin, Lunacharsky, and Trotsky gave weight to political behavior and class allegiance, the ultimate standard for this brand of morality, with occasional references to work attitudes, treatment of women and so on. Although Lunacharsky invoked the notion of Marxism as a religion from to time, he did not enrich the discussion or explore the concrete expressions of such a religion. Kurgentsev offered in 1927 a suggestive essay on the ideal communist man of the future and gave as models the deceased Lenin, Dzerzhinsky, and Sverdlov. They were, he explained, masters of the correct mode of life in their class: fidelity, daring, firmness, solidity, and superhuman energy. Only one sentence dealt with comradely feelings and human relations in other than formulaic terms. His models were mummified robots, tough and efficient, and endowed with an abundance of willpower. 49. A more interesting approach to the ideal comrade of today and of tomorrow was the debate on revolutionary sensibility and tribal mores. The first dealt not with behavior vis-a-vis class enemies, but rather toward one's own. Even people who later became bitterly opposed to Bolshevism recognized in retrospect that the workers' movement, the revolution, and the Civil War had generated impulses for sharing, bonding, and even mutual love. A more or less complete recapitulation of well-established revolutionary virtues can be found in the first Code of the Pioneers, founded in 1922, common decency, fairness, solidarity, and responsibility, in other words virtues that practically all religious, military, and patriotic codes have preached for centuries. 50. But the concept of solidarity on the level of everyday comradeship posed a problem. How big should one's circle of friends be, conceding that everyone in one's class was a comrade? Aristotle had taught that the universalization of love dilutes it. But as early as the 1920s, serious commentators were arguing against small circles of intimate friends, cliques, because they weakened friendship for the entire collective. Komsomols in Odessa wore badges and swam together in large groups in order to develop corporate identity and solidarity. This was apparently a nostalgic attempt to retrieve the comradeship in arms of the Civil War. In student communes of the 1920s, the communards often marched off in a body to the theater and frowned upon bourgeois friendship groups of 2 or 3 based on common likes and interests, see Chapter 10. 51. But many realized that deep differences in gender, ethnicity, and culture required specific measures and concrete bridges of comradeship to break down ancient prejudices. They were not convinced that harmony and mutual respect flowed automatically from class affiliation. The moral experimenters, paralleling the quest for new ritual, endeavored to construct a new morality based on realistic perceptions and with specific devices. Among these were the campaigns to end racial, ethnic, and national discrimination. 116. The case of anti-Semitism may serve as an illustration. Like most of the revolutionary parties of the Tsarist period, in spite of some well-known exceptions and ambiguities, the Bolsheviks condemned pogroms, opposed anti-Semitism on principle, and often fought it in practice as well, sometimes rescuing Jews during the Civil War from widespread violence. Through the 20s, speeches and laws poured forth in opposition to an impulse seen as diversionary and counter-revolutionary. Books, posters, and rituals identified anti-Semitism with the old order, priests, and brutal counter-revolutionaries. But it persisted among officials, merchants of the NEP, students, peasants, and workers. Pogromists were arrested and anti-Semitic students were expelled. The question of how effective the laws and propaganda were against it is still an open one. But after the last great battle against anti-Semitism in the late 1920s, it was abandoned in the 1930s campaign against specific moral causes. 52. A new approach to urban-rural relations was begun, known as SMICA, a moral alliance of workers and peasants, see Fig. 22. The Bolsheviks possessed no feeling of debt to the peasants. Yet their early symbols and rhetoric reflected a desire to reach out to the peasant. SMICA was an urban idea, elitist and patronizing, and the friendship it envisioned was strictly tutorial. But it also evoked considerable idealism and enthusiasm in the early years when friendship societies were established, when Komsomols went into the countryside to teach and organize the peasants in the ways of communism. And though many a peasant may have looked on SMICA as an organization of city slickers and Varangians, the element of moral comradeship was clearly on display. It was a kind of to-the-people movement in the context of a revolutionary state with all the strengths and distortions attendant upon it. In the end, SMICA gave way to the rule of force and to war against the countryside. 53. A concept closely related to SMICA was chefstvo, often translated as patronage or adoption and thus clearly suggesting a parent-child relationship. It began early in the revolution with certain institutions, factory, army units, Komsomol groups, taking over and helping social units seen as deserving. An offshoot of SMICA, it widened its scale in 1921 in western Siberia and then took hold in Utopian Russia. In 1923, factory, party, trade union, and other groups established cultural and organizational links with particular villages. By 1926, there were millions of members, conferences and publications abounded. Later the technique was used inside cities and industries to allow stronger elements to help weaker ones. The impulse, though always tied to the practical desire to impose city ways on village minds or good work habits on those with poor ones, was idealistic and altruistic in both statement and in deed. Later it degenerated into commandism, urban arrogance, and a humiliating symbiosis between strong and weak. 54 The repudiation, after a decade of speculative experiment, of the search for a new proletarian sexual morality illustrates perfectly the difference between those who were serious about culture building and reshaping from the bottom up through trial and error, persuasion and example, on the one hand, and those who saw only sweeping macro solutions to social problems and who put national power and wealth before social justice. The most prominent figure in the Bolshevik movement who sought to create a new morality based on what she saw as certain natural impulses of the proletariat was Alexandra Kollontai, who went beyond mechanical liberation, divorce laws, and formal equality into the realm of sexual relations, including carnal and spiritual love. She linked the notion of a socially affirmed sexual life to the natural spontaneous creativity of the workers, labor democracy, joy in work, and self-regeneration, all of these indirect. Godless religion 117. Contrast to the authoritarian work models of Lenin's state as factory or office. Influential authorities feared the power of her arguments or misunderstood them, and they correctly lamented the realities of the post-revolutionary sexual culture in Soviet Russia, where brutalism, abandonment, crude sexuality, and prostitution flourished under the NEP 55. The other realm of behavior, tribal mores, excited some very vigorous controversy in the 1920s. This was the realm of personal habit, appearance, and style. How such things as the cleanness of one's fingernails could become the subject of revolutionary discourse is not hard to understand when we recall the nihilist contempt for orderly array in the 19th century, the sociological meaning of dress, the campaigns for neatness and punctuality, and the notion among certain militant atheists of the good communist as a model of atheist morality. And in a revolution where the word culture was on the lips of every articulator of new values, the tango and the foxtrot could hardly escape scrutiny. At the base of the discussion was a fundamental divergence about what was revolutionary or communist, meaning modern, full-spirited, humane, rational, and healthy, and what was Meshchinsky, a pre-evolutionary term indicating narrow-minded, cramped in spirit, petty bourgeois, and Philistine in outlook, or Koliginsky, trouble-making, unruly, savage, primitive. To the new moral teachers of Bolshevism, the practitioners of meshchanstvo and hooliganism were not only blocking the process of culture building by their unrevolutionary behavior but were clouding the issue by calling their behavior communist. As a result, whole choruses arose in an effort to explain what was acceptable in the realm of everyday life and mores. The problem lay in the fact that both the hooligans and the moral preachers hated meshchanstvo and also what they took to be the effeteness of the upper classes in general. But in their rejection of these, the latter took something like a Puritan and business-like approach and the former a more lyrical, disorderly, and even macho approach. A common target for all revolutionaries was the perceived falsity of upper-class manners, based on inequality and indolence and bathed in social hierarchy, a whole world of footmen, table service, social rank, invitations, small talk, and impeccable gestures. To red-blooded workers, veterans, and Bolshevik students the pendant to this image seemed to be toughness in everyday life, as it had been on barricade and battlefield, swearing, smoking, hard drinking, and, for men, cavalier use of women. It was in fact a gang mentality, bred of the Civil War, of the hardships of urban life, and of the widespread phenomenon of besprzornikistvo, abandoned and orphaned children. Swearing has ever been a social lubricant for working people, a theater for themselves as they toil or play, and perhaps for males an affirmation of virility. So has a kind of rudeness to outsiders been an affirmation of internal solidarity. Trotsky, who wrote a mini treatise on rudeness and manners, did not see this. He detected only the feudal rudeness of the old nobility, towards inferiors, the natural and simple rudeness of peasants, and the rudeness of bureaucrats who often succumb to communist imperiousness toward employees and ordinary citizens. 56. Drink was another divisive issue. Drunkenness, in the words of two Komsomol authors in 1927, is a violation of our class, proletarian, communist morality. Vodka poisons and destroys the organism, it bears us out of the world of reality into a world of illusion, it deprives us of judgment. Vodka and the tavern, symbols of the enslavement of the masses by the classes, were now counter-revolutionary instruments. Drinking to excess has always been attacked by Soviet regimes, with greater or lesser success. In the 1920s, the literature on it was enormous, connecting liquor with health problems. 118. An antisocial activity. But the literature, including the anti-tobacco tracts, was hardly different in tone from that of the pre-evolutionary temperance movement, and just about as effective. Alcohol and cigarettes were flatly declared foolish and sinful, like worshipping God. 57. The leisure pattern of early Soviet youth was also assaulted in about the same terms as in Europe and America. In groups, evening parties, street lounging, dirty jokes, loose sex, and roughhouse, all befogged by the fumes of makhorka, inferior tobacco, and lubricated by wine, continued almost unabated after the revolution. Apologists called it proletarian. The ready answer of the cultured Bolsheviks was better recreation. Lenin appears in hagiography so often as a skier, hiker, swimmer, and chess player that one wonders how he found time to make a revolution. The ideal communist had to be forged within the walls of youth and workers' clubs, designed by architects to trap the energies of uproarious youth and channel them into culture, cinema, sport, theater, reading, and lectures. But these clubs, few in any case, were no more successful in building a new morality than they were in shaping a new ritual life. Meetings, formalism, and games did not suffice then or now to woo young people from their own pursuits. 58. The question of the dance as a healthy way to regulate and sanitize contact between the sexes among youth presented a dilemma. To some Bolsheviks, dancing was associated with upper-class frivolity. Dance halls are gathering places for counter-revolutionaries, said the Bolshevik official Zorin to Emma Goldman during the Civil War. A motion at the First Komsomol Congress to promote dancing as a means of reaching peasant youth was defeated, since dancing was seen as a non-serious diversion in contrast to theater, excursions, walking, and inspecting experimental factories. To serious Komsomols of the 1920s, the foxtrot was a symbol of affluent nightlife and café society with its wild passions. Foxtrotism and tangoism were condemned for generating African passions and tropical lust. This fear was complicated by the flourishing nightlife during the NEP period and by the appearance of jazz and black musicians in the clubs of Leningrad and Moscow. All this was associated with wild abandon, illicit money, ugly egoism, and the display of wealth, all accompanied by decadent sexual behavior. Dancing was associated with private parties and even among communist youth with physical contact, dirty jokes, anti-Semitism, Oblomovism, and decadence. As a counter to it, some Komsomols actually arranged for revolutionary evenings, with young men and women marching up and down the dance floor singing revolutionary songs as a productive and appropriate substitute for the dance. 59. The revolt in the dress, which could have been predicted by the sartorial culture of pre-evolutionary Russia, by the studied codes of nihilist sloppiness, and by the symbolic use of certain garments in revolutionary posters to indicate corrupt plutocracy, never reached a high level of self-consciousness. The major responses were to dress down, to dress up, to dress equally, and not to dress at all. The last two are treated in the following chapter. Dressing down was the cultivation of proletarian simplicity, sometimes brought to the level of dishevelment, a visual protest against the fancy attire of the old regime and the conspicuous display of fine apparel by NEP men and their women. The Bolshevik moralists, however, believed that clothes reflected the man and the woman, and that combed hair, clean clothes, and a generally neat appearance betokened a correct and modern attitude of decency, respectability, and punctuality. 60. Bolsheviks were aspiring to kultura, One attribute of the old intelligentsia which they, godless religion 119, admired and identified with civilized behavior in the face of hooligan anarchy and backwardness. This exaltation of cultura was the everyday version of their alliance with specialists and tsarist officers against the wave of undisciplined anti-intellectualism of the Civil War period. But it was not the inner cultura of the intelligentsia that the Bolsheviks really admired, since that included much that was repugnant to them: breadth of view, impetuousness, self-doubt, soulful introspection, and universal humanitarianism. It was really Kulturnost, the external virtues of cleanliness and punctuality. As Vera Dunham has shown in a brilliant analysis of literature and values in the Stalin period, the reverence for good manners, business-like behavior, and a clean suit blossomed under Stalin into a thirst for opulence, a showy and vulgar taste, and a certain code of behavior in accordance with one's place in the deeply hierarchical social order of the 1930s and 1940s. 61. What to do? Some lecturers on communist morality resisted the notion of codifying moral rules or handing out punishment. Others wanted something specific to end the sins and crimes and believed that morality had to be built in process, and not postponed until socialism arrived. Life could be regulated, they argued, and a moral catechism of proletarian ethics was absolutely essential. They also thought that leaders should enlighten the masses on moral issues, to show the backward workers and uncivilized peasants how to live according to this new BYT everyday life, especially in manners, dress, and language. Their terminology was, like much of Bolshevism in the 1920s, that of missionaries and anthropologists in a distant colony. 62. The significance of this whole oral cultural discourse throughout the 1920s lies in its very existence and not its resolution or lack thereof. It was a nationwide course in anthropology and ethics, carried out largely by amateurs, workers, students, komsomols, and intellectuals, with regular contributions by representatives of the state. A state people debate over the nature of man and the shape of man to be under socialism and communism. It generated a whole range of research, practice, acrimonious argument, and experiment on a vast scale. As an offshoot of communist God-building, its dialectical opposite, it was an exercise in man-building. Since all utopia building must begin with notions of an ideal humanity, the urge to create that humanity through talk and action in the here and now reflected the fierce desire to achieve the utopia. The moral and ritualist quest of the 1920s, however crude and contradictory, was the secular equivalent of the devotional preparation of the Christian believer for entry into the kingdom of heaven. Arguments over the new Soviet man in the pedagogical world, a subject covered ad nauseum in hundreds of books, focused on raising a new generation in a spirit that would allow it or its successors to live virtuously under socialism and eventually, by shedding greed, egoism, and consumerism, under communism. The script for this transformation was largely the scripture according to Marx. But those who set about changing themselves and others in an adult state through discussion, practice, and experiment resembled more the disciples of Chernyshevsky, who had urged his followers to pull the future into the present, to enrich and embellish this life by living the ideals of a radiant future, by living the revolution. 63. The missing faith. There was never anything like a single unified approach to God-building or the making of a religion. God-building elements were on display everywhere, and they clearly shared 120. The same impulses that gave rise to them before the revolution, the belief that bread and politics alone were not enough, that life had to be enriched by emotion, that communism itself was a kind of religious commitment, and that many people needed a unified set of rituals and symbols to bind their feelings to the goals of the regime. But anti-God building was so imminent in Bolshevism that no one ever voiced an open desire for the construction of a Bolshevik religion as such. Yet something like one was in fact launched in the mid-1920s, the cult of Lenin, of the man who ironically was most articulate in his opposition to it. It began to unfold slowly in Lenin's lifetime. At the time of his death in 1924, it took on nationwide dimensions. The funeral and lying in state were grand and traditional. The theme of revolutionary immortality was very much in the air before and after 1917. But the immortalization of Lenin went way beyond the old rhetoric in scale and intensity. Stalin insisted that Lenin not be cremated, that the remains of this Russian man not be desecrated, a clear invocation of orthodox burial traditions. Under the influence of Leonid Krusin and others, the decision was made to embalm the body for all time and put it on display in front of the Kremlin. Krusin had been a god-builder before the revolution, and he was supported by Lunacharsky. Melnikov designed the sarcophagus as a sleeping chamber for a sleeping prince. The architect Shchusev, who had been a specialist in building Orthodox churches in the past, designed a cube-like structure for the eternal remains of the deceased Lenin. The painter Malevich wanted a full-scale religious cult of Lenin, with ceremonies and song, and with the cube in every home as a sacred artifact. The party launched a campaign of oaths, publications, and ceremonies focusing on the dead leader. His tomb became a shrine for pilgrims. His life habits were invoked as the norm of a good communist. Institutes, museums, Lenin corners, and a flood of toys, mementos, monuments, and even kitschy junk appeared, sometimes cheapening the intended effect of reverence. 64 The language of the campaign and many of the spontaneous responses clearly outlined Lenin as a saint, a Christ, or an anointed Tsar. He was idealized, heroized, and romanticized beyond recognition. The embalming was opposed by his wife and family, by Bunk Bruevik, his secretary and a specialist on religious studies, and by Trotsky, Kamenev, and Bukharin, in line with Lenin's own expressed wishes for a simple burial or cremation. Lunacharsky, though an old god-builder and a keen practitioner of the language of revolutionary immortality, made it clear that he thought literal personal immortality to be a naive peasant belief. The promoters of the cult won out, but the cult itself was not an undiluted traditional religious affair. Elements of science, technology, and modernism insinuated themselves at many points and at many levels. Airplanes flew over the funeral cortege, and at the moment of interment, a mass stoppage of work across the entire length of the USSR was made possible only by modern means of communication, radio especially. The spokesman for cremation argued on rational and sanitary grounds. The mausoleum was augmented with modern equipment designed by the engineer Krusin. Full medical and autopsy reports were published, with minute physiological details not only of Lenin's death but also of their efforts to embalm and preserve the body against decay. Schemes of Lenin's crypt included a tower of steel, housing turbines and radio stations, and a huge structure containing a moving locomotive, a tractor, and a running stream. Monument projects included the erection of a giant screw. Ambivalence seemed to attend every stage of the cult, although the traditionalists who stressed sober and familiar motifs with religious overtones usually prevailed. But godless religion 121. The same kind of ambivalence appeared in the reception of the cult. Its makers were inspired by both genuine reverence and a political desire to mobilize the masses around a vital symbol and ensure the continuity of party rule and the traditions of the October Revolution. In this they were very successful, and large numbers of people exhibited deep emotion, whether based on genuine understanding of Lenin's life, on vestiges of peasant monarchism, or on agreement with Lenin's policies. Contrivance and spontaneity worked together to build the Lenin cult. The cult was tied to Bolshevik morality in various campaigns that linked the building of Lenin corners, related to the old icon corner of orthodoxy, to correct behavior. It was a fusion of political and religious ritual to mobilize the sentiments of the Russian people, and like all invented cults it occasionally produced tasteless, repetitive, and even comical elements. But the cult of Lenin was transformed drastically by Stalin in the 1930s and did not grow into a widespread civic religion for the population at large. The god Lenin was in fact demoted by the god Stalin for at least 20 years. Another movement of the 1920s became, at least for a while and on a limited scale, a rival religion of communism. This was sectarian Christianity. The sectarians were vibrant in their faith and in their conscious emulation of Bolshevik codes and rituals in order to compete with them, a practice that Bolshevik commentators found both engaging and annoying. Party officials observed that the sects were spiritually vital and attracted converts by their sobriety, mutuality, charity, and joyous song, a combination that Bolshevik God-builders dreamed of. The Baptists of Kursk province attracted followers because of their model behavior, genuine brotherhood, relevance to life, and the unabashed prayers to Jesus in time of joy and woe. Perm evangelists, copying the Bolshevik parallel feasts, launched a Day of Youth, a festival of sisters, for women's equality, and religious texts set to revolutionary and church melodies. Novgorod sectarians held concerts full of spontaneous singing and love evenings that fused the revolutionary concept of comradeship with Christian motifs of brotherhood in clean, sober, and highly organized settings, avoiding both the wild drunkenness of village feasts and the banality of Bolshevik events. 65 commentators were astonished at the frankly modern and syncretic methods of the sectarians. Socialist imagery was freely adopted in slogans of justice, solidarity, and equality, in agitprop campaigns to enlist youth, and in organizational names such as Bapsomal, or Baptomal, and Christomal to rival the Komsomol. They held meetings and challenged other religions to friendly competitions. On May Day in Saratov province, Baptists launched a day of classless solidarity with brothers in Christ and a Twaik campaign against biblical illiteracy. Almost every Bolshevik method of reaching the masses was imitated, including Shevtsevo. Some sectarians, grateful to the regime for having lifted the onerous persecution by the Orthodox Church, seemed to want some kind of merger between Bolshevik economic forms and a vibrant sectarian Christianity, infused with brotherhood, equality, and harmony. 66 The sectarians were more successful than the Bolsheviks in arousing genuine emotion and commitment, and their conversion record was impressive. The Bolsheviks wondered why this was so and urged activists to emulate the methods of the sectarian groups. But the secret of the sectarian success was not, of course, the forms of ritual and propaganda. It was their transparent faith and moral power. They preached no hatred against class enemies and opened their doors to people of all ethnic origins, sexes, classes, and nationalities. Their charity was unabashed and unlimited, and most of all uninhibited by ideological and political animosity. Their concept of comrade. 122. Ship was universal and yet encouraged strong cohesion within community and family. Paralleling their stated social faith was a practical religion of genuine brotherhood. This is why their ceremonies, rituals, parades, and campaigns came alive with enthusiasm. Ultimately, the success of their communal lifestyle and their missionary work evoked the hostility of the Bolsheviks, who could not compete with them on moral grounds. This fact, as much as the fundamentalism, anti-scientism, and dogmatism of the sects, brought the wrath of the regime down upon them after a decade of tolerance and puzzled admiration. There is no way to know how many peasants lost their faith and became atheists in the 1920s, and it may never be understood just what religion of any sort meant to the peasants' life. But we do know that they had a fantastic ability to absorb new faiths and rituals when necessary and combine them with their own ways. Peasants who accepted atheism and its forms may have done so as accommodation, just as the Christianized peasants of ancient Russia had retained their old pagan thought forms and modes of worship alongside the new in a culture known as Dvoevry dual faith. There was not only much Dvoevry in rural Russia in the 1920s, but Troevry, and perhaps even Nagovry, multiple faith. We hear of pagan, Christian, and Bolshevik festivals celebrated not only by adjacent villages, but in the same village at the same time. In this context, there was much opportunity for a kind of tactful, syncretic God-building that would be humane, religious, and progressive as well. Whatever chance there might have been, however, was doomed at the end of the 20s by the great transformation in anti-religious activity. 67 Because of certain outward features of Bolshevism and other communist movements of our century, commentators have often called it a religion. In the 1920s, Fuloep Miller remarked that Bolshevism taught science but was not a science, that it fought religion while being like one. In our time, Jacques Ellul has said, the Russians have gone furthest in creating a religion compatible with technique. These judgments are misleading. Maurice Hindu's writing in the 1920s was more perceptive. Bolshevism, while containing many of the outward attributes of a faith, he observed, was actually a non-faith because it was not forgiving, possessed no deity, exalted science and nature, and possessed a revolutionary system of ethics instead of a humane one. It lacked beauty, dignity, and spirit. Berdiev in the 1930s emphasized its lack of inward drama and depth, its weakness in religious psychology, and its pedantry. Mao Zedong, a major communist of our time, put it very succinctly and honestly: Marxism-Leninism has no beauty, nor has it any mystical value. It is only extremely useful. 68. One of the most striking pictures of the Bolshevik God is to be found in Andrei Platonov. Mikhail Geller's introduction to Platonov's Chevengur contrasts the apparitions of two fictional peasants named Makar. In an 1883 story by V.G. Korolenko, Makar's dream, the protagonist, after a lifetime of bitter work, tragedy, and sin, finds a merciful and compassionate God who grants him redemption and salvation. Platonov's Makar, a Soviet worker, also sees God in a dream. But this God is a man of science who does not even look at the miserable Makar but peers blankly into the distant future with terrible dead eyes, a fat, enormous, and lifeless idol. This is what Bolshevism became to many in the 1930s and to some even earlier. But it was not perceived that way by those who believed that a godless religion, Bolshevism, could still be a religion for the new humanity. 69. There can be no question that some people found religion in the Russian Revolution. Utopians and experimentalists of all sorts sought to rebuild mankind along essentially godless religion. 123. Religious lines, and their enthusiasm was evangelical and millenarian. Many artists saw themselves as the priesthood of a new revolution of the spirit. Thousands of communists, komsomols, workers, and pro-Soviet activists found inspiration in the revolution itself, in Bolshevism, its myths, heroes, martyrs, and memories. In spite of the power, lust, and cynicism that engulfed so many in the party, there always remained dedicated and reverent communists whose vision of the future clearly resembled a religious faith. Red Army men and women, though operating amid inefficiency, apathy, desertion, undiscipline, and brutality, were particularly affected. They were crusaders for a new idea, writes a major historian of that army. They had before their mental eyes the blueprint of a new world, a bonny world, worth living and dying for. There was great dynamism in their fervor, a feeling of being fully and entirely right, of deserving to win because of what they thought the consequences of their victory might be, not only for Russia but for the entire world. This element, call it religious or revolutionary enthusiasm, as you prefer, was undoubtedly the great stimulus, the tremendous force that sustained the Red Army during the Civil War. The ideals, exalted moral sense, comradeship, the sharing of goods, and what one veteran called the blind faith in a bright future are acknowledged as hallmarks of the era even by those who became anti-communists. This faith possessed even many inhabitants of political prisons and labor camps in the 1930s. The moral fervor generated by the revolution, based on an ideology of struggle for justice and modernity through heroism and sacrifice, was so potent for some Bolsheviks that they ended their lives in Stalin's terror, still believing not only in the goals of communism, but in the party and in Stalin himself. 70. 6. To the eyes of all the utopians, with the exception of the very few who for a good reason had visited foreign countries, all this gay show appeared disgraceful. They therefore bowed to the lowest of the party as to the masters, but took the ambassadors themselves to be slaves because they were wearing gold chains, and passed them over without any deference whatever. Thomas More, Utopia, 1516. The Russian Revolution of 1917, far more than any previous revolution, was heavily saturated with concepts of equality. There was no social consensus about equality and no commonly held egalitarian mentality, yet ideas, words, symbols, and gestures denoting varying forms of equality pervaded revolutionary sensibility. Egalitarianism was in fact the central element in all utopias and experimental movements of the period. It was inherent in the standardization and reductionism of cultural nihilists, in vandalism and iconoclasm, in symbol and festival, in militant atheism, in the machine cult, utopian science fiction, revolutionary town planning, and communalism. When Stalin attacked egalitarianism or equality-mongering, Irovnilovka, in the early 1930s, he not only assaulted wage leveling but gave a signal that the entire movement of revolutionary utopia was doomed. How deeply and widely did the notion of equality take hold in the revolution? What did it mean to those who clamored for it? Equality and justice. I have already touched upon peasant notions of pravda in the opening chapter. Here I wish to explore for a moment some of the implications of lower-class views of justice, fairness, and equity, what intellectuals called ravенstvo, equality, a word that was not in the village lexicon. Analyses of peasant life show clearly that the Russian village embraced the extremities of equality and inequality. The former was expressed by the common management of village enterprises and equitable land distribution periodically according to tillers or to eaters. In dividing up the land, the peasants' code, meeting, handled the tensions of competition like a theater or encounter group, marked by seemingly immense disorder and chaos, interruptions, and shouting. In fact, it achieved business-like results and then managed to carve up the land with minute refinement. The widespread notion of pravotruda also indicated a belief that only tillers, not landlords, ought to have use of all the land. The source of this aspect of peasant mentality was probably religious and ethical but not legal. 125. But the peasant religion of fairness did not extend much beyond this level. Peasant lore from time to time generated a vague belief in the universal commune. In practice, neighboring villages were supposed to take care of themselves, not each other even in time of famine. In the household, the explosive relationship of Bolshak, head of household, versus family, mother-in-law versus daughter-in-law, and various other tensions based on sexual relations and on territorial rights of table, stove, and living space were rarely egalitarian. And then there was the problematic belief in pravo-na-trud, subtly different from and partly contradictory to pravotruda, the right to land for all in the commune, which could work for equality in helping the weak, but could also allow for the emergence of the acquisitive peasant or kulak who justified his wealth on the basis of skill or industrious management. The artel, which originated in the countryside, was another arena where peasant concepts of sharing and equity were put into practice. Artels were teams of men who pooled resources, hired out for a common task, and shared the wage. There were variants to the pattern. A boatman's artel shared pay equally even though the nature and quantity of the work was not always identical. Among certain Cossacks of the Ukraine, men would disperse in groups of 6 to 10, elect an ataman, sell and trade for several months on the road, and rendezvous for distribution of the profits. All got equal shares except the ataman, who got a little bit more, and slackers, who were penalized. The custom was widespread among itinerant laborers, craftsmen, and even the porters of St. Petersburg. It migrated to the industrial towns where it took the form of eating artels, the pooling of money for the common purchase and consumption of meals. This dwindled in the 20th century with the growth of family life of industrial workers in some trades, but was still very much in evidence in 1914. Other forms of solidary life, such as the Zemlyachestvo associations of workers from common geographical origins, supplemented the economically oriented artel. The latter persisted in the army where it was almost institutionalized. An example of the precision to which artel members were dedicated in the matter of sharing is a peculiar episode on the Saloniki front during World War I. Each man was issued a tiny ration of wine in a unit commanded by Count Lobanov Rostovsky. A dozen men immediately formed an artel with the purpose of allowing one man to get drunk every 12 days. If any summary can be made of such a complex and rich collection of mental attitudes, it would be that peasants, in field or factory, had a strong emotional and moral commitment to welfare for all, to the protection of the weak, to some extra reward for the industrious, to a concept of brotherhood for one's immediate community, what the Bolsheviks would later term the collective, and in time of strife or absence of restraint to a dethronement of the idle rich, and to the practice of equitable apportionment of land, confiscated property, earnings, and even loot. Belief in group involvement in and acceptance of basic economic decisions was deeply ingrained. The intelligentsia was not ignorant of popular impulses and popular aspirations. Many early revolutionaries of the 60s who laid the foundations for the populist style versed themselves in the habits and customs of the peasantry. A clear example of this was Brevi's religion of equality, discussed in the previous chapter. Another was a document produced in the mid-1860s by radicals associated with Dmitry Karakosov, would-be assassin of the Tsar, and found on his person, 3. The land will not belong to idle parasites but to artels, societies of the workers themselves. And capital will not be squandered by the Tsar, the landlords, and the Tsarist magnates, but will belong to the workers' artels themselves. The artels will 126. Produce a profitable return on this capital, and the income will be divided equally among all the workers in the artels. Everyone will be equal, and the Russian working people will live happily and honestly, working only for themselves. Similar images were invoked in populist propaganda literature designed for peasants in the 19th century. The theme of egalitarianism as religion in revolutionary propaganda of the early 20th century was part of this tradition. But the Russian intelligentsia was deeply divided over the issue of egalitarianism. Liberals promoted legal, ethnic, and formal political equality, ravенstvo, especially equal rights, ravnopravie, though often on pragmatic rather than exalted moral grounds. The anti-radical intelligentsia of Vika criticized the leftist intelligentsia for its anti-cultural egalitarianism and its desire to turn all people into workers. Marxists of course denied this. Lenin in 1919, in response to a similar lament of bourgeois professors, emphatically denied the reductionist ambitions of Bolshevism. It wanted, he said tersely, to abolish capitalism and social classes now, to end the distinction between peasants and workers in the future. Marxist views on the distribution of wealth and goods are well known, under socialism to each according to his work and under communism to each according to his needs. Marxists often described the first phase as equality in distribution, though they did not mean by it identical shares. In their literature and agitation, they tended to focus on the injustices and inequalities of feudalism and capitalism in orthodox Marxist language. But in their talk about the future, they tended rather to sketch very vaguely a just society, where people would be equal in some way or another. The precise mechanism of distribution on the day after the revolution, the nature of relations among people, their wage, appearance, manners, their role in life was left for the most part unexplored. But it was precisely in this realm that some of the biggest questions arose. 4. Russian levelers. The word levelers emerged out of a world turned upside down in the English Revolution of the 17th century, described so eloquently in the book of that name by Christopher Hill. Fueled by religious fervor and social conflict, the English levelers endeavored to bring down the haughty and to share wealth. A similar current surfaced in the French Revolution, represented at its most extreme by Sylvain Marechal and Gracchus Babeuf. Leveling has been variously interpreted as a Milnile dream of fairness and equality or as a mean-spirited example of social envy and lower-class desire to pull everyone down. In the Russian Revolution, both elements were present. In their war against the privileges, living space, and property of the old upper classes, the masses were generally supported by the Bolshevik regime, which added its own decrees and policies to the movement. On the question of extending the leveling process to the new regime itself, the Bolshevik leaders were at best ambivalent and in most cases hostile. Leveling on the land displayed many exceptions and local variations. The agrarian revolution broke out in two explosive stages, the spring, summer, and autumn of 1917 and, with greater force, in the following summer, spreading like fire across the land. Village mayors took the initiative in most cases and required all to participate in a takeover of the landlord's land. Indeed, sometimes peasants were actually dragged by force to the village assembly to share in the pillaged land or the loot from the manor house. In 127. all cases some principle of equality was invoked. But for the vast majority of peasants, equality did not mean creating a common pool of land to be worked collectively, in other words a commune, but rather the division into shares. Parcels were awarded according to family size or eaters, landless were given shares, and even livestock and other property were divided up. On the other hand, the so-called Second Revolution of poor peasants against kulaks did not materialize spontaneously but had to be prompted, with little success, by the committees of the poor. In the Ukraine, however, Makhno compelled kulaks to give up surplus wealth, distributed this to the poor, and took a share for his army. Known as social banditry elsewhere, it was a perfect application of the Artel principle. The Great Black Repartition of the land in 1917 and 1918 fit, in major outlines, the age-old aspirations of the peasants that they alone should have all arable land and work it in accordance with their established traditions. The symbol of peasant-style egalitarianism and justice, the Mir, came to life with great vigor in 1917 and held onto it until being dissolved by force in the 1930s. 5. In the towns, the pattern varied also. In some places, exact ions from the rich, or the richer, appeared spontaneously before the coming of the Bolsheviks to power. Bolsheviks in the Ufa region of the southern Urals, for example, established a city commune and levied a 1 million ruble contribution by diverting apartment rents from landlords to the commune. Petrograd witnessed all kinds of takeovers ranging from revolutionary acts of parties to outright theft by street marauders, often dressed as revolutionaries or sailors. But in Moscow there was little of this in 1917. After the October Revolution, the Bolsheviks, while attempting to control the uncontrollable, also issued decrees on fortunes, inheritance, rents, and other property. The Petrograd Soviet in December 1917 formed a committee for requisitioning warm clothes from the rich, defined as those living in apartments costing 150 rubles per month or more. Each was to donate 1 blanket and 1 item of warm clothing, fur coat, sweater, mittens, or boots. By January 1918, about 900,000 rubles worth of garments were thus taken and given to the men at the front. Eventually this military rationing measure flowed into a general assessment of household property, the confiscation of valuables and treasure, and the reassignment of living space. Some affluent people were taxed by house committees for having a servant or a bathroom, 500 rubles, or a piano or a dog, 600 rubles. In Ekaterinslav, a town of great revolutionary violence, the local Bolshevik leader explained that the workers must wrest from the bourgeoisie those millions taken from the masses and cunningly turned into silken undergarments, furs, carpets, gold, furniture, paintings, china. We have to take it and give it to the proletariat and then force the bourgeoisie to work for their rations for the Soviet regime. 6. Bukharin in 1918 lamented the fact that some people thought that all wealth should be divided among the poor according to God's will. The lament was well founded. During the 1917 events in Saratov, the administration of a large factory donated 10,000 rubles to improve the workers' conditions. Less conscious workers wanted to divide it up at once in equal shares. Factory committees sometimes measured off the profits to the workers after wheeling out the owner in a barrow. The sailors of insurgent Kronstadt and the Bolsheviks of war communism both adopted the rough and ready policy of food rationing, equal shares to workers, more to heavy labor, less to non-working people. When the lower-class members of an ephemeral Bolshevik government occupied the governor's mansion in Ekaterinslav, they carved up the huge Turkestan carpet in the reception hall into small equal pieces for themselves. Sharing was extended from lewd to honor and guilt. A Petrograd theater held anniversaries for stagehands as well as 128 artists and stevedores who concealed food during the famine of 1921-2 confessed to equal guilt when one of them was apprehended in the act. The intellectuals of war communism who, like the Menshevik economist Schefter, wanted full planning and the equal distribution of all consumer goods might have been utopians, but they seem to have reflected the deep impulse of many ordinary people. 7. The Russian city before the revolution was inequality carved in masonry. Housing was extremely expensive in the two capitals, even by European standards. Yet thousands of affluent people maintained enormous apartments, some so immense that after the revolution the new occupants marveled that they did not get lost in them. For the working classes, available space in big cities was probably declining in the last decade before 1914. They occupied cellars, garrets, rooms, or parts thereof in sprawling slums such as the Haymarket in St. Petersburg or the Kitrovka in Moscow, or in urban shanty towns near factories. The overcrowding created the communal experience long before the revolution. St. Petersburg in 1900 had 50,000 one- or two-room apartments with 4 persons in each room. In the empire at large, the average was 11 persons per apartment. In his Letters from Afar and State and Revolution, Lenin, inspired by Engels, called for the eviction of the bourgeoisie from their homes and the installation in them of the proletariat. This does not mean, however, that the urban masses were everywhere seething to occupy the homes of the rich. The workers of Moscow between the two revolutions of 1917 seemed to want lower rents, better housing, and a kind of municipal welfare socialism, not necessarily the wholesale eviction or displacement of the bourgeoisie. Passions were hotter in Petrograd, partly because residential segregation and the visible contrast of rich and poor seemed greater. 8. The anarchists took the lead in launching the housing saga right after the February Revolution. In a rash of expropriations and expulsions, they took over public buildings and homes of prominent statesmen now discredited. The Durnovo Dacha was a headquarters for a time. On Kronstadt, the anarcho-syndicalist communists and the left socialist revolutionaries aligned against Bolsheviks and Mensheviks to demand an immediate housing revolution. The former military school director there cried burglary when the Kronstadt authorities repopulated the 20-room apartment in which he lived alone. Anarchists also excelled in social hostility toward the bourgeoisie. Right here is a home, said one of their papers of 1918. Go in and settle down. Let the owners of the houses and palaces roam the streets and feel their own teeth chatter. 9. In the absence of detailed and fair-minded studies of the housing revolution of 1917-20, it is difficult to gauge the relative inputs of masses and regime. The Moscow government began rather slowly with municipalization of larger buildings. In 1918 it began to reassert the city's inhabitants by means of scaled rents and assigned space according to occupation and need. This meant for the most part workers and lower employees sharing or taking the former space of upper employees, businessmen, and rentiers. About 20,000 people were moved in the first year of revolution, the figures peaking at the time of Lenin's attempted assassination, when occupants were shoved onto the streets unceremoniously with or without their possessions. In Petrograd, 12,000 were relocated in the winter of 1918-19. The formula was to leave 1 room per adult or per 2 children for the bourgeoisie, the remainder to be redistributed to workers. The Vyborg quarter, the most radical of Petrograd's neighborhoods, took the lead. In some districts factories took over certain apartment houses directly. The process was standardized by a government decree of August 1918. From then to the end of war communism, rehousing became a mass movement, wrapped in Con. 129. Fusion and contradiction and bewildering in complexity, balanced as it was in some places, such as Petrograd, by urban outmigration. In the vortex of this revolution within a revolution, the intelligentsia were often lumped together with the bourgeois exploiters and expelled, even though the regime made it clear that certain specialists were exempted from the calculations of the House committees. Larger buildings in the center of the capitals were made into public offices, suburban mansions were earmarked for workers' clubs. Excess furniture was given to the needy, warm clothes to the army, and art treasures to the museum apparatus. 10. But what was it like inside the expropriated buildings? In many ways it was like an epic or fairy tale, a reversal of the normal order of things. The occupancy by the poor of spacious mansions and flats designed for the elegant lifestyle of the gentry and the urban rich brought together in almost daily association 2 kinds of people who had theretofore been as from 2 different planets. Former servants, emulating the solemnity of their old masters and displaying the new one dignity of the rising proletariat, would read out in ungrammatical Russian the rules of comportment to yesterday's arbiters of social life. Revolution touched the fabric of intimate life when servants were given the dining room and the use of fine table service and linen while the former owners were denied their use. Lenin aroused much levity when he told of a professor who complained about being ordered for reasons of space to sleep in the same bed with his wife, and a physician was allowed to keep his piano only if he allowed workers' children to practice on it. The grandest lords fell hard. The opulent palaces of the Yusupovs, Shchevelovs, and Stroganovs were taken over for public purposes. The Russian dancer Igor Shvetsov has left a minute description of how his family's 12-room house, laden with furniture, pictures, pianos, bronzes, carpets, porcelain, books, everything that goes to furnish a comfortable home, was snatched from him at childhood. All goods were carefully registered and removed, and the family was evicted with 3 small wagons full of beds and basic furniture. In Saratov, a local order evicted bourgeois families on 24 hours' notice, warning the evictees not to trouble the authorities with petitions for leniency but to move at once to the outskirts of the city where basements stood ready to receive them. The workers, meanwhile, poured into the vacated flats and homes, sometimes squabbling among themselves for space and facilities, sometimes forced to tear up the floors for firewood, thus giving what some wished to see as a new collective life an emergency quality that dampened the egalitarian triumph. One of the most enduring socialist teachings of the 19th century was that every able-bodied person ought to work to the best of his or her capacity, thus adding to the general will and ending idleness. The word idler, tuniadets, became a snarl during the Russian Revolution. A Petrograd anarchist union in August 1917 called for the mobilization of all able-bodied elements from the parasitic and intermediary classes of the population. This was one area where Lenin was not outstripped by anarchists. In his major programmatic writings of 1917 he used violent words and leveling imagery against the rich, the idle, and the shirker. In December 1917, the Bolsheviks ordered all citizens out for snow shoveling duty, with the idlers taking first shifts. At the time of the Brest peace negotiations, Lenin ordered labor battalions of bourgeois men and women to dig defensive trenches on pain of being shot. In August 1918, with the deeper mobilization of the war communism period, a committee on the mobilization of the bourgeoisie was appointed, which added to that nebulous category monks, journalists, professionals, officers, officials of the old regime, and cadets, all males aged 18, 130 to 50, the elderly and women were taxed instead of being put to work. In the Civil War, with most able-bodied people at the front, the old privileged classes were put in charge of house and yard maintenance and sweeping streets and squares. Princess Obolenskaya, once at the pinnacle of Russian aristocracy, was forced to shovel snow from the Fontanka embankment. Nobles, generals, and prelates of the church felt the agony and humiliation of physical work performed in public. 12 At the peak of war communism, in 1920, the entire population was enjoined to turn out for general cleanup and other civic duties. On the site where Skobelev's statue once stood was mounted a big sign, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat." The general mobilization of labor was tied to egalitarian justice and to national survival. But leveling was as much an expression of social hate as it was of egalitarianism. The World War was partly responsible for this. In 1917, soldiers on the Nevsky were angered by the sight of dolled-up people with cars, perfume, lace, gowns, and laughter. Too much laughter in time of ubiquitous slaughter at the front. When civil war broke out, those who had sat out the earlier war were sometimes forced into the ranks and sent to the front. The October Revolution released some deep impulses for reversal and symbolic retribution. There was even a legend abroad in the early days of the revolution that it was caused by Jews who wanted to ride Cossack horses and make Cossacks walk, that sailors had revolted in order to be able to ride inside the trams, a practice previously forbidden. Such myths are the stuff of major revolutions. But so were the real reversals: jailers jailed, owners sent into the mines, managers evicted from plants on wheelbarrows, generals reduced to privates. In the tiny town of Solvykhodsk, a typical scene of reversal was fashioned when, In August 1918, merchants, former land captains, and police of various kinds were marched out into work gangs under the watchful eyes of proletarian guards. It happened everywhere. 13. Egalitarianism fell into two basic categories in the revolution. On the one hand was war, strife, anger, demeaning and insulting behavior, a compulsion to pull down and thus level, to extend not the hand of harmony and brotherhood but rather the fist of social envy and spite. On the other was the utopian dream of community through equality, sharing, and fairness in income and privilege. Its drive to overturn, mock, and demean was essentially destructive and not culture building or community building. The Bolsheviks promoted this popular passion that was closely linked to the peasantry's habit of punishing in stressful circumstance the perceived agent of its misery past or present. The upper classes, whose mentality was shaped after the social trauma of 1905, did not offer fraternal welcome to the egalitarian and leveling masses, and the masses knew this with a precise instinct. If their word for the hated ones was bourgeois, the upper classes had their own epithet of contempt, the tovarichy, uppity plebeians, who addressed not only each other with this term, but extended it also as insult to the former ruling and cultivated classes. It was precisely in this area of human relations that the broad sweep of iconoclasm and anti-intellectualism intersected and melted in with the elemental force of lower-class egalitarianism. And it was here also that the more vigorous articulations of class hate among 19th-century revolutionaries finally merged with the less verbal but gesturally eloquent class hatred of the lower classes toward the upper. L4. 131. Dress, speech, and deference. Leveling was in a way the negative side of the egalitarian movement, a rude and dismissive blow against the old classes, soon to be called the people of the past or bivshii lyudi, just as iconoclasm was a blow against old culture, symbols, and forms. But egalitarianism had its positive side as well, its symbolic and behavioral reinforcement, demonstration, or celebration. The Bolshevik regime promoted equality in its rituals, symbols, and myths, to say nothing of its rhetoric. One of the most dramatic living texts composed by the new regime was the delegation to the peace talks at Brest-Litovsk early in 1918. To face the steel-helmeted and beribboned spokesmen of the Hohenzollern and Habsburg dynasties, the Bolsheviks carefully chose the team of people who would be the first to meet the outer world of dynasts and exploiters in public show. It contained several Russians, an Armenian, 2 Jews, a revolutionary woman, the assassin of a general at that, an old soldier, a very large and strong sailor, and a rough-looking worker. To complete the sociological mosaic of the worker-peasant state, they picked up on their way to the station in Petrograd a peasant from off the streets and pressed him into service as the embodiment of the people. The old world was duly impressed, though this helped the Bolsheviks not at all in the parleys. But the delegation remained, in function, in style, and in outer appearance an obvious assortment of unequals, and the colorful old muzhik insisted on calling everyone Baron Master, much to the chagrin of the composers of the delegation. 15. How was one to fight deference and visible inequality? Deference, in the language of Edward Shills, is the attribution of worth unconnected with moral superiority but with the entitlements of occupation, wealth, income, style, education, power, associations, and symbols. Structures of deference do not account for class, as Shills maintained, but they certainly shape and reinforce perceptions of class, particularly in the giving and receiving of deferential signals, salutes, greetings, forms of address, bows, tone of voice, gestures, and demeanor. Old Russia was rich in these, and one could virtually read the social text of conversation between two unequals from a distance. Soldiers snapped into stiffness and shouted clipped ritual responses to orders, peasants bowed low before their barons and to each other as well, nannies cackled with glee at the approach of their betters, and lower orders moved aside in the presence of visibly powerful or wealthy people. There was less ambivalence than in more recent times, but there were complexities and nuances. Peasant values of religion and common labor allowed for superiors among them in skill to be admired, but the admiring and respectful inferior did not demean himself and expected similar respect from the superior talent. The most extreme form of heraldric behavior was found at the uppermost reaches of society, the court. But elsewhere it was in flux. Workers in the 20th century began as the radical intelligentsia had done since the 1860s to fight the visible forms of deference. Trotsky's worker friend Mukin explained to him in 1896 that the essence of inequality was form. He lined up a pile of beans on a table in ranked order and then he scrambled the beans, showing the ultimate equality of all beings and all human beings. 16. A revolt in the dress seemed a good place to begin fighting the inequality of outward appearance. Clothing and caste went together in pre-evolutionary Russia, where ermine cape, pince-nez, frock coat, bast shoes, bark boots, sheepskin, and rags had easily decodable social meaning. Uniforms abounded in the military, the civil service, the 132 universities, the church, and at court, and there was a dazzling array of folk, regional, national, and even occupational costumes. In Bogdanov's Red Star, as in much science fiction utopia, the psychological equality of the Martian communists was underlined by identical unisex costumes. But in the Russian Revolution, the bulk of the population did not change clothes. Workers continued to dress as they had before the revolution, in a partly bourgeoisified combination of boots, stuffed-in pants, plain shirt, jacket, and proletarian cap, with some frills for Sunday best, except insofar as they sported red ribbons or joined the Red Guard, whose costume, hastily devised in 1917, was a militaroid greatcoat, red armband, and worker's cap. The peasants altered their appearance even less, except insofar as they flaunted the furs and feathers of a looted mansion. 17. It was the military, the political leaders, and the artists who innovated. In 1917, sailors and soldiers liked to tilt back their caps and open their coats in defiant and euphoric gestures of what Jean Marabini called street theater or carnival, his somewhat exaggerated transfer of the French Revolutionary journeys into Russian conditions. Kerensky reflected his ambivalent view of democracy in the dress by coming to a diplomatic reception without a tie and by assuming the military tunic when speaking to the troops. When the revolution deepened, it became a visible revolution wherein personal appearance became a political statement. In the Civil War, citizens with clean fingernails and smooth hands were shot in Sevastopol by the incoming Reds. In the Omsk region, a white commander surrounded a factory, examined the hands of all the employees, and shot those with calloused hands. In March 1918, the secretary of the Bolshevik committee in Saratov was killed by a Red Army man who took him for an undesirable bourgeois on account of the trim fashionable suit he wore. 18. Remarkably enough, very few history books have pictures, fewer still have good ones. When they do, people rarely study them. Yet it is clear from the iconography of the first Bolshevik commissars that most of them looked like Chekhov more or less. The pince-nez and the three-piece suit with tie abounded. Stalin, Trotsky and a few others donned the tunic. Hundreds of local commissars and officials emulating Sverdlov assumed the leather jacket, which became a veritable uniform of politics in the eyes of their enemies. Ironically, most of these were obtained from a deserted shipment of clothes left by the British during the war. Among the women leaders, only Kollontai adhered to her fashionable wardrobe. Krupskaya and most others wore the plainest dresses. The Bolshevik leaders certainly avoided the extravagance of upper-class raiment, but most would not take off their familiar garb for the sake of egalitarian symbolism. The occasional unkempt and unshaven official was a product of personal carelessness, overwork, or a shortage of blades, rarely of self-conscious show. 19. The military, ever conscious of the importance of signs, made plainness its chief principle. The Red Star, see Chapter 4, was for a long time the only embellishment. Gone were the dazzling medals, epaulets, shoulder boards, chevrons, and braiding of the old order. The epaulet was a particularly repugnant symbol of the old uniform. Captured white officers sometimes had the epaulets nailed into their shoulders as symbolic retribution before being executed. But uniformity in the services did not prevail. There was little standardization until the 1920s. A famous photo of 1920 on Red Square shows Muralov in a traditional shirt tunic, pullover, Sam Brown belt and revolver, jodhpurs and boots, Trotsky in British-style World War I uniform, Antonovo Vzinko as a Red Guard, the archetypical intellectual commissar, militant and bespectacled, and an unidentified cavalry officer wearing a costume designed in 1918 by the artist Boris Kostadiev. This uniform became symbolic of Red forces on the march, especially Bulletin 133. Denny's Red Cavalry Army. It was probably inspired by Bilibin's pre-war designs for fairy tales, so closely did it resemble his illustrations: a Mongol-type cap with big red star, an antique Slavic coat vaguely oriental held together across the front with three pointed tabs, see Fig 23. Commanders attempted to assume some kind of distinctive garb, but the men in the ranks often had to wear whatever they could scrounge up. 20. The intelligentsia headed in various directions in a search for socialist dress. Komsomols enveloped their views in a discourse on morality and custom. But to bohemian artists, equality meant wearing anything one wanted. According to Ehrenberg, in the early 1920s, women with pretensions to smartness wore soldiers' greatcoats and green hats made of billiard table cloth. Dresses were made of wine-colored curtains livened up with supermatist squares and triangles. The painter Rabinovich wore an emerald-colored sheepskin, and Essenin appeared in a shiny top hat. Other avant-gardists believed in functional proletarian costumes for the whole nation. Constructivists such as Spanova, Popova, Exter, Tallon, and Rodchenko wanted a style that was vaguely democratic and socialist: uniforms for industry, specialists, work, and sport in a democratic style that would replace both the notion of a fashion for the elite and, no less important, the mass eclecticism of the post-revolutionary period, see Fig 24. This was a new kind of equality via a new kind of variety. The most radical idea was throw away clothing made of paper. Almost nothing in this wide range of stylistic sensibilities made any inroads among the Russian masses then or since. These artists, writes Bolt, were designing for utopian worlds. 21. The most spectacular reform proposal came from the Down with Shame movement, a well-known but almost undocumented episode of the 1920s. Believing that the only democratic and egalitarian apparel was the human skin itself, members demonstrated this belief by exhibiting their nakedness in public. Evenings of the denuded body were held in Moscow in 1922. Later there were marches and processions in Moscow and Kharkov, and the occupation of trolley cars by the nudists who wore nothing but scarlet sashes bearing their device, to the amazement of onlookers and to the annoyance of the police who arrested them. 22. The absence of a consensus or even much interest in the question of dress does not mean that there was no revolution. No uniform was devised for the Soviet people along the lines of science fiction dreaming, but the vast gulf in attire diminished visibly and rapidly. Taillessness, tousled hair, and plainness of raiment were the rule for most people, high and low, except for the NEP fops throughout the 1920s. In Stalin's time, the culture of inequality would have its own expression in the outward appearance of the new managerial class. Aside from dress, titles and language were the main instruments of expressing and receiving deference. The revolution assaulted these at once in a very deliberate way. On November 11, the new government decreed the elimination of social estates and civilian ranks and titles, to be replaced by the single designation citizen, Grajdanin, Grajdanka, a clear emulation of the French Revolution. Old terms and linguistic forms now fell out of use. Gospodin was one such casualty. Strongly hierarchical usages in the army, such as Kilovek, my man, disappeared totally, as did plural pronouns and verb forms for a lone exalted person. Officers suddenly found themselves referred to in the singular and as Mr. and later Comrade Captain instead of the lengthy designations of the old army. Officers became commanders, sires and madams became citizens or comrades. Words like governor, governess, lord, heir, prince, lycée, chambermaid, ambassador, vassal, and minister were abolished, though the last two were later reign. 134. Stated. Trotsky, in addressing his new staff at the People's Commissariat of Foreign Affairs, said, Comrades, don't forget, everybody from commissar to watchman is equal now. Your worship doesn't exist anymore. 23. Of greater significance was the reordering of the personal pronouns thou, ty, and you, vy. Before the revolution, ty was used by superiors to inferiors, adults to children, husbands to wives, bosses to employees, people to animals, the superior expecting vy in return, except from the last. The power implied by the vy ty usage was almost palpable, especially in the army. The 1860s radical Yakushkin became enraged when the police addressed him as ty. A worker of the 1890s was converted to Marxism partly because his recruiter called him respectfully vy. In the 1905 revolution, workers very often demanded the polite form of address from factory owners, and a radical song about soldiers' dignity said, 24 Sure we'd like some tea, but give us with our tea some polite respect, and please have officers not slap us in the face. The Lena strikers in 1912 demanded to be addressed as vy. For many people, the word ty was indeed like a slap in the face. After the fall of the monarchy, some soldiers took revenge by addressing their officers as ty, and the soldier captors of Count Fredericks, minister of court and arbiter of social etiquette at the peak of society, deeply offended him by addressing him as ty. These were violations of the accepted revolutionary etiquette, which was to use vy in every situation except among affectionate equals. But in the family, the inequality of speech prevailed. In 1922, Trotsky had to warn officers not to revert to the ty usage. Military subordination, he wrote, must be accompanied by a sense of the civil and moral equality of all, and that sense of equality cannot endure if personal dignity is violated. 25. There was considerable confusion over the words citizen and comrade. The former was a neutral egalitarian form available for all citizens. Tovarish was an old Russian word which meant comrade, but the Soviet version had been directly inspired by European social democracy, particularly the German Genossen, which means party comrade. Russian Marxists and other radicals used it at the turn of the century. During the 1905 revolution it apparently gained wide currency among workers, and for some possessed great bonding significance. Bolshevik party members were supposed to use it exclusively to each other in public and private address. They did not like the impersonal citizen. But it was also used in the army, comrade captain, and in everyday life by workers in all kinds of situations. Sometimes it was an ironic taunt. An upper-class woman became hysterical in 1917 when the streetcar conductor called her comrade. But when Grand Duke Paul was arrested, he was called Comrade Highness with no apparent disrespect. Delegates to the countryside from Moscow were addressed as Mr. Comrade by peasants, and in Yaroslav province in the early 1920s, peasants responded to a question about the word comrade that it was what people call each other nowadays. The use of the word was so replete with comic irony that it became well nigh irresistible to Western humorists and filmmakers of the 1920s and 1930s. Like so many aspects of leveling in the Russian Revolution, the revolt in the language was bewildering to some, uplifting to others, and menacing to those who felt the social and psychological storms that accompanied it. 26. 135. For the experimentalist mind, reforming terms of address and titles was not enough. Some wished to revise the Russian language altogether, substituting criminal argot as the true language of the proletariat. During the Civil War, an anarchist busied himself constructing a universal monosyllabic language that he called AO. The Commissariat of Culture set up a subsection for new languages. Among these, Esperanto, hope, became the focus of hope for a new world of language. Invented in the 1880s by a Warsaw physician, L.L. Zamenhof, it was at first called Utopian. But the movement to advance it, to supplement and not replace other languages, spread throughout Europe. In Russia its membership was emphatically middle class and respectable, cosmopolitan and urban, but also patriotic. Its journal, The Wave of Esperanto, attracted related kinds of social reformers, vegetarians and garden city enthusiasts. Its main argument was that an artificial language was as good as a natural or historical one, and that with its broad linguistic base, in fact it was almost exclusively European in etymology, Esperanto could serve the cause of peace and commerce. 27 In the summer of 1917, in the very heat of revolutionary events, a gray-haired lady argued that Esperanto would save the revolution, Ehrenberg recalled. But no one, he observed, listened to her. He was wrong in his implication. By 1921 Esperanto had become an organized movement once again, now under Bolshevik auspices, the Soviet Esperantist Union. Its leader was Ernst Dresen, a Baltic German and former Tsarist officer who served in the Red Army and was for a few years the secretary of President Kalinin. Under his vigorous if abrasive leadership, Esperanto linked up with the International Socialist wing of World Esperanto and fought for domination over it and against the non-political and the anarchist branches of the movement. A World Congress of Esperanto was held in Leningrad in 1926. A number of works, including Bogdanov's Red Star, were translated into Esperanto under official auspices, and a large Esperanto-Russian dictionary was published. Young enthusiasts such as Lev Kopelev were enchanted by the transnational dream of Esperanto, some of them believing that soon its writers would rival Dante, Shakespeare, and Tolstoy. Under pressure from the regime in the later 1920s, the Soviet Esperantists began breaking their international ties and later were persecuted and destroyed in the 1930s under Stalin. 28 The patterns of leveling, egalitarianism, and revolt against deference exhibited a widespread feeling of class consciousness and social alienation in Russia at the moment of the revolution. The variety and intensity of its expression strongly indicate spontaneity and not simply the result of manipulative demagogy by the Bolsheviks. All the revolutionary parties and large portions of the lower classes shared the feeling. Their behavior in the revolution displayed a sense of participation in the enterprise of social reordering, a surge toward the remodeling of status and its symbolism. Though much of this behavior was ill-humored, it was also a positive program, acted out in all corners of life, for a new society, a society of equals as a prelude to a world of equals. Utopian miniature, the conductorless orchestra. A striking instance of how egalitarian and related impulses were woven into the fabric of everyday life, in this case collective labor, was the conductorless orchestra movement of the 1920s. These orchestras raised the banner of equality not only by abolishing conductors as symbols of old-style authority but also by organizing their work in a pattern that ensured maximum participation and equal voice in the daily routine of Re. 136. Rehearsal and in public performance. Early in 1922, concertgoers in Moscow were notified of a concert to be performed without a conductor. When they arrived at the Hall of Columns in the House of Trade Unions in the Kremlin, they witnessed a very unusual sight. The musicians were seated in a semicircle facing one another, many with backs to the audience. This was the opening demonstration of an experiment in collective labor known as the Persymphons, Prvii Symphonicheski Ensemble bez Dirigera, or First Symphonic Orchestra without a conductor. Its 10-year existence, 1922-32, was an example of continued belief in unalienated labor, equality, anti-authoritarianism, and in its date of termination of the ultimate fate of these things under Stalin. Persymphons and its 70 musicians was a utopia in miniature, a tiny republic, and a model workshop for the communist future. Like many practicing utopias of the 1920s, it was an island in the midst of persistent inequality, a laboratory of communism, a beacon of early idealism, an inspiration for the future, and a graphic demonstration of how egalitarian mechanisms could actually work if given the opportunity. The musical context of this experiment was a richly innovative and dynamic one. Although Persymphons and its imitators constituted a socially egalitarian experiment rather than musicological innovation, its birth was facilitated by an extraordinary atmosphere of musicalizing the revolution and revolutionizing music. Outdoor concerts and large public performances had been growing in Russia in the years before the fall of the monarchy. Russia's stage traditions, not unique in Europe, tended to mix musical performances of all kinds with poetry reading, drama, and pageant in high-toned civic and artistic evenings, and with comic routines, dancing, and other forms in music hall or vaudeville, estrada, events. Wartime and revolutionary governments made use of the country's exceptionally large pool, in relation to its educational resources, of musical performing talent. Drawing on the precedents of 19th-century revolutionary Europe, especially France, the Bolshevik regime was quick to enlist musicians in festivals and other large-scale civic events. The concert in the factory became the radical equivalent of elitist concert halls of the past. Musicians were mobilized and music itself made mobile. Agitational trains transported whole ensembles out to the front lines and into distant rural regions to accompany the verbal messages of the revolution. The avant-garde revolt in music, particularly the futurists' attempt to capture the sounds of the city and of industry, helped to heat up the atmosphere. Industrial or machine composers attempted to replicate factory noise with conventional instruments, and the engineerists used turbines, sirens, and hooters. A whole school of electronic composers and inventors appeared with machines designed to amplify the number of tones, create new music out of them, and transmit it to every home and village in the Soviet Union. 29 It was in such a setting that Persymphons was born. Its founder, Lev Tsitlin, called by Prokofiev the soul of Persymphons, was a versatile and indefatigable musician and music worker. Violin soloist, concert master, teacher, editor, chamber music leader, the pupil of Leopold Auer, whose progeny direct and indirect included the Oistruks, the Kogans, and Nathan Milstein. Tsitlin worked for many years as the concert master of Sergei Koussevitzky, until the latter emigrated to America. Before the revolution, Tsitlin had lamented the fact that the modern symphonic orchestra had become the conductor's huge personal instrument which he played and whose members were mechanical keys that he struck or banged. Indeed, since the time of Berlioz, the conductor had become the dominant figure in the classical musical world, evolving in Central and Eastern Europe into a notoriously tyrannical, temperamental dictator of the podium. An orchestra in Warsaw in 1913 had tried a performance without 137. A conductor. Perhaps Tsitlin knew about it, and perhaps he had also suffered under the brutal baton of Koussevitzky. He may have been partly motivated by the shortage of good conductors after the revolution. Some of the best had emigrated. Whatever the original motivation, his orchestra consciously proclaimed a war on authority figures. 30 Persymphons was a high-quality ensemble. It was staffed with some of the finest instrumentalists of the early 20th century Russian musical world. It was also remarkably hard-working, performing hundreds of concerts a year, most of them in the factories, workers' clubs, or military units. Tsitlin's orchestra played traditional Russian and European composers as well as contemporary moderns. To make the music palatable and ideologically relevant for their working-class audience, Persymphons employed the monographic concert method, an evening of selections by a single composer, preceded by a crude Marxist sociology of the composer and his times and followed by discussions and questionnaires. For all its primitive musicology and its foolish political commentary, the monographic approach certainly reached the working-class audience, some of whom were hearing serious music for the first time. A spokesman believed that the orchestra was successful in its contact with the workers precisely because of its collective structure and the comradely closeness of the two collectives. The Soviet government, for whom it worked, commended the orchestra not only for its performances but for its modern style of work. Following a production plan, Persymphons adhered to a rigid schedule of concerts and rehearsals and promoted efficiency in everyday life by starting on time and cutting intermissions to a minimum. 31 Tsitlin's assistant, Arnold Tsuker, was the ideological spokesman for the orchestra. He established its journal and wrote articles, books, and program notes about it. Tsuker elevated Persymphonsism to a revolutionary political issue by calling the practice of the orchestra musical collective reflexology and attacking what he saw as the abolished ones, conductors, and their sense of infallibility and monopoly of power, their absolutism and dictatorship. It was clear to Zucker that a people who had dethroned its star and reviled contemporary dictators in Italy and Spain had no place on its podiums for musical monarchs. The orchestra, he said, was not a lifeless machine which the conductor can play like an instrument as a pianist plays a piano. It was a community of players, democratic, socialist, and egalitarian. The conductor had no right to rob and alienate the labor of his players by arrogating to himself alone the mastery of the entire score and having the players know only their parts. But Zucker argued on strictly artistic grounds as well. The conductor, he said, provided a superfluous scenic element by visually interpreting the music with gesture and body language and by choreographing his movement as a dance. This, argued Zucker, was non-musical and anti-musical, harmful and irrelevant to the appreciation of the music itself, and deeply humiliating to the orchestral players who provided dance music for an ego-oriented conductor. Zucker and other commentators emphatically rejected the individualism, the unconstrained sovereignty, and the boundless autocratic power of the modern conductor. 32. What were the collectivist principles of the persymphons? Foremost among them were the dispersion and the diffusion of authority. This meant the equal sharing of important tasks, rather than the division of labor between the conductor who got the big view, the power, and the creative scope and the players who got only their own parts. Equal rights for all members of the orchestra meant equality of pay, of voice in picking the repertoire, and of participation in the artistic performance and interpretation of the music. The orchestra was a collective performer. Persymphons did not limit 138 itself to short, simple chamber pieces but took on the workhorses of the symphonic repertoire, including such sprawling works as Richard Strauss's Ein Heldenleben. The orchestra was seated in an ellipse for maximum mutual eye contact and rhythmic synchronization. Each player learned the entire score, not a common practice in symphonic ensembles. The director, Rukovoditelь, ran the players through the score, after which each choir would play its parts with running discussion and commentary by the whole orchestra. This of course meant exceptionally lengthy rehearsals for every piece. Joseph Szigeti, who played and rehearsed with persymphons many times, described in his memoirs its workshop atmosphere generated by proud artisans bound together in the common task of making good music. He found the orchestra characterized by mutual respect and an absence of temperamental ego and backbiting. Persymphons was a socialist community in miniature both in ideology and in practice. 33. But how well did it play? The reviews were mostly favorable, with a few dissonant voices. In the major journals of the 1920s, reviewers were consistently favorable, criticizing particular interpretations, not the principle or structure of the orchestra itself. Prokofiev, who played with this orchestra many times, praised its rendering of his music. And the German conductor, Otto Klemperer, was quoted as saying, "If this kind of thing continues, we conductors will have to find a new trade." 34. It did continue. In 1923, a conductorless orchestra, modeled on persymphons, was formed in the Moscow Conservatory. This was followed by Petrosymphons in Petrograd and Anugrsymphons in Kharkov. By 1928, there were 11 conductorless orchestras, 2 each in Moscow and Leningrad, 1 each in Kiev, 1926, Kharkov, Odessa, Ekaterinoslav, Voronezh, Tiflis, and Baku. Other orchestras performed conductorless concerts from time to time. These orchestras were short-lived. A Soviet music historian in the 1970s claims that this was due to opposition, unspecified, and to the shortage of the big musical names that made persymphons so successful. In 1928, the conductorless orchestra movement spread to Europe, in direct emulation of persymphons, with which it corresponded. The Leipzig Symphony Orchestra presented conductorless concerts. This was repeated in Berlin, Munich, Würzburg, and Warsaw. In the same year, the American Symphonic Ensemble was formed on the principles of persymphons, which it called its older brother. Anti-Bolsheviks apparently came to Carnegie Hall on November 3, 1928 to witness musical chaos and failure. The Evening Standard warned them that they would be as disillusioned as the White Army after its first encounters with the Red Dot. Musical America offered a favorable review of Amsymfon's Soviet-inspired performance of an all-Beethoven concert, but felt the absence of a commanding personality. This orchestra also did not long survive. 35 Persymphons got through the first 5-year plan but dissolved, under circumstances that are still murky, in 1932. Opposition to it had appeared from the very outset. Laughter and abuse greeted the new orchestra as well as malicious gossip about Homeric rehearsal sessions and rumors about a hidden conductor. The abolished ones were especially acid. A leading Leningrad critic told his readers that a headless horseman is galloping around Moscow. The players were definitely overworked and underpaid. A Soviet account of the last years relates that the orchestra declined in the early 1930s, lost the experimental verve of earlier times, and succumbed to economic forces. This is also the opinion of several very old musicians from Soviet conservatories who knew Tsitlin personally. As Frederick Starr in the 1960s heard stories in Moscow about ideological fights between the string section and the winds that exploded into scandals and brought dissolution to the orchestra. 36. 139. Modern critics insist on the need for a conductor and dismiss conductorless orchestras as an interesting experiment. Big forces and complex scores require a determining will. 37 But it is doubtful if Persymphons could have survived long into the Stalin era even if this were not true and even if there had been no internal strife. Structural disabilities had had 10 years in which to unfold. But the experiment ended at just the moment when the Soviet-Russian cultural establishment was coming under central ideological control. There is no evidence that Stalin or his people had the orchestra dissolved because of its political symbolism, but it is certainly likely that they would have. Persymphons, in its organization and its self-conscious statements, promoted everything that Stalinism was repudiating in the early 1930s. It summarized a dozen utopian ideas of the revolution: total democracy in a tiny republic of labor, complete equality of tasks, of decision-making, and of wages, workers' control or what is now called workers' management, anarchist in the strict sense of the word notions on authority, hatred of personality cult and authoritarian leaders, reintegration with one's labor function and product, and so on. The conductorless orchestra even served as the model for a utopian state in one of the most popular science fiction novels of the 1920s, see Chapter 8. It was, on a reduced scale, what so many of the political opposition groups outlawed by Lenin had wanted for the Soviet Union as a whole. Persymphons was squarely in the revolutionary tradition, but there were other traditions about orchestras, conductors, and authority in politics. In the 1840s, Gogol wrote that a state without an absolute ruler is like an orchestra without a conductor. Marx in Capital had this to say: in all kinds of work where there is cooperation of many individuals, the connection and the unity of the process are necessarily represented in a will which commands and in functions which, as for the leader of an orchestra, are not concerned with partial efforts, but the collective activity. And by function Marx meant the work of supervision and of direction. Lenin, in a famous addendum to What is to be Done, wrote, in the context of organizing the party on the ground from a central apparatus, in order that the center can not only advise, convince, and debate with the orchestra as has been the case up to now but really to direct it, we need detailed information: who is playing which violin and where? What instrument is being mastered and has been mastered and where? Who is playing a false note, when the music starts to grate on the ear, and where and why? Whom to relocate to where and how in order to correct the dissonance? These quotations illustrate rather strikingly how often the analogy between orchestra and society was made by people who think about such matters and who face the problem of equality, authority, democracy, coordination, and efficiency in the workplace. 38 Stalin could not have looked favorably upon such a symbolic affront to authority. Canetti's analysis of the power symbolism of the orchestral conductor is very apt: he is the center and focus of the audience, all vision radiates toward him and all energies through him. He enters majestically, leads, corrects, and rewards in full view. Only he stands, and he stands on a dais. After the Decree on Art of 1932, a series of competitions among young conductors was inaugurated. In 1938 an all-union competition of conductors was held in Moscow. This practice established a Soviet school of conducting characterized by firm discipline, one-man control, strict division of labor, and the traditional pattern of orchestral and audience deference to the easily recognized central figure. In a post-Stalinist comment on the Persymphons, A Soviet Music History. 140. Had this to say, notwithstanding the superb complement of musicians, in performance Persymphons nonetheless lacked and felt the absence of a single directing will. 39. It would be silly to romanticize Persymphons as a real child of the revolution. 40 and nothing else. We know little of the motivations of the players in joining the ensemble: employment, convenience, the magnetism of Tsitlin, distaste with conductors. There may have even been lurking behind Tsitlin's scheme the fear that the orchestra itself, under open assault by engineerists and machine worshippers, might perish unless somehow linked to the revolution in the spirit and style of its work. Whatever the motivations, the men and women of Persymphons created a genuine laboratory of revolution, an egalitarian and democratic forum, workplace and operating community, all aspects of which were constantly on public display in hundreds of concerts every year for over a decade. They hauled down egalitarianism from the skies of utopia to the practice of everyday life. Privilege and revolution. The visible and audible struggle against deference through dress, language, and work style could only be won if the structure of entitlements could be dismantled. The question of who defers to whom was inseparable from the question of who commands and who consumes. As to command, power, authority, and discipline, there is hardly anything to add to the story because historians understandably have focused very closely upon this key issue. The fate of the anti-authoritarian or democratizing movements inside and outside the Communist Party has been exceptionally well documented. The anarchists of several persuasions, the military opposition, the democratic centralists, the workers' opposition, the workers' group, the only true proletarian movement among them, all wanted, in shifting degrees of emphasis, equality in decision-making, a weaker central apparatus in state and party, or none at all, more lower-class participation, elections, spontaneous self-management, and an end to authoritarian bosses. Comradely self-discipline and large-scale popular participation were set against elitist, self-selected, and co-opted hierarchy. These political currents were successfully resisted and eliminated by the party leadership, with Lenin at its head, in the early 1920s. 41 The same theme was apparent in the pedagogical experiments of the time with their collective exploration of themes, mutual consultation, equality of teacher and pupil and a general view of the school as a small republic. Kollontai and other prophets of a free family applied egalitarianism to gender roles, women's rights, the upbringing of children, and love-making and affection. Equality of authority was a central motif in all the experiments and utopias of the 1920s and was the mainspring of prefigurative communism, the creation and maintenance of democratic and socialist egalitarian structures and sensibilities in the process of revolution itself in order to anticipate the future liberated society instead of postponing them to the dawn of communism. 42 Side by side with the augmentation of power among revolutionary leaders came the accretion of wealth, goods, services, wages, and privileges for themselves and for designated specialists. If elitism in power could be justified on the basis of survival amid war and chaos and the building of socialism in a backward country, what could justify the inequality of wealth that began almost at once? One was Marx's formula that under socialism distribution stems from the principle, from each according to ability, to each according to work, meaning quantity and quality of work performed. But how? 141. Does one measure the quality of work? The implicit answer was that it is measured by what it does for the survival and maintenance of the revolution. The other justification, closely related, was specialization of labor. Some people had to run the country, lead troops, and manage the economy, and some were better at it. The hallowed principle of the rotation of work was part of the vision of socialists, both utopian and Marxist. Lenin had believed on the eve of the revolution that an entire nation of workers and peasants could be deployed as checkers and administrative watchdogs at once, but only with the retention of capitalists and specialists who possessed expertise. When war communism dissolved civil society, this became impossible. Even so, during it, workers were drafted into party and administrative work with the vague hope that they would return periodically to the bench, but the process turned into permanent promotion rather than rotation. The leaders, including the maverick Bogdanov, invoked Marx, who saw rotation as a mechanism of a communist society of the future. 43 Within the working class as well as between it and the leaders and specialists, stratification of wages continued as of old with the support of many skilled workers. But the struggle for equal wages continued. Richard Lowenthal has argued that wage egalitarianism appeared only in the Civil War as a result of shortages and not of utopian dreams. Bolshevik critics later called the egalitarian impulse selfish grabbing. In fact, it was all of these, with revolutionary idealism at least as prominent as other things. Workers drew their varying notions of distributive justice from factory or village or artel and from what they knew or understood of radical pamphlet literature. Since the egalitarian war of leveling against old privilege was waged with the regime's blessing, many workers could not grasp the nuances of the stages of communism. The notion of equality was kept alive in every area from prolet cult to political poster and slogan. Through Civil War and NEP, workers fought the continuous if erratic growth of wage stratification in small groups and face-to-face contacts with employers. They were joined by opposition groups, intellectuals, and government trade union leaders such as Tomsky, who anguished over the growing inequality and wanted more leveling of wages in the name of elementary class justice. But his was unveiling. Party leaders spoke again and again of the impossibility of wage equality in a transitional period and of the need for incentive pay. 44 The growth of reward and privilege among the leaders outstripped wage stratification among workers. In the Civil War, these were not huge. Salaries of top leaders were 100 to 150% of the average wage of their institutions, and this principle was invoked all through the 1920s. Lenin became angry when his chancery gave him a raise without consulting him. But when Aditsi Europa, Commissar of Food Supply, fainted of hunger during a cabinet meeting, Lenin ordered the increase of wages and rations for commissars. This was later revoked but revived again. For specialists, Lenin insisted on high wages as well as comradely consideration, something that could easily slide into deference. The beneficiaries of this policy were bourgeois specialists, old officials and officers, and cultural figures, with their special ration cards and apartments all justified on the importance of their work. Alexander Barmine recalls how in the army he balked at getting 20 times the wage of a common soldier. Wait a few years, he was told. When we've trained a corps of communist officers and put the socialist regime on a firm footing, then we will introduce equality. This melody, sung in all sincerity at the time, has been sung ever since. 45 How did the Bolshevik leaders live during the revolution? A rare pamphlet, Communists on Leave, 1921, instructed party members how to conduct themselves in their 142 hometowns and villages, and made a special point of warding off slander about rich communists. Tell the people back home, it adjured, that in any other place Lenin would be a wealthy and famous man, but in Moscow he lives worse than a poor tsarist clerk and works harder. About working harder, there can be little doubt. Did he live worse? Like other people's commissars, Lenin was to receive 500 rubles a month and 1 room per family member. He of course received no children's allowance. In fact, he possessed 4 rooms to himself, his wife, and his sister in the Kremlin. His personal life was simple. Though he dined on leftover imperial table service adorned with the Romanov eagle, rode in a chauffeured car, and possessed a library of 10,000 books, his immediate surroundings were modest and he amassed no personal fortune. He also waited his turn in barber shops and pitched in for a while on voluntary work days, carrying logs for firewood or cleaning up Red Square. This was symbolic. Lenin and other high officials were always fed and fully protected from storm and wind and famine and disease. The Commissar of Health took a personal interest in his medical well-being. The symbolism itself of course reflected an egalitarian impulse and a desired image. 46 In the heady days of October 1917, the Bolshevik leaders often slept at their desks or in a corner of Smolny. Later they moved to hotel space in the new capital and some of them into the Kremlin. In 1919, the Kremlin had the best food in town, and in the 20s contained 5 restaurants. Lenin, Felix Dzerzhinsky, Georgy Chicherin, Lunacharsky, Alexei Rykov, and a few other high officials had a reputation as simple men. Lunacharsky's modest home reminded the violinist Joseph Szigeti of a Midwestern American professor's. The Czech communist, Ivan Olbracht, proudly described life in the second house of the Soviets, the Metropole Hotel, the official residence of the Foreign Office staff, where all lived and ate as equals, from Chicherin down to minor employees and servants, and where self-service was in order when the servants were off. The vignette is revealing. It is of an island of warmth and comfort, however simple, and regular meals in a sea of misery, a place where servants were servants, however often they may have supped with commissars. Zorin, Emma Goldman's host in Petrograd, a powerful man, lived with his pregnant wife on a simple diet of bread, herring, and tea. But Karl Radek and Gregory Zinoviev had reputations as high livers. In 1924, L.B. Kamina celebrated Christmas in his luxurious Moscow flat, in the mansion of the former governor, with a tree, communist trinkets, and skits celebrating the class war. 47 Even those commissars who allegedly lived simply, such as Lunacharsky, rushed to extend the privileges and living space of famous artists, intellectuals, and scholars. Igor Grabar describes how he wrangled from him permission to keep assigned workers' families out of his flat, and on the same page contrasted the democratic and egalitarian manner of Lunacharsky with his Tsarist predecessors. In Moscow, lofty academic figures secured the right to extra study space in large pre-revolutionary apartments which they often used for friends and servants. Many intellectuals suffered torments in the revolution, but those who made peace with the regime were well rewarded. By 1920 a whole pattern of residential inequality had taken hold in Russian society. During the Civil War, when Kronstadt sailors heard that Smolny had 3 restaurants, they came over and closed them down. But the process itself was irreversible. 48 Inequalities in the little things began piling up quickly. Less than a year after the abolition of ranks and orders, the Order of the Red Banner appeared, rewarding a moment of bravery with a lifetime of distinction and privilege. In the government, Radek, 143, and Zinoviev were known as seekers of privilege and preference. When Zinoviev's maidservant tried to get an extra portion of vinegar for her master, storms of anger broke out in the waiting line. People who controlled rationing during the hungry years of civil war often could not resist taking a larger share for themselves and their families. There was some agonizing about all this. In 1920 the government ordered 300 party workers to the bench in order to allay workers' complaints, but most of these mobilized men arrived in automobiles dressed in warm garments and slept in the plush Astoria Hotel at the end of the day. In the spring of that year, in planning the welcome of foreign delegations, the Bolshevik hosts debated over whether to serve a Soviet meal or to offer more sumptuous hospitality, including wine. They settled for the superior menu, of which they themselves partook. Gorky, the hero of the lower classes, was enraged to learn that 43 artists had been mobilized and sent to the front. Tolstoy's and Rachmaninoff's, he said, are not equal to the battalion committees. 49 Housing, food, office space, furnishings all became subject to gradual, then elaborate, differentiation. Traveling classes were abolished in 1918 and then restored, and soon there appeared special and fast trains for busy executives and delegates' carriages for honored guests. To a Soviet ear, the work delegatsiya, official foreign guests, has spelled enviable privilege ever since. A famous illustration from life that combined these elements was the lavish parlor car of Zinoviev and Radek that took them to Baku in 1920 for the Congress of Eastern Toilers and allowed them to consume their opulent meals amid plush surroundings and important foreign visitors. There were always good reasons for granting privilege. For example, after the revolution, mothers with babies in arms were allowed to move to the front of the line. But pretty soon people began borrowing or renting babies for the purpose. It was not long before important people moved routinely to the front of queues, a maddening practice that prevails to this day. 50 And yet through all these years of visibly growing inequality within the socialist political and economic sector, to say nothing of the free market world of N.E.P., almost everyone remained ambivalently attached to the spirit of equality. The word was invoked all the time. Some promised it for the future, others claimed its benefits now, still others pretended that it existed. The poster art of the period assiduously avoided juxtaposing rugged workers and sailors with necktied officials. Only the lower classes were symbolized, except for Lenin, a cult figure. The images of leaders were not displayed much because they were not seen to be the embodiments of the egalitarian and populist ethos, as indeed they were not. The major positions on equality emerged during the revolution itself. Makachsky, who had formulated his outlook in 1905, returned to Russia in 1917 to proclaim that all his fears had been justified. The intelligentsia, he wrote, defends its own interests, not those of the workers. After the expropriation of the capitalists, the workers will have to equalize their incomes with those of the intellectuals, otherwise they are doomed to manual labor, ignorance, and inability to manage the life of the country. Entitlements of power, wealth, and education, he believed, were inseparable and had to be abolished together. Bogdanov, on the other hand, thought that unequal emoluments were compatible with egalitarian authority in work. The proletarian collective is distinguished and defined by a special organization bond, known as comradely cooperation. This is a kind of cooperation in which the roles of organizing and fulfilling are not divided but are combined among the general mass. 144. Of workers, so that there is no authority by force or unreasoning subordination but a common will which decides, and a participation of each in the fulfillment of the common task. But equalization, Eurofleni, he argued a few years later, is impossible since the day of consciousness of a higher order of mutual interests would not soon dawn. At least one Bolshevik official of the time had a compensatory view of wages and work. Angelika Balabanova argued that the leaders of the revolution should have fewer physical comforts, privileges, and rewards than the masses because of the psychic joy they got from revolutionary work and because of their responsibility for the sufferings unleashed by the revolution. She thus endeavored to live austerely, as did, she claimed, Lenin, Chicherin, Bukharin, and Trotsky. But the leaders themselves, whatever their own personal style, soon gave in to the operating principle of inequality both in wealth and in power. 51 Radical leaders and masses agreed that the notion of equality transcended mere legal or political equality, and that it would reshape the economic order and social relations. Before the revolution, people and intelligentsia in various ways and to varying degrees dreamed of a republic of equals. After the revolution, they demanded a conversion of the dream into reality. The revolution itself, its social acts, its symbolism and rhetoric, and its promise of utopia fed this demand. Bolshevik leaders were divided among themselves and even within themselves on this important issue, often extolling it in theory and ignoring it in practice. The Bolsheviks were now the state, and state power, survival, and economic recovery and growth were seen as incompatible with an egalitarian revolution of major dimensions. The result was ambivalence and pluralism. The difference between the state's attitude towards equality in the 1920s and that of the 1930s is this: the original Bolsheviks enforced inequality in certain key sectors of life but allowed equality and egalitarian movements to prosper and flourish not only as ideals but also as experimental practices in many corners of Soviet life. Their successors in the 1930s, in vivid contrast, were to pronounce the very idea of egalitarianism in life counter-revolutionary. 7. Yes, this tailor was undoubtedly the greatest genius of the ancients. True, he did not come to the idea of applying his method to the whole of life, to every step throughout the 24 hours of the day. He was unable to integrate his system from 1 o'clock to 24. I cannot understand the ancients. How could they write whole libraries about some cant and take only slight notice of Taylor, of this prophet who saw 10 centuries ahead? Yevgeny Zamyatin, we. One of the most remarkable experiments to emerge from the Russian Revolution, fascinating in its vision and menacing in its ambition, was the cult of the machine. It was the culmination of a long process, beginning in 17th century Europe, of trying to fit the rhythms, sensibilities, and creative dynamics of the human body to those of the machine, the opposite of the primitive habit of investing machinery with a Hunnianoid character. In Soviet Russia during the 1920s, the prophets of this cult, anguished by the backwardness of Russian work styles in the factory, and inspired by the industrial geniuses, Frederick Winslow Taylor and Henry Ford, dreamed of remolding the human psyche and remodeling human society along the lines of machine and workshop. Although the cult of the machine that produced Soviet Taylorism, the struggle for time, and allied currents of efficiency was not a design for a utopian society as such, it was deeply utopian. Anchored in the fear of backwardness and the thirst for technical and industrial modernity that haunted so many Russian prophets, radicals, and statesmen of the pre-revolutionary era, it related to two traditions. One was the administrative utopia of the 18th and 19th centuries, which drove certain people to attempt the mechanization of society, or part of society, on the model of the military unit in which human commanders designed drill and motions to refashion the body clock and streets, homes, and schedules to regulate the social clock. The second was the urbanized utopia of the early 20th century, which replaced the regimental model with that of city, machine, and computer. In both of them, social justice was a goal. In the first, this was defined as a kind of military welfarism, but it was distinctly subordinated to the concerns of defense and control. In the second, it was socialism, a more fully articulated and comprehensive program, but one that also had to compete with the practical, developmental aspects of the vision. Different emphases can be seen in the visions, programs, and models of Bogdanov, Lenin, Bukharin, Punin, and others. In embracing and intensifying Taylorism, the American efficiency system, and applying it to the backwardness of Russia, Alexei Gastev and 146. Platon Kurgentsev assumed some of the critical and fearful perspectives of the administrative utopians, the former specializing in the body clock, the latter in the social clock. As modern urbanists and revolutionaries, they stressed the power of dynamism and material growth rather than static defensive power. Although they spoke in the idiom of mobilization, discipline, and control, their aim was to free the Russian population from its enslaving lassitude and to transform it into a spontaneously functioning army of producers who saluted and served under the machine rather than the colonel. The cult of Ford and Taylor. Frederick Winslow Taylor, 1856 to 1915, of Philadelphia has been described as a small, thin, persnickety engineer, a rigid man who mapped out his steps for economy of movement, a neurotic possessed by a frenzy for order. An anti-intellectual and a hater of individualism, Taylor analogized the human body to a machine and the industrial to the military order. For him the factory was not only an arena of production and an idol of elegant precision but also a moral gymnasium for the exercise of good character. The chief virtue of his moral systems was silent obedience. He has been rightly called a latter-day disciple of Bentham, and his factory order likened to the panopticon, by more than one observer. His ideal workforce was a crew of ox-like men who could be trained by means of time-motion study and scientific management to perform precise movements at speeds and qualities set by himself and his managerial students. In practice, the Taylor time study was a ritual whose function it was to validate, by reference to the apparently objective authority of the clock, a subjective estimate of a job's time. The result was a disruptive revolution that upset familiar patterns of work and produced anxiety and resentment. But at the time, Taylor was seen as the harbinger of a new dawn in production by many managers all over the United States and later of Europe. Taylorism and its efficiency craze spread across the country, becoming, in the words of a contemporary, a normal American madness. Part of its appeal was the homespun ethical message it preached. Harrison Emerson, a Taylorist engineer, spoke of the 5 great moralities: righteousness, hygiene, education, industrial competence, and adaptation. In the workplace, a single director was always necessary, whether on shipboard, in the army, in the church, or in an orchestra. In a climate of moralism, authoritarianism, reform, science, and mastery, Americans began organizing themselves into efficient modules. Clubs, societies, and campaigns showed how Taylorism could be applied to the home, the school, the university, the army, the government, and the library. Melville Dewey, inventor of the Dewey Decimal System, reduced his name to Melville Dewey in order to make the point. In Europe, Jules Aymar opened the research laboratory of industrial labor and spoke of the elimination of defective and useless work habits and attitudes, and the British Taylorist H. L. Gant suggested, what we need is not more laws, but more facts, and the whole question of labor disputes will solve itself. Labor movements everywhere opposed Taylorism as exploitative, and yet it attracted a large segment of leftist intellectuals, Latter-day Saint Simonians, who admired the organization, power, and discipline more than the socialism, equality, and justice of that tradition. It was exactly this issue that divided Russians over Taylorism in the Revolu. 147. At least since the 1870s in Russia, a number of individuals and associations had devoted themselves to a study of the labor process in industry. Taylor was translated before the war, and the first Taylor Society appeared in 1915, though his methods were already being used in industry. One of the first critiques of Taylor's system, written by the chronicler of the 1917 revolution Nikolai Sukhanov, exhibited the ambivalence that would mark the Russian reception of Taylorism from that moment onward. It was seen to be positive on the technical side and exploitative on the social side. During the revolution, numerous Bolsheviks were attracted by Taylorism's exaltation of efficiency and organization. In 1921, the first conference on Taylorism quickly settled on the name Scientific Organization of Labor, Nauchnaya Organizatsiya Truda, or NOT, in order to expunge the exploitative connotation of the word. It created a network of labor institutes and schools and launched a fistful of journals dealing with efficiency and productivity. A split between Gastaf's Central Institute of Labor and Gershentsev's League of Time, the subjects of the following pages, preoccupied the movement for the next 2 years until the second conference, when Gastaf was upheld and Gershentsev denied. The NOT movement continued, took on a new guise in the 1930s, and then was dissolved. 4. The schism over Taylorism, like many controversies in Russian history, was a schism within a schism. The larger gulf was between those who, like Seaman Frank, Tolstoy, the anti-modernists, and the ruralists, feared that nihilist rationalism and the faith in human initiative was a Promethean heresy that would bring personal disaster, and those who, like Lenin and Peter Struve, believed that steady work, machines, and a disciplined mass was the healthy remedy for Russia's woes. Lenin's views on Taylor have been well documented. One of his best-known statements was made at the time of Brest-Litovsk. The war taught us much, not only that people suffered, but especially the fact that those who have the best technology, organization, discipline, and the best machines emerge on top. It is this the war has taught us. It is essential to learn that without machines, without discipline, it is impossible to live in modern society. It is necessary to master the highest technology or be crushed. Lenin was explicit about the need to adopt Taylor-like methods of labor organization, piecework, progressive wages, scientific management, and one-man control. In the words of a recent neo-Marxist critic, he accepted the materialized values of bourgeois society in the realm of production. Lenin and his numerous followers on this issue tried to claim selectivity in their use of Taylorism, avoiding the capitalist or exploitative elements, and labeled the anti-Taylorists utopian. Lenin personally adopted Taylorite methods of work during the last years of his life. 5. The anti-Taylorists charged that NOT was N.E.T. a scientific exploitation of labor, a practice that divided labor against itself, diminished equality, and turned the worker into an ox or an automation. Self-regulated norms, the rate of the average worker, and human welfare should govern the industrial realm, and not Taylorism. The most articulate spokesman of the anti-Taylorist position, O.A. Erminsky, pointed out that Taylorism, contrary to its touted claims, meant not the optimum use of labor but rather the maximum use. Soviet officials repeated the debate which had been ventilated in America a decade earlier. Zamyatin's novel We, 1920, was, among other things, an anguished outcry against the excessive dreams of the Soviet Taylorists, depicting the 148 workers of his futuristic nightmare state moving swiftly and rhythmically like levers of an enormous machine. As elsewhere, labor opposed Taylorist methods and aims. The insurgent sailors and workers of the Kronstadt Commune, observing that the Bolsheviks were planning to introduce the sweated labor system of Taylor, included it in their bill of indictment of the Soviet regime in 1921. 6. Between 1895 and 1915, Henry Ford had radically transformed American industry by a revolution in factory procedure that included several engineering innovations, the partial application of Taylorism to management, and a mass production assembly line marked by precision, continuity, coordination, speed, and standardization. In two extraordinary essays of the 1920s, Ford attempted to explain the essence of his work. In The Meaning of Time, he exalted planning, coordination, timing, precision, and the fight against the criminal waste of time, material, and energy. In Machinery, the New Messiah, he explained the moral dimensions of Fordism: a clean factory, clean tools, accurate gauges, and precise methods of manufacture produce a smooth-working, efficient machine, just as clean thinking, clean living, and square dealing make for a decent home life. But by the 1920s, the reality of the Ford system was being likened by critics to a Prussian regiment with the rules of an army whose workers were turned like cogs in a ruthless industrial machine, surveilled, silenced, and punished. A great business, said Ford in 1929, is really too big to be human. Brusqueness, friction, and competition were the order of the day. Pity the poor fellow, said Ford, who is so soft and flabby that he must always have an atmosphere of good feeling around him before he can do his work. As with Taylorism, Fordism possessed two faces and presented to its disciples in Soviet Russia a dual legacy. 7. If Fordism as a managerial, intellectual, and technocratic cult in the Europe of the 1920s tended to supersede Taylorism because of its apparently more comprehensive social scope, in Soviet Russia the two were blended as part of Americanism, the giant emblem of modernity. In the first 6 years of the decade, the Soviet regime ordered over 24,000 Fordson tractors, about 85% of the total Soviet production, as well as Ford motor cars. During the first 5-year plan, a contract between Amturg and the Ford motor plant brought factory layouts, purchase agreements, parts replacement deals, and American specialists from Detroit, one of the largest single technical import deals in Russian history to that time. With the parts, the tractors, and the engineers came also the ideas and values that had made Ford the auto king and the symbol of colossal productivity. Henry Ford's My Life appeared in 8 Soviet translated editions, 4 alone in 1924, and other works of his were also published in the 1920s, including the essays cited above. Enthusiastic notices and prefaces accompanied these books, and they became required reading for party members, economists, Taylorites, engineers, managers, and technical students. The words Fordizatsiya and Taylorizatsiya were common in Soviet towns and universities in the 1920s, both denoting good work habits. To some, Ford's conveyor belt was not only the model for the factory but for society as well. 8. This was standard Russian-style enthusiasm for things foreign, especially material things that promised deliverance from backwardness, and also professional admiration for stunning success. But workers and peasants took to this craze in their own way. Workers were seen holding banners bearing Ford's name in parades along with those of Soviet leaders. Peasants called their tractors Fordzonishkas, and deep in a Volga province village, peasants harnessed a wedding cart to a Fordson decked out in red bunting. Some peasants were unable to pronounce the name Ford, calling him Cord instead. 149. But they saw him as a magical persona, asking the journalist Maurice Hindus if he was richer than the Tsars and was the most clever American. They longed to gaze upon him personally. Hindus claims that in the backwoods, Ford's name was better known than those of most communist figures, excepting Lenin and Trotsky. Some peasants named their children after him, others endowed their new iron horses with human characteristics. An American business reporter in 1930 observed that Lenin was the Russian god and Ford his Saint Peter. There were in fact two cults of Ford, an urban cult of Fordism among intellectuals and technical personnel that revered a system of efficient production, and a rural and lower-class cult of Ford himself as a man of magic who could, by means of his American technique, release forces otherwise little understood by the peasant, a mechanical genius and an inventor rather than a master of large-scale organization and a manager of space, people, and time. 9. The rediscovery of America by Soviet Russia in the 1920s is in some ways reminiscent of what happened to Russian intellectuals in the 1860s, with their cults of Molchat and Bayekner, their science worship, their naive faith in materialism, and their fetishism of Western intellectual styles. Literature and journalism in the 1920s are full of debates and parodies that are as funny and pathetic as those long-gone discussions of Oblomov, Stahls, and Bazarov. If the Bunsen burner was the totem of progress in the ironies of Turgenev, then the American automobile and the tailorized worker were in the 1920s. Expressions of this ran from the bitter portrait by Zamyatin to the jocular parodies by Marietta Shaginian and Ilya Ehrenberg. An American, observed Hindus in 1926, is considered a superior being, accurate, punctual, clever, daring, persistent, gloriously successful in everything he undertakes, a worker of prodigious miracles, an unconquerable modern Don Quixote. Shall we have the American automobile or Russian cart? Asked Valerian Ossinsky in an emotional appeal for technological progress that was as full of shame for the Asiatic streets of Moscow as it was a vision of new civilization. Americanizatio was a metaphor of the time for speedy industrial tempo, high growth, productivity, and efficiency. Stalin's well-known juxtaposition of American efficiency and Russian revolutionary sweep was rooted in Bolshevism from the very beginning. It both fitted and fed the surge toward superurbanism, Chicagoism, and the belief that a proletarian culture was only possible as a culture of the machine and the factory. From this vision came the extraordinary dreams of Alexei Gastev and Platon Kurgentsev. 10. Utopian robotry. Alexei Gastev spent the first part of his adult life in industry, as a lathe operator, a skilled metal worker, and a tram repairman, recording the rhythms and pictures of this life in a body of factory poems, see Figs 25-28. The last part he spent as an industrial trainer of workers and a prophet of efficiency. As an educated man, his father was a Suzdal school teacher, turned worker, and as a poet turned manager, Gastev experienced precisely the kind of contrived reversals in life that he wished the whole nation to undergo in his experimental laboratory of human robotry known as the Central Institute of Labor, 1920-38. Gastev had been a student radical in the 1890s, became a Bolshevik organizer, and was arrested and exiled several times in the first decade of the 20th century. In Paris and in the factory towns of Yaroslavl, Kostroma, Ivanovo, Kharkov, Sormovo. 150. And Nikolaevsk, he breathed the smoke of big industry, absorbed the crashing noises of machines. He marveled at the vastness of the Siemens-Halsk plant in St. Petersburg. In his version of Going to the People, the attraction clearly was not only the proletarian who dwelt in the dark world of manufacture but the technology and machinery of that world. The peak years of his poetic output, 1910-13, were spent in Paris, where he continued to toil among the toilers and also to work with Lunacharsky, Fyodor Kalinin, and Pavel Besiko in A League of Proletarian Culture, an offshoot of the movement hatched on Capri by Gorky, Lunacharsky, Bogdanov and others. Gastev left the party in 1908. In 1913 he returned to Russia to continue his double life as man of the bench and man of the pen. Fascination with the machine was nothing new in European literature, as Maxime Duchamp and Émile Verhaeren, among many others, had shown. But Gastev raised it to a religion of Iron Messiah and Machine Paradise, the titles of poems by two other factory poets during the Revolution. In Gastev, stone, metal, and workers are all mixed up in a vortex. His vision of machinism, a term borrowed from the French, speaks of the iron demon of the age with the soul of a man, nerves of steel, and rails for muscles, of my iron friends, and of man growing out of iron and becoming a machine. The animation of machinery and the mechanization of man are the two faces of his vision. Like a character in Gladkoff Cement, Gastev was possessed by a sensual yearning for machines and a distinctly romantic vision of the factory as a festival, a camp of solidarity. 3 of his poems have the word "we" in their titles. Whistles, dynamos, gates, towers, cranes, hammers, and rails, the future musculature of a transformed globe, produce simultaneity and uniformity in the rhythm of work and life, which denotes not only Promethean power over nature but a prodigious grandeur of its own. This, the obvious aspect of his poetry, was part of what drove Zamyatin to such ferocious satirical flights in We. But these poems, along with his prose fiction and journalism, reveal something else as well. The romance of the machine was tempered by pain in stories and essays that dealt with hunger and overwork, with the raw village youth who came pouring into the factories after 1905, with strike breakers, with the backward, neurotic, and vicious elements in the Russian working class, and with workers who beat and mistreated their wives. Passion and control are at war in these pieces that depict a chiaroscuro picture of bright, powerful, invincibly progressive metallic equipment set against a still dark and sluggish human workforce. His longest work, written in Siberian exile right before the revolution, Express a Siberian Fantasy, is a utopia about the future shape of the vast and sleepy land. Its form is the voyage of the express train panorama, a hurtling monster of steel symbolizing speed, power, and constricted space. Siberia has become enmeshed in a dense network of factories, tunnels, roads, canals, stations, and towns. Cities such as Energy and Steel City are enormous concentrations of life and production, with buildings towering to the sky and plunging for miles beneath the earth, linked together by other linear cities that give no birth to rural space. In this ungreened land, a struggle between Americanoid trusts, Siberian peasant socialists, and the international proletariat is being mooted at conferences in the huge metropolis of Irkutsk, and the language of their intercourse is a Russo-Amkrikan pidgin tongue. Express contains many of the themes taken up by early Soviet science fiction and is a summary of Gastev's proletarian exaltation of the machine and a hint at the coming utopian robotry. The soft values of old Europe, dreamy songs, passive prayers and 151 reveries are brutally rejected in the dynamism of Siberia. Nature is assaulted not only by the physical upheaval of the environment but by a symbolic assault on natural shapes, lines, and curves which are now replaced or concealed by geometric forms and symmetrical lines, by cubes, parallels, Magi's trowels of agonizing straightness and squares. Man is reforged by his environment. Like the river Obi, now fettered in granite, and like the land itself, strangled in muscle-like rails, man is molded by the symbolic train which aspires to drown man in metal, melt all the souls and out of them create one great one. The purpose? To realize grandiose Promethean schemes resonating with motifs from Fourier, Jules Verne, and H. G. Wells, to melt the Arctic ice cap, to join America with Russia, and to forge the two continents into a roaring, raging machine shop of productivity and industrial might. Though the poem may be read as an indictment of capitalist inhumanity, the exalted tone adopted toward technological achievements and the dismissive treatment of their myriad victims suggests that Gastev had passed into the realm of a full technical utopia, devoid of humanist sentiment. 13 Gastev returned to Petrograd when the revolution broke out. During the first years of Soviet power, the influence of his machine literature was immense in the burgeoning prolet cult movement. His poems were performed in factories. But he turned his own energies to labor problems. His dream was to put the entire unified economy in the hands of the trade unions and the factory committees under the leadership of advanced unions such as the metal workers, of which he was a leader. His views partly resembled Bogdanov's, who called for a threefold division of authority: the party for political matters, the unions for the economy, and the prolet cult for cultural life. But Gastev's syndicalism was rejected by the party. In any case, Gastev was not a grassroots syndicalist. He believed firmly in control, authority over the workers, discipline, labor draft, compulsion, rationing, piece rates, in short, the Taylor system. In 1918, Gastev envisioned the triumph of the machine throughout the world, the emergence of machine cities, and a culture of engineerism wherein life was run by machines, where workers' rhythms were geared to machine tempos, and where technicians wore uniforms and punched in like anyone else. It was a leveling collectivism under the authority not of the party but of machinery itself, in the literal sense of the word. Gastev gave new meaning to the American term machine politics when he predicted that future society will be managed by special production complexes wherein the will of machinism and the force of human consciousness will be fused in an unbreakable weld. 14 The debates between the majority and the minority, all the stormy polemics of the democratic order will be pushed aside as the all too human passion of a past age and replaced by competing production complexes. The method of solving social problems by vote and by finding the majority or minority must be seen as old-fashioned hand production. The essence of the new industry will be to end this and to create new means of revealing the general will. In retrospect, this lyrical fantasy may be viewed as the ultimate version of the technocratic society, transferring decision-making not to experts but to an expert computer, dissolving traditional politics not into committees of technocrats but into programmed data centers. It was another example of the dream of self-regulation akin to Lenin's commune state of the future and to Bogdanov's technology, a dream that had enormous attraction in a land where human efficiency and dispassionate managers were in short supply and where severe economic backwardness seemed to demand dialectically the most wondrous of mechanized solutions. 152. In 1919, Gastev reached the limit of his utopian vision. He described a mechanized, standardized world, in a literal sense, with production ruled by self-regulating and self-correcting machines, joined throughout the world in a machine city, that is, a single unbroken mechanized civilization stretching around the globe. All production people, not workers now, are reduced to a single level of skill, the middle range, and the machines are transformed into managers and decision makers, with production people adapting themselves to the rhythm of the machine. With this reduction and standardization of the workforce and production space comes the uniformization of gestures, language, and thoughts, a human geography of symbols and movements copied from the machine, a single mode of speech, a standardized catalog of thoughts, and a unified collection of meals, of housing, and of sexual and spiritual life. Man is to become an anonymous production unit, an A, B, C, a 324, or a 075, soulless and devoid of personality, emotion, and lyricism, no longer expressing himself through screams of pain or joyful laughter, but rather through a manometer or taxometer. Mass engineering will make man a social automation. 15 Zamiatin's masterful parodic treatment of this dream in We is well known, see Chapter 8. A whole genre of Soviet science fiction was built upon it. Bogdanov, to whose Martian computerized planet in Red Star Gastev's visions was uncomfortably close, was quick to attack it as excessive, inhuman, and in violation of the true comradely collective in which man mastered the machine and created his own proletarian culture. To Bogdanov, Gastev's machine seemed to have replaced the gods and the tsars that Bolshevism had so painfully and at such great human cost cast down. A major challenge for science fiction was to confront the visions of Bogdanov, Gastev, and Zamiatin and to combine the wonders of mechanized modernity with the warm-blooded visions of egalitarianism and comradeship that were also born of the revolution. 16 Gustav discovered the essence of the new proletarian culture, what he called a culture insurgent. It was a culture not of prolet cult studios and workers' theater and art, but one of routinized life and work. In 1919 he was still straddling two worlds, as Commissar of the Arts in Bolshevik Kharkov, a particularly radical and innovative city in the Civil War years, and as head of an institute of labor where he taught social engineering, the name he gave to the new culture. Without a backward glance, he left the world of art and literature altogether and devoted the rest of his life to the training of workers in a newly created Central Institute of Labor in Moscow. Gustav was galvanized and shocked during the Civil War by the unbelievable backwardness of Russian labor. It was thus a combination of his worship of the potential of the machine, his perception of the workers as spontaneously wandering peasants, and his understanding of culture as the remaking of the psyche rather than the teaching of the arts that pushed Gustav into his obsession with making human robots. 17 At the first conference on Taylorism, Gustav was a prominent voice in favor of adopting it. But a debate erupted over its exploitative aspect. An uneasy compromise was reached by proclaiming its socialist and pro-labor aspirations. The movement remained weak, resisted by union leaders and workers and attacked by intellectuals within, who focused on Gustav's elitist Institute of Labor. But Gustav was upheld, as was NOT itself, which then began to spread unevenly but steadily throughout industry. It was, in one historian's phrase, a remarkable act of faith, a desire to cut short the birth pangs of the emergence of the new socialist techno-structure, in other words, to substitute millions of tailory/CD workers and efficient organizational technique for what it lacked in engineers and technology. 18. 153. At the dawn of the Taylorist movement in Soviet Russia, Gustav laid out the psychic dimensions of social engineering. The main foes of the worker, he wrote in pedantic and imperious tones, were laziness, panic, and wildness in work style. Workers must refrain from smoking, eating, and drinking on the job and restrain childlike enthusiasm on successfully completing a production task. Fantasy and dreaming, the gentle idyllic fantasy that feeds dreams of the land of milk and honey, must give way to hard analysis of the task at hand, and Eastern heroism must give way to a worship of detail, the minute of time and the inch of space. The insurgent culture was a taste for work, an internalization of continuous success and efficiency, a constant posture of awareness, attentiveness, and alertness, careful preparation of tools, timing, order of tasks, and organization of workspace. The sources of this mentality, he explained, were modern industry, the military, and the revolutionary movement, whose cult of punctuality and coordination had turned over an empire. Down with passivity, with vagueness of gestures and speech, and with the lyrical disorder of the Russian, cried Gustav. Walk and move like city people with precision in the gait, like marching troops alert to every inch of the surrounding terrain. And like the revolutionaries of the bygone days, urged Gustav, go to the people, invade the countryside with battalions of labor, armed with ideas of work, citify and colonize our own country. The hour has come, wrote Gustav, to launch the Russian troika of Gogol's metaphor and to destroy Oblomovism, Maybeism, and the dreadful Russian attitude of Nichevo. 19. Gustav's image of man the machine was certainly not new. La Mettrie in 1747 had described humans as perpendicular moving machines in order to promote his materialist outlook. His home machine appeared in Russian in 1911, and Jules Amar's Taylorist Rhapsody of the Body, Le Moteur Humain, was published in Soviet Russia. The expression, and variants of it, were widely used in the discourse over work in the 1920s. But what did Gustav really mean by it? Was it simply the soldier, that stereometric figure, in the words of Elias Canetti, who lives in a permanent state of expectation of commands, the raw target of drill and the sting of command? 20. Or was it a robot? The word robot, from the Czech for unfree peasant toiler, and whose root means work in most Slavic languages, appeared in Europe just at the moment Gustav began his work. The robots were the machine men who came to life in Karel Čapek's Rossum's Universal Robots, 1920. In an earlier work of 1908, Capek depicted the factory owner's ideal worker as a machine, able only to move, not to think or feel. The worker must become a machine. We need movement from him. Nothing more. Any idea is a breach of discipline. A few years later, Capek, observing the apparently inert and lifeless workers who rode the trams of Prague, applied the word robot to them, human beings who worked without thinking. 21. Gastaf's ideal worker of the 1920s was neither pure soldier nor pure robot. Gastaf had descended from the extravagances of 1918-19, when the elemental industrial chaos had driven him to the vision of a machine world of anonymous creatures. His speeches and writings of the 1920s, though hyperbolic, more often spoke of practical needs in the current workforce than of future scenarios. Gastaf's ideal worker is neither the oxen brute of Taylor's dreams, nor the lifeless robot of Capek's nightmare. He is rather an active, sentient, and creative part of the productive process who behaves like a seasoned, conscious, and well-trained warrior. Armed with sharpness of vision, acute hearing, attentiveness to environment and detail, precision and even grace of movement, and scout-like inquisitiveness about the relationship and locations of things and people, he enters the factory as though it were a battlefield with commander-like briskness. 154. Regimental routine, and a martial strut. For him, no romance, no heroic individual deeds, only a relentless battle waged scientifically for production. But the robot is present in Gastaf's vision nonetheless. It is the machine itself, not the man. For Gastaf, the machine also takes on a life that gives it not only the power to produce and enrich, but also to train, to inspire, to organize. His wildest visions of 1918-19 are previsions of Capek and Zamiatin and celebrations of a coming event often warned about in science fiction, the takeover by machines. Gastaf could never quite decide whether the machine was to be the master or the servant of man. Since he continued to use the machine metaphor, he eventually opened himself to attack by those who opposed his policies on other grounds. But Gastavism differed from administrative utopia, the heavy-handed marshalling and mobilization of raw labor in a palpably unequal hierarchy. Gastaf's man-machine meant a symbiosis of the two, interacting in a way never wholly understood even by himself. It clearly contained fearful elements. But Gastaf himself, by all accounts, was not a cold-hearted machine-like fanatic but a warm and engaging person. He did not fear the power of the machine. He feared backwardness, passivity, and sloth. 22. The public arena of Gastaf's theories in practice was the Central Institute of Labor, what he called his latest work of art, founded on August 24, 1920 with nothing more than a pencil and a plan in Gastaf's mind. It soon expanded into offices and a network of training centers in which workers were taught to think, act, and work in the Gastaf manner. The German expressionist writer Ernst Toller, who visited one in the 1920s, described 100 identical gray benches, with 100 men and women trainees in identical costumes obeying instructions conveyed by electronic beeps of machine. They approached the work benches in columns, performed tests in unison, graduated in difficulty. Their hammer teacher was a machine to which their arm was strapped until they were able to work independently. A cyclogram photographed their work and recorded their progress by means of moving lights. There were no books, no theories, no meetings, only practical work, from simple to complex, in a course lasting 3 to 6 months. The purpose, to study the human machine and to create new people by means of social engineering. From simple functions such as striking and pressing, workers proceeded to more complex factory operations. Between 1921 and 1938, 1,700 institute stations were set up which trained 500,000 workers and 20,000 instructors in 200 different skills. The institute was twice awarded major Soviet decorations for its efforts. 23. Gastaf publicly praised Taylor and Ford as his models, and apparently recognized the Ford plant, a huge American training center which turned rural people and unskilled immigrants into skilled operatives, as a model for a cultural transformation. and like Ford managers of the late 1920s and early 1930s, he constantly invoked iron discipline, piecework, intensivity, and organization. He looked upon his trained instructor Cotter as an army of civilizers, modern Kulturträgers who would spread their skills and postures of body and mind into the dark countryside of unskilled labor. Gasteff's quest for new people in fact resembled a vision of the Superman who would master nature, death, and time by a new work culture. He may even have been influenced in some of his fanciful visions by Valerian Muraviv, a follower of Nikolai Fedorov, who worked in the secretariat of the Institute all through the 1920s and who linked up these themes in his book Mastery by Means of Time, see Chapter 8. Thus the search for new people whose image was early connected to science and technology in the nihilist characters of the 1860s had ultimately led to scientized workers. 155. In the millions a massive human link between creative intelligentsia and material transformation. 24 There is no indication that within the Central Institute of Labor and its branches there reigned any attempt to reduce all workers to the mindless creatures described in Gasteff's fantasies of 1918-19. It is tempting to view Gasteff as a smaller Stalin, a fanatical hard utopian who desired to reduce, standardize, and enslave. Zamayatin's immortal parody of Gastevism in We invites the notion that Gasteff, who invented the term social engineering, envisioned something like the hideous United State of that novel. In fact, as a recent scholar has argued, his vision was of equality, decent and effective work habits, and community. 25 He believed that a machine culture would democratize and modernize the workforce and lead it into the longed-for world of dignity and strength for workers and for the nation as a whole. It was neither the heartless arrogance of Arakcheev and his imitators nor the vastly more magnified mobilization and brutalization of raw labor and exploitation of slave labor that emerged with Stalin. Gasteff's sparkling and kinetic vision of a vast continent unified by steel, electricity, and asphalt, of bright and throbbing machinery glinting in the sunlight as it labored to refashion a world, and of workers trained by industrial metronomes into something resembling a huge and elegant corps de ballet tending that machinery and deriving its graceful precision from it was a romantic dream. It sprang from his life in the bleak world of Russian industry in a particularly painful and ugly moment of its history and from the spectacle of anarchy and paralysis that he witnessed in the revolution. His robots, animated machines and mechanized humans were an exceptionally extreme and one-sided response to this experience and to the permanent menace of Russian backwardness. But from the perspective of the 1930s, Gastevism for all its apparent harshness was a vision of hope. The struggle for time. Kurgensev's contribution to the cult of man the machine shifted the emphasis from the body and the consciousness of the individual worker to society at large. Kurgentsev yielded nothing to Gasteff as a fanatic of efficiency in life, but his conception of life was broader. Like the popularizers of Taylorism in the United States who created a normal American madness, Kurgentsev took Gastevism out of the factory and into the realm of everyday life. Platon Mihailovich Kurgentsev, real name Lebedev, came from a loftier social and cultural background than Gasteff's, and he never tried to be a factory worker. His father, a physician, had been a liberal member of the First Duma. Kurgentsev's studies of peasant economy at Moscow University led him into Marxism and to the well-worn path of underground agitation, prison, and emigration in Europe. In 1904 he became a Bolshevik. After the failed 1905 revolution, Kurgentsev blossomed into a minor journalist and traveled through Europe, America, and Japan. He acquired considerably more cosmopolitanism and culture than most of his colleagues in the NOT movement. But this made him an extreme iconoclast during the Revolution and Civil War, when he gained notoriety as a theater critic who urged the complete overhaul of theatrical life. The iconoclastic impulse and the enthusiasm for the theatricalization of everyday life informed his brief excursion into the world of social management in the early 1920s. 156. Both before and after this parenthetical episode, Kurgentsev served in a number of minor diplomatic missions. The brevity of Kurgentsev's infatuation with Taylorism was characteristic of his tendency to jump from one cause to another. 26 Kurgensaf's regular movement back and forth from the world of the theater where precision always counts to the bureaucratic world of early Bolshevism where order and punctuality were very had to enforce led him into his angry war against inefficiency. In the midst of his writings on theater, he composed a short manual on how to conduct a meeting in 1919. He then joined the burgeoning NOT movement and produced his first Taylorist work, The Principles of Organization. Kurgensaf opposed Gasteff's excessive emphasis on worker training, but what made him cut out a new path was an episode that he described with great vividness. In July 1923, a meeting of some 3,500 workers was kept waiting for 2 hours before the speakers arrived to open it. An American journalist present, unidentified, calculated on the spot for Kurgensaf that the 7,000 man-hours lost could have been used to build 1 or 2 airplanes. Kurgensaf was electrified by this revelation. Within a few weeks he had written an impassioned article in Pravda entitled Time Builds Airplanes, founded the League of Time, and produced his 2 major works on the subject, The Struggle for Time and The Scientific Organization of Labor. 21 Like Gasteff and other Taylorists, Kurgensaf expostulated on the value of time, a commodity, he said, that foreigners instinctively revered due to their industrial environment, but that Russians ignore, misuse, and kill. Like Gasteff, he also preached the gospel of personal timekeeping, thorough planning, alertness, and a feeling for time. He advocated the use of a chronocard, a permanent record of the daily round that should be scrutinized every half hour with the aim of inducing spontaneous self-discipline. But his main stress was on social time, the coordination of all personal times in a given community or organization. In plain terms, this meant a struggle against tardiness at work and at meetings, long repetitive speeches, avoidable lines and bottlenecks, and excessive paperwork and red tape. He reserved special venom for those speakers who introduced every report with a history of mankind from the time of creation. 28. Kurgensaf's main concern was to introduce scientific principles not only into man's economic activity or production but into all organized activity or work, the army, the school, all of social life. Kurgensaf echoed Gasteff's belief that the sources of efficient behavior were Western industry, the military life, and the revolutionary movement. But he wished to borrow not only psychic patterns from these social forms but the forms themselves, to organize militant groups, soldiers of efficiency who would go out into the world to preach and practice and wage a war for time. A struggle for the correct utilization and economizing of time in all aspects of public and private life is the basic precondition for the realization of the principles of NOT in the U.S.S.R., he wrote. In fact, he envisioned a revolution in time, a revolution from below differing from Gasteff's robotry in its grassroots organization and its comprehensive social sweep. The League of Time was an experiment in human refashioning that would bring a utopia of efficiency and productivity to the Russian land. 29 The League of Time was founded at Kurgensaf's initiative in July 1923 as the League Time, later renamed LKGUN.O.T. Though technically independent of government and party, its intimate relationship to the NOT movement was clearly reflected in its board members, Kurgensaf, Gasteff, and other Taylorists, including the theater director Meyerhold, with Lenin and Trotsky as honorary officers. It launched a 157 journal, Time, and started its first cell in a military academy. Within a month there were 44 cells with 100 members. By October there were 100 cells with 2,533 cities, and by the end of 1924, there were 800 cells, 20% in enterprises, 35% in government bodies, and 25% in schools, and 25,000 members, 40% of them party or Komsomol members. The documents of the period indicate that local bodies were pretty independent of the center. The Kazan chapter, a big one, had 62 members. At its inaugural meeting it vowed to limit meeting time to 70 minutes and to apply a scale of mild punishments to latecomers. At the grassroots appeared spontaneous cells or circles called Time or Productivity. Members, called Elvisti after the initials LV, Liga, and Vremya, and sometimes Nadisti, wore LV buttons and carried chronocards. Some of them displayed oversized wristwatches as the emblem of their struggle, a poignant symbol in a land where less than a million watches and clocks were produced in 1928. 30. The League was more a police force than an army. It eagerly ferreted out tardy embezzlers of time, including respected workers and officials, who were reprimanded and fined. A storm of criticism was unleashed against lateness and bad organization. Timeists poked their faces into every conceivable kind of enterprise and operation to uncover inefficiency and sloth as well as to reorganize and teach. Brigades marched into railroad stations to rearrange the furniture. At the Kazan station in Moscow, for example, a passenger had to walk the entire length of the terminal 3 times in order to buy a ticket, check bags, and board train. At a Moscow factory, a time team reduced the period for distributing wages to 337 workers from 39 hours to 1 hour and 10 minutes. Speeches and articles pleaded with workers and managers to save time, conserve energy, and use space rationally. Workers' clubs held court trials of machines, workbenches, and forges in order to prove that these were innocent in work stoppages and that poor work habits were guilty. Even in the country, cows were tried to determine who was responsible for low yields of milk. A virtual craze for efficiency erupted in the economy. 31. In a very Russian fashion, the campaign for efficiency migrated from the realm of production into the larger arena of everyday life and took on an unreal dimension that was often comical. In a hilarious scene in Ilf and Petrov's The 12 Chairs, the opening of a Soviet town's first tram line is preceded by an elaborate festival whose main speaker begins with an interminable survey of the present international situation, a jab at the common habit of politicizing the most trivial event of life. This Kurzensafe and the Timeists N.O.T.ists hated above all. Much of their activity in the mid-20s was devoted to eliminating needless meetings and streamlining necessary ones. One Komsomol group banned all meetings prior to 2 p.m., enforced the practice of getting to the point, and expelled people for inefficient behavior. At a medical school in the Don region, a local cell of NOT leveled fines against tardy students and locked classroom doors the minute a lecture began, forcing, as in a theater, latecomers to stand outside until break time. Amoeba-like lines were straightened out in shops and cafeterias, and an effort was made to unclog the service and distribution process, to this day a major psychic scourge to foreign residents in the Soviet Union. In dormitories and communes, fanatics of time, called models or leftists, attempted to regulate the lives of their comrades by schedules, time boards, and minute accounting of all activities day and night, an aspiration that was also taken up by town planners in the late 1920s. 32. The Young Pioneers were founded at about the same time as the League of Time. 158. And their earliest exercises and games were infected with the compulsions of time and space assessment. Pioneer manuals were replete with methods for sharpening the children's sense of time, space, coordination, memory, and powers of orientation on the local terrain. Their games were drawn from military experience, though played without weapons or simulated violence, exercises in escape and evasion, capture, the liberation of a comrade, sabotaging fascist telegraph lines, and so on. All of them put great stress on precision of thought and movement. One of them was actually called League of Time. In it, pioneers drew a slip of paper with a given number of minutes written on it. They were then to disperse without wristwatches and return at the time given them, with a 20% margin of error. The most accurate team in the sensing of time was the winner of the contest. 33 enthusiasts in the Red Army co-opted the League of Time into their own pet theories of organizing society. The first of the time cells appeared in the army, and they spread widely with the full support of the High Command. Franz addressed a League conference. In fact, Taylorization had been suggested in the military as early as 1920, and Trotsky's militarization of labor had overtones of it. But in 1923-25, it became a virtual craze. Going beyond applying time League methods to army life, it sought really to apply the forms of army life to society at large. Povo-no-mua, the army way, was a synonym for efficiency in civilian life for military writers. The army was seen as the basic training ground for life as opposed to the weak and inefficient schools, and a cultural force in reshaping the nation. A manual of discipline compared the army to a factory, and people began agitating for the militarization, meaning standardization, of consumer goods, tools, and equipment. All of this was to make the civilian and the military population, its habits, outlook, physical plant, and equipment more or less interchangeable in time of war. Here again was the convergence of factory, regiment, and life. 34 The League of Time was rather suddenly dissolved in February 1926 while Kurgentsev was on a diplomatic mission, the Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate having declared its work accomplished. Like the Workers' Correspondence and the Janotel, Women's Section, activists, the Timists were considered a nuisance by administrators. Komsomol's who lived by League principles were often criticized by their comrades as red tapeists, egoists, violators of the collective spirit, and super bureaucrats. Technical, managerial, and government people accused them of dilettantism, excessive and uninformed demands, and of being a menace to competent professionals. In any case, the League was not very successful in realizing Kurgentsev's dream, to teach all Soviet citizens spontaneous self-discipline. Instead, it pitted a legion of enthusiasts and busybodies against uninterested citizens. The NOT movement itself was preserved in the economic sphere, and Gastev's institute was wholly unaffected by the dissolution of the Time League. But Kurgentsev's vision of a mass nationwide movement to make Russia efficient and to rationalize space, time, order, and movement in a short time collapsed. 35 Art and life were constantly imitating each other in the Russian Revolution. This happens in all great upheavals where the impetus to reshape humanity takes hold. Although Kurgentsev and Gastev liked to invoke military and industrial metaphors and models, they were both copying the art they knew the best. Gastev, who had created an animated world of machines and machine-like workers out of the buzzing universe he had inhabited for a decade, transferred his imagery, not the known reality, into social engineering and robotry. Kurgentsev, a specialist on the theater, really wanted to theatricalize life. His surge towards economizing seemed like the soul of common sense. 159. To a regime of technicists and a land groping for organizational culture. But behind this impulse was the aesthetic impulse to stage everything, to develop acting skills among the population, to join audience and cast in a great social performance of his utopian real-life play, which he might have entitled, had he succeeded, The Land of Time. The art of production. The world of art in the Russian Revolution returned the compliment by borrowing for its own uses the imagery, themes, and mental styles of the Taylorists and the Timists. This borrowing expressed itself in three general ways: the exaltation of the machine in the arts, the rhythmic revolution, and the scientization of artistic production. These were not the fruit of Gastevism and Kurgentsevism. They all arose before the revolution and blossomed independently, though in some cases artists felt obliged to invoke Taylor or Gastev directly and to legitimize their innovation by linking it to pure proletarian thematics and the modernizing thrust of Bolshevism. It was precisely in the realm of technology and its physical celebration that Bolshevism and the avant-garde were closest in spirit. A broad range of artistic innovation often lumped under the rubric constructivism has been well documented in recent studies. Painting, sculpture, poster art, book design, furniture styles, costume, theater, music, the dance, architecture, and poetry were all infected with the magic of machine, of geometrism, and of functionalism. Though all of it was traceable to European pre-war currents, the October Revolution lent the frenetic energy and official support that allowed its exponents to couch their experiments in political discourse. 36 Speech was called word chemistry of the scientifically enlightened proletariat, and poetry made not only to glamorize the machine, but composed in the manner of a machine product. Osip Brick, a leading avant-garde theorist, writing in Art and Production, said that by artistic production we mean simply the conscious creative relationship to the productive process. We would like every worker who gives an object a particular form and color to understand why that form and color is necessary. The theater critic Fevralsky in 1922 wanted to establish a science of art which will help to achieve the transformation of art into scientifically organized production. That this notion was not simply a fad of eccentric artists is clear from the almost universal presence of art production machines in the visions of science fiction of the 1920s, see Chapter 8. 37. The history of machine worship in the visual and literary arts of the 1920s is well known. But it also embraced music. Music as machinery, noise and urban sound as music received their first notable currency among the Italian futurists in the immediate pre-war years. Balilla Pratella and his ideologist Luigi Russolo yearned for a music that not only celebrated the city in some programmatic way but that reproduced it. Russolo's art of noises glorified urban sound, shouting throngs, motors, machines, valves, pumps, pistons, streetcars rattling on rails. In revolutionary Russia, this idea was quickly taken up in prolet cult circles. A Soviet critic in 1919 urged musicians to listen carefully to the new tempo and sonorities in the revolutionary life of the proletariat, work out new instruments and instrumentation to express the sounds of contemporary life, to capture its might and titanic oscillations, its rhythm of iron and granite, and the thunderous sounds that herald the establishment of communism on earth. Since, as one of the Taylorist theoreticians noted, the sounds of modern Ma. 160 chins had drowned out the old songs of work among the masses, it was now thought possible to enlist that very noise as the music of the future. 38. This vision or oral premonition took two main forms during the Revolution, the symphony of factory sirens and the noise orchestra. The first was a series of concerts of factory whistles, first attempted in Petrograd in 1918, repeated in other towns during the Civil War, and culminating in the Symphony of Factory Whistles in Baku in 1922. The arena of performance was the entire city. Industrial sirens and whistles around Baku were tuned and conducted from rooftops by flag-waving conductors who attempted to produce the cadences of the Internationale, while percussive and sonoric effects were added by foghorns of the Caspian Fleet, two batteries of cannon, a machine gun section, and hydroplanes. The result was, according to Philip Miller, who did not witness it, a deafening cacophony. 39. The noise orchestra was launched by a sect of machine worshippers called engineerists. At their concerts, technicians played engines, turbines, dynamos, sirens, hooters, and belts of all kinds on the premises of the factory itself, producing what Philip Miller called a whole world of noise which deafened the ear. They were sometimes accompanied by a ballet of mechanical gymnastics choreographed to the machine noise and performed on the workshop floor. Philip Miller's irony is thickest when describing these sonoric flights into technicist utopia. He saw them as arrogant or insane attempts to celebrate the mass man of the factory by the solipsistic deployment of his own work tools as art. But what they illustrated so vividly and with such pathos more than did 100 posters of smokestacks and steel was an aspiration to worship the present and the future, to deny the pastoral past, and to affirm the magical power of technique. For only these would transform Russia into a land of abundance and social justice and simultaneously shape the political and aesthetic realm of the proletariat. Rational music, wrote the avant-garde critic Koshnitsky a few years later, is the chronicle of contemporary sounds and noise that must be captured and transmitted by radio out into the countryside and thus bring the life of the city to the darkness of the rural areas. As a representative expression of the proletarian culture movement, noise music resounded with the hope of the working class to create its very own culture. 40 conventional composers, perhaps alerted to the danger of a movement that would substitute sirens for woodwinds, attempted to fasten the cult of the machine to their own art. This was already being done in Europe by Henry Kling, a 1918 piece for fire irons, dishpans, a cowbell, plus conventional instruments, Arthur Honegger, Pacific 231, imitating the sound of a train, and others. The raging polemics in the 1920s over what was revolutionary music could not go unfazed by a current such as this. Leonid Polovinkin's Telescope 2 and Vladimir Deshevov's Rails, both of the mid-1920s, tried to suggest the noise and clatter of industry and transport. Even Dmitri Shostakovich in his Second Symphony, The October Revolution, felt compelled to add to the massed chorus and proletarian program of his work a factory whistle. The most notable at one time world-famous contribution to this genre was Alexander Mosalov's The Factory, Zavod, 1928, known in the West as the Iron Foundry, scored for conventional brass, woodwinds, and strings but with the addition of brittle percussion and sheets of iron that arc struck persistently as the machine-like rhythm reaches crescendo and finale. 41 The machine, its shape, its power, its shrill song, and its roaring menace were central to the constructivist vision in art and music. V. Vsevolod Meyerhold, the world-famous and supremely influential champion of an October in the theater, employed in his revolutionary theater both the constructivist art of machine-like settings and con. 161. Structivist gesture, which he called biomechanics, biomechanica, or the mechanics of the human body, a term he borrowed from Gustave Meyerhold, long before the revolution, wished to exalt the rhythmic generation of stage action and reject the more cerebral modes of Stanislavski, and he drew deeply on pre-war styles of theatrical rhythmics, George Fuchs, and the eurythmic movement of Dalcroze. But he also drew directly and self-consciously from Taylorism. Meyerhold was a leading member of the League of Time and a friend of Gustave and Kurgentsev for years. In 1921, a year after the founding of Gustave's Central Institute of Labor, Meyerhold set up his own training workshop as a school of body motion, strikingly similar to Gustave's. They were both closed in 1938, the year these three men fell from grace. 42 A recently translated archival record shows how similar Meyerhold's regime was to that of Gustave: alertness, rhythmic motion, scientific control over the body, exercises and gymnastics, rigorous physical lessons in precision movement and coordination, in short organized movement designed to create the new high-velocity man. Meyerhold cites Gustave as his inspiration. In explaining biomechanics to the public in 1922 as an openly admitted application of Taylorism to the theater, he claimed to be trying to discover those movements in work which facilitate the maximum use of work time, no superfluous motions, good rhythm, poise, stability, precision, economizing of production time. He hoped by this not only to enhance the true acting ability of his troupe but also to reduce productions from 4 hours to 1 hour, without lessening aesthetic content or form. Taylorization, he promised, would create that physical state needed for the appropriate emotion, which was excitation and not ecstasy. 43. In all these constructivist and Taylorist art movements, one discerns, as in Futurism and related genres, the desire for speed, efficiency, angularity, and industrialness, not only for their own sake as fashionable European fads but as psychic weapons leveled against the bodily, the mental, and the social lyricism and pastoral grace that the new generation associated with utter weakness, pallid gentility, and sloth. It was a revolution in gestures deeply related to the militarist and gymnastic movements that swept over the world at the beginning of our century, the high-stepping and straight-armed saluting that promised a needed assault on a dying world. Meyerhold not only staged marching sailors as a pendant to foxtrotting bourgeois couples of decadent Europe, he also had his audiences march around the foyer before assaulting them inside the theater with his Gesamtkunstwerk of movement and kinetic power. 44 In the opinion of his best biographer, Meyerhold's biomechanics was an offspring of the poetization and exaltation of machinery that ruled in those days, a dream of the mechanization of man. This idea, he writes, like many others akin to it, of a thoroughgoing Americanization of life, remained a touching and unrealizable utopia, arising out of conditions of a poor and badly organized everyday existence of the early 1920s. 45. And here, above all, is the true source of the Soviet madness called Taylorism. Time, space, motion, order. The Taylorist movement in revolutionary Russia had risen beyond the prosaic task of making workers better and faster. It aspired to introduce scientifically rational order into every corner of life: family, school, art, war, government, and even friendship and leisure. In a nation where industrialization had hardly begun to breathe, where skilled labor was in pitifully short supply, where peasant traditions of time, space, motion, and 162 order were arrayed against the Taylorist canon of optimum efficiency. The Soviet variety of Taylorism was quickly transformed into a utopian movement. It was perhaps one of the most poignant cases in the revolution of the romantic ideal outstripping the human reality. But it was not simply another example of the fate of imported ideas, twisted into an unrecognizable parody of the original, and not only another example of the enormous capacity of the Russian mind to engage in social dreams of transformation. At its deepest level, robotry and the struggle for time were part of a widespread current in Western history, the process, still very much unfinished in Soviet Russia, of eliminating the social, psychological, and cultural forms of a huge peasant population and to make them into modern people. Being modern in our world means, among other things, being able to measure time and distance accurately, to calculate the dimensions of a problem, and to act accordingly. Time, space, motion, and order in the mind of man are prime ways by which we distinguish, as we like to see it, the primitive from the advanced. The contemporary psychic and social urban landscape is dense with shapes, paths, people, events, processes that are vital to survival. A knowledge of this topography is as important as is a map to a traveler. It is not in the realm of aesthetic fashion, or in the soaring of extravagant fantasy, or in the arrogance of intellectuals suddenly endowed with power that we find the underlying root of the revolutionary madness of Taylorism. It is rather in the baffling spectacle of an overwhelmingly peasant population, gripped in its own internalized system, who are about to inhabit the factories, streets, and edifices, and to ride and operate the conveyances and machines of the future city. 46. The mechanization of awareness as a means of survival in an urban industrial society is one of the most far-reaching phenomena in the history of human culture. Few historians, until recently, have paid it much attention. In an eloquent study of time and discipline in the early modern era, Edward Thompson has shown how organizers of capitalist life perceived nature's time to be wasteful and immoral and how they fought it. The watch became an emblem of loyalty through prudent work culture, and the machine, in the words of an early 19th century preacher, meant discipline in industrial operations and habits of calculation. Beginning around 1700, bells, clocks, timesheets, incentives, punishments, supervision, preaching and the suppressing of fairs and sports were the machinery of creating new labor habits. This was not a capitalist plot to exploit labor, though it did that. The socialist Robert Owen in 1813 also asserted openly that habits of attention, celerity, and order were the best means to remoralize the lower orders. The metropolis itself demanded a reworking of social time and a frame of temporal reference different from that of the small village because of the vastness and density of the field of interaction. 47. This revolution in cultural outlook came very late to Russia. At the start of the 20th century, the workforce was still peasant, and even though the hereditary proletarian element in it steadily grew, it was frequently deluged by an influx of raw rural labor from the villages. From the village also came traditional modes of time. Social time in the Russian village as in villages elsewhere was task-oriented and locked into the agricultural cycle. Long winters of enforced idleness, at least for the men, were interrupted by frantic bursts of field work. Habits of efficient distribution of energy were lacking. Observers lamented this before and after the revolution. Preobrazhensky, an economist, thought it to be a Russian national characteristic. Hours and minutes had no meaning to the peasant, only days and seasons. There were no watches and clocks in the villages, thus the emblematic use of the watch by the League of Time. 163. And the word satious, right away, could mean anything at all. Work and rest, mealtime and slumber, family rites and church feasts were the time sheets of the Russian peasant. Peasants were concrete in their thinking, weak on future time and planning. As in some other peasant communities, haste meant loss of dignity or excessive ambitiousness. Workers brought some of these habits to the city, and not only workers. In a land that was so overwhelmingly rural for so long a time, and where gentry sat out their summers on idyllic estates, multiple systems of social time coexisted. 48 Space and motion, in the peasant culture, were related to the concept of time. Rhythm after all is merely movement in space over time. Though their land always seemed insufficient, the peasant's space was immense: the vaulted sky, the vast plains, the endless forest. Peasants wasted space prodigiously, in spite of their meticulousness in dividing what they owned in common. The scattered strips were a case in point, families sometimes possessing 50 to 60 strips flung far and wide and divided by little walls of soil. In a village in the Valdai Hills above Moscow, a peasant would walk 1,200 miles per season to make his rounds. Peasant estimates of distances were as imprecise as those of time. Dvashiga, 2 steps away, could mean a few feet or a mile, as it can today. The peasant knew his own space and tried to organize it, but he knew little of land outside his own ken and cared less. In the 1920s, Maurice Hindus noted a peasant genius for taking 3, 5, or 10 steps instead of the needed one. A peasant, initiated to the science of tailorist striding, would just as soon wind around a vast arc to get from one place to another as to march a straight line. In 1932, an American businessman was astonished at Moscow pedestrians jaywalking among the vehicles like peasants in country lanes. Ropes were needed to keep them on the pavements. Lateness, the tortoise-like torpor of waiters, satiacism and nichevoism, the Russian equivalent of manana, it doesn't matter, it can wait, irregularity, asymmetry, inefficiency, and unnecessary cues which to this day resemble blobs, not lines, were all the result, not only of socialism, but of the sudden and massive juxtaposition of two cultural frames, the village and the city. 49 The apparent aimlessness and the untimed milling of the Russian was related to a weak capacity to calculate, to look ahead, plan, size up, check out the environment, the time, and the job. The ballet of street movement with its headlong rushes, unseeing pedestrians, constant collisions, lurches and sudden halts, all mingled with stately rustic meandering, seemed to betoken a massive condition of sleepwalking. It was a lack of concern for the time and the space beyond the present moment, a weakness in everyday futures. The same mentality accounted for the oft-lamented factory chauvinism, the partisanshchina during the Civil War, and the weakness of lateral coordination between government agencies in what was supposed to be an integrated national economy. People from a world with a limited field of vision, few contacts, mostly emotional and face-to-face, direct communication, speech, and concrete semantic expressiveness found it difficult to adjust to the abstractions, mechanisms, and schedules of the modern city. The very language of peasants' gesture, particularly the broad sweep of the arm, suggesting and no doubt derived from the wielding of the scythe, seemed to reject the angular world around them. 50 The peasant, transported to the urban world, still seemed to be dreaming. It was not the fantasy of construction or the reverie of reshaping man and the outer world. It was the old dream, of surviving. Kurgentsev, in a revealing vignette, retold the fable of the peasant and the hare in his agitator's notebook, 1925. In it the peasant sees a rabbit. At once he begins to dream about how he will catch the rabbit, sell it, buy a shoat. 164. Watch it grow and breed it, then buy a cow. He screams for joy. And the rabbit runs away. This is Kurgentsev's frustrated parable on dreaming and planning. 51 And it was this perception of the bumbling, daydreaming peasant that sent him, Gastev, and people like them into rapturous dreams of their own about reshaping the timeless, open-ended, and stubborn peasant into a modern person who would save the revolution and save Russia and the world. These dreams did not survive in any recognizable form the great Stalinist revolution. Gastev, Kurgentsev, and Meyerhold were all purged and killed at about the same time, see Chapter 11. Only the crudest and harshest elements of Taylorism were retained, but stripped of all dreamlike qualities and aspirations and made into tools of labor exploitation. But the phenomenon must be judged on its own ground and in its own time. Machinery loomed up after the revolution as a god to be revered, a model of the new art, an engine of escape into fantasy, an emblem of modernity and happiness, and a teacher of the new gestural culture. Soviet devotees of the machine in the 1920s sacralized it because of its power to create and its potential for reshaping thought, work, and gesture. The contrapposta of the peasant body culture and a machine world brought tensions, and the fantasy was designed to resolve that tension. Russian sloth, as they saw it, was an agony to Bolsheviks, or at least to those who were not themselves infected with it. It was the curse, the disease, the affliction of the nation. The cult of the machine was a response to this curse, an assault on backwardness, on aristocratic lassitude among the elite and apathy and inertia among the masses, a war on romanticism, pathos, pity, and the lyrical, while being replete itself with all of these. It also meant moral collectivism in the dream of Gustav, even though this dream was to degenerate into the collective moral subordination to the machine and its owners, the technical elite of the new order. Since the Russian revolutionary movement was, from its very inception, a struggle not only for a new culture and for social justice and equality but also for modernity and productivity, it was perhaps inevitable that experiments designed to create an efficient and machine-disciplined population overnight should have taken on an extravagant and utopian character. Machine utopia stands in contrast to the more spontaneous currents of culture building, egalitarianism, and communalism. It was nonetheless an independent response, generated by the revolution, and wildly embraced by many kinds of people, to an age-old problem of Russian society, the lack of spontaneous self-motivation among the population at large. Had it been able to survive, in all its variant forms, it would have had to fight constantly to win over the psyches and the bodies of the Russian people. That it was not simply the hysterical fancy of an arrogant minority is borne out clearly in the way that machinism and timeism, in a wide array of guises, took their places beside culture building and social justice in the main visionary genres of the 1920s, science fiction, architectural utopia, and the communal experiment. Part 3. 8. Utopia in time, futurology and science fiction. A map of the world that does not include utopia is not even worth glancing at, for it leaves out the one country at which humanity is always landing. Oscar Wilde. Time forward. Radical dreamers and experimentalists of the first revolutionary decade lived their dream worlds apart from each other. Cultural nihilists, utopian festival creators, godless believers, levelers, and machine worshippers did not combine to create an interflow of their visions and projects. There was no department of utopia in the Russian Revolution, no dream commissar to function as a clearing manager and coordinator of all the life experiments cast up in the wake of the great upheaval. And yet scenarists, designers, and actors appeared on the social horizon in the midst of the imaginative turmoil who tried to project and even act out utopia in the grander, integrated sense of the word. The scenarists were the writers of science fiction utopias, the designers were the architects and city planners of the imminent future, and the actors were the communards who tried to shape the revolutionary dream by living in it. In their various ways, these utopian creators embraced experimental ideals and values and embedded them in a larger context: pictures, structures, narratives, fantasies, blueprints, surrogate families, and miniature experimental worlds. Lacking communication among themselves, they peered off in different directions, into the future, into the cosmos, across the spacious land, or at their immediate environment. Soviet science fiction of the 1920s continued the dialogue of the old regime and expressed the utopian fantasy born of the revolution itself. The old elements were on full display, a gloriously tinted portrait of the communist heaven, framed in wondrous technology, and inhabited by happy and virtuous people, dystopian forebodings about the likely outcome of such a paradise, and counter-utopias of rustic joy and traditional structures. The new ingredient was a hideous map of hell in which Marxist anti-capitalism and the old Slavophile and Russian nationalist fears were condensed and synthesized into a picture of an evil empire of the West. The entire corpus of revolutionary utopian science fiction, which disappeared with the emergence of Stalin, parallels on levels at once fantastic and concrete the debate over the revolution and the nature of communism. Science fiction was a striking example of revolutionary discourse because of its total vision of communist life and its treatment of revolution. 168. Airy dreams and life experiments in culture, ritual, religion, egalitarianism, and technology. Revolutionary science fiction was the utopia of time. Its practitioners donned scarlet-colored glasses to see what a communist society might, should, or would look like across a widely variant stretch of the ages. Their dream of a communist heaven created on earth and in the skies beyond by human hands, workers and revolutionaries' hands, was informed by a vision of a unitary globe, adorned by imaginable technological perfection and humane social justice and equity, a vision that was implicit both in Marx and in the native dreaming of Russian radical traditions and is still implicit in the latest program of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and its many imitators. Utopia, science, and futurology. Bolsheviks, like other Marxists, had always been ambivalent toward Marxism's utopianism. In the aftermath of revolution, the ambivalence remained, but the concept attracted enormous attention. Vladimir Svyatlovsky, in the earliest history, 1922, of the Russian utopian novel, called the Russian Revolution itself the first great utopia in modern history. Utopian classics began pouring off the presses. B. Igorev, an ex-Menshevik, wrote a long history, From Thomas More to Lenin, 1922, placing the father of Bolshevism within the utopian socialist tradition. More's Utopia had already appeared in Russian translation in 1903. Campanella's City of the Sun appeared in 1918. 10 editions of Fourier's works appeared between 1917 and 1926, and many books about his ideas. Owen, Cabet, Butches, Blanc, Saint-Simon, and others enjoyed new translations in the 1920s. Their influence on the science fiction of the period is apparent, though never acknowledged. These classics were praised and scolded in the Leninist manner, but pilfered freely for ideas about community, housing, work styles, equality, and all sorts of other things not easily available in the Marxist canon. One far more interesting was the mini-utopia or capsule projection of a world under communism in the final pages of Trotsky's Literature and Revolution, 1923. In a tone of controlled lyricism, Trotsky envisions the disappearance of ant-like piling up of quarters and streets, of decade-old sites, and the emergence of architectural democracy, with masses of ordinary people, compass in hand, forming factions of opinion and true people's parties to decide on the nature of new titanic city villages. Man would rebuild the earth to his own taste by re-registering mountains, rivers, meadows, fields, and steppes through technology and a general industrial and artistic plan. The city, he continues, would not dissolve into the village. On the contrary, the village will rise in fundamentals to the plane of the city. Here lies the principal task. The city is transient, but it points to the future, and indicates the road. The present village is entirely of the past. Trotsky's dream suggested richness, variety, and drama. The shell of life will hardly have time to form before it will burst open again under the pressure of new technical and cultural inventions and achievements. Life in the future will not be monotonous. Physiological experiments of science would transform the body, balance metabolic growth, and reduce the morbid fear of death. The resultant Superman would rise to the heights of an Aristotle, a Goethe, or a Marx. And above this ridge new peaks will rise too. This is an extraordinary endorsement of the experimental utopianism that characterized the 1920s. Trotsky encouraged and predicted competing pedagogical systems and 169 experiments and displayed the breadth of his fantasy. Like many other members of the intelligentsia in and out of power, he was enchanted by the enterprise of predicting the future and suggesting the manifold forms it might take. Science and technology provided a very compelling inspiration for speculative fiction. Although levels of scientific research and applied technology remained below those in the developed West during the golden age of science fiction, the volume of discussion and the temperature of hopefulness was very high. Fascination with the possibilities of science for transforming society is endemic in revolutionary backward societies in the 20th century. Soviet Russia glorified science and worshipped machines. Ford and Taylor, Einstein, and Edison were shorthand terms in the student world, and the engineer was a hero of popular culture. The cult of the machine and the image of an electrified nation saturated the arts as well as the political discourse of the age. The wedding of scientific and technological achievement to science fiction was a natural one in this milieu, in that both, in a way, were futurological. An example of this was an attempt to elicit futurological projections through a questionnaire published in the late 1920s in the periodical 30 Days. Writers and publicists were quizzed on their visions of Russia 100 years hence. The replies were laconic but revealing. The economist Yuri Larin talked of a stateless world without classes or exploitation, an upsurge of technology, and a happy future. Gladkov the novelist saw a joyful globe of progress with no war, no church bells, no crime, and no kitchens. The satirist Efim Zozolia's Moscow of the future possessed a house of Herzen in which 50,000 writers lived and worked in a population composed exclusively of people in their early 20s, children having been consigned to healthier zones. The popular novelist Panteleimon Romanov's Citizen of the Future, the year 2027, was, in contrast to the Soviet citizens of his own day, courteous, service-minded, responsible, full of initiative and attentiveness to consumers. Most of the contributors, though differing on their vision of the urban-rural mix of tomorrow's world, saw world peace and world unity as absolutely inseparable. A massive volume published in 1929 provided a more technological thrust, projections about the future world by an assortment of distinguished scientists on topics ranging from physiology and astronomy to land use, agriculture, anthropology, and psychology. The contributions dealing with science, technology, and society predicted commune cities, personal flight, skyscrapers of huge dimensions linked by bridges and air stations, and healthier and longer lives. Aaron Zalkind, a very influential physioneurologist of the time, combined some of them into a vague picture of a coming world commune inhabited by people with new organs, new minds, and new sensibilities, a world where the major problem of humanity would not be relations among people but rather relations between humanity and nature, a direct borrowing from Bogdanov, who incidentally died in that year. Two aspects of science and technology deserve a special comment: immortality and space travel. Both illustrate vividly the relationship between the futuristic speculation and pathos of the period and the reality from which it arose. Immortality yearned for in a land still groaning from a decade of Holocaust, space flight, in a land where wooden plow and urban horse cart were everyday sights. The former was inspired by the curious and influential Russian recluse, Nikolai Fedorov, 1829–1903, a librarian and speculative theologian who never published a book. He combined certain features of Russian orthodoxy and Tsarist ideology with an extravagant belief in cosmic possibilities. The world of his vision, converted to orthodoxy under the Tsar in Moscow, spoke a single 170 language, recovered from pre-Babel times by a congress of scientific linguists, and lived in rural communes, working in factories in winter and fields in summer. The social bond was faith and fraternity, not materialism or equality, since Fedorov opposed both socialism and capitalism. Each commune was situated around a cemetery with a model of the Moscow Kremlin at the center. The rule of communal life was psychocracy, mind control, open diaries, public confession and penance, and the regulation of sexuality. Global security was provided by a God-loving army and a pacification fleet. Fedorov's vague scientific mystical utopia was designed for a specific set of tasks which he called the common mission of mankind: victory over death, resurrection of all the dead, and the settlement of outer space. The syncretic quality of Fedorov's dream generated a school of disciples in the Soviet period, loosely known as the biocosmists, whose slogan was immortalism and interplanetism. Beyond their study and discussion circles, figures as diverse as Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, the rocket scientist, Leonid Kherson, who designed Lenin's mausoleum, and V.K. Vernadsky, the Earth scientist, were said to have been in Fedorov's orbit at one time or another. The most consistent of the Fedorovites was Valerian Muraviv, a man with an extraordinarily checkered career even for those times, a fanatical Bolshevik, and a devout Fedorov adept. He combined the ideas of his master with those of Frederick Taylor. He was in fact editor of Gasteff's journal at the Central Institute of Labor for a time, though it is not clear how his influence might have seeped into the Soviet Taylorist movement. The cult of Fedorov in the Russian Revolution, a seemingly impossible idea, illustrates precisely a vagrant mentality that some have chosen to call the crankish side of the revolution, but which was really a millenarianism and a utopianism fed by serious erudition of a special sort and by the unbounded Promethean belief in man's ability to transform nature and reverse its laws. 6. A far more popular craze of the 1920s that fed into science fiction was aviation. Russian fascination with aeronautics has been immense in our time, a kind of fear of not flying, of remaining earthbound and thus immobile. Flying, as in the archetypical dream, is a kinetic metaphor for liberation. The literary obsession with it in Europe, America, and Russia is well known. Figures such as Tallon and Mayakovsky are inconceivable without the airplane image. Vasily Kamensky, like D'Annunzio, was an aviator poet. Alexander Levinsky in 1923 designed a plan for an airborne city. And Georgy Krudikov in 1928 envisaged a flying city apartment building moored to dirigibles when at anchor. Taking off into a better world was semantically and psychologically linked to taking flight. The revolutionary terrorist Nikolai Kybelkich, waiting for his execution in 1881, designed a flying machine that was based on rocket principles. The father of Soviet rocket design, Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, hatched most of his ideas while living in an obscure little Russian town. N.A. Reinen, professor and popularizer of space literature in the 1920s, began his work on the cosmic age during the dark years of the Civil War. "I was hungry," he recalled, "I was cold, but one good thing about it, nobody came to see me." 7. Russia's first airplane flight occurred in 1894, but it took another 10 years for aviation to take hold in society. On the eve of World War I, a modest network of clubs and societies had emerged. During the war itself, Russia's air arm was tiny, but out of it came the legendary four-engine bomber of Igor Sikorsky, later a well-known plane builder in the United States. The bomber was called Ilya Muromets after the Russian fairy tale giant who slept 40 years and then awoke in possession of colossal strength. During the Civil War, the Soviets created their own air arm and established schools and 171 journals to promote it. The air age became a social fact in the 1920s. It was partly inspired by the fearful debate over strategic bombing. But the greater impulse was the vision of an integrated nation. An air transport network for the new Soviet state was a way of constricting time and space, promoting social communication and health, supplying a far-flung population, and educating the people of that vast republic. Gasteff's Siberian Utopia, Express, had been the poetical expression of this dream, but in 1929, it still took 36 hours to fly from Moscow to Irkutsk. As a civil air fleet, later called Aeroflot, took shape in 1921, government and semi-public bodies launched a campaign to popularize air study and travel with clubs, sport and parachute societies, journals, and all-purpose patriotic leagues. Air, space, the stratosphere, the cosmos seemed to represent spatial freedom for crowded terrestrians, and slogans such as "Workers, take to the air" were used in campaigns to finance new aircraft. 8. Rocketry and space travel, the very stuff of early science fiction in the West, had a similar appeal, however distant and unrealizable it must have seemed. Long before the revolution, Tsiolkovsky had explored its possibilities and had made discoveries which were later incorporated into practical research by the first generation of Soviet rocket scientists N. E. Zhukovsky, F. H. Sander, U. V. Kondratyev, and N. N. Kovalev, the developer of Sputnik. Tsiolkovsky's work first became widely known in scientific circles in 1911, and he became a public figure in the 1920s. Reinen unearthed Kybelkich's rocket scheme from the police archives after the revolution, and he began teaching and agitating on behalf of space travel. At the end of the 1920s he wrote a 9-volume collection on interplanetary flight. Societies and public bodies mushroomed, and popular journals took up the theme with great enthusiasm. In 1925, Moscow University staged a forum on the subject of flight to other worlds. Kondratyuk's The Conquest of Interplanetary Space, 1929, was a summary of much of this ferment in learning and discussion and a scientific undergirding to the literary speculation of the first decade of revolutionary science fiction. All of these themes turned up in science fiction, and it seems clear that people who thought about the matter at all saw a future for Russia as one that enshrined the opposite of the circumstances in which they then lived. The 1920s was a period of dreadful poverty and social misery, a backward and illiterate rural morass, an urban world of crime and unemployment, of dirty dorms and crude interchange, swarming orphans, open prostitution, vulgar displays of wealth and corruption, and a suspicious, authoritarian government still locked in ideological war with surrounding civilizations. The optimism inherent in Marxism, the heady euphoria of the still fresh revolutionary years, the traditions of hope that ran through the old intelligentsia, and the realities of the dark landscape at hand all combined to infuse science fiction with what seems now to be a towering faith.